Hey everybody, welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. It's been a couple weeks.
Yep,
So in case y'all forgot who I am, I'm Caleb.
I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
Yeah.
I'm glad we've sorted that intro out.
Yeah, because it's been a minute.
Yeah.
You know, they might have forgot us. We
Yeah.
almost forgot how. No, not really.
No.
We were good. We had to take a break though for our own mental health, and we're pre-recording today, and we'll be pre-recording for the next few months.
Yeah.
As I'm working on a project for somebody,
He's busy with something he wants to do.
and it's earning me money.
That
I'm
too.
actually getting paid for it,
Yep.
so I can't complain. Outside of that, fun things. We'll kind of just make it quick.
Yep.
We were deciding whether or not we wanted to talk about what we've been up to in the past couple weeks. I started playing Blood Bowl, the third game, because there are 3 video game adaptations of this thing. I think a 4th one is on the way.
Oh man.
It's essentially literal fantasy football.
Mm.
It's a Warhammer board game that's been adapted to video game form, and it's football in the Warhammer setting, and so very violent. You get to knock people out. I created a orc team called the Bama Bruisers. I may have taken a little bit of inspiration from a certain college football team in the state of Alabama, with the logo and the colors and I don't even know if you noticed that part of it when I posted it in the Discord.
No, I didn't.
But now that I say
I
it-
saw it on the phone. I was like, that makes sense.
But now that I've said it, do you see it now? Like, hold on, I'll
I was working at the time, so I probably couldn't have looked at
giving it a good look.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me pull her up, and I might post something here for y'all if I feel like it. That's if I feel like it's the key part here. Actually, y'all should join the Discord if y'all want to see all the fun stuff. You know what? That's a better
Yeah.
way to. That's how we promote the Discord.
Mhm. Check it out.
Now you see it with the checkers look. Although I think there should be black in there, right, to be accurate. I think. I can't remember. Or is that just his hat? That's just Bear Bryant's hat, huh?
Fuck.
Classic coach of that team. Well known for his checkered hat, fedora hat.
I
Okay.
don't know.
Football fans out
I'm-
there get that. I'm not a big football
You're
guy
either-
either.
You've either made so many people happy or so many people violently angry.
No, you've made people angry for not knowing.
No, it's just that I don't think he works for that team.
Not anymore. He's dead.
Well, I guess he won't be working for any team then.
He's classic coach. OG. Yeah, he's like an OG. Yeah, he died in like 83.
Mm.
Like, he's an old school coach, but he's like very famous for
Mm.
coaching that team. Alabama, Roll Tide.
You can figure out things with Celtic.
I think with
Except-
Bear Bryant, it's enough information for the football fans out there. For those, we're
For
just
those
who
football
aren't-
fans who
we're kind of
occasionally
just leaving
listen
him
to
off
us.
the loop. So there, you're in the loop now.
Yeah.
He's a classic football coach for that team, and so like his
Warhammer stuff that I know about is weird because I know enough to know I don't want to deal with it.
I think it's
Setting-wise
I think it's
and,
an
like,
interesting
lore-wise.
setting, but it's also like a very like it's very similar to the Star Wars fandom in
Yeah.
that there are very toxic people in that fandom who don't understand that Warhammer is not saying that the characters in that universe are good people. In fact, it is saying they are bad people.
Explicitly bad.
They are explicitly bad, and Warhammer as a setting is trying to explain that, but also certain people don't get that. Our buddy JD likes Warhammer though, but he's he's a good guy though, so he's not one of those guys. He understands. He's like, yeah, no, these are not people to look up to, but their armor's cool.
Yeah.
That's about it. It's like liking the Brotherhood of Steel's ideology versus thinking that they aesthetically
While
look
they
cool.
have some solid points, sometimes how that interacts with the day-to-day is not good.
Yeah.
there's a time to bend rules.
Also, the idea that only they deserve technology,
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
not great.
man.
But yeah, which that's the other thing. I just
Yeah,
watched the first episode of the show. I'm liking it. I think you will like it. We'll have to talk. That might have to be an episode all of its
Yeah.
own where we just talk about Fallout.
It's just Seth screams about Fallout for like an hour.
Either way, if you end up hating it, it will be an entertaining stream.
Oh, yeah.
If you like it, it'll,
slightly, Laura. Fuck that. Who cares?
if you like it, it'll be interesting. If you hate it, it'll be interesting. Either way, I feel like that will just make a good video because we know how much you love Fallout on the show. So
well established.
well established. It is part of the Seth lore of this podcast. His Bethesda and Obsidian games. But yeah, so like that's what I've been up to, and then you mentioned that you've been just playing some AI dungeon.
AI dungeon. It's been a while, and I learned something about myself.
Yeah. You hate AI?
No.
First off, fuck AI. I mean, yes, but also no.
Yes
for
and
this
no
case.
for certain reasons. In this instance, I learned, in terms of like games, I have a tendency to accrue power by any means at the start, and then be like, all right, now that I've done that, time for me to go and just start helping people around town because I can actually do things now.
To be fair, AI Dungeon is very much like you can just say, "Hey, give me this," and AI Dungeon's like, "Okay." it's
usually
it's
for like
the nicest DM ever.
Usually for like the first 7 or 8 inputs, I won't do anything just to see what happens.
Yeah, but AI Dungeon, you can bully it into giving you stuff. You're just like, "Hey, I have this thing," and AI Dungeon's like, "Was it in your inventory?" Yeah. Okay. It's the DM who does not know what's in your inventory.
I didn't do that.
No,
but
you know what I'm talking about, though.
There was one instance where it was like, all right, I chose like the noir setting, and they were like, you have a badge and a gun, and I'm like, okay, cool, I guess.
That's what I'm working with.
That's what I'm working with. And towards the end, I'm like explaining to this hiker that I'm like, hey, you know where you were hanging out is like a known place where people get murdered. And he goes, no. I'm like, I shouldn't have saved you from that bear. I should have let you die, but I didn't. So now you're here. Go home. And I'm like, do you know anything else? And he's like, well, there's some like, I guess bandits in the woods. I'm like, all right, I'll go deal with that then. Maybe they know something. I get there. I try listening to them and they spot me. To which one of them immediately charges me. So I'm like, alright, I'll just shoot them and ask anybody else if they want to go down today. And that's apparently like, you know what, on second thought, we give up. Wizard one was fun.
Yeah.
I feel kind of bad for one of the enemies because I like almost completely took away like all of his magic. I'm like, don't do this shit again, or next time it's gone forever.
I also restarted.
But I didn't kill anybody.
There we go. PlayStation about to make me spend a bunch of money because they're doing their spring sale, and I've gotten so many alerts of games on my wish list being for sale.
Yeah, they're like $20 off.
Like I have the PlayStation app on my phone, so it's just going, this game on your wish list is on sale. This game on your wish list is on sale, and I'm just like. At first I was like, what's going on? Why are all these games on sale? And then I looked, and apparently they're doing their spring sale. Speaking of Noir, Call of Cthulhu's on sale. It's like $5 right now.
Oh.
That's a...
You should play it.
That is almost like a... And I can play it for free anyways, because I pay for PlayStation Plus Essential, which comes with classic games and a few other games, kind of similar to like the Game Pass for Xbox. And Call of Cthulhu is one of the games on that free thing, but I that's also how I'm playing Blood Bowl, actually, is that it's one of the games that's free right now on there. So I was like, I've always wanted to try Blood Bowl, and it's something that I've always considered as a D&D idea, as like...
Yeah, we talked about it a while ago, and I was like, I imagine, like, Chris, Drew, and Steve would actually really enjoy, like, the actual game itself. I'm like, I don't know what I'd do. I guess I'd manage the team or some shit.
Yeah, because we talked about doing essentially a actual fantasy football campaign where they build the team, and just like you would for real life fantasy football, where you build your team, select your players who you think's gonna win. But then we play the game, like they coach the games and stuff, and so that would have been I just haven't figured out the mechanics of that, and also I'm running way too many games right now, so that's not happening right yet. And so, yeah, and then the other thing I've been doing is I've been reading more books again. I don't know if you remember.
You a nerd? he says the other book reader in our friend group.
Maybe.
Continue, though.
But yeah, remember that book I reviewed a while back, Murder at Evram Hall? Yeah. So that guy is about to release his third book, which I did get access to from NetGalley, because the publishers, Storm Publishing, who publishes those books, really loves sending me free books after I did that review. And so they just go, hey, this book's coming out, and most of the books I like, although a lot of the ones they've sent me lean more towards family drama, and with some leaning towards mystery, and like I like some of that, but it's not entirely my cup of tea. It's not the reason I started reading their books. Because Murder at Evram Hall was more of a cozy murder mystery.
Yeah.
So, you know, that Agatha Christie style, the Murder, She Wrote type of vibe, right? And that's the stuff, I like that. I like a good cozy mystery where I am also trying to solve it while reading, right? And so I'm now catching up. I'm reading the second one on my own, and I'm probably going to do a review of it after I finish it. But then I'm going to immediately start the third one as soon as I do that, because the third one's not coming out for a minute, so I've got time before I have to read that one. So, second one's already out, so I'm just going to read it and then do a review anyways, just so I can review all of them. Because I do like Marius Quinn, which is the main character. I'm going to go a little bit side tangent to talk about the books. It's about a guy named Marius Quinn, and he's like, it takes place in England. It's 1928, so it's after World War One. We're not quite full in Depression era yet.
You've got like about a year,
and so
give or take a month or two.
He was one of the people who went to war during World War One, so he's got some of that trauma. But he's also now a mystery author. I wonder why I like the character. He's an author. I wonder why. I wonder why these books are written. He started off as a side character in a different series of books from Benedict Brown, the author. But now he's got his own series that he's got going on. I need to read the original series, but for now I'm liking the Marius stuff. And basically this idea is him and his ex-childhood love interest, who he's no longer with because he did not propose to her before he went to he never made it official. He was just like, in fact, he broke it off before going to war.
Just in case I die, we're done. Which is a fair response.
But also it's unfortunate because now he's got all this regret that he didn't, stay with her.
Fucking survived the Battle of the Somme, but didn't ask her out. Fuck.
Because now she's with somebody who's kind of become his rival in the book. But they are doing the little detective stuff on their own, because the first book is about him struggling to write his second book. And so she invites him to a dinner party over in Evram Hall, where he ends up getting caught up in a murder mystery because this Hollywood actor is killed.
Ah, damn, another dead starlet. Oh, well. Sorry, it's just one of those like really old plots.
But it's supposed to be like that
because it's the 1920s.
Yeah, it's the Roaring *20s.
Yeah.
So it's that roaring. You got the late Roaring *20s, but it's still.
Hey, Gatsby's still alive? Nope.
But you still feel feel that aesthetic to it, and so I like that aesthetic as a setting for murder mysteries, because it's it's an interesting setting, and so. The first book is set in this mansion, and so him and her are trying to solve it because they're the only two who are nowhere near where the guy died, so they could confirm we didn't do it. So now we just gotta figure out who did.
By process of elimination.
And so she's kind of the emotional intellect of the group, so she's able to talk to people and
Hey,
get.
don't shake down this child.
So she's the one who's able to like convince people to talk and open up more, whereas he's the one that's like, with his knowledge from writing murder mysteries, he's like piecing the puzzle together of like, how did this happen? Like, how would I write this if it were like, how would I write this crime and how would I make that happen? And that's kind of their what makes them a
Like
team.
the dynamic.
Yeah, because otherwise, why would you need both of them? Right?
Yeah.
So you got to be able to have something that they each bring. And so the second book is them going back to their hometown and solving. It's not a murder yet, but one of their old friends is getting death. Two of their old friends are getting death threats, and so they're on their official outing now as a group. Marius and Co. Or no, Quinn and Co. They went with his last name, Quinn and Co. As the name for their little company, because Lady Isabel, she's a lady, because her dad's the Duke of the town.
I see.
Marius comes from a poorer family who served them, but as is fitting to this genre, like it's this genre, like that's just part of it.
I was thinking about it, and I was like, I don't know what the family like dynamic, because like.
Well, currently her.
No, I was thinking.
Oh,
like,
his.
Because, traditionally, like before you go and you ask someone, you would ask their parents.
Yeah.
I was like, well, this either could have went two ways. Either the parents would have approved, or the dad or mom are like, I don't want you to associate with that slow.
No, they were kind of good with. I can't remember if they were talking about eloping or not. It's been a minute since I've read the first book, but yeah, like they were on good terms though with. In fact, she's taking care of her dad because the Duke is ill. Her mom's dead already, so she's kind of the caretaker. And then his dad died of mysterious circumstances. We don't know what happened to his dad, which is why he's wary about going back to the hometown for that.
He's like, all of her parents keep dying.
So he's not sure what's going on. So he doesn't want to go back for that reason, as well as like he never went back home after the war.
Oh.
So it's like he's not sure how certain people will react to him now coming back in his 20s.
Hey man,
when
it's been a couple of years.
When he went to war and when he was 18, like as soon as he turned 18, he was out. He, in fact, did not finish schooling. That's something we learned in the second book is he gets there and the teacher's like, his old teacher's like, you need to go back to school.
And he's like, sorry, I was busy.
I was busy defending the continent.
Some jackass got shot in the head and everyone fought over it.
But no, but he realizes to play along and he's like, yeah, I'll think about it. Like, he almost is like, I should tell her that my second book just won a bunch of prizes and that I'm like a well-established author. And he's like, that's not the person I normally am. That's not who I should be now.
I could, but I'm not gonna.
Because Marius is an interesting character. He's definitely got some vanity to him. And he definitely looks down on certain people. So he like looks down on Gilbert, who is Lady Isabella's new boyfriend.
Yeah.
And so he looks down on him a bit, but that's more because of the rivalry for Isabella. And so I like though his family, like you're learning more about his family dynamic too, because he lives with his family, like he paid for their apartment and everything, so they live together. And so along with their dog, and the dog went along for the first adventure. That was fun. Dog's along for this one because now the whole family came along because they were like, we all kind of want to go back home. We all haven't been home in a minute.
Pay a visit.
And like they still have their house in the old town. Like they didn't sell it. It's just, they don't live there.
Yeah.
Because that's how older families used to operate. Like you traditionally, like you had your hometown and then you and so yeah, so they were like, let's all go together and we'll make it a family trip there and we'll stay out of your way while you're investigating. And he's like, that's fine because I was offered to stay in Lady Isabella's house.
So yeah, that works.
Yeah, and of course they're doing the oohs and ahs because they're teasing them, but also because they know about how that relationship worked. But also they're like, maybe she's not good for you. Cause like there's a mixture of that where it's like maybe she's not good for you. Maybe you should move on.
Maybe your blood is too blue for you, son.
But so yeah, like it's a whole. I love the dynamics of all the characters in this series. So I'm definitely enjoying reading the second book finally, and I'm excited to get to the third one because it's my type of. Because I like Agatha Christie stuff, so it makes sense that this jump for me because I like Murder on the Orient Express. I like Death on the Nile. That type of stuff. And then Murder, She Wrote is classic, cozy murder mystery stuff. So this is right at home for me. But yeah, that was my tangent.
Mhm.
Let's get into our topics today.
I guess we're gonna
jump,
bang bang bang.
Yeah, we're gonna bang through the news. There's 3 pieces that I really want to talk about. A lot has happened through the 2 weeks, but not a lot. Not a lot that I really wanted to highlight. There was a lot of production stuff where people were added onto teams, so we know for sure. What was it? Dawn of the Jedi movie is still happening because they added a new writer to help with James Mangold, because James Mangold is the one directing it and co-writing it now. The guy who did Logan, in case you need context.
Okay.
So that feels like the right guy for this. We know that the Daisy Ridley film's still happening. We don't know if John Boyega's going on board or not, because people ask Daisy and she's like, "I'm not in charge. I don't know."
As somebody who knows.
She said specifically it's above her pay grade, is what she said. So yeah, she's the actor. It's not really her. She might know if he's in once he's in, but she's not part of the discussions of that. But as for the news I do want to talk about specifically and go kind of into more detail on, Mandalorian Grogu film. We know that's being filmed or in production at the moment. Whether that's means it's filming or not, we know it's happening. Confirmed release date, May 22nd of 2026. All this is through Star Wars Newsnet, who got it through through CinemaCon and Disney, and it's part because CinemaCon happened on April 11th apparently, and so we got a few release dates for things. There's another, so let's see, in terms of Star Wars news, there's another one planned for December. So, and that, my guess would be because what do we know is in production? I think we knew that's in production. We know the Dawn of the Jedi film's in production. Well, it's still being written because they just added a co-writer. I think the one that's further along, if I remember correctly, is the New Jedi Order, the Daisy Ridley one, right? I think we talked about that. I think that's before. I think that's the one that's the next furthest along in terms of production for movies for Star Wars. So that's probably the one in December. That's still enough time, even if because I think writing is either probably almost done or near enough. And then we got a few non-Star Wars films for 2026. That was, but yeah, they said untitled Far Far Away film, so that there is another untitled Far Far Away title scheduled for December. Yeah. Right. So that would be, so my guess is probably the New Jedi Order film, if I was to take a shot in the dark, unless there's something else going on that we don't know about. In fact, I'm reading the article. I think that's Star Wars Newsnet's guess as well. As mentioned there, this is quoting them, there is another Star Wars movie scheduled for December 18th of that year, which will mark the 11th anniversary of the day of the release of The Force Awakens. The current thought is that this is going to be taken by Charmin Obaid-Chinoy's New Jedi Order, but it's yet to be confirmed. So yeah, So I think everybody's kind of in agreement that New Jedi Order film is probably the one that's going to take the December spot.
Oh, cool. We got Lateef Crowder as a stunt double.
Oh, where am I? Oh, yeah, Lateef. Yeah, which that's who they've had for the show because it's been him and Brendan Wayne since the start. Because you got one because Brendan Wayne is the gunslinger part of. It takes 3 men to make the Mandalorian. It takes 3 men to make 1 man. It's Pedro Pascal brings the acting, and then of course you got your stunt double. So you got Brendan Wayne, who's the more gunslinger, because that's what he was raised with. His dad is John Wayne. So
wonder who he's related to.
So so Brendan Wayne is the gun side, and then Lateef Crowder is more the martial arts side.
That's why I know him. I've seen him work before, and he does a good job.
So it takes 3 men to make a Din Djarin.
3 men to make 1 Din Djarin.
which is fair because I mean,
Yeah.
on a film set, you need particular set of skills for each thing, and it's good that they're providing a lot of work for stunt doubles. Giancarlo Esposito is lobbying to come back, of course, but that unlikely considering what we saw happen. But he could have survived that. He could have survived that because there is no body. No body means it could happen because we don't see the body after.
You know what they'll do?
They'll clone him.
Well, yeah, they actually already.
I mean, they already have.
They have.
Like
Maybe
he was
he
cloning
missed one with a shutdown sequence.
That would be
I've
actually.
come back for revenge, didn't Sean? From beyond the grave.
And,
Like, bro, we've done this.
and a lot of people are, of course, expecting Katie Sackhoff to return, but there's no guarantee of that. With her returning as Bo-Katan would be the hope. And so, let's see. Yeah, according to the Star Wars Newsnet, we'll most likely see a first look at Celebrate, or at least we'll get a look at it at Celebration in Japan next year. Which, yeah, that times out about right, because that gives it about a year. And so that would probably be the soonest we'd get a look at it. So, and then, of course, we still don't know much about New Jedi Order. Other than Daisy Ridley's in it and who's directing it. Apparently they plan to shoot it either later this year or early 2025. So, yeah, that would still give them time to have that December release date. Because, that's the other thing I was thinking about is, like, when did they start production?
How would that work?
Like, because you have to have a certain amount of,
Time-wise?
like, you have to have a certain amount of time of filming, and then you have to have a certain time of post-production where you're editing and doing the color correction and maybe some reshoots and ADR and all that gets involved. And so, yeah, they would need the time for all that. But, yeah. Speaking of shows, though, and movies and all that,
I didn't watch the trailer for this one.
yeah,
so
you did
this
not,
is-
because you didn't know this one was coming out.
Yeah.
Because I didn't post that in the Discord. I posted about Outlaws, which we'll talk about, but our first one that we're going to talk about is actually Tales of the Empire, which is our continuation of the Tales of the Jedi sort of idea, where they do some shorts, and so we'll take a look at that together. Oh, hold on. Let me fix the audio. Thought I had it. Okay.
Why do you
So
seek imperial favor?
we get Thrawn in the Clone Wars art style. We haven't seen Thrawn in the Clone Wars art style
My people were all baptized.
because Rebels art style is a little different, a little more
My anger
circular
gives me strength.
and curved, whereas
It is that strength I offer the Empire.
Offer
I like that look actually. But the Rebels look is more angular.
I'm here to
So
present you with an opportunity, Barris.
and there's Barris.
Just be glad you're not a Jedi anymore.
Knows best.
And while it looks like she was part of a different Night Sisters clan, it looks like she still knows about the Dathomir stuff, which is going to be
mercy only breeds
interesting. Grand Inquisitor comeback.
defeat, but I will help you overcome this weakness. Attack.
You said the Empire would help to change things.
Everything comes at a cost.
Yeah, see, she was apparently there at the Dathomir
Since I was a child,
when Grievous killed all the Dathomirians,
what has begun?
which is interesting. Considering who was in charge of that.
Must face one final test. To join us.
And so there's some theories about what one of her final, like he says that this is her final test, but
Time you meet your new master.
of course we gotta have Vader. Oh, and that guy's still alive, which means it takes place before the Tales of the Jedi Ahsoka episode, where his head goes like a bullet, like a football. So,
I was just thinking about the fact that Vader,
but yeah, it's Star
Vader
Wars
is
Day.
Anakin, and he's like, oh man, can't fucking wait to piece you up again for what you did to Ahsoka.
Yeah, no, there's a lot. So there's a lot going on. So it's coming
Like-
out Star Wars Day. So we
Okay.
more than likely they're gonna give all the episodes. So whenever that, I'm gonna have to put it on the schedule for the show. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
So we'll probably watch all the episodes. People are thinking it's just 2, but I'm gonna, because like they haven't confirmed how many episodes, but or if there's other characters that they'll examine. But I think it's gonna follow the Tales of the Jedi system, which is 2 characters, 6 or 8 shorts, right? Because that's what they did. Yeah, 8, because it was 4 each. So 2 characters, 8 shorts, and we'll probably get 4 of each, is what I think. And we'll, like the Ahsoka one, it'll go, or like the Tales of the Jedi one, it'll go chronologically. So we'll watch them kind of happen. Yeah, they were chronological. Yeah. So
Alright.
so we'll watch them that way is what I think is going to happen. And then, so interesting stuff to talk about just from this trailer. Barriss and Vader meeting. Is she going to immediately recognize Vader from his presence in the Force? And if so, what's going to happen? Who's going to kick whose ass? A lot of people are theorizing that it's going to be Barriss who also kills Luminara. Because we know Luminara is dead by the time of Rebels, because they use her body as a...
Oh yeah.
They use her body as a little way to trick Jedi into...
bait.
As bait, yeah, thinking she's alive to go save her. And so, people are wondering if that's going to be one of her tests, is it that she's got to kill her old master. And so that would be... It would be messed up, but it would fit the Inquisitors, like, because we've seen how they're training.
Yeah.
We've seen the way they train. It's not...
It's not good.
Yeah. Especially with the Red Blade novel. So we've had...
A little intense.
We've had some firsthand, secondhand for us, but we've seen firsthand how it goes down. Regarding Morgan Elsbeth, I'm interested to see how she separates the idea that Grievous killed the Night Sisters from the fact that she's now working for the people that Grievous worked for, who gave that order, by the way, because Palpatine gave that order. It's just because we've seen how other characters have gotten, like, because that's the journey that why did I just forget her name? Jedi Fallen Order.
Oh, Marin.
Marin. That's the journey Marin goes on. Is how did she get over this trauma, and she's still not entirely over, because it's trauma. It's not something you can just, oh, I'm done. No, trauma's you carry that, especially that, like your entire people gone. So I'm curious how she's gonna, because Marin takes it and goes, I'm gonna use this as fuel for vengeance for my people against the Empire, because the Empire are basically the continuation of what Grievous and those people represent. Whereas it seems Elsbeth is letting it fuel her, but not to go after the people who caused it. But maybe she falls for some lies, and that's why she... Because we saw Marin also... Marin believed it was the Jedi because blue and green lightsabers. But she was also much younger when it happened, whereas Elsbeth looks... Maybe... If I was being generous, she's in her teens. If I was being generous. So maybe she could still be tricked, because, she's still young. But I'm being generous. I think she's an adult when it happens, but I'm going to be generous and say maybe she's a teen when it happens. Whereas we know Marin was a child. Marin was a child when it happened, so that's why what's his name was able to lie to her and say,
Taron.
Yeah, Taron Malicus was able to go, it's the Jedi.
Old man.
It was the Jedi. It's like, Taron, you were an ex-Jedi. Shut up. Shut up. I kicked your ass. In Grandmaster difficulty.
Wait until the third game when Cal runs across another former Jedi who's like, this is bullshit. What the fuck?
He does seem to keep running into them.
At this point.
God, I'm scared. I'm scared when the third game comes out, because I know I'm going to have to do a Grandmaster run of 2. and I'm gonna have to fight Bode and Grandmaster.
Yeah. Bode's like, Bode's just fucking Call of Duty screen waiting for the rematch.
That fight, and then I think the fight with the alien, the one that's like Dirge.
Oh boy, that's gonna.
That's gonna be the rough. Those are gonna
Yeah.
be the roughest fights. I'm surprisingly not scared of the other jet. I'm not scared of Dagon. Surprisingly, Dagon I think might be a little bit easier than them. I think he's gonna be tough, but I think compared to those two fights, those are gonna, yeah. Speaking of video games,
Mhm.
because I think that was a nice transition.
Yeah.
Speaking of video games, we got a trailer for one that we have been excited
Yes.
for, and it's coming out much sooner than I expected, honestly.
I want to play it.
It's Peggy 16.
Represent some of the most powerful criminal organizations.
Are you old enough?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crimson Dawn.
Peggy 16. So it's gonna be T. I think that's T in ESRB system. Which makes sense. We haven't really had a rated M Star Wars game.
It's an opportunity.
Fucking wish.
We don't need one, but it would be cool to have one.
The underworld's favorite new scout.
I actually like K
Yeah.
so far.
What do you want?
I'm still all about the idea that he's Kyle Katarn, like he's the canon Kyle Katarn,
And now, he wants you
the guy hiring K.
to rob his fortune and buy your freedom.
This job, it's a death wish.
Wait,
I'm in.
wait, maybe I'm wrong about when it takes place,
Out here, you live and die by your reputation.
because I forgot that that's there.
You want to survive? Know the players.
You're new to this world.
What's your problem?
Come back when you're not.
Daba, right? Look, don't try anything.
So let's see, we got the Pikes, the Huts.
King was tipping that for about as long as I can remember. It's just been.
I like Nyx.
Go, little axolotl, go.
Yeah,
Have to.
I love Nyx so. Oh, look at him go!
Fucking stealth takedowns.
It's my one shot at.
Get ready.
Use your axolotl to take people down.
Yeah.
We need the right crew.
I also
just gonna
wait,
yank-
wait.
We need the right crew.
Is that
Just fucking-
000? Is that 000?
Right ship.
It might be. I do like the technician.
I do like this part. It's funny. You were gonna say though.
I do like how the technician just goes, "Don't need this."
Yeah, yoink.
Because you were one of the best hunters in the Outer Rim.
And then we got a bounty hunter coming after them.
More connected than you let on, Selena. Vess is mixed up in something bigger. The Outer Rim is a dangerous place. Everyone is fighting for their piece of the galaxy. But all I want is to live free. So I'm gonna risk it all. Hold on, Nick!
Was that a Sarlacc pit she was openly jumping into? By the way, hold on,
No.
hold on. Oh, I went too far. Okay,
Like it?
well,
Maybe.
no, that is a Sarlacc
Yeah.
pit. That's a Sarlacc pit.
All right, fuck it. Man, you have to have some rough options.
Yeah, but okay, so we saw most of it. It's coming out of August 30th. Yeah, and we saw Kira's in it because they showed like that round table of, and they're like Crimson Dawn, and you're like, man, if they said Awake the Dawn.
They say await the dawn, I'd fucking lose my mind.
I still think the guy hiring her is Kyle Katarn. Like the man is just wearing Kyle's clothes. If he's not Kyle, like a lot of people are theorizing that he is Kyle Katarn as a rebel spy, hiring her to kind of disrupt the criminal cartels, which would be fitting.
All right.
That would be a fitting thing that the rebels would absolutely do.
Yeah.
It also looks like it's originally I thought it was closer to episode 4, but it does look like it's during that war, post-war of the bounty hunters, pre Crimson Rain
Mm-hmm.
section of time because we see the Han and Carbonite. Because I missed that the first time. So one of the things
Mm-hmm.
we got to talk about,
Yes.
because we were talking about it in the car, pricing, because people are mad, and I get it to a degree. I don't entirely agree with every part of the discussion regarding it, but I do agree. So, where's the pre-orders? Okay, pre-order. One, I'm mad that there's no physical copy yet,
Yeah.
because when you go to their website, all you see is the digitals. I've even gone to Amazon to double check. No physicals out there for pre-order. Which is the only reason why I haven't pre-ordered yet. Is I'm waiting. Now, standard edition is $70. People are already mad about that because we're used to a $60 price tag, but we're starting to get to where games are just going to cost $70. That's just... They've been $60 for 2 decades, about, give or take. A price change was inevitable. Am I happy about it? No. Am I gonna be angry about it? No.
No.
Now where the arguments really come in is the Gold and Ultimate Editions. So Gold Edition is you get the 3 days early access, and then you get the Season Pass. That's probably the more likely one I'm gonna get. That's $110. Then there's the Ultimate Edition, which is one I'm considering. And it comes with some extra bundles and the digital art book. That's $130. I might not get it just because I don't care about digital art books. I like having physical art books. And it's like, if this was a physical pre-order, yeah, that'd be worth something to me. But and also part of the discussion is that used to be stuff that came with the base copy of games. Like, back in the day. Like, people are showing, like, I'm on Reddit a lot, so I specifically for Baldur's Gate and D&D stuff. And so Baldur's Gate 1, people are showing off, hey, I found my old box of Baldur's Gate 1. And they're showing, like, the maps that came in it, and the you have your books, your manual, your instruction manuals.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Did they send coffee beans for the map?
No. This is also, though, before people realized what was used for the in-game roads. But this is also, like, actual map of, like, the map of the region where the game takes place, as well as a map of the Baldur's Gate city. And, like, this is cool stuff that came with the base copy for 20 to $30 back then. That was the full price you paid for that game, and it came with all this already. Whereas now we pay extra to get that stuff. And I do get the frustration with that. I do. It does suck. Now, another discussion that's being had is, why a season pass? Because that's what it's always been called when you get the DLC paid ahead. I think people are People are starting to think that this game's going to be a live service game because of that term. Because live service games have kind of taken that term and made it their thing. Although they usually use, not season pass, but they use, usually it's, what's it called when you buy the I forget now. Anyways, season pass has kind of taken a name for it because it's like, oh, we live service games do things in seasons. So like you'll pay for the pass, unlock your little thing that you get, and whenever you get experience, you earn rewards, right? And so people are like misunderstanding that this is a DLC. This is a pass to get all the DLC that's included in that pass ahead of time for a cheaper bundle price. Essentially, you're paying a bundle price for all the DLC before it comes out. Whereas if you wait till it comes out, you have to buy them individually, right? For more expensive. And we already know that it is actually story stuff. Like, we're getting an extra Jabba storyline. And then, like... actually, only one of them is. That's upsetting, actually. But the other one is cosmetics, which is kind of... I would be more upset if this was a multiplayer game with pay-to-win aspects. Because this isn't pay-to-win. because I think when we talk about DLC, there's a lot of topics that encompasses, and I would say that this type of DLC is more expansion-y and less money grabby, right? Because when I say that, I mean I appreciate a game that has DLC that's more expansion and story content and stuff that's especially single player games. Single player games that should be. There's only really been one single player game that tried to do a pay to win mechanic, did not go well for it. Shadows of War did not go well for it. People did not buy it, and then so they had to patch that out, or at least make it to where it was easier to do the grind, and therefore you were even less incentivized to buy it. Because people noticed the grind was dumb hard because the game was trying to get you to buy it. Every other game, DLC tends to be either clothing or expansion-y, actual story content. So like Witcher 3. That's expansion content where it's story. And that's the type of stuff I like. And that tends to be the Ubisoft route, who are the ones making this game. Ubisoft very much goes we make a game that also has story content that comes out later. Now, where it can be a little bit money grabby is the conversation of, is this content that they just took out of the game ahead and like they wrote the game initially with that content in mind, took that content out, and then tried to sell it for an extra buck? Or is it stuff that they came up with during the process and we're like, well, we're already mostly through making this game. We're not going to be able to have this added to the game in time for this game to come out when it's supposed to, because publishers decide when games come out ahead of time, and so they have a certain deadline. And so on the giving a good faith argument, a developer will come up with expansion content near the end of the cycle of development of the base game and be like, oh, here's a cool idea of something we should add in the game, and they'll be like, yeah, but we don't have time, so we'll add it later. And in fact, we can now, even because we're adding it later, we can build up on that idea even more and make it usually maybe a third the size of the base game is what a good expansion is, right? And or in the case of Ubisoft, a lot of times almost as big as the game itself, like, because I mean that's what happened with Far Cry 3 with their expansion. Far Cry 5 even had a pretty big one where they just made it because they showed a alternate ending where like, oh, what if the apocalypse thing did happen? And because you're trying to prevent it in Far Cry 5, you're trying to stop the cult's prediction of the apocalypse, sort of.
Damn.
Yeah. And so, of course, it's a man-made apocalypse because cults. I don't think 6 has had a DLC yet, because 6 is still pretty recent.
I'm trying to remember.
That's the one with Giancarlo.
Okay, I do remember Ethan like back when he was right when it first came out. I remember playing through a mission of that. For me, the hardest part wasn't actually like going and liberating like the facility. It was just getting there. I died twice because I fell off a cliff.
Like, and some people have even argued that Primal is essentially DLC. I mean, even though it was a base game that released on its own, but it does use a lot of the maps that 4 used because it came out after, it came out after 4. So it uses a lot of the same maps design, but they, like, you can see, like, if you put a side by side, you can be like, oh, that's pretty much the same map.
And this is that.
Yeah. And so, like, but it's still, like, they put a lot of new assets in. They did put, they put a lot of effort into it because they even talked to a linguist to come up with a language that would fit the time for when the game takes place in the early man, near Neanderthal age, right? And so, like, and I like Primal. I'll defend Primal. It's a good game. But, yeah, Ubisoft does this. This is just, now I think they are more of the bad faith argument where I think they do strip things, because how do you plan it for every single one of your games? Because every single one of their games has had this type of thing. Because even the Assassin's Creed games have DLC like this, where they're like, oh yeah, we're going to add some story DLC. It's like, every single one of your games is just going to come up with a story DLC?
Yes.
You are really pulling, like, you must be cutting things from the game. Although some of them are creative where I don't think it makes sense for it to be in the game. Like Assassin's Creed 3, the King George
Yeah.
one. That
like,
there's
how
nowhere to
about
put that. There's nowhere to put that in the game that
Like,
would make
How
sense.
about some alternate history real quick?
Like, you can't just put that in the main storyline. I get why that
Oh,
one.
Connor. He's
Yeah.
so fucking sassy, but he doesn't use words for it.
Yeah.
Like during the Tea Party mission, he just fucking dunks it in, and he like looks at the guard.
I will
like,
also defend
what you
3.
gonna do?
I will also defend 3. I think
Yeah.
3 gets a bad rap. I also think 1 needs more love though, because like 1 is literally the only one that you can't play on PlayStation 5. You can literally play 2 onward. Because because Ubisoft has their Ubisoft Plus thing, right? Which is another way you can play
Yep.
Outlaw.
I've also like, I'm gonna
yeah.
shut up about Assassin's Creed.
But yeah, like, because like, on PlayStation as part of the Essentials thing, they have all the games that are on Ubisoft Plus, and there's no Assassin's Creed 1.
Damn.
Literally every Assassin's Creed game, even I think Mirage is not on there yet, but like up to Valhalla, which is the most recent before Mirage, like 2 onward is on there, and I'm like, has nobody thought to put 1 on here? I know 1 is very different from like the rest of the games, but like it's the granddaddy of all of them. And Altair is a good main character. Everybody ignores this man. It's all about Ezio this and Ezio that. No.
That Italian motherfucker.
Once Ezio came on the scene, everybody said, Altair who? Which I get it. Ezio is a good main character as well. He is the Assassin's Creed 2 series, because it's a series on its own. Because that man had 3 games, not including the Nintendo DS game. Because he also had a Nintendo DS game.
It's crazy how both, like, Altair and
Ezio got portable games.
No, I was going to say how both of their stories are essentially a comeback tour.
Yeah. Because Altair also got a portable game. His was on the PSP, though. The cooler system. Once again, proving my point, this man is underrated. No, but the two games, like, so 2 Brotherhood and Revelations, are the Final Fantasy VII of the Assassin's Creed universe. And I love Final Fantasy VIII. So Altair is my squall in this argument. And everybody thinks Cloud is so cool. And, like, yeah, he's kind of cool. But really, if we're going to talk about cool characters in that universe, Zack is way cooler than Cloud. I don't have an Assassin's Creed 1 for that one. I don't have a character in Assassin's Creed 2 that's cooler than Ezio. But Leonardo da Vinci, okay? How about that?
Fuck you and your tank, Da Vinci. Thanks for the coat pistol, but fuck your tank.
At least Altair wasn't jumping on roofs looking for feathers.
Like, the best part
I get that because it's a sad story actually once you get like,
Yeah.
but like,
You know what the best part about it is? Like, when you go and you get all the feathers, your mom's like, here's a nice little coat, Ezio, and you can't go around wearing it because everyone immediately is like, oh, you're an auditory bastard. We're gonna kill you.
yeah, but yeah, that was my Ubisoft rant.
All right.
Put Assassin's Creed 1 onto PlayStation Essentials. Sony and Ubisoft, get on it. You can make that stuff backwards compatible. I know you can. There's PlayStation 3 games on the PlayStation Essentials, and Assassin's Creed 1 is a PlayStation 3 game, so I know it can get on there. Okay.
Yeah, that's right, Desk. You know what you did.
Yeah. I elbowed it. Good. All right, let's get into our main topics today finally, because we're already almost an hour in. Spoiler warnings for 2 things.
Yep.
We are talking about the final Tales of Enlightenment short story that came in the hardcover, Missing Pieces,
Mm.
And then the one-shot comic, Crash Landing, for the High Republic Adventures. We are going to... So I lied, because I told the audience I think we were going to do Living Force, but that book did not come out in time for that to work on
Yeah.
the schedule, because I thought it was, and then I looked at the schedule again, I was like, no, that's not going to be enough time to read that.
Yeah. I think working out the math, it was like 3 or 4 days, maybe.
Yeah, because I think it came out on the 9th.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, and actually it would have been even less because we pre-recorded.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have been 2 days, including today.
Oh,
Well, no,
Jeez.
3 days including today. 2 days if you started like right on the 9th. But yeah, but we're going to start with the Tales of Enlightenment because we're going to do chronological order, even though we had planned for this one and this one was kind of a last minute. Oh yeah, we should talk about that. So Missing Pieces, part of Phase 2. It's 5 years after most of the events of Phase 2 have happened.
Mm-hmm.
We go back to the Enlightenment. We see Perali and
Muna.
Muna. Muna is happy. She's married.
she's
They've
married
adopted some
Urta.
kids with Urta.
Yeah.
And then Perali's kind of still working on his goals of life.
Pirelli is still there.
Perali is the guy who says he's going to do that thing. Like, he's got that big dream, but everybody kind of knows it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Like, the entire point of the dream is that it's not possible.
Yeah, that it's like, oh, I got something to work for, but it's...
Yeah.
And if I keep working for it, cool, it keeps me busy, and it makes me not think about the rest of my life, is kind of what we learn.
Yeah.
And that, in the case of that, it's to finish his yacht and then explore the galaxy with it. His Celestin 3 Celestin
Point is, it's a
Legacy
fancy
3 yacht.
ship.
Yeah, it's a fancy yacht ship. I think it's Celestin 3 Legacy, I think is what they say. Without opening the book. That, I think, if I remember correctly. And so he's missing like the main core to get it running. And it's like 1 million credits to get it.
Yeah, it's 2 million credits.
And so which of course everybody in the bar's like, excuse me?
They're like, fuck you mean 2 million credits?
And so
And he's like, he's discussing this with Muna, and he's like, that's the point. He's like, I know it was essentially, like we said earlier, a dream. It's never gonna happen. It's not the point.
and to make it even sadder, only one man understood that, and he's
Yeah.
dead.
And
Keth Sarapath, our buddy. But about this time, a Jedi shows up into the Enlightenment tap bar.
one Rupert Natani.
Who got a new hairstyle.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of characters get
It
new
made me tell-
hairstyles in the stuff we're
It
reading.
may be telling that my first thought was, oh good, she's alive.
Yeah. I mean, but she also, like, she wasn't really in too much danger where
Yeah.
we left her off in Phase 2. But yeah, so she is following in Salandra's footsteps, going to Jeddah for her own little
Pilgrimage.
pilgrimage.
Because that's what Jedi do.
And from what I've been seeing of stuff in the mainline High Republic comic, we're going to get some more flashbacks to Phase 2.
Okay.
We're going to get to see more of some of our friends from the mainline comic at some point. So that's stuff to look forward to when we talk about the mainline comic for Phase 3. Because I like the Jeddah and the Enlightenment setting a lot. It's a really fun setting.
Creighton's doing whatever Creighton does.
He's talking to a...
Creighton's buying secrets.
Yeah, he's buying
That's what
secrets.
Creighton does.
But yeah, so Rupert shows up with PZ or P3. Sorry, I was thinking of another droid. P3. Because they were asking, they were like, "How? Oh no, P3 doesn't show up yet." Because first she tells a story.
Yeah.
Because they ask how P3 is, and she's like, "Oh, he's keeping in trouble like he normally does." And so she talks about this story where, because they love hearing stories from
Yep.
Jedi. She tells this story about one of her more recent missions, of how they took down this, I think it was a weapons.
Yeah, it's a weapons dealer.
Yeah, and so the plan was to kind of cut him off from a ship and capture him before he could even get to the ship. Did not go to plan, and instead P3 managed to get the ship to not work.
Yep.
So they managed to catch him because he was in the ship trying to get it to take off. And they were like, well, we got you.
Yep, you're under arrest.
And so they tell that story. She tells that story to them. And they're like, oh, yeah, P3 not listening to orders. That
That
fits.
checks out.
Yeah. And so they talk about it a little bit. And then P3 shows up. Muna's very happy to see P3.
Yeah.
Because it's, I mean, in a weird way, while they hate they don't hate.
They don't hate
They
P3.
dislike P3 because he's annoying. But
It's not his fault.
yeah. So while they have this dislike of P3 from annoyance, they still love him. And I think it's also part of it is that it's the last thing of Keth.
Yeah.
It's kind of this last piece of reminder to them. And so P3 shows up and hands a core to, well, doesn't hand a core to
His,
he
central
opens his
processor.
he opens his chest piece essentially and is like, hey, reach in there.
Yeah. Also, important to note, P3 is not usually allowed in the bar
Yeah, but I think
in order to
I think
avoid
in the-
religious arguments, because he's got a whole thing.
in this case, since it's been so long and
Everyone's
kind of like,
it's
we'll
fine,
give him a
we'll
pass.
ignore the rule.
We'll give him a pass on this one. He's essentially family.
Yeah.
And yeah, so Pirali reaches in, finds the core he needed for the yacht.
Yeah.
It turns out that the guy they took down drove the same exact type of vehicle.
Yep. And Rupert's like, well, technically, I'm not supposed to give you this.
Technically,
to
I'm not
you,
supposed to steal these things, but P3 took it.
But
and-
P3 took it, and I think it would be better off in your hands, so I'm just gonna not file the paperwork.
I'm just not looking at this happening.
Rupert's like, anyhow, I'm gonna step out and get a coffee real quick.
And so it's a sweet tender moment
Yeah.
where Pirali kind of acknowledges that P3 is family as well.
Yeah.
And he really appreciates this because, one, he finally gets to go through with his dream. But two, it's from somebody, like, it shows that P3 also cared. And so, like, having this is a reminder of Keth in a way, because it's that same kindness that Keth showed people. And that's where the tears well up, and
Did my boy dirty! Look at how they massacred our boy.
and so and that is something actually that's brought up earlier, is that Salandra never forgets what Keth did for her, because Rupert mentions that and is like, yeah, nobody will ever forget Keth. I do think it's interesting that they let Rupert sit in Keth's seat. Because at the end of the previous story that we talked about for this, they left that seat open. They didn't let anybody sit in that seat once he died.
Yeah.
So
I think after a while, like...
well, it's been 5 years.
It's been 5 years.
I still don't think they let... I would imagine they still didn't let anybody sit in that seat.
Yeah, but eventually I think people come to, like, realize that at the end of the day, a chair is a chair.
I think this is the first time they let somebody sit in that seat.
I thought they let, Salandra
Oh,
use
yeah,
it
they
last
did
time.
let Salandra... Yeah, you're right. So second time since we've
Yeah.
been in the Enlightenment. I doubt they let anybody else.
Anybody else, they just swing on them immediately. They don't...
Well,
Well,
I-
no,
I
they
think
don't,
it's-
because it's the
I think it's...
Enlightenment.
Yeah, they don't get to fight, because that's how you get kicked out.
That's how you leave.
Um,
Permanently.
but I think it's a very reserved seat for very
Yeah.
specific individuals that, like, that I think Pirali and Muna have to have that respect for,
Yeah.
the same way they did for Keth.
Sorry, I didn't mean to...
No, you're good. I think,
Spray
so that's my thoughts on it. I think that Salandra and Rupert are like the exceptions to the rule.
to the rule.
Of you just don't sit, if Muna and Pirali are here, don't sit in that chair.
Yep.
I think if they're not there, obviously the
Yeah.
table's a table, but once they're there, then it's their table, and so that's their chairs to decide who sits there. But yeah, I liked going back to the Enlightenment.
Yeah,
I
this
like I
was
said, I like Jeddah. I like the Enlightenment, and this was a tender.
Yeah. This is a nice bookend to me for Phase 2.
Yeah, this was kind of the piece we needed for that until just to go back into the shit.
Yeah.
Which let's go ahead and do that. Let's
Alright.
go into Crash Landing.
Fucking love Rue's vibe throughout this entire thing.
I actually like seeing, because it's nice seeing Rue also and being able to visualize that. Rue is much taller than I was expecting, by the way. Because we talked about Rue when we talked about the where is it? Light and Life. Tales of Light and Life. But Rue is on the cover for this one. It's that one right there on the end. And so it is nice seeing them and getting to kind of visualize some of these characters, because like you read about them and you're like, what do they look like? Like you can only imagine so much, and so being able to visualize it with it. Same thing with seeing the rest of the crew. It's been a minute. It's a lot smaller, but that kind of just seems to be that just seems to be the way things are going. But we're following them as they are trying to deal with the last of the Nihil that caused everything to go down the way it did on Corellia. Because Crash still has this vendetta. And in fact, it's getting worse because she's starting to have some bad dreams that are tied to it. And it's stressing her out enough that everybody in the crew notices it. They're like, hey, you good?
You alright?
You getting the sleep you need? And Crash just takes coffee and is like, yep.
Yep, all good. The caffeine patch.
And so, they jump this last... So, we start with them jumping this last Nihil. That's, like, one of the last ones on their list.
Yep.
And Rue kind of jumps the gun and kind of is attacking them before the rest of the crew was ready.
Yeah.
And so they managed to mess up this Nihil and get a name out of them before killing them.
The best thing, I think, was my reaction to him, like, revealing...
Oh, was that you revealing that name when you typed that in the Discord?
Oh, no, that was for...
After you read it?
After I read it. At the time... I'll wait until you finish drinking.
Okay.
Sorry. When he is like... Crix Camerat's the one responsible for,
Crix Camerat,
the invasion... The incursion into Corellia. My initial reaction was, bullshit. Crix is not that capable.
No, we knew Crix was involved with that.
Yeah, but
Midnight to Horizon.
Yeah, but I don't think he was like a mastermind for it.
He might have been. I think he was. I don't think they were lying. I don't think they were lying about that. Because I think he was in charge of that op, and so. Yeah, I think he was in charge of that. I think Crix though is so full of shit though. Because I
didn't believe it because I've seen Crix and I'm like, he wouldn't have thought this through.
The Delulu on Crix is so real.
I'm like,
we're gonna get into how delusional this man is.
I'll say this: Crash is a better person than I am because I would have not dealt with that.
He would have got with. I imagine with you it would have been that scene in The Dark Knight where he's interrogating Joker and you're just going into the table.
I'm like, I came here to do a job, man. Bang.
Bye.
I'm like, well, at least Crash was like, I'll let him explain.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Des.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
I have to be careful because
there's wires all around
big
us.
Feet and there's a bunch of wires, and while he knows what they do, I don't.
But yeah, like so they decide, okay, we got to break into a Republic prison.
Yeah, and Crash goes to like their local politician man.
Oh yeah, the whoever's their like governor of Corellia or whatever.
Yeah.
Who, I get the idea he's getting some money from the Nihil. Which also Crash gets that idea too. Crash is like, we can't kill him because then we'll get somebody even more publicly for the Nihil.
Because Rue's like, what if we just fucked him up right now?
Which Rue scares that man, by the way, because he was like, what is the guy with the freaky eyes doing here?
It's like, hey, he's not allowed in my office.
I'm like, Rue's allowed anywhere.
Who doesn't care? He'll go where he wants.
And so and so they get some information that it's in a Republic facility, but they don't have much more information than that, and they're like,
Yep.
okay, we need to figure out who this Crix person is. So they go to the two characters who are supposed to know about him, and one of them I understand why they don't.
Yeah.
I don't know why the other doesn't.
Yeah.
Because so they go to meet Zine and Lula, and they basically go to like a cantina where karaoke night's essentially going on. And I think in the background, our non-Jedi investigator is in the background on the piano during that scene. I'm gonna open this up because I got I got a print copy of the comic, and I want to pull her up because I think I saw her in the background, the one that helps Emmerich during the investigation in Phase 1. Oh, Mr. Delulu.
Yep. Oh shit! Yeah, that's her.
Yeah. There she is. Yeah. So, like, she's in the background. She doesn't do anything in this comic, but I recognized her because I was
like, I'm gonna play this.
I mean, she did that. She was she did singing and that type of stuff in that comic, anyways, when she was undercover. So I'm not surprised. But it was a cute little cameo that I'm like, oh, I see what you did there.
You know, I'll admit, something that surprised me while reading this is I didn't think that Lula would react the way that she did.
Well, yeah, okay. So they interview Zine and Lula about what happened and trying to figure out who Crix is. Neither of them remember him. Now.
With Zine, it's
Zine,
because
it makes sense.
to hell with that guy.
Well, Lula's is the one that makes most sense to me. Lula was in the crash with him from the space station. So I imagine some head trauma there probably happened. Because remember, last time we saw Lula, she was fighting Crix on the falling Starlight Beacon. You forgot about that, didn't you?
A lot has happened, okay?
Because that was the free comic book day, Star Wars Adventure, High Republic Adventures. Because remember, they fought each other, and because they were in the core, and we were like, "What are y'all doing here?"
What is this? The place where everyone goes to
Because then it
fight?
happened again in Young Jedi Adventures.
Drinker get fought near there too.
Yeah, and so, I think she probably got some head injury. Like, I think Lula got an actual head injury from what happened. Zine doesn't read as I'm mad at him, so I'm forgetting him. Zine also looks legitimately like she does not remember him.
That's not.
Like, that's the facial expressions I see.
That is not how I read that. Zine is like, I don't want to fucking talk about that guy.
I'm gonna get it back out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the book back out. Gonna make me pull it back out.
Yeah. Fucking. This is an open book test. Like.
Looks like Lula suddenly starts to
Yeah.
remember,
Lula-
but she starts to remember
Lula is
specifically
freaking
the
out.
falling. She doesn't
Yeah.
specifically remember Crix. She remembers what I mentioned, that she mentions the... See, she has like a face of confusion. That's a confusion face. That's not a mad face.
That looks like a.
That's a...
To me, that's an
a-
odd. How dare you ask me this?
No,
question.
that's a who. That's an actual legitimate who.
I don't know if it's just because the art style is.
We'll let the audience...
Yeah, because I'm not.
Audience,
sure.
comment down below who you think is right in this.
Because
Or DJO if you happen to
Because
be...
this is why. It's that line of dialogue there. It's that I don't want to talk about that person I knew. I don't know what Lula...
Except she immediately follows that up with, never heard of that guy, do whatever you want. Which tells me
Yeah.
she actually doesn't know who that is.
No, but that's the thing you say about people you don't want to care about.
I think she legitimately doesn't know. Lula also legitimately did. Like, Lula definitely doesn't know.
Definitely doesn't know. And I think Lula has some mental problems going on
from the
from
crash.
everything going sideways. Because, like, Jedi on Big Nameless, Big Problem, Big Starlight.
I will say, we are reading this without the context of the mainline High Republic Adventures comic.
We don't have that.
So that's not helping us. There's probably some mainline stuff that
would explain.
Yeah. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
We wait till the trade paperbacks come out for those. And since this is a one-shot, no trade paperback for it, obviously. So, anyways, she gets the most information she can out of them, which is nothing, essentially, in that, okay, I can go pull the trigger.
Yeah.
So, she goes, and they do a break-in. It's her and Rue, and basically Rue splits off to keep an eye out on things, while Crash goes to confront Crix. And basically the plan is Zine will help give the getaway once the murder's done. And they Rue will give the getaway once the murder's done. And the rest like everybody else is on like ship ready to like take off as soon as they get back in it. Right?
They were on a timer.
They're on a timer because they are breaking into a Republic facility.
They have 1 hour.
They're breaking into somewhere that they shouldn't in order to do something they definitely shouldn't. So they go to do that, and it falls to hell in a different way.
Yeah.
Usually when things fall to hell, it's because you got busted. Here, it's because everything's going to plan.
Everything goes to plan until, like...
Crix is just reading a book.
Yeah. I'm like...
And he's like, oh, you're finally here. And we're like, wait, what? Apparently, this man has been writing letters to, like, the Republic intelligence, like, the FBI of
he's just,
the CIA, the CIA of the Republic.
An open address to the CIA.
I am willing to become a double agent.
Yeah,
is what he's essentially sending them.
And I'm like,
and he's like,
what?
He's like, I have close personal connection to Markion, and I would be a great asset in any attempt to murder him. Which, he's not completely delusional in that. That's not where his delusion is.
Like,
because he is right. He was extremely close to Markion. Markion did treat him almost like a son. Now, Markion probably didn't think of him that way, but he did treat him like one. Because he did give him his helmet. Like, that's not a lie. But, like, I think Crix is taking it to the next level where he's like, he thought of me as his own. Like, I was next in line of being No, you weren't. No, you weren't.
No, that's not how Lanai Hill worked.
You and Markion were close, but you're overthinking it. And then the rest of his delusion is, and then when I kill him, I'm going to get married to my childhood love, which is not happening because that's Zine.
Yep.
And then he's like, and I'm going to become where the real Delulu was, and that was where I put in the Discord, Crix's Delulu is when he was like, I'm going to be Supreme Chancellor. And I'm just like, buddy.
I think it was like after reading that where I'm like, okay, we gotta get rid of this guy now.
Like, Crix is like, I'm an underdog. Crix is how certain people get elected. I don't think I have to say names. If you live in America, you know.
Like, Crix, what the fuck are you doing, man?
Crix is gonna make the Republic great again.
You know what the funniest...
You know I'm right.
No. You know what the funniest bit about his delusional rambling is?
Yeah.
He doesn't understand that, like, if he does kill Markion,
that information would never become public.
One, that's not going to become public. Two, he fails to realize that the OZ probably won't like him very much for that.
Yeah, but the worlds in the OZ would. It's specifically like, I think it would be like specifically only the Nihil that would be pissed at him still, and it's like, Is that gonna matter once Markion's dead? I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
Is Markion the one holding the Nihil together? Who knows?
Who knows? He doesn't care.
Like, he's not, like, we've talked about this. Markion's on that. I've conquered what I wanted. I'm bored. Markion's in
bored.
his bored arc.
Like,
He's like, I've done most of what I want.
Markion, I need something to do, but like,
I want to kill more Jedi,
I want
but...
to kill more Jedi, but they won't come over here because I've got this weird barrier thing set up.
And now I'm being talked into doing politics, and that bores me because I'm an anarchist. It's really weird that I'm creating a...
Why did I agree to this? and Gears over here like, I'm why you agreed to this. And he's like, piss off.
But yeah, we talked about this, about Markion. But yeah, so...
Meanwhile,
Anyways, back to the comic. They, like...
and like
Crash is like, what do I do?
She's like, I don't know if I should shoot this guy or not.
But, Crix is like, wait, I could help you kill the man that caused everything.
Mm.
And
is
that's
like-
when Crash is like,
Crash
wait
is
a
like-
minute.
Keep talking.
Yeah. And what makes this worse is that she promised everybody that killing Crix was the last.
Yeah.
Like, this was the one more job. This was
Yep, this
was the one more job. And now we're on a one more job after the one more job. It's the
can't
one
get
more, one
out.
more. It's the one more.
You can never get out.
So I think a lot of it though is because of Crash's trauma and that they are trying to like control what's going on, but you can't. And so yeah, so they decide to break Crix out.
Yep. I think this was what the hell are you doing, Crash? Like, what is this plan?
So apparently they do break Crix out.
They break Crix out.
And then they're like, everybody else is like, what are you doing?
Like,
and then
Rue-
Crash's girlfriend.
Rue, before like they leave, ignites the lightsaber and is like, Crash? No.
And Rue, Crash is like, Rue, turn off the lightsaber.
Like, what the fuck are we doing?
And then Crash's girlfriend is like, hey, you said this would be the last job. And then Crash runs off to go cry.
Yep.
Because they realize that they possibly fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have another vision of their dream that they keep having. Except we see more of it, and we see, like... It's
Also,
this
there's
park
a
that
nice-
she grew up in.
There's like a nice tree.
It's
that-
like this park she grew up in, this
Yeah.
tree that, like, was part of her childhood. That, and so she dreamed... This last one,
I
it
guess
shows it being...
Corellians fucking hate trees for...
Well,
some
this
reason.
last one is her letting it go and having it destroyed. And I think... Yeah, I think this is her going, I'm going to do this, even if it kills me.
I can get the sense that it was a dream, more like a memory.
Memory.
Yeah.
But she keeps dream because we do have the one where she's asleep
Mm.
and she has that dream. Actually, two of them where she wakes
Yeah,
up from it.
one in the beginning and one at the end.
Well, one in the middle. Because she wakes up next to her girlfriend dreaming.
Oh yeah, there's that. That's
Yeah, so I guess 3. So it is a dream. It's probably based off of memory because dreams like to play on that.
yeah.
So it's like based on a memory, but I don't think this is a specific memory. I think she is like blending memories together plus her trauma, and it's creating this amalgamation of what we get. And we don't know what's gonna happen yet.
Yeah, I
until
don't know,
August. Until
because
August, because
I'm-
there's a continuation and coming in
There's
August
a
of this storyline.
Confusing thing that happened.
So we don't know if this plan will work. We will find out.
Yep.
In August, according to the end of this comic. I'm guessing we're getting a mini series or something related to it. Both of these are really good.
They are.
The art in Crash Landing is amazing. That alone, I'd recommend checking it out.
It's not my cup of tea, but it's not bad.
Getting to see some of our old friends and new friends and seeing what they look like and now after all this time, nice. I'd give the Tales of Enlightenment short a 9, and then the comic a 7. 7.5, if I'm generous.
Mhm.
It's DJO, so it's good writing.
I'll give the last story an 8. And Crash Landing's a bit weird to me. Some of the like
just because there's
writing
stuff
and
that's not
artistic
explained
choices.
yet. Yeah.
It's been a while, but I'm gonna give it a 6.
Okay. First, we like to talk about what we've been up to during the week. Shorter week than usual, even more so than last week, because I have to do things on the day that we recorded last time.
Yep.
So we're recording even further ahead. I've been playing Fallout 76.
Mm-hmm.
I was telling you about that.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it. I actually am liking it. Now, I also know that a lot has changed from base Fallout 76, so that's probably helping me enjoy it. But yeah, it's a good time. I like the music, even with the Beach Boys in there, which is interesting. But I learned that they're not even the furthest ahead in modern music that Fallout has ever gone, so... Which is weird that you didn't, but you also aren't really a music guy, so like...
I'll throw it on there, but...
You wouldn't have been able to be like, oh, that's from the 90s.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't have been able to call that out.
Also, it doesn't help. Like, I play one really late at night when everybody else in my house is asleep.
So you usually have the
and
volume
I have
pretty
the
low.
volume, like, turned down to 5.
Usually 3, actually.
Yeah. And sometimes, like, even then, I can still hear it.
But, yeah.
I don't have super hearing.
So-
I just am very quiet.
Yeah, so I've been playing 76, as well as continuing my Baldur's Gate 3 run with a friend, as well as just doing what I'm doing on the days that prevent us from... I will tell more once I can actually...
Once
like,
things have, like...
happen. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, because it's not my project to talk about, really. So, once it's done and I feel like I can start talking about it, I'll start talking about it and promoting it. What have you been up to? Probably not much, because much like me, it's been...
There wasn't much.
It's been... Yeah, we're a day short from a week from last time.
Although I do have a story.
Okay.
So... I was working one day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Andrew, Tori, and Kinsey, I've told them this story as well. I fumbled the bag pretty hard.
On?
Uh,
Sorry, I'm gonna...
so...
My back of my head's got hat hair anyway, so... I'm just... And it's bugging me that on camera...
It was weird earlier, like, when you picked me up. I was like, the fuck is Caleb wearing a backwards cap for?
Because it fixes my back, my badass, my horrible hat hair even more. Because when I wear the hat the correct way, this part fucks it.
I see.
But yeah, go ahead. Sorry,
So what I was saying,
you fumbled the bag.
I fumbled the bag. A woman flirted with me, and I didn't know what to do.
Oh, were you Seth and just not observant to what they were doing? Like, did you not realize it was flirting?
They were pretty direct, and I didn't realize it until, like, I got home an hour later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, this woman comes in, she's like, hey, do y'all have any prayer candles? And I'm like, we should. They're gonna be down this aisle. I'm busy checking people out at, like, the register, because that's what I do. I work in retail. And so I get done with that, and I'm like, alright, I'll go and ask her, like, make sure that she found them. Because the way that we have our thing set up, it's not, the numbers aren't read from left to right, like a sane person.
Mhm.
Some lunatic put them on backwards. So they go from right to left. So aisle 1 is actually at, like, the very end. And I'm like, alright, I'll just go and ask her. And I'm like, hey, prayer candles are this way. And she's... she turns around and she looks at me and she asks me the following question.
Okay.
Are you married?
That should have been a pretty
And-
quick one.
Oh no, it gets better. And I go, no. And I'm like, so I go and I take her down the like aisle to where the candles are supposed to be. There's no candles. And then she hits me with the follow-up question. Are you single? To which I respond with, yes.
Okay. One of these should have been a oh.
Oh no, don't worry, it gets
And
better.
then the second one should definitely be a sign.
Don't worry, it gets even better.
Okay.
So
I feel like I'm having a similar reaction to what they probably had.
Yeah. And so we're looking at the candles and she's like, hey, do you have like a piece of paper or anything so I can give you my number? And I go and I take my phone fully out of my pocket, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I hold it there. And I don't do anything with it because because I'm like, I don't know what to do here. But she also asked me the following question, which also blindsided me.
Mm-hmm.
She goes, and she like leans in and she's like, hey, how do you feel about God?
Oh,
And
well,
I
yeah.
go, you know. And she's
Eh.
like, well, are you an atheist? And I go,
Agnostic. You're really more
I'm like, I haven't been to church in a long time.
If anything, I feel like you're agnostic.
Somebody else can get that shit. And so I'm like, yeah, anyhow, here's the prayer candles where they're supposed to be. There aren't any, but they'd be here. And so I go and I leave.
You didn't even get the number?
No! I took out my phone and looked at it.
You just went.
And I put it back in my pocket and walked away. And as I'm walking away, she goes and she asks me, hey, would you mind coming to church with me sometime? I go, maybe.
She want you to get religious.
I go, maybe. And so I'm like, alright, I'm gonna go back and do my job. So I do
I mean,
that.
I feel like that wouldn't have been your type anyways. So
I'm like, I don't fucking know.
I think
man.
your obliviousness worked in your favor.
And so I go back and I'm checking, and she gets in my line because there's like only
Yeah.
really two of us up there, and she comes with like fucking 12 candles. They're not prayer candles, mind you. They're just regular
I
candles.
think at a certain point she was in. She was like, I've already asked this man. Like, this is the mindset that probably went in her head. She's like, I already asked this man all these important questions, which he's kind of missed on. And I already asked about where these candles are. These aren't the candles I want. But, like, how else am I going to get him to realize that I want to see him more? I guess I'll buy these candles.
And so she comes up and she's talking to me, and she's like,
Keep going, I'm listening.
and she goes, you know, you can get like 2 prayers out of these candles each, right? I'm like, that's cool, I guess. And so like we finish, she pays for her candles and she leaves.
I don't know if she was planning for prayers with those candles.
I'm like, I don't get it. My first thought is, who the fuck prays that long?
I don't think they were for prayers, buddy.
Well, I don't know, man. Some people are like
I
that.
think they were for something else. For mood setting.
Yeah,
That would make more sense
And
with
I
the
remember-
timeline that she's given.
yeah. I was like explaining this to like Tori and Kinsey and Andrew the next day, and they're like, Seth, she might have been like Catholic or something, and I'm like, okay.
That could also, yeah.
I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Once again, I feel like though, like even if you did like get the number and all that, that I don't feel like that would have lasted because it's not your
Yeah.
type, really, the religious type.
Yeah.
Like not that religious, anyways. That's a little like where that's all they're at talking about. That's not quite your.
Yeah, I'm like, who starts with that?
that you start with you start a relationship with religion and politics, right? That's obviously I am saying do not start those topics. Do not start your relationship with those topics if you're trying to flirt with somebody. Please.
To this day, that's gonna live on in my mind as like the weirdest pickup line. How do you feel about God? Like, it starts.
Oh, I'm so red. I'm so red right now.
And I remember Tori asking like, well, was she attractive? And I'm like,
You probably didn't even clock that.
I did have an answer to her
Oh.
question. And Andrew's reaction to my response is also great.
Okay.
I was like, she did have rather nice hindquarters. And Andrew turns to me, like, as we're discussing this, right?
I already have a feling where this is
And he
going, but go
goes,
for it.
Seth, that is a diabolical response to the question. And I go, and I respond, my counter to that is, no, it's called eloquence. You should try it sometime.
My counter to this is your mom watches our show.
Yeah, I know she does. Which is why I can't, like, I'm not that crass.
No, but you realize that.
Yeah, I know that this is permanent. Everyone's gonna know.
It's gonna
There's
be
a
out there.
permanent record of this now. But it also shows how fucking...
Yeah, you won't comment about Ventress in that one
Look,
comic.
okay, I like Ventress a lot. In general. It wasn't specific.
But that one comic in particular with that panel. Oh, well, you'll be glad, because Ventress is going to be in the next thing we're talking about.
For obvious reasons. I told, like... You know what? I'm just going to admit this on air. I have a thing for evil sword women. Moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
Yeah, and it's been with me since I was a kid.
So I think we've overshared for you enough. We can...
Yeah. So
I don't have anything like that going on. I don't have anything like that going on in my life at the moment.
So for the last couple of days, I've been like, damn, how did...
Fun note for us. So CinemaCon happened this past week, right?
Oh, yeah?
And so, like, a lot of the movie news and stuff came out, like, where they were sharing, like, movie trailers and talking about movies. The thing that we want to make another podcast for is getting even more confirmation that it's happening.
It's happening?
It's happening because Henry Cavill showed up to talk about it at CinemaCon. For those of y'all who are long-time watchers of the channel but don't know what we're talking about, or new, I'm a big Highlander fan. It's probably my third favorite franchise. Star Wars, Scream, Highlander.
And apparently I've repressed memories of Highlander.
Although not anymore now, because I've drug you through 3 of the films, and the first 2 seasons of the TV show. We're making our way through. But they've been working on a reboot, and Henry Cavill's taking the Connor. They did confirm it's Connor McLeod that he's playing.
Okay.
And then still Chad Stileski directing, so director of the John Wick films. And then they kind of talked about it a little bit. This is my movie news segment for Highlander specifically, since we don't have our Highlander podcast yet, which is one that it's gonna happen eventually. Cavill said, lover of the original movies, for better or for worse. So he likes all of them too, like me, pretty much, except for 5. I could live without 5. 2 is up there and it's so bad it's good. You call it a masterpiece.
It is a cinematic masterpiece, and I will have no argument.
I think it's a cinematic masterpiece in how fun it is. It's like it's goofy. But it's definitely not it doesn't fit the rest of Highlander really very well. 5 less so though. But anyways, yeah, he says he's a lover of all the films, and it's one of the according to the quote, it's one of those things where when he was reading the script for the first time, he wasn't quite sure where they were going to go with it, And then he said the first few movies touched on the lore, but my goodness me, oh my, this is his exact words. We are going deep into these characters, so I am curious. I also hope they still have Batista on as the Kurgan for the remake, for the reboot, because I feel like that's great casting. And like I've been talking about it with, because I've been working on that thing, and we talk a lot about movies, obviously, with what's going on, and we've been talking about Batista as like he's this really good actor, like he's really underrated, and like you've got Blade Runner, you've got Dune Part 2 showing his acting chops, and Knock at the Cabin as well, and so like currently it's not on his IMDb. And we don't know when it's going into production yet. We know it's happening, though. So we got a little bit more... that's probably a fan-made poster. There's no way that's real. Yeah, there's a little fan-made poster on IMDb. Because that looks like Witcher Henry Cavill. I mean, if anything, that's probably the right direction. I don't think they'd go with the gray, though. They'd probably... Yeah, there's another one that gives them more of the brown Connor hair. I feel like that'd be more accurate. One of the script supervisors for the TV show was part of the rewrites for it. And that's one of the things we've talked about, is that I want the lore from the TV show to be introduced into the reboots. So that way we start to get a lot of that lore earlier on. Because we talked about this. I think the problem with Highlander as a film franchise, and even though it's like my third favorite franchise, I still have problems with it, which is that it retcons pretty much every movie. Like every new movie, it's like, we're going to ignore that. We're going to ignore that.
This way now.
Yeah, or that wasn't the first movie in itself is retconned immediately by the fact that there's a franchise. Because it's like, he was the last one. Obviously not. Because the TV show and all the movies say no. He's not the last one. Which is kind of the automatic retcon. And why it doesn't quite work as a franchise immediately. Sure, they made a really good franchise out of something that should not have been franchised. But I think that's the benefit of rebooting, is now they can plan ahead and be like, okay, we want it to be a franchise from the start. So now we can lay this lore down and rules down that we want to lay down as like the framework and the there's a better word I was looking for. Foundation, that's the word. So laying down a foundation for a franchise to happen properly. And so I'm excited. I like that Chad is directing it, because he's got he knows combat. I'm expecting some really good sword fights to come from this. And he's good at world building. Like John Wick as a franchise, fantastic world building. The story, the each contained story isn't always great, like writing wise. Like it's not I wouldn't say the dialogue is the best part of a John Wick film, but the world building.
But you're not going to a John Wick film for dialogue.
No, but the world building and the combat are really, really good. So,
although it does make sense that these characters in this world would say that thing.
Mm-hmm. So I'm interested to see how much of it is Chad's writing versus like somebody else coming in to kind of help make dialogue a little bit better. Like, because Highlander does tend to have better dialogue, even in the older, like even in some of the worst films.
Highlander is a very fun series.
Yeah, and so we're gonna do that podcast eventually. But yeah. I just wanted to talk about that because I was thinking about that, and I knew you would want to hear about that update, because I know you're just as interested as me about the reboot. So let's go into news, because that's really all I got outside of Star Wars to talk about. comic book news this week. We've only got one piece of news this week, because once again we're shorting on
Yeah.
how much time we have to
I
wait for news to happen.
You sent me the text of like, "Hey, can we do it today?" And I was like, yeah, I'll have to increase my reading pace, but I can do it." I should.
You beat me. I still didn't quite finish the book. To be fair,
for me,
I was only like a couple paragraphs off though.
Yeah, for me, my original pace was like, 80 pages a day.
Then it became what, 100?
Then it became 125.
Yeah.
But that's because I had read like 60.
Yeah. So in comic book news this week, we continue to get more miniseries this year because we've already got the Jango Fett one that's currently going that we'll talk about whenever the volume comes out for it. And then we've also got a Mace Windu one that we're going to talk about when that volume's done as well, which we're going to talk. I think I've scheduled the Mace Windu one to talk about when the Mace Windu novel comes out. So when Glass Abyss comes out. So we'll get to talk about we'll get to have a Mace Windu double feature essentially. Which I think that'll be cool just to really examine that character. But another miniseries comic series has been announced by Lucasfilm, with a Inquisitors comic series starting in July. According to the announcement, the comic will follow the Inquisitorius as they hunt Tensu Run, a new character described as a survivor of Order 66 who has drawn the attention of Darth Vader, the Inquisitor's master. Tensu is trying to rebuild the Jedi Order and spreading messages of hope, so Vader wants him dead as soon as possible. So that's kind of the premise. That's our little nugget of what it's going to be about. The comic will be written by Rodney Barnes, who has worked on Lando Double or Nothing miniseries, one that I've read that I like. We haven't gotten to it. Like, I haven't had you read it yet. He also has written some of the more recent Falcon Captain America comics. So, like,
All right.
he wrote... I did some look at what he wrote. He wrote during the Secret Empire run of Falcon Captain America. So, during the Steve Rogers being a Hydra double agent era.
Oh boy.
Which that was actually some good Falcon era. That was some good Falcon Captain America era. That was some Sam Wilson. That was really good. But yeah, for Star Wars, he's written Lando Double or Nothing. And the art will be from Ramon Rosanas. I even looked it up and I still... Rosanas, yes. Who has been working on the mainline Star Wars comic for art from War of the Bounty Hunter to about Volume 5.
Okay.
So
Yeah, we've seen her work. She does good.
yeah,
Good work.
Ramon does a lot. I like his art style. It's very it's realistic sort of, but not overly
I
realistic.
keep thinking that Ramon is a separate name from Rosanas.
No, yeah. Just
Just because
looking
of,
at
like,
the
how the
script.
spacing works,
Yeah.
I'm like,
'Cause
those
we got
are
the
two separate people.
yeah, we got no, it's one.
But it's one person.
Yeah. We
It
got-
just looks that way to me.
yeah, we've got the script in front of us, and so it's like Ramon starts at the end of a line, and then Rosanas is the next
Yeah.
line. But yeah, so that I'm excited that I think that's a good combo.
I'm excited for the art because I haven't read what the other one's work is.
Yeah. Yeah, on either end, I guess you haven't really. He also did. I was looking at other stuff because he's on Wikipedia. He's pretty big. I think he started as a screenwriter. Yeah. Oh, he worked on Marvel's Runaways. I thought Runaways was good. So like based on the comic Runaways, they did a Hulu show. They had 3 seasons. It was pretty good. He's worked on Everybody Hates Chris.
Oh, okay.
As a producer and writer for My Wife and Kids. You don't know My Wife and Kids?
No, above it.
Oh, The Boondocks. Yeah, he's worked on The Boondocks. Which,
Okay. That is a show that I watched as a child.
it's a good show.
Mhm.
So, yeah, and so, like, he's worked on American Gods, which was a good show, good adaptation of that book series.
I remember.
So he's got.
I remember watching like American Gods, and Mom asked me who Balder was, like from Norse mythology. I was explaining like, oh, I have to explain that because one of the things is like in my house, I love mythology and all that kind of stuff, and I'm
So you're
explaining-
kind of the yeah.
They're like, if it's weird and has something to do with myths, Seth might know the answer to it, so go ask him. I'm like, yeah, here's why everyone kind of doesn't like Loki.
Yeah.
It's because he basically killed, like, everyone's, like, favorite big older brother, and then owned up to it at a party where he dissed everyone,
Yeah.
and they were like, also, you're gonna, like, literally cause the end of the world.
So yeah, this guy's got some credit behind him. Like I'm excited. I think that's some good writing cred behind him.
So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah. I don't think they said how many issues it's going to be yet. It's probably going to be 5. That tends to be the mini that
why-
like 4 to 5 tends to be the mini series like sweet spot for Star Wars. So like, and they tend to go more with 5 than 4. So,
Watch them surprise us and be like 3.
but no, it's probably going to be 4 or 5, and it's likely 5. I'm going to double check myself though, just in case. The benefit of having a computer right in front of us is being able to just go look up anything immediately for the show. They do not have a confirmed number yet. But they do have the first issue as July, like I said. July 3rd, to be precise. So, and it's a nice cover. They got the Inquisitor,
Hey.
Fifth Brother, Ninth Sister,
I know
Seventh
you
Sister.
guys. You're all dead.
Not during this time, though.
Not during this time, but you will be.
Yeah, and I forget who said it's there. I think Rodney said this is his favorite era, so he's excited to write this as well. So, yeah, this will be interesting. And the cover art's from Nick Bradshaw, so that's just to give credit where credit's due. It's only done one other Star Wars cover art, it looks like. And it's like from the 2015 mainline run. So you haven't read those either.
No, I haven't.
Because we've really only had you in the 2020 mainline run.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's it for news. So let's just get into our main topic for today. We are going to talk The Living Force by John Jackson Miller. Which I'm kind of upset. I should have planned to try to, like, in advance, try to get I should have reached out and tried to get an interview with that man. Because there are questions I would like to ask. Not related to this book, although I probably would ask some questions about this book. They would be more about, I think you already know where this is going. It's going to be about Zane Carrick. Knights of the Republic. I'd be like, so are we ever getting that man back? Is he coming to canon? Can you confirm? Give me my cinnamon roll. Zane Carrick is a innocent cinnamon roll who has done nothing wrong.
Who's had multiple problems with the council.
Right on topic.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that around.
You're welcome.
Okay, so what? So the premise is that the Jedi Council are challenged by Qui-Gon because Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan basically stop a airplane heist essentially, where basically these 3 fumbling idiots are like, we're gonna take the ship, and we're gonna knock you guys out of here, and then we're gonna just steal the ship. And they were basically like, let's steal a plane from Delta.
Yeah. The Lobber, Gore, and Wungo.
Yeah. The Lobber, not Lobber.
No,
the
yeah, I
Lobber.
said-
yeah, I know, but for our audience, he is called the Lobber.
His name isn't Lobber, it's
The Lobber.
Lobber.
Although I get the idea that that's not his name. That's just like his, that's his little
Yeah.
villain name. That's his crime.
His crime name.
Yeah, his crime name, his criminal name. It's his it's the Star Lord of Star
Yeah.
Wars, where he's got his little outlaw name. That's it, outlaw name.
And they're like, why are you doing this? Essentially.
Basically, they want to impress
Yeah.
the one of the crime syndicates that are out here. This is in the Outer Rim, specifically the Slice region, where most of this takes place. And basically, they manage to talk them down and scare them into thinking,
Yeah.
we're powerful Jedi. You don't know what we could do.
Yeah. We could, make bees explode out of your heart or something.
We just look at you and Superman lasered. Which actually is what one of them claims happened. They're like, they were going to use their laser beam eyes on us. I think that was Wongo.
Makes sense.
And so, anyways, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan settled this peacefully. Well, pretty peacefully, anyways. A baby gets knocked over, but thankfully Qui-Gon's there to
Yeah.
force catch it. But unfortunately, the passengers don't feel as grateful about the situation. They're kind of like, it's your fault we're even leaving our homes, because the Jedi used to have outreach programs
Yeah.
essentially.
And they don't, and they left, and then the businesses left, and the Republic stopped caring. So
And
they
then
left
crime just
and crime happened.
yeah, because the crime lords were like, oh, nobody to stop us, thank you.
Yep.
And so yeah,
And so like
Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan take it seriously, because they're
yeah,
like,
and they get swarmed on the bus
Yeah.
essentially.
eventually though, after talking to them, they kind of understand what's
Yeah.
going on, and because it's Qui-Gon, he's very much like, we're here for the needs of the people, and like, we don't, while we have a allegiance to the Republic, that should not be our only priority.
Yeah.
And so he's very High Republic era Jedi.
Yeah.
Which we get some nods to the High Republic in this book. We get the RDC mention. We even get an Avar Kriss mention. So they go ahead and report back to the council what happened, because it was like after a mission. It was like,
Yeah.
this was supposed to be like them coming back to Coruscant.
Yeah, they were supposed to like take a bus home essentially.
Although they weren't supposed to take public transit, they were supposed traditionally, I guess Jedi get private transit that they
Yeah.
can take, and
But Qui-Gon was
Qui-Gon's like, nah,
"No."
I'd like to be a man of the people.
Qui-Gon goes, "No, Obi-Wan, you need to talk to people."
Not because you suck at making friends. Actually, you're really good at that. It's because you should be sociable with the people we're serving.
Yep.
Because you shouldn't view yourself as above them. And so he basically reports back to the council, and he's like, yeah, while we did handle the situation, there's a bigger situation going on in that.
Yeah.
The Outer Rim is kind of just falling apart because we keep moving out. And in fact, there's a big moving out that's about to happen. And that is where the Jedi Council are like, oh, we need to consider about that, because that's like one of the key planets that the Outer Rim kind of like that we have a base at. And we also have a guy that keeps up the place that
Yeah.
we haven't really reached out to,
Go check in on that guy.
and also tell him that he's fired.
Yep. we
owe him in person to fire him
Yeah.
too. We don't. That's not something that this isn't a. It can just be an email situation.
Yeah, no. They're like, he's been there for like 60 years.
Yeah, because I mean it's been around longer, but he's been there for about that. Yeah, because it's been around since Yoda was probably High Republic, late High Republic era. Because like they talk about how Yoda oversaw it
Yeah.
being made, along with some of the older Oppo Rancisis and some of the other older members of the council. I don't think Yariel Poof saw it being made, but he was around, because we know he's in the High Republic era. Him and his "I can smell you with my hands," which is why he does not use a lightsaber or fist fight people, because
He's like, I hate it.
he likes to, as often as possible, just do mind tricks, and if that works, then he's happy, because he's like, I don't want to mess with people's brains, but usually I'm not really changing their minds. I'm just guiding them towards a solution that they would have already come to. Which is a nice way of doing that, rather than being like, yeah, you're going to do this. It's more of, you're probably already going to do this, but
Yeah,
just so we don't fight.
just take the night off.
Yeah. Go get some food.
Yeah, go get like
Yeah, because there was
Churros,
because it was
something.
like a Trandoshan. He
Yeah.
did that too when they described like his whole thing. Because they're like, because we learn a lot about the council members during this time. So yeah, so the premise is they go to this planet. I want to make sure
Yeah.
I remember the
plant's name.
Quinn.
Yep.
So, and we get a map of it because
Yeah.
we get like
I never looked at that map the entire
no,
time.
but
I
it
was
it
just
is
like,
interesting to have that because then you can always go back and be like, oh, where's this take place? Where's this character at? Where's this character at? But as a whole, 11 out of the 12 council members decide to go there.
Yeah.
That's only because the 12th member is already on an assignment. And so, Deba Balaba,
let's see.
she's undercover as a
Yep.
pirate because she is trying to investigate some of the underworld activity. At least that's what she claims. There's a little bit more of a motivation behind that. We'll go into that later. But she decides to investigate. This was basically a self-assigned mission too. Since she's a council member, she can do that.
Adigalia and Yoda are, like at the start, are dealing with Chancellor Valorum and Palpatine's there.
Yeah, which is like we can see the inner working. Like, yeah, because one of the first things is first Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan have to track down every council member. They're like, hey, you guys should have a meeting because we need to talk about our problem that we saw. And so they're like, because the council hasn't apparently had a meeting in like a few months.
Yeah.
At this point, and they're like, yeah, we should probably have a meeting anyways.
And they're like, yeah, all right.
And so, like, they basically go to each one individually. Like, not that they're looking for them directly; they just happen to find most of them. They specifically find Adigalia while she's in that meeting with Palpatine and Valorum, which we have the Valorum blue at the time of the Chancellor's office because Valorum just got reelected. I think.
Yeah.
Is what.
And they're like, why the fuck is it so blue in here?
He wanted a new design. And of course, like part of the council members' things, as we've seen in the High Republic, we've seen it in the movies, is that the council members of the council have to like report in with the chancellor and kind of just have meetings every now and then to kind of be like, what's going on with the Republic? What can we do to help?
Yeah.
And we see it even in the High Republic, even before they have to do that, because like we see that Stellan kind of starts that repertoire with Lena, and then we see Elzar continuing that.
Yep.
So it's definitely interesting, and then of course Living Force continues that idea.
Yep.
And
so Saesee Tiin and like Plo Koon are off. I think they're repairing ships at the start.
I thought Yariel and Yariel and Kiadi are doing their they're teaching the younglings.
Yeah.
And Kiadi's like, all right, now we need to learn how to, how to fight essentially. Like this is combat and basically like how to defend yourself.
Yep.
101. And Yariel's like, you kids don't want to fight me.
You want to protect me.
You want to protect me.
And they go over and Ki-Adi-Mundi is like, well, that's highly immoral.
Also, should our younglings be this susceptible to mind tricks? And the kids are like, oh no, we're not susceptible to mind tricks. We just like Yariel more than you.
Yeah.
Which is the fandom. John Jackson Miller writes Kiadi so... He writes him exactly how the fandom treats Kiadi. The fandom is like, fuck Kiadi. John Jackson Miller's like, I'm gonna go with that.
Yarrow Poof and Kiadi's relationship is very much like,
we're
just gonna fuck with each other.
I do think we get a more deeper insight to Kiadi though, where he's not like, he's not just that oblivious asshole that we like the fandoms like we as fans like to throw at him, like because the movies make it seem that way, and so do the shows. But like this book kind of does give him a little bit more to work with, but does keep the he's kind of oblivious thing going. Man eats ice.
No flavor, mind you, just ice.
From essentially a snow cone vendor.
Yeah.
And the snow cone vendor's like, you want flavor with that?
He goes, nah, just the ice. He's like, well, I don't know what to charge you for this.
Because it's ice. And so he's like,
Oh,
that's fine, here's a credit.
A marker so you can... Here's like $1 so you can buy a marker for just ice.
So you can reprice that, because you should fix that. Yeah, the ice should have been at least like 50 cents, essentially. Like,
and then he gets like involved with a couple's argument.
yeah, we'll talk about their events on Quinn in a
Okay.
bit, but I just kind of like
Uh,
so out of the council,
meanwhile, Mace is
Mace's
trying
like
to
trying to
figure
get there,
some
but he's
shit
also
out.
trying to figure out what's up with Deppa's situation.
Yeah.
Because like Deppa's at the call, but then has to like abruptly leave
Yeah.
because of her mission. And Mace is like, "Is she in trouble? Should I investigate?"
she's got this.
So he goes aboard the Assurance. I was gonna say Resurgence for some reason. The Assurance, which is kind of like a non-military but militaristic ship. It's a cargo ship, really, because they're like shipping things.
Yeah.
But like the guy in charge of it runs it like a military ship. It's
Essentially, you go on the ship, and it's
yeah, and so it's Pel Balo, who has appeared in canon before, not in anything you've read yet. He's the next time we see him, it has to do with the Imperial era, so it's gonna be a while before we see him again, unless they start writing more about him, because he's an interesting character for sure. Because he's like, I like the old days of the High Republic military when it was a thing, except it wasn't really. The RDC was still not an official military, but he kind of longs for the RDC days because he's a history buff, and he's like, I like this military history. I wish we could go back to that. And it's like, okay. And then we get another character who's important to later in the Star Wars franchise, Veers. Who we know how that ends for him.
choke the fuck out.
Yeah. General Veers. Yeah, because I think he's the ATST guy in episode 5. Actually, I think he doesn't die that way. I think he died. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because he wins Hoth, so that... I don't... Actually, he does not die, because he won his battle. He got promoted, though, through that. So, actually, we don't know if he dies ever. Now that I'm re-looking, I'm like, did Veers die? No. Veers actually...
He's somewhere.
Yeah, he's off somewhere. He probably got a pardon from the Republic, the New Republic. He's probably in that same system that that scientist got to go through in Mandalorian. So Veers is probably somewhere in that. But yeah, no, because was it Balo or was it Mace that commented that he has a career? Kind of, I think it's Balo that mentions he's got a career, like he's just young and stupid.
Mm-hmm. He's like, I've got to.
Because he comes from a rich family, so he's like,
like
I got to keep
this-
him alive, but I do see potential with this guy.
Yeah.
I just got to keep him alive.
That's the hard part.
Because he's kind of still a young fuck up.
Yep.
So,
I put him on communications because that way he's not near anything like terribly essential
too bad.
that we can't fix.
Too bad the events of this book happen. Thankfully, I mean, obviously we know Veers is going to make it through this book, but not without going through some shit.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Mace and Balo have a very antagonistic working relationship.
Yeah, because Mace is like, I'm not trying to start shit, but I'm here. And Balo's like, you're a Jedi. Fuck you.
You're a Jedi. Fuck off. Also, you're not paying me. You're
just getting a free ride.
Yeah.
Um,
And I'm mad about it.
Okay, so which of these ones were you kind of before reading this, were you kind of interested to learn more about? Because I'd say this book really gives a lot of insight to all of them.
I went in, I was like, I don't feel like I need to know a lot about Yoda, because he's fucking
everywhere.
everywhere. I don't care that much about Mace either.
But we're also going
But
to get...
he's also kind of like...
And he's kind of everywhere, but we're also going to get a lot, like... There's also a lot of missing pieces, but we're going to... We already know that we're going to get a lot more of him
Yeah.
this year, so... It's
So
not...
I'm
yeah.
like, I'm not that worried. I was like, well, I'm not that worried.
Yeah.
Also, I kind of know what you are. Like, you're a hard ass, but you mean well.
Yeah.
Think my
He's like by the book,
Yeah.
but like sometimes if he feels it's necessary, he'll go off the book,
Hmm.
but only in like a very necessary situation, like Revenge of the Sith, where he's like, "Yeah, we should probably kill this guy,"
yeah, like today.
because like
Like we need him dead now.
he's like, "I don't mind going through the court system after I kill this guy, but we gotta kill this guy."
Yeah.
He's like, I will deal with the repercussions of doing it. Just let me do it."
Yep.
Because if we let him live, it's gonna suck.
hmm
But generally, he follows the rules, and
Yeah.
so
It was interesting to see the rest of the council because I don't see them a lot.
I guess there wasn't really one in particular that you were
Yeah,
like,
I
I want to
was-
learn more about. Now, which one did you end up finding most interesting after learning?
Personally, I liked even Peel.
Oh yeah,
Interacting with like the kids.
even Peel. Yeah, Peel is a really fun.
Yeah, it's
Character.
Like
He's very much like, yeah, fuck,
yeah,
fuck the school system.
fuck this system. It doesn't work.
Yeah, because so when they get to Quinn, there's a lot of issues
Yeah.
going on. We'll kind of jump here and there
Yeah.
throughout the book. And so like when the ones that are gonna get there, because Mace doesn't really get there till the end,
Yeah.
and because he's busy dealing with his shit, and Deppa doesn't get there until the end as well
Mhm.
because of her shit. And then Mace and Obi-Wan eventually make their way over there too, because like just so much shit goes down
Yeah.
that everybody has to, all the main Jedi who have been in this book have to end up there, because of everything going on with the main story. Because we have our main antagonist,
Yeah.
who's this pirate captain
Yeah.
who runs into our three fumble the bags.
I'm like, I remember reading throughout this. I started getting excited seeing these fucking like Three Stooges show up.
They're very much the, like, if you play a D&D campaign, they're like the joke NPCs that you're
Yeah.
always like, oh, I miss those guys. When are they showing up
Comic
again?
relief.
Yeah. And then, like, the DM will be like, oh, you missed them? Here they are. Here you go.
Yeah.
They're like the better example, actually, than D&D. They are the Biggs and Wedge of Final Fantasy. You kind of expect them to show up. You expect some good laughs, and then they go away. And then when they come back, you're like, "Oh, I missed them." Except for in Final Fantasy VII, that's the exception to that. They were not as funny. They yeah, a little bit harder for them.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VIII have a really good Biggs and Wedge though, which I guess is full circle because that's a Star Wars reference in Final Fantasy for Biggs and Wedge, the X-wing pilots. And now we're getting like those type of characters in a Star Wars book.
Yeah.
So full circle references.
Oppo Rancisis. It was nice to see him.
It's always
Yeah,
nice to see Oppo Rancisis though. He's kind of like that character that you're like, oh, I don't expect like a lot from you, but like as I'm getting to know you, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Because like to me originally, before a lot of the canon changes. He was kind of the Kiadi to me, where I'm like, oh, he's just so old that he doesn't like get what's going on in the. But honestly, the more I learn about Oppo Rancisis, no, he actually cares a lot about stuff going on, and he does notice things. Like he's not like he's not ignorant to what's going on around him.
Yeah.
He like the man tries.
Man tries.
Like because we got Tempest Runner to prove that. I mean, he really tried to help Lorna out so badly. He wanted the best for Lorna. He really did. It just
Oppo's like the cheery grandpa who keeps trying to help people
even when
but
they don't want it.
even when they don't want it.
Yeah. So like that.
Like even when they're fucking up really bad, they're like, well, you can try again.
So I like Oppo. I think the more we get with him, the better of a character we're getting. But yeah, and of course Deppa I was happy to see because she's Kanan's master later on.
I remember I'm like reading Zalandra.
Oh, Zalandra, the pirate.
Yeah, I was like,
And she's the main villain of this book.
yeah, she's the.
She
main
has a
villain.
lot of very similar feelings about Jedi as Markion.
Yeah, I'm like, there were several times where I'm like, look, I get it, okay? I don't always like the Jedi either. But, like, you were kind of going for it, lady. I don't know.
Now, she doesn't quite feel the same about the Republic as
No, hers is...
hers is very ambivalent about the Republic. It's more of just the Jedi. That's her target.
Yep.
I will say this.
Mm.
I would be curious to see a trilogy of the Living Force. Like, this be the first book in a trilogy.
Yeah.
Because they set up a lot of things that I think would be interesting to see paid off in, like, following books, but, like, all of it takes place within the same year. Because this is a year before the Phantom Menace, so it would all have to take place before the Phantom Menace for it to work. Because there's no way it could happen after the Phantom Menace, but because Zalandra lives, I'll say that. Like I said, this is a spoiler episode, so if you want to read the book,
Also,
I highly suggest it. But I'm also a big JJM fan. If John Jackson Miller wrote it, I'm gonna love it.
Yeah.
Him and Claudia Gray, they tend to get like free passes from me.
Oh man, reading through it, I was the first time like Zalandra takes like Kyla hostage to use against Eppa.
Oh yeah, the little girl.
My brain
So
went...
so Kyla's this little girl that's like part of Zalandra's crew, but also not.
Mm-hmm.
She was like a stowaway, and Zalandra kind of was like, "Oh, you're useful because you're small. You can sneak into places and tell me when."
Yeah. I was like, that's an odd move and not how I thought you would go about this, but I guess so.
It's because she knows that, like, I think Zalandra's playing on the fact that she knows what a Jedi will and won't do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very similar to Markion, where it's like, I know, it's the Inquisitor discussion from Kenobi.
All you have to do to, like, catch a Jedi is just let a Jedi be a Jedi.
Yeah, and so...
I said Jedi too many times in that sentence.
But yeah, it's the Inquisitor plan of just let a Jedi, and that's how we beat them. Because we know how they will respond to things.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what she's doing with Kala. Is she's going, oh, you care about this person. You ain't gonna stop me now.
Just gonna back out of this room.
And so I think that's the plan. And it obviously doesn't work because it just makes Deppa angrier.
Yeah. I'm kind of with Burlog up to a point where eventually even Burlog is like,
what's the plan?
What's the plan here?
Which is like her second in command, who used to be her captain.
Yeah. Burlog is like, okay, you need to stop this, okay? Because Kyla actually needs to get out of this, and I agree with Deppa, so we should let her go. And I'm like, Burlog's right, and I'm like, Burlog, if you want him, and this is towards the end of the novel book.
Yeah.
I'm like, Burlog, if you want to get out of this, you need to put a bolt in Zalandra's head, like, now.
Unfortunately, that is not what happens for poor Burlog.
Yeah. I'm like, it's about the time when, like, everything's going, like, before they're heading up, to the temple.
Yeah.
I'm like...
So before she initiates the bombs there?
Yeah. I'm like, alright, this is where you have the, you're going a little too hard.
So Zalandra's whole thing,
Mm.
she hates the Jedi,
Yes.
and it's because she is from the Slice region, much like Deppa. They're from the same planet, I think, even they mention, or something like that.
Something like that.
As well as Kala. They're all from the same area. And so when she was younger, she became an orphan, and she went to a really bad orphanage that was like run down and run by a rundown droid. Jedi shows up and takes all of the other kids, because there were three kids.
There were three. They took two.
Yeah, so they took two of the kids that were left because they were all force sensitive, and left Zalandra to just figure it out. And Zalandra was like, that's my family you just took, now what? And so she, instead of making something with her life, she just got angry. And so, because that is something that I think is a point that Deppa's trying to make, is that you don't have to go down this path. Like, sure, you had a rough life, but Kala had the same life as you, and she's more optimistic, more somebody who's willing to do good versus what you're trying to instill in her. At least that's what I got, as Deppa's trying to, like...
This is one of the ones where...
It's one of those things where Deppa's trying to Jedi and try to, like, find a peaceful solution, but Zalandra does not want that.
Yeah. It's the argument... It's the argument of, because you are a Jedi, you cannot actually understand the circumstances, and I'm still mad regardless.
I think, though, she's not using her own circumstances to solve that. She's saying, look at Kala. Now, she does try to argue... what? Kyla. She does use some of her own experience of being like, I was born there too, but also she's like, Kyla has more experience though too, and look at her, she's not... I mean, yeah, she's joined a criminal gang, but she's not like... Kyla still has plenty of time to change. And in fact, we see she does.
Like, I'm never, for some reason, I'm never, like, mad at Zalandra the entire time, but I'm also,
even
like...
with the peaceful, like, the people that shouldn't have... Because she also tries to set a bomb off that wouldn't have just killed the Jedi.
Yeah, like, I'm like, okay, you need to chill, but it's not one of those things where...
She's not marking on row levels.
She's not marking on row level. Although,
Yet.
I did have that thought...
I
did have a thought very similar to that while reading this, where she's like, yeah, we'll make a free pirate zone. And my brain went, you're no Markion Row. What the fuck are you doing?
You must not have read the history
You must
books.
not have looked how this works out. Like, at all.
Although her plan is I think, a little bit more ambitious. She is trying to actually start something. Whereas Markion, we talked about this, Markion is more... just, he's anarchist. There is no end to what he wants to do. He just wants to keep doing it. There is no end goal. And that's kind of the weakness of Markion. Like, if we were to find, like, his weakness, that's his weakness, is that there is no goal. Just chaos. Whereas she has a goal.
She has a goal.
Zalandra's goal is become the queen of the underworld, essentially. Which is actually, like, she actually has a, like... an end game. She's like, once I've united the criminal syndicates and I'm in charge of all of the Slice region, then
it's business forever.
Yeah, we just do underworld shit the way we normally do, but with me in charge.
Yeah.
And also, if we unite together, that makes us a more heavy front against, like, Jedi and stuff. Is basically her plan.
Does not work.
No. But at least she has actual ambition and goals, whereas that's Markion's failing, is that he has no real he has ambition in that he wants to be in charge, but that's where his ambition ends. Like, there is no, like...
Once I get all the Jedi, I don't care what happens.
Yeah, which is like... You can't ever really get all the Jedi. Ask Palpatine.
He tried, he got pretty close.
Yeah. And then, like... And even then, he only killed 100 out of 1,000.
Yeah.
So, like... yeah. And so, yeah. Anyways. But yeah. Jedi shenanigans.
Jedi shenanigans.
On Quinn. Evan Peel and... No. Yeah, it's Evan Peel and Eth Koth, I get? Or Plo?
I think Plo... Because he's traveling with Jarl.
Oh, yeah, Plo's with Jarl.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then it must be Eth and... I know Kiadi and Eth Koth... No, not Eth Koth. Not even Peel either. Sassy 10. Kiadi and Sassy end up in the taxi problem, right? I know Sassy's one of them with this taxi.
Sassy is one of them.
So basically, Sassy and somebody else end up with a runaway to where they ride on a taxi to go somewhere, driven by a droid, get attacked on the way, and then also find out, like, there's a whole, like, taxi worker union thing going on where they're like, hey, the boss took over the...
It's Saisetin and Plo Koon.
Okay,
so-
I thought it was Plo and Sassy. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know why.
Plo and Sassy get onto this, and they're like, they get into this thing where they fight the underworld people that are attacking them on the... Except they're not underworld people.
They're not underworld.
They are actually
They're like
people in like a workers union,
quick
essentially.
haul workers that are on strike.
Because, well, no, they were fired is the issue. They weren't on strike. They were fired. Because basically the guy in charge of all the taxi services on Quinn was like, what if I just did droids as the pilots?
Mhm.
What if I just had AI do it? Is essentially what's going on here. And yeah, so they become very violent about that. They're like,
Yeah.
because at first Sassy and Plo are like, are they after us?
And they're like,
And they like defend themselves for a bit, and then they realize they get off, and then they realize, oh no, it's after the droid.
yeah, they're after the droid. This is after one of the workers is like throwing another droid's head.
Yeah, and so yeah, they eventually have to play intermediary. Like
Yeah.
they become mediaries for this situation, and they're like. They get up in the grill of the person in charge of the taxi
They're
service because at first like their house gets like their front lawn and everything gets broken into by these people because it's like in a gated
Yeah.
type thing, and like all the union workers bust through, and they're like, "Get these people off my lawn!" And they're like, "Are you the guy in charge of the? Are you the one in charge of the taxi service?" Yes. What about it? And they're like, "Oh, well, you fucked up."
Fucked up. These droids are not made to drive.
They kind of suck at it for one, and two, also like you're taking jobs away,
Yeah.
and so like yeah, they have to play intermediary there.
They're like, all right, here's the deal. We'll get the droids to like go and do maintenance, and the drivers will drive.
Yeah. Oppo, I can't remember exactly what Oppo gets up to. He's kind of doing his thing.
Oppo is
He's kind of sightseeing a little
he's
bit.
sightseeing a little bit, and also I think he helps like a whale.
Yeah,
thing.
they help with the whale thing. Yeah. And then like Yaddle and Evan Peel, Yoda and Yaddle
Mhm.
set up the event.
Yeah.
Because they meet with the like a events coordinator sort of thing. Because they find out, oh, there's this nice little event like they basically have the thing that downtowns always have. They have like the dome sort of thing. And so they got like that event place that you can hold things. And they're like, yeah, we don't use it very often.
Yoda talks with Lyle Loon.
Yeah, who's a Celestin who runs that.
Yeah.
Like he's in charge of like scheduling shit.
Mhm.
And so
And
like
Yaddle, I think, is on the news.
yeah, Yaddle's on the news promoting it.
Yeah.
But Yoda talks about it, and he's like, with Lyle, and he's like, hey, we can. Yoda's with somebody. I think
it's with Adigal, yeah.
Oh yeah, Adi. Yeah, because Adi's actually helps set up a lot of it
Yeah.
too. Adi also shows up at the news thing. I think with Yaddle, like she's behind the scenes, like she's not on
She's
the news.
doing so much.
Yeah. There's a reason why at the end Mace is like, or Yoda's like, hey, you want even more to do? Yoda's like, you've been doing a lot. I feel like you deserve like some sort of like, we can't make you higher than a master, but you deserve some sort of promotionary thing for doing all this. It's like you're already on the council and you're already a master, but we'll promote you again somehow.
Yeah.
That's essentially what happens at the end for Adi.
He's like, alternatively, you could like take a few days off.
Either way,
Like, it's fine. I can handle dealing with like Valorum and Palpatine for a while.
yeah. Which also, by the way, during that meeting, Valorum is one of the things that we like differentiate the High Republic with this era of Star Wars is very much the Jedi having to act as intermediaries for companies
Yeah.
and try to basically help companies police things. Also, wear clothes to be advertisement
Yeah.
for companies. They're like, "Hey, we got the new Jordans. You wanna promote them?" And Yaddle's like, "I don't really wear shoes."
They're like, I don't know if you know this, but shoes don't work well. And they're like, well, it doesn't have to be you specifically. And they're like, and Audie's like, these fucking what are we gonna do with them?
Also, Jedi don't do advertisements.
Yeah. We're not a showpiece, boss.
You're damn well what I tell you you are. Is essentially how the Republic responds.
Yeah.
You get them tax breaks because we let you. It's essentially,
That's true. That's what happened.
it's essentially the response.
Yeah.
Yeah, Valorum pulls a little rank, which was surprising to see because Valorum's not really usually the guy to do that. But I think with Palpatine in the room, he had to show some force because Palpatine's always manipulating stuff. Man, he's manipulating stuff in this because I think it was Palpatine's idea actually originally. Because Palpatine's like, "Hey, you should help out this corporation thing." I think Palpatine was the one pushing this, and Valorum kind of just goes with it.
Yeah.
I think Palpatine's the starter of this one, actually, which is not surprising whatsoever. Because anytime the Jedi start to go down the wrong path of doing stuff for the Republic, Palpatine's usually back there.
In order for my master plan to work, I need you
You
to
don't-
show off these new Gucci shoes. What?
I got some new Gucci bags for you to start using on missions.
They're like, why would we need this?
I need you to download Temu and get everything from Temu.
Oh my god.
Palpatine promoting Temu.
Oh.
But yeah, no, that like, I feel like that's because we learned that like with Brotherhood, we learned that Palpatine's the reason that the Jedi start to become generals in the army because he's like, yeah, because in this book they talk about how they're separate organizations, and that's kind of why Balo's kind of weird about the whole Jedi thing because he's like, you're not in the ranks, and like while I'm not military, I treat my ship like a military ship, and I like that organization structure.
And you're throwing a wrench in it.
Yeah, because you're not part of that. But then that changes with Brotherhood when the Jedi and Mace Windu also is like, I kind of prefer not being part of that structure. I kind of like, and he's like, he actually makes Balo happy when they go on the like to go help find to go get why is my brain suddenly? They go to fight the pirates because they find out where Depa is.
Yeah.
And he's like, think of this more like a RDC operation from the High Republic era. Think of it as a joint mission, not a... Don't think of this as I'm in charge of you. You still are in charge of your thing. We're just working together on this joint venture because we both have goals that align with this. And Balo's like, oh, I'm cool with that then.
I can work with that.
He's like, that. I actually like that. Let's do it. Because he actually apparently almost smiles from it. So, yeah. So, I mean... And it seems Mace prefers that as well. Like, it seems like that's...
Yeah.
So, like, the old school military heads are kind of, like, pro, like, keeping it separate. The Jedi are pro keeping it separate. It's Palpatine that, like, manipulates that and is like... Also, we're going to since we're making Jedi generals, we're also going to make a law where letting you guys kind of just make Padawans into knights before they're ready. So that way we can have more...
We need more of them in the field.
Yeah. We need more of them to... The quiet part out loud. We need more of them to die. Is what Palpatine's really going for.
Yeah.
And if they die young, then that saves me some Jedi I have to kill later.
Because the older a Jedi gets, the more dangerous they get.
Yeah. But yeah. So and then Evan Peel gets into a whole like he's helping
the youth.
The youth because like there's like some students that are like protesting at one of the professors. And,
something like that.
And Evan Peel's like, oh yeah, I'm down for this, let's go. He's like, fuck the system.
Yeah. There's a great bit where he's like, spelled your word wrong.
Maybe you do need school. And they're like, what do you think you are? Some teacher's like, well, kinda.
Kinda.
But he does take the side, like, while initially it's aggressive with the students, he
Yeah.
does take their side in the fight.
Meanwhile,
Kiadi's kind of on a vacation.
Kiadi really is on a vacation.
Him and Eathcoff, they're kind of just on
Eve Koff
vacation.
is like, I've got to sort out these fucking books, man.
Eathcoff is a learned man.
It's like, I gotta make sure all the books are where they're supposed to be. And he basically goes to an antique store. Like a cat.
Like, and so, like, the main point of the story is seeing the Jedi Council kind of not do specifically Jedi business and just kind of interact with the public, which is basically Qui-Gon's challenge. He was
Yeah.
like, hey, you guys gotta do something and kind of get more down to earth.
In case y'all forgot.
We serve the people.
Yeah.
And you guys sit in your lofty
When
tower.
we say we serve the people, not necessarily the Republic.
Yeah, and he's just like, you sit in your lofty tower and you do nothing.
Yeah. This is one of the thoughts, like, I've had a... Because me and, Kiari and the rest, like, on Saturdays, sometimes we'll have discussions, and the general tone of it is, the law exists to serve the people don't exist to serve the law.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, that's what Qui-Gon is, like, somewhat trying to remind them of, also being like, hey, all these little problems, if we solve them, eventually
Yeah,
will help resolve bigger problems.
because there's basically two spheres of thought when it comes to the Force.
There's
The unifying and then the living.
yeah,
And the unifying is kind of the big picture. The living force is everybody in it.
Mm-hmm.
And Qui-Gon's like, yeah, we've been looking at the unifying, but we need to look at the living. Hence the title of the book. And so he's like, we gotta look at the living force because those are the people. If we don't look at the living, then it becomes a problem for the unifying.
Yep.
And that's kind of a thing that Qui-Gon's always on them about because they're always only looking at the unifying.
He's like, it's good to look at the future and sometimes at the past, but you need to be here.
Like, big picture is good, but you need little picture too.
Mm.
Because a bunch of little pictures make up the big picture. And if we're not looking at the little picture, then we might miss something. And in fact, they do. Sith. So, you know. Qui-Gon's kind of right. Well, right. He's just right. Qui-Gon's just right. I shouldn't say kind of. He's just right. And so...
I think after Koth gets done, like Yoda and Yaddle are like, not Yoda, Yaddle and Peel, once he's like, oh, they're done, they're like, hey man, have you had any luck with those books? And he's like, I found 4 of them in this pile of like 20,000. And they're like, okay, cool, you're done for the day.
Yeah, it was...
He's confused. He's like, what do you mean? And they're like, your shift is over. Go do something else.
Go look at other things. Yeah, because they're also trying to take stock of everything that's left in the in their outpost.
Yeah, before they tell Seneschal Vo he's fired.
Yeah, but they're noticing that some stuff is missing.
Yeah.
That's the key. Like, that's one of the things that they start to like. I think Koth is the first to notice because he's like,
He and Vo are going over, and he's like, "Hey,
there's some stuff missing here that like is pretty important." And in fact, he solves that problem pretty much immediately once they tell him to stop going through the library because they're like, "Hey, go have fun. You're on vacation." Also,
I guess he's like, you know what's a good place to have fun?
the bookstores.
No, he goes to the bookstore because he's like, someone stole them, and
Yeah.
that would be the only
Yeah,
place to go and sell them.
yeah.
But once they come to the bookstore, Crazy Cat Lady is like, oh, he's in the back, and they relieve him. And I guess his thought process was, well, I don't have anywhere else to go, so I might as well go to the casino,
Yeah.
because that's the only other place.
Which the casino's kind of run down. Nobody's
Yeah.
really using it. In fact, it's pretty much empty.
Yep.
Because we start to see the effects of, like,
Like
even before the Jedi are completely gone, people kind of know it's coming.
Yeah.
And so they're like, we start to see the effects that every other planet where the Jedi have left start to come in. The casino is dying because nobody's got money to spend because the corporations are pulling out. And that means the Republic's essentially going to not care. And because the Republic only cares where the corporations are, and the corporations only care where the Jedi are because the Jedi basically make sure that there's order.
Yeah.
And
Jedi leave, corporations leave, Republic stops caring, people start having to go to either jobs that will not really affect anything or get involved in crime.
yeah.
Which is kind of what happens, like, to Lyle. Because he's like, I gotta go take care of my dad. My dad is sick and dying.
Yeah.
And
he was one of the people that was pretty much there when the formation of
Hmm.
the building that they're having the event at is, and I think Yoda mentioned that he saw that built and was like kind of vaguely aware of his dad, of Lyle's dad,
Yeah.
because of that. So like he's like, I vaguely remember your dad because I remember being here when they built it, and Lyle's like, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. And Lyle's like, I can't go
Yeah.
because my dad's here.
So, Lyle gets kind of caught up in some.
Lyle gets caught up. That's another one. It's one of the times where, much like Lorna D, circumstances are like what kind of got you into this, and because of those, you can't get out.
Because we mentioned a bomb, and Lyle's kind of the one that kind of gives them the speech that's gonna help with that bomb. Because Lyle's kind of like, I need the money, and I need to, because I need to make sure my dad's okay.
What Lyle normally does is he sells drugs when he's not trying to like actually make sure the stadium is doing stuff.
Which is usually birthdays and weddings lately, is what he says. He's
Yeah.
like, it's usually smaller events. Because they ask, they're like, how many people can it hold? And he's like, oh, about like 10,000 or something like
It's
that.
like
20,000
or
yeah.
something.
Yeah, it's in the tens of
a lot.
thousands. He's like, it's about 20,000. You're not going to need that much space. And they're like,
And they go,
actually, we're going to
we
need
are."
more. We're going to need more.
Mhm.
And he's like, I don't know if I can do that. And he's like, but I know some event coordinators in the area
Yeah.
that could help. So,
Oh, important thing. The only people who actually know what are in the cases for a very long time,
oh, the bomb cases.
yeah, are Zalandra.
Yeah.
Zalandra and her Judak, her explosives expert.
Yeah, Judak, yeah.
Those are the only two, and they don't tell anybody anything about it.
And that's how she kills all the other heads of the other criminal syndicates that work in the Slice. The Hutts are not involved in this one.
Nope.
Neither are the Pikes. It's none of the bigger names. It's a lot of smaller name syndicates.
And like I remember while Depot was thinking, like she's trying to figure out, okay, well, why do they want the cases? Like you already have the answer to this question. It's because you can't see what's inside the cases because of how they're made.
Yeah. Because aren't they made from the same company that makes the train?
They're made from Regal Voyager, which is the same one
Yeah.
who made
The starship that we see at the...
yeah, at the beginning. And
Which
then-
is part of why, like, it's one of her cover reasons for why she's like, don't mess with the Regal starships, because that's what she gets mad about our Three Stooges about. She's like, you shouldn't have attacked them. And they're like, oh, we didn't know it was yours. And she's like, no, nobody's attacking them. That's the thing. I don't want anybody attacking them.
no one is supposed to attack them.
And at first, Depp was like, does she have, like, a extortion thing going on? Or, like, an extortion racket going on? Nope. It's just... It's just that she...
It's easier to steal from them
Yeah.
when they don't have to worry about anything.
Yeah. So, you make it seem like, hey, you're not a target if we just rob you quietly, rather than making some noise, which is what Three Stooges were doing.
Yep.
And so,
It's a good book, and there is a lot of...
there's so much in this book.
So much.
But yeah, some of the, I guess the other stuff. So they do end up fighting her. Deppa gets caught, obviously.
Yes.
Zalandra's like, I knew you were a Jedi based on some of your tells. You did some stuff that only a Jedi would do. And she's like, ah. And so, Keela gets to join the ship, the Assurance.
Mm-hmm.
I'm basically giving the quick summary for the major stuff. Turns out Vo was the one selling the books.
Yeah. I'm like, this is...
Because who else had access?
Yeah,
like that.
who else?
It's the question of who has access, and so Vo was the one selling the books. They do decide to pull. They do pull out of the outpost because the Jedi Council was like, when they were going there, they were like, we're not sure if we want to or not, and so like their story was that they were going there to create a celebration in honor of the bicentennial, I think, of Quinn. Yeah, the bicentennial of Quinn formation, and so. It became that, but they were like, but also we might keep the outpost open depending on how things go.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, the outpost blows up.
So the choice is made.
Yeah, because part of Zelandra's plan is get bomb in the outpost, have Jedi say certain key phrase during their speech during the celebration, kill all Jedi Council members.
Mm-hmm.
Except for Depa, because she's still prisoner, but we'll kill her separately.
Yeah. Kill her as a show of force.
Yeah. None of that obviously works.
No.
In fact, because they learn about the plan, the Jedi explicitly go off script, and it really pisses off Zelandra.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Why are they not going with the script? Why are they not saying the one key phrase?" Because it's like it's a bomb that has to be activated by the key phrase. That way, they didn't, because they couldn't do it remotely because it would have been caught by a scanner. And then they couldn't be there actively to do it because they were going to wait till the bomb explosion goes off, then come rushing in with all the forces of all the combined like criminal syndicates now that she's kind of taken over. And so that was the plan. Does not work. They don't say the phrase. They say, like, Yoda kind of like twists the phrase a bit out of order because he's like, well, I guess since I talk weird anyways.
Stand with you, the Jedi do.
And since it was, because it's the
because you have to say it
the
in
Jedi
right
stand
order.
with, it's supposed to be the Jedi stand with you, but
because Yoda speaks differently.
and then Yariel goes up next talking about how, and she's like, God damn it,
It's like, fuck it, I'll do it myself.
except she doesn't want to do that yet. She's like, no, we have to wait. They're gonna do it eventually, but unfortunately, one of the syndicates is like, nah, we're just we're bloodthirsty. We're just gonna go in, like we don't care.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh.
Another thing, like, throughout the entirety of this is, Zelandra really likes playing Sabacc, and also she's got, like, a tarot deck from her mom, and I remember early in the book, she's explaining, like, certain things throughout the, to, like, Depa as she's undercover, and how she's like, man, I really hate how there are, like, 4 other gangs in this area, because that means there's 5 players in total, and that means that everything, like, unless 3 of them get...
Yeah, it essentially makes it harder for her to, like, play the game.
Yeah.
Because she equates running the syndicates as a game of Sabacc.
Mm-hmm.
And she even, like, considers all of the different syndicates as one of the suits. And so they end up that ends up changing. And also she, like, the reason big thing for why Depa's undercover.
Yes.
Former friend / Jedi that was potentially going to be her apprentice, but she turned down because she knew her attachment to him was too much.
Yep.
Was murdered by Zelandra, and that's why she's looking into it, because she's like, who killed him and what happened and why would the syndicates do that? But it also is kind of a revenge mission, which Mace Windu calls out. He's like, you turned down this apprentice not because you weren't attached, it's because you were too attached and you knew that. And that's why you turned him down. And so, because originally the thinking was that she was detached from that apprentice and that's why she didn't choose him. But Mace is like, no, you were too attached. Which he's right. That is exactly what happened.
And originally he had, like, put other people on the case. Depa decided to investigate it separately after not reading the reports. She's like, hey, did anything ever happen? And Mace, I guess, said nothing.
Yeah. Well, Mace also left out a lot of key information,
Yeah.
like the whole card thing.
Oh, yeah, the
'Cause
fact that...
the sabak with the whenever the she plays a hand, and she usually Zalandra will pull the whenever she pulls the idiots array. That's when she kills them. Which it turns out she has a full deck of idiots array. She's just like, oh yeah, all idiots.
Just for when I kill Jedi.
Yeah.
I'm like, Jesus, you didn't have to fucking stuff the fool into his mouth.
But yeah, so yeah, it turns out that like that's a like key part of the investigation, and that's like something that Depa's like, you left that out, and Mace is like, not to the ones who were actually supposed to be on the case. I didn't. I told them you weren't supposed to be doing this.
And she's like, that doesn't make it better.
I'm kind of on Mace's side with
I'm
this.
never
one.
on Mace's side.
I'm on Mace's side with this.
I'm like-
she is too. It's the police procedural thing where they're too attached to the case, so the chief has to take them off of it.
And she's like, why didn't you tell me this?
Because you weren't assigned to this case.
It's weird because they're technically of equal rank.
Yeah. Well, he's also, I think, Mace is a grandmaster, or he might not be yet, because he's like equal to Yoda. I think they're both the considered grandmasters. Well, Yoda's the grandmaster, but I think Mace gets pulled somewhere.
Yeah.
Like he's like second. He's the
Well, it's,
unofficial
like,
second.
right underneath.
Yeah, Mace is like the unofficial second. I don't think he has a title actually. He's just unofficial.
He's unofficially there. So, if we're looking at it on paper, they are the same rank.
But in practice,
In practice, you would more often like listen.
if
to
Yoda's
Mace
not
'cause
there,
he's-
you would look at Mace.
Yeah, because he's like the second most, not experienced, but
Yeah, because really you got Yariel, you got Oppo, you got Plo, you got... all of them are older.
yeah.
But yeah, and Yaddle, of course. But Yaddle seems to be like kind of low on the rankings in a weird way.
Yeah, I was like, I'm here.
Even though I would think she should be like second because of age and experience, but maybe she's just not as experienced as the
Maybe
others.
she doesn't care.
She does seem to be be more chilled than the rest of
Yeah.
them. Like, we get that with the High Republic era too. She's kind of more laid back when it comes to the rules.
Yep.
Maybe that's why. Maybe Mace is like, we need somebody more rules lawyery.
And Yaddle's like, the rules exist to be ignored.
He's like, I was told about what happened on Donna.
I know.
And Yaddle's like, just
Don't worry about it.
don't worry about it. Sure,
That was 100 years ago.
I took some Jedi with me to 200.
That was a while ago. Don't worry about it.
Um,
I'm not the same Jedi as I was back then.
but yeah, actually 300 because 200 would be phase 1
Oh, yeah.
and 3. But yeah, so like, yeah, they arrest Zalandra at the end, and they find out the truth from her. They find out like specifically like because they kind of put together what happened, and they like because she told Depa that about her story of Jedi came and took, and that's why I hate Jedi. And they kind of pieced together, okay, when did this happen? About 30 years ago. And it would have been in this sector. Oh, we know who was here.
We know is. Oh, fuck. Okay.
It was Sifo Dyas.
Yep.
And they're like, oh, and of course we're reading this like, so why is Sifo Dyas a problem with being here? They're like, oh, because he breaks the rules all the time. He didn't quite do everything by the book. And in fact, he kind of rushed he was great at finding potential Jedi, but he would always rush the process. And that was kind of a problem. It's kind of why we took him off of that job. Because, like, while he was great at finding them, he would often, one, rush it to the point that he didn't really care about like the family process, which is one of the things that they like make clear. They're like, we try not to separate families unless they can like handle that.
Yeah.
Like we don't separate families that can't handle that. Which that goes to anybody that tries to say Jedi kidnap children. They don't. Families willingly give them up, and they go. And they also, I think, they like helps. They find support systems for families like that go through that. They're like, oh, do you need like a like? I think they'll even offer to help like give money or anything that they might need to like make up for like any losses that outside of like their situation, living situation. And so he's like, they're like, yeah, we try to make sure like everybody's taken care of in that situation, especially like when another child's involved.
Yeah.
We will try to find a system that works. And she's like, yeah, but what if there are no systems? And they're like, we would have kept working towards that. We probably wouldn't have separated you guys, honestly. And also the other problem is that Sifo Dyas isn't 100% right when he finds these children, because like a lot of them still flunk out and they're not quite gonna be Jedi. And she's like, wait, so I lost my family and they're not even potentially gonna be Jedi?
That doesn't make it better.
That in fact makes it worse.
Eventually she's like, should've, would've, could've, just fucking arrest me already.
Yeah.
I'm tired of this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Like,
go take a nap.
like I get that the Jedi are trying to like help, but I think there's a situation once again of like she's just not gonna be happy with any answer they give her. Like,
she's like, I'm still pissed about the situation
because she doesn't care about like she's just angry. She doesn't actually care, which is a note that even she makes.
Like once she's separated, she's like, now that I've lost everything, I can actually examine the nature of the situation.
Yeah, because they also put her in solitary confinement because she's an organized crime boss, and it'd be bad to put an organized crime boss in a public prison with other people that she can then reorganize crime with. So, and even she's like, yeah, I get why I'm here.
She's like, that makes sense.
But then she like examines, she's like, I don't really care about finding my family.
Like,
I'm just mad.
If I actually cared, I would have tried a little bit harder.
I would have looked for them
Yeah.
and not, because she doesn't even try to look for them. Like she like straight up says, I didn't even try to look for them. I just immediately went on my anti-Jedi mission. And it's just like, okay, so you're just an angry person. You're just angry. And so with the Vo stuff, that gets a payoff as well.
Yeah.
Where it turns out that he hasn't just been taking books for no reason. It turns out he had a deal with Palpatine, which was that he provides Palpatine whatever books he wants, and like just ships it to him.
Mm-hmm.
And in return, Palpatine will make sure that the Republic interests align with keeping the outpost open.
Yeah.
And Vo's like, well, so then why did we not keep it open? And Palpatine's like, because you've been selling books that I told you to destroy.
He's like,
And that's part of our arrangement, is that you'll destroy books I tell you to.
And he's like, look, no one's gonna miss Master Jebba's treatise on fishing.
Also, it's historical context.
Yeah.
We gotta keep history alive in some way. Because, you know, he's still a good guy at heart, Vo, even if he did some shady things there.
Hey man, you do what you gotta do. Which is essentially, that's about how I felt like for a lot of people in this book. Like, do what you need to do.
Selling drugs are bad, though, okay?
Mm-hmm. Especially if you ask Lyle. He's alive, I'm glad.
Yeah, because the Jedi are very forgiving in this book. They're like, we're not here.
Lyle didn't know what was in the case. They
Yeah.
just said, hey, bring this in. And he's like, I guess.
Even the Lobber and his crew survive.
Yeah.
They actually team up with the Jedi at the end where they
Yeah.
turn against Zalandra. Which Zalandra's like, thank God the Jedi were helping the Lobber, because I would have been so mad if his crew were the reason my crew got taken down.
Like, even earlier in the book, like when Depa's undercover, she's like, oh, what's your name? And Depa responds with like, oh, Hotwire. And Zalandra's like, as opposed to the Lobber? And she goes, what? And she's like, never mind, just don't worry about it.
And so, even the Lobber and his crew get like one last warning from Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan,
Like-
where Obi-Wan's like, hey, if we see you again and you're doing this shit still, it'll be nice seeing you again. And the Lobber's like, I don't know if we're gonna still do crime.
Yeah, I think we might need to call it off the crime.
I think we're done because I don't want to run into these guys again.
Qui-Gon's like, oh, good, because I have a job for you.
Yeah.
Well, I know someone who has a job for you, but the point stands.
Yeah. Either way, I know how to make you some money. Also, Eve Koth had a friend that he made
Koth-
at a bar
Eve
who
Koth-
also worked for the crime
Eve Koth
stuff.
met up with a prostitute.
And
They
like,
don't call her that, but
No.
like context clues, that's what they are.
and so like, even she's kind of getting a better life at the
She's
end of this
like,
book.
yeah, I can't go back there because none of it's working.
Yeah. And so, and so, they, where was I gonna go with this? Oh yeah, Vo's payoff. So he's on the phone with
Yep.
Palpatine, and Palpatine's like, yeah, you broke our deal. You're supposed to destroy shit I tell you to. So that's why I decided to just let whatever happened to the outpost happen to the outpost.
Mhm.
And then he starts mumbling to himself. He's like, also, that Zelandra character is very interesting to me. I wonder if I could make a deal with her about, you know, some of my other operations. And Vo's like, why are you telling me this? He's like, oh, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the guy behind you. And it's Maul.
I'm like, this seems like a bad place to be, Mr. Vo.
Yeah,
In a
he's-
dark lit room, in
In
a
a-
poorly lit room with Senator Palpatine on a phone.
yeah. And then Maul's in the room behind him and cuts down Vo.
Yep.
Well, first he tosses him in the air, then he cuts him down. Maul likes to play with his food. And so yeah. Also, that's why I would be interested in seeing this as a trilogy, because I would like to see Zelandra and what Palpatine has in store for her. And I would like that to be all of this takes place in the year leading up to Phantom Menace. And John Jackson Miller, you should write all three. In my opinion, but if other authors, if you don't want to do it and other authors want to do it, I'll be happy either way. But personally, I would like to see more of that, like this just a quick year before the Phantom Menace, like them dealing with stuff that's keeping them distracted from Palpatine's goal, like leading up to the Phantom Menace, because maybe maybe in a second book we see like them setting up the Trade Federation stuff and setting up the whole like. Basically, we get a canon version of some of the old Legends books, which are like Maul making meetings with Trade Federation people to kind of like set up the Sith within the like get their plans going for the war and have like everything kind of fall into place. And so I would like to see that, except maybe use Zelandra as somebody that's like part of that, so that way Maul isn't the face of all these operations, because obviously Palpatine wouldn't want the Sith to get revealed a little too early. So it could be a fun story if you did a trilogy. If this is a one-off, though, I'm happy with it still. Either way,
I'm gonna say I think the book actually functions better as a one-off.
I can see the argument for that. I think I'm just greedy.
Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't mind seeing the rest of
Maybe
like,
one more book. Maybe one more book if I was maybe
Yeah,
not a trilogy.
I'd say take Yoda and Mace out of it.
Yeah.
Yoda, Mace, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, because we already kind of
Yeah, it doesn't have like I'm thinking it doesn't have to be like a Jedi Council book. The next one, I'm thinking smaller scale. I don't think each book in said trilogy that I'm imagining would need the whole council, right? As main characters. Obviously, they might show up and like guide stuff, but and really the next Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon book I want is the Mandalorian Civil War. We want to know Obi-Wan and Satine's relationship start. And that's a Claudia Gray book. That's not a John Jackson Miller book. That has to be a Claudia book, in my mind, anyways. It's a Master and Apprentice sequel or prequel, sequel, because I think it's after Master and Apprentice. The Mandalorian Civil War is after that, I think. I can't remember exactly the timeline. Because they've talked about it.
I imagine it would be after Padawan.
Well, Padawan's before Master and Apprentice, so
Yeah, I guess it would have to be after.
yeah. Because remember, we talked about that. We were like, "Oh, this is before Master and Apprentice," and also they're dealing with kind of the same issues. But they're always kind of dealing with the Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan don't quite see eye to eye, because Qui-Gon's very much a hippie Jedi, and Obi-Wan's more of a by the book Jedi.
Obi-Wan, the rules all always apply. Qui-Gon, what if we bend them a little bit?
Like, they can be here, but what if we just like that?
Yeah,
We don't need to break them. We just
bend them.
yeah. And so, anyways, I told you what I was gonna rate this. I already know you're not gonna agree with me. I already know my John Jackson Miller, my bias for his writing is gonna affect this. But it's a 9. It's a 9. I think it's a great look into the Jedi Council. I think it's a great look into Jedi, honestly, just during this era, and kind of seeing that, because we get the idea that the Jedi just don't care, and that's kind of a belief that a lot of people have about the prequel era Jedi. They do. They just are bad at doing their job during this time, because there's a lot of things, like, the Jedi itself wasn't corrupt, it was the Order, which is something that was an Eth Koth moment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That he likes the Jedi, but not the Order part.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of a line that stuck with me, and I think that's what this book is about the Jedi, not the Order. And I think as we get further into the prequel era, the Jedi forget to leave out the Order part sometimes when they need to. They kind of just only follow the Order part. But that's not entirely their fault. That's also Palpatine, his manipulation working, because he's been planning this for decades. So, but I already know you're gonna rate it lower. I already know. Give me, break my heart.
It's an 8.5.
Okay. I was like,
an 8.5. I'm.
yeah, that's good. That's good for Seth.
Yeah.
That's good for Seth.
I'm like, you're like, considering I think the lowest Seth has ever given something is a 3.
Yeah, the 3, yeah. And usually your kind low is a 6.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good book, but it just wasn't for me.
Yeah.
So. And then like 7, and I was expecting honestly a 7 or 7.5 from you, but
It's an 8.5.
okay. From Seth, that's high praise.
Yeah. It's hard to get any praise from me for anything, in truth.
All right.
Because I feel praise should be earned. And it did a pretty good job.
And we need more John Jackson Miller. I mean,
Much like how I am heavily biased towards the Ronin-verse.
Yeah.
I understand.
yeah, anything Ronin, that's gonna be your 8s and 9s.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, since it's a book, it shows all the stuff that he's written, and like I'm just re-looking at a lot of the John Jackson Miller stuff, and I'm like, Knight Errant, I've got that comic. Well, I don't have all 3 volumes, but I got the first volume. Lost Tribe of the Sith, I've read I do have that book. It's a short story collection. I actually read that for the first time finally, and I really like it. I think I've described it to you. It's like Game of Thrones with Sith stuck on an island planet. It's really good. And then Kenobi, everybody likes the Kenobi novel that's Legends. It's a really good novel. He also wrote the first canon book, A New Dawn, which I love. A New Dawn. It's the Rebels prequel. We'll get to it eventually. Rise of the Empire has A New Dawn in it, so that's why they give him credit with that, with James Luceno, because it has 2 books. It has A New Dawn, and then it also has the Tarkin novel in that collection, along with some short stories that tie in. He wrote a short story in Cano by 8, and then this is his return to novel form for the canon. So he's only written 2 canon novels, and so
It's a pretty good return.
yeah. So I mean, he brought in the new canon, and then he continues it with this, and that's great. I would like to see you bring the Old Republic back, John. I would specifically Zane and crew bring the Legacy Run crew. You know, or the Last Resort. Last Resort is the crew. Sorry, Legacy Run is High Republic. Last Resort crew. I don't know why my brain thought High Republic for a second. I'm in that like High Republic, Old Republic mindset, because
They have a very similar name.
they're like thousands of years apart. But yeah, I would like to see the Last Resort crew come back, because I like my Zane, I like my Jarell, I like my Marn Hieroglyph, I had to do the voice because I used to read them to you and Bartimus when we were doing Star Wars tabletop. So I would read it and I would give Marn a voice. Modern hieroglyph. Which
By the way,
that man, John Jackson Miller loves Snevians. By the way, he keeps putting them in his books.
oh, speaking of people named John, we know he wants to know when.
When I'm doing a Star Wars tabletop, I don't know.
I'll tell him you're working on it.
I think my answer's on recording though. I'll get to it. I have to do it before the movie comes out for the era I want to do my next campaign in, because I don't quite want that movie to affect what I'm writing yet. So I want to, because I want the legend stuff to be what I'm basing it off of for now, to kind of give my players more freedom to do stuff during that era. Whereas once the movie comes out, that's going to be too late. Because I like to keep my games within the canon of the canon. But if it's Legends, I let them break it. I'm like,
I just make shit up.
yeah. Unfortunately, my Cinnamon Roll Zane, I think, is dead in the tabletop timeline.
Damn.
Because he helped form the new Jedi Council, and that actually, he might be alive. Well, dead by the time, obviously, when the campaign's currently taking place. Anyways, 9, 8.5. I've been playing 76. I've been writing some stuff for the game, for D&D games, and maybe a Star Wars game.
Yeah, I saw that.
So, and I've lost character sheets, so having to rewrite some. Still have Blade. So, we're good on yours.
Yeah. Still have mine. Like, I have the copy you sent me.
Yeah. John apparently, I guess, didn't keep his own copy, so I don't have a copy either, so we have to remake his.
Anybody else having problems with that?
Well, obviously Constance has been no contact for a minute, so I think they're not in the game.
Probably not.
But that's fine. I did find 2 other people.
Oh, alright.
Kayla's potentially in,
Okay.
and something I've been wanting to do for a while. Seth and Seth.
Oh, you found him.
I got John to ask him.
We operate on Highlander rules. You know that.
I got John to ask him, so now we're gonna have 2 Seths in a Star Wars game. We have yet to have the Seths combined. So, is it gonna be like kind of Dragon Ball where y'all like?
If one defeats the other, they.
Well, I was thinking more like Dragon Ball where y'all have to
do the whole fusion dance.
do the fusion and y'all fuse. Will we get a Seth fusion? It won't get a cool name because you're both Seth, so it's just the Seth fusion.
You just add another S at the front.
No, to do the Star Wars cloning thing, we add another E because you have to add a vowel. So it's Seth. But it's still pronounced Seth. Because that's how it is in the with the clones thing for Thrawn, for the old Thrawn books and legends. Is it has like there's the Luke clone that has an extra U, but it's still pronounced Luke. Not Luke. Anyways, that's the really brief recap of what I've been up to. Really brief recap for you.
I've just been playing Bloodborne, and I got locked out of an area that I could go to earlier because the enemy wouldn't fucking spawn that's supposed to send me there.
That sounds right. All right. With that, let's just jump right into Star Wars news. We only have one piece of news, which is actually multiple pieces of news, I guess.
Yep.
It's just the comic recap of what's been announced for July and kind of a brief roadmap of what's coming up. Sounds exciting because we're finally going to be done with the Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi era. So many Star Wars fans are going to be happy. So many Star Wars comic book reader fans, I should say.
We've been in it for a while now.
It feels longer than it has. Like that, I think it's because there have been so many crossover events that it feels longer than it has been. Because this is about the same number of issues that the 2015 run had for mainline Star Wars, although Vader, they ended around 25. But then they did a 2017 run, which was like a prequel run. Takes place just after Revenge of the Sith. We'll get to it. That's going to be next season stuff, I think. Either next season or the end of this season. We'll talk about it. I think it's the end of this season. We'll talk about the first 2 volumes of it. Anyways, the roadmap has currently, for July, this is all according to Star Wars Newsnet as well as Looper. This information. It looks like the two new miniseries are debuting. One is the Inquisitors one that we talked about last week. I think it was last week we talked about it. It was either last week or the week before. Yeah. Anyways, Inquisitors run is starting in July. Ahsoka an adaptation of the TV show, so comic book version of it, because all the Disney Plus shows have been getting comic adaptations. Y'all already know my opinions on that. I gave my rant last week, so this week we're just gonna move forward and go, okay, Ahsoka is getting its one. That makes sense based on previous how they've done it. Piggybacking off of that, I'm gonna currently give like exact quotes, because this is like Star Wars Newsnet kind of both theorizing off of information we have as well as giving actual confirmation of things. So a bit of theorizing is that recent trade-back information for Star Wars and Darth Vader point to both series ending at issue 50. So, okay. And we should be getting issue 48 or 49, I think it was, in July for both of them. I think it's 49. 48. Okay. So let's see. So that's July, August, September. So September will be the end of both of those, if that is correct information. Which will also definitively end the Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi era, where it's like in between for comics. Because everything else has already been canceled. Everything else has already ended. Bounty Hunters has ended. Ahsoka's Afra's ended. So no other ongoings are happening, so it's just those two. So, further trade-back information has revealed the Acolyte is getting a one-shot comic. We don't have more information on that yet. So both of those are kind of... So the Star Wars Darth Vader one is kind of speculation based off trade-back information. Acolyte is also off trade-back information. So all three of those are technically speculative, but there's a lot of evidence towards it. So we can take it with some salt, but we don't need too much salt on this one. There's some believability to it, right? The one that Looper revealed is that April 20, that on yesterday when we're filming,
Yeah.
they gave a Darth Maul black, white, and red preview. So okay. Probably what happened is they probably just have some of the art. They don't, because when you get a comic book preview, they only show the art. They never show like the dialogue, because then you get stuff ruined. Not that it matters in this case, because Black, White, and Red's whole thing is that it's supposed to be like mini stories within. It's supposed to be like the comic book version of a short story collection. I don't know what a comic book short story is called. I don't think it has its own subgenre. Because we know what a comic book is, and then we know what a mini series is, and an ongoing, but we don't know what a short story version is called. So I just call them comic book short stories. Because that's essentially what they are. And then we also got, for the books coming in August, Crash and Burn and Echoes of Fear, they are currently going for solicits from Dark Horse. So comic book, I think it's comic book vendors that mostly can do that, because they haven't said pre-order, they say solicit. So I think that's comic book shops that can go, hey, we want those comics at our shop, right? So a little bit of a refresher. We got Inquisitors July 3rd. High Republic issue 9 is coming out July 3rd, and then Ahsoka number 1 is July 10th. Star Wars number 48 and the High Republic Adventures number 8 are July 17th. The final, what I believe is the final issue, the final issue for Saber for Hire, which is your High Republic Adventures. That's your Ty Yorick one. That's going to be along with Darth Vader number 48 on July 24th. And then, they've already been doing Darth Maul Black and White and Red, so that preview was probably for the issue that's coming out July 31st, which is the last issue of the Black, White, and Red for Darth Maul. That's not right. Hold on. No, it's probably for 2, 3, and 4 because only issue 1 has come out. Sorry. My brain's like, wait, dates aren't lining up. But yeah, the last thing we'll get in July is the last issue of Black, White, and Red for Darth Maul. So that's comic book news in a nutshell. Sounds exciting. We're getting a lot of new stuff, but we're also ending some stuff that honestly it's about time to move on from. I am curious where they go next, though. Where do you go from after you've done the... Because that's the entire original trilogy era. Do you move forward? Which is what I would hope. I assume that's what you're hoping for,
Yeah.
because I know how you are. You're like, let's move forward, not backward, right? So I would assume the next step, if they go with the way you want, would be a between 6 and 7, the Mando era sort of deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be one way they could go. The other way they could go is they could go in between episodes 1 and 2, which is another era we don't have a lot in. We kind of got through that part of the era pretty quickly. This is the last piece, I think, of the in between that era, actually, in fact. I can double check that, but I believe this is the last thing that's in between episodes 1 and 2. Today's topic is the last piece of that. Where did I put it? Sorry, I'm pulling up our schedule. Yeah, it's the last thing that's for that era, because the next few weeks are things that are new coming out that are not part of that era, this era that we're doing. So, because we'll talk about what next week's is, but like, we got next week's topic, which is new. We got the next 2 weeks, which are 2 new shows to talk about. That one of which is one that we could have been talking about, but we don't. The way we normally schedule it, we don't talk about stuff till a season's ended.
Yep.
So the next 2 weeks after that are 2 new shows, and then the week after that is a High Republic trade paperback, and then the week after that is a 25th anniversary for Phantom Menace, and then Comic Book Day the week after that, and then finally Attack of the Clones. So yeah, this is the last piece of material between Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, which I think it was what, if we just talk about the pieces that are actually in between, it's Obi-Wan and Anakin, that Obi-Wan and Anakin adventure one where we flip through, and then this. I think that's really it of stuff that actually takes place in between. Everything else we talked about has been like new stuff coming out, like Living Forces before Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is an era that actually could be filled with stuff if they want to go back. So they have a couple options. I think, if I were to speculate which one they'd choose, right? Because I think that's the fun of this type of game, like this, doing a podcast, is speculating a little bit. If I were in the room, I would think the direction they go is forward with in between 6 and 7. Because that's kind of stuff that Mando is filling some of the gaps of, but it's also stuff that it feels like that they want to hype up that era because of Mandalorian specifically. Because like we're getting Mandalorian, we got Ahsoka, we got Book of Boba Fett, we got the Mando and Grogu movie that's coming out, and we've got the Rey movie coming out that's after the sequel movies. So that's like a bunch of stuff that's like lined up where I guess for PR strategy it makes sense to do 6 and 7 as the next in-between era, not 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But we'll see what mainline Star Wars does. That also means though no more Vader comics at all. Well, I shouldn't say that. They're gonna find a way. They'll find a way to do a Vader comic. They always do. But yeah, so that's it for news. Let's talk about today's main topic. Dooku Jedi Lost. We will specifically be talking about the audio drama itself, not the script, because this is a script format. Spoiler warning.
For the whole book.
For the whole thing.
Whole thing.
Whole enchilada.
Yep.
Alright. I'll let you guide the first topic because I think
Okay.
you have some thoughts.
Uh,
I'm gonna bet that you have a lot of thoughts because you tend to lean closer to Dooku's ideology.
yeah, there's a few times in this book I'm like, okay, Jedi Masters, the fuck do you care? This ain't none of your business. How about you fuck off?
So let's go ahead and let's talk about your favorite parts as well as your least favorite. I guess we'll start with least favorite, and that way we can end off on the happy notes, right? So, what's kind of your least favorite parts of this,
I don't.
besides it being an audio drama?
You're not that bad. You're framing me as if I hate audio dramas.
No, you hate audiobooks. You're right.
Yeah, you're fucking right. If you use audiobooks, you're lazy.
No,
Put in
that's
that.
not- no, no.
That's a bit much.
Yeah, that's a bit much because there are people who
It's called
have.
sarcasm.
Yeah, there are people that have to use
Yeah,
audiobooks.
like if
and
I understand the world is a busy place, I should know. I have to work within like an hour or two.
yeah.
Uh,
So yeah, least like what do you not really like? It might not ruin the experience for you, but what did you not enjoy as much?
So while talking in the car,
Oh, we talked about voice actors, or was it the?
it was that. I don't actually mind how Dooku sounds. Like, at
Yeah,
all.
because okay, so I said in the car on the way here, I think everybody in this audio drama comes off like the characters that they're supposed to sound like. Like they sound like to me, they ring true. Dooku's did not. He sounds a bit younger, even for like. Put this into perspective. This is only about a year. Like the main because they use a framing device. In this where you have the framing device of Asajj. Asajj is truly the main character of
Yes.
this. And the framing device is Asajj is looking into Dooku's past.
Mm-hmm.
And while Dooku is, I guess they're really deuterologist. Deuteragonist. Yeah, thank you. Or they're both the protagonists. But it's really Ventress. And so the way they do it is they have Ventress look into information. Usually she finds like a hologram or something.
Dude, they gave her a bunch of like recorded phone calls between him and his sister.
Or she'll get secondhand information, like
Yeah.
like at the end. The last piece of information she gets is, once again, we gave the spoiler warning, but once again, if you don't want it, spoiler warning now. This is from 2017, I believe. 2016, 2017. So it's old, but also like, in case you wanted to check it out, at the end of the day, I say check it out. If you don't mind reading a script, they have a physical version of it, and it's literally a script. Because it's supposed to be an audio drama, so like it reads as a script, so like kind of giving you an idea of what it looks like. But if you don't want that, then there is the actual audio drama, which is what we experience. Because when it comes to audio dramas, I think that is when they release it as an audio drama, we should listen to it as an audio drama because that is the format they obviously wanted us to listen to, right? So that's why for the show I make him do it, but. Otherwise, he'd probably read the script, knowing him.
Yeah. Which would have probably provided some slight clarification.
I think it was
because-
easy to tell voices, but
No, because of sometimes dialogue is not addressed properly to certain people, which leads to me being very confused about like one of the major plot points.
oh yeah, because we talked about that.
Yeah.
Is that gonna be one of your least like points?
No, it's not my least like. It's just it takes on a different context
Yeah,
for the story.
it made you think of a character in a certain way that was incorrect based
Yes.
on Does it make more sense now that you know who?
No, it makes less sense.
So the context. I thought it was clear specifically because Sifo Dyas is not in that scene at all. Sifo Dyas is not in the scene
He's
where
not.
that's revealed.
He's not. But I'm like, which confused me at the time because I'm like, wait, why wouldn't you tell him?
No, it makes more sense that it's a Wrath. Okay, major. We're just gonna jump into
Yeah,
this plot
fuck it.
point because we're already
We
talking
already
about
gave
it.
the spoiler warning.
Arath is Lean Castana's son.
Yes.
Right? And the reason that it makes more sense than what you thought, which was Sifo Dyas being her son, one, Sifo Dyas isn't there when the discussion is going on. He's not even part of that investigation that's going on, which is that Dooku's trying to figure out who blew up his brother's speeder bike during the speeder bike race. Ramil, who blew up his speeder bike. And so Sifo Dyas should not even have been in your thoughts at this point.
So confused.
And then otherwise, also, Arath is the one who keeps owing gambling debts. And they bring up that that's the reason that what's her name, the villain for that arc, that little segment of the book, is like why she's like working with why she has Jedi insiders, because Arath has gambling debts to her. And then the reason that he has insider information for who to connect to a Jedi Council member is because his mom's a council member.
I thought those were...
That's all part of the same plot going on.
Okay, I thought those were two separate plot points. And I was really confused. Because I was like, okay, so you're covering for Arath because he fucking knows that you're Sifo's mom?
No, that he knows that she's his mom, and he's using the family benefits of, hey mom, help me out.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yes. And it's like, hey mom, help me out by looking the other way from the people I owe money to. Does that help it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes
I
a
was
lot-
like, how does it not make sense that it's a Wrath?
When you go in operating under the false pretense.
Sifo Dyas isn't even there.
I know.
He's off with Lean having adventures. Braylon is his mom. I said Lean earlier. Braylon is Master Braylon, who is on the council, is Arath's mom. Lean Castana is not related to anybody. She's just off having adventures with Sifo Dyas and making sure he doesn't go crazy. It's not going well.
No, it's not working. They're trying. It's not working.
Yeah. How do you feel about Sifo Dyas after this? Because I know during the living... Because this was where you really got to learn about who Sifo Dyas is as a character. Because really, all the information you've ever had about Sifo Dyas is, one, he's the guy that bought the clone army for the Jedi. Because...
Yeah.
So, we know that. And then, secondly, we just know that he, Dooku at some point kills him and, starts using his name to do shit under his name. Actually, Dooku bought the clone army under Sifo Dyas' name. Although Sifo Dyas was gonna do that. That was part of Sifo's plan. Just not to do what Dooku did with them. And then... the other thing is Living Force. That's really about it for your knowledge of Sifo Dyas until now.
At the end, last time we talked about, I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? And I thought I would dislike him immensely, but I can't. I just kind of feel bad for him.
Yeah, we talked about it. He has the Cassandra effect.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, you
where
son of a bitch.
Where he keeps just having visions, and they are 99% accurate.
Yeah.
Actually, no, they're 100% accurate, because every vision Sifo has is accurate. It's Dooku that has some inaccurate ones, because Dooku has that blended one when they're caught by the presages.
Yep.
Or they pronounce it presages, but it's presage is the joke. They're the presages because they are dark side Force users who purposefully look for visions so they can act on them. They're basically Minority Report.
That's a great idea. Fucking
yeah.
Use the future to detect crime before it happens.
Except the
What a
presages
brilliant idea.
Except the presages also want to use it to just be in control of things. But the Minority Report is let's just use it to detect crime before it happens and arrest people before they've actually done anything, which goes against the concept of arresting people because they haven't done anything. And in Minority Report, you can't confirm that the visions are 100% correct. Same thing here.
Yeah. What was it? Oh yeah, I do remember briefly chatting with you in the Discord at the time while reading through it. I remember hearing, like, when they go, because Sifo gets a vision of like a planet being on fire.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
And
the farm world.
the farm world, and they're like, see, everything's fine. We have total environmental control. I'm like, that is the most arrogant thing I've heard anyone ever say in my life.
Yeah, it's a farm world, but it's specifically for Bacta.
Yeah.
So like they which is very important. It's very important to the galaxy.
Yes.
Because it is it is how you heal people. It is medicine, and so we get, and it's something that's brought up at the end when Dooku finally leaves the Jedi Order. That there is a discrepancy between how the Jedi act on certain things, and even on that particular scenario, the Jedi didn't want to act. Lean Kastana and Dooku basically forced the rest of the Jedi to act. Because Lean and Dooku go, well, we're going to go check it out anyways.
They're like,
Because the council said, no, don't let us meditate on it. And then they were like, but what if something happens while we're waiting?
Yeah.
Which it turns out, yeah, something would have happened while they were waiting if they had waited.
And they're like, what if we just went and did it anyway?
Because, like, they go immediately, which implies, and it happens immediately while they're there, which implies that it was gonna happen, like,
Yeah.
whether or not Dooku and Lean were there. Because there's no effect that they caused. Like, usually you can argue in a Vision type scenario, oh, you caused this to happen by you sped it up by doing something.
Yeah.
This is not the case.
They get there, and
It's
shit
already-
immediately happens.
Like, it's already going badly. It's just nobody knows yet.
Yeah.
Because basically they claim that they can control, like, the weather events around them. Which is why they're able to prevent, like, the crops from going bad or anything like that, or any malfunctions that normally would happen. Something they can't stop. Sunspots.
Yep. Nope.
Can't stop a sunspot.
You thought you could, but you can't.
Because that's not technically a weather thing. That is just that's just a space, solar sort of situation.
Yeah, that's a celestial event.
Yeah. So yeah, causes a blackout of their power, which unfortunately all of their homes are built on like pillar towers.
Yep.
So that way they just. I think the smart thing was doing that. I think that was the smart part, was having those housings that way. Although they should have been on stronger platforms, obviously, as we see. Because the reason they do that is so that way they can have as much agricultural space as possible for the Bacta. Unfortunately, if power goes off like it did, everything collapses. And so people died. Thankfully, Dooku and Sifo were barely able to get out of it.
Yeah.
Because Sifo did show up with Yoda eventually.
They were able to get some, like, sick hospital children out of the way as well.
So they saved some people, but
Yeah.
a lot of people died. But yeah,
Dooku's leg got broke.
Yeah.
Dooku's kind of, in terms of injuries, goes through it in this book.
Yeah, he's kind of, well, because we got to get to old man Dooku pretty quickly. Even though this spans like 80 years of Star Wars.
Like, he gets his arm broke at one point. The hospital breaks his leg. I think he breaks an arm again.
But I was going to talk about the framing device. Because
yeah.
while 80 years does take place over this, the main book takes place only a year. Like, the main thing is only a year before Attack of the Clones. And so, because it's Ventress looking into stuff, like, just before the events of Attack of the Clones, and him basically shaping her to be his assassin.
Yeah.
Because can't be his apprentice, because rule of two, but can be his assassin. Because that doesn't break the rules.
Yeah, fucking Sith workaround. There's so many, like...
Well, it's because the reason for that is because then secretly the apprentice can start training his apprentice and then be ready to already have an apprentice when he kills the master.
Yep.
But nobody does that to Sidious. Nobody bothers to kill him.
Yep.
Or even like Dooku doesn't try ever that we've seen. Maul at least has attempted. Maul we know has attempted. Dooku's never really tried. Vader absolutely has tried so many fucking times. That's literally what every Darth Vader comic is about.
It's like, I'm gonna kill him. As soon as I can, I'm gonna fucking kill this guy. I hate him so much.
Literally every Darth Vader comic is about him trying to find a way to kill Palpatine. So yeah, 2 out of 3 apprentices tried. But yeah,
I do like how Ventress, like Kai, is like
so I am curious on
fucking
your
with her as it goes.
I am curious on your thoughts on Kai. So we get Kai, who was the one that saved Ventress as a child from slavers, but then died himself before being able to bring her to the Jedi Temple. Because they were kind of stranded on the world they were on. Mixed with, kind of not wanting to go, as we kind of learned from this.
Yeah.
But we already knew about Kai from Clone Wars, because Ventress flashbacks, we see Kai die. Is Kai actually a Force ghost in her head, or is this just her conscience?
I'm not sure. Because he knows things
That he shouldn't?
that he shouldn't.
If he's a conscience,
Yeah.
right?
But on the other hand,
The end of the play makes it implied that he was just Ventress's conscience,
Yeah.
because Dooku's like, nah, he's not real. But also, it's like, is Dooku lying to her? I go on the operation that it actually is Kai. I like to listen to it on that operation, and I think it's a fun listen when you go with that headset. But also, it's a fun way either way, because like trying to figure out is also a fun head space to be in, because it's like, is he not?
the reason why it's like messing with me is because we've already like been in a similar situation in like the High Republic, where I'm like, I know for a fact this is a thing that can happen, because ghosts just fucking talk to people in Star Wars.
Yeah, they don't care.
Like, that's just a thing that they can do. So I'm not sure.
So maybe I go with yes. I think it is him. I think it's Kai. I do think though that he is officially gone once Dooku's.
Yeah, at the end of it, he's definitely gone, regardless of what he is.
Yeah, like I think Dooku silences it.
Like, hey, stop fucking talking to ghosts.
You talk to me. I'm your master now, not them.
Yep, they're gone.
Yeah. I also think Ventress's. I think we see Ventress's. I shouldn't say no way back, because we do realize she does redeem herself later in Clone Wars, obviously. But because she turns out to be a good character, like a good. Well, not in Clone Wars, but in something that we'll read later.
Ventress
but
is like,
I think her
I'd
no
go
way.
somewhere if I knew where the fuck to go.
But I think her like irredeemable moment, like when she truly becomes Darkseid. You know what I mean? Because they say, oh, when you killed those bandits, that the people that
Like-
killed Kai. I don't think that's her Darkseid moment. I do think that's her having a Darkseid moment, but it's not her capital D Darkseid moment. If that makes sense, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Anakin has multiple lowercase Darkseid moments, but his uppercase Darkseid moment is obviously Order 66.
Yeah.
Like, that is his capital D.
That is the, like... Ooh.
That is, it's going to be hard for you to redeem yourself from
Yeah.
this point. I think Ventress's is when she kills Jinza.
I was like... I had a moment of like, okay...
Because she doesn't have anybody, like, there's nobody that is important enough to her for there to be a sacrifice on the normal side of, like, normally your sacrifice would be to kill somebody that's important to you, right? That would be your dark side moment. But she doesn't have that. Kai would be the closest to that, and maybe her removing Kai is her dark side moment.
Yeah.
But also maybe Jinza, because that's her first time truly assassinating somebody who's done literally nothing. Literally nothing. The rest of the book or play is her killing people that either kind of deserve it or are people that are actually hostile to her in some way. Jinza literally did nothing.
She didn't Jinza didn't do anything. She just wanted to have a, like, hey bro, chill conversation with Dooku.
It's definitely Dooku's capital D moment.
Yeah.
That is his dark side moment. Is him ordering for Jinza's death, because that's his last. Because he says it. It's his last piece of connection to being who he used to be, which was this idealistic knight. Because that's what he was. He was a very idealistic Jedi Knight, right? He very much held to the ideals, which is why he disagreed with the Council a lot. It's similar to the Qui-Gon effect, where Qui-Gon very much is like, we must follow the living force, and versus the
follow the spirit of the law as opposed to the writ.
Yeah, and so I think we see it successfully passed down to Qui-Gon, and we see it when it's done correctly, which is Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon is when you take those ideas and you apply them correctly. Dooku is when you lose faith entirely and are still holding those ideals, and so you're trying to force those ideals, but you have no faith in the system that those ideals are connected to. Right?
Yeah.
Whereas Qui-Gon still has faith in the system. He just has to work in the system to get his ideals to work. And we see that a lot of the times it does when Qui-Gon does it. Like, it does work a lot of the time. The Council, while they may not immediately listen, they'll learn their lesson whenever Qui-Gon is the one bringing this information. But anytime Dooku does it, Dooku is a little bit too headstrong, I think, he's very stubborn. That's kind of one of his major flaws, is he's stubborn to a fault.
Negotiation is not one of his strong suits, because he is so ready to just be like, you know what, fuck this. You do what I tell you to.
And while there is a heavy argument that people have that Dooku is the least Sith, he's very much still a Sith. He very much, he enjoys the thing that people ignore is that he is still power hungry.
Oh yeah.
He is still very much a power hungry individual, which is why he falls at the end of the day. Because he could have just let Jinza be in charge of Sereno.
Yeah, that was an option.
And honestly, Jinza would have been the perfect fit for leadership. She would have led them to a better path. Because the problem with Sereno is the Sereno family, the main house, the main Sereno house. We don't ever get a last name for these people, so I guess because it's just Dooku of Sereno. So like,
yeah.
But I figure if they're House Sereno, then Sereno must be logically their last name. But we never confirm that. But like logically, that makes sense.
Yep.
So his dad Gora, right?
Yeah.
Gora. He is the worst of the worst.
He sucks so much.
He's like, I left my son out to die to wolves because he's a force sensitive, and I think they're abominations.
Yep.
Which is actually very different from Legends. So Gora in Legends still an asshole, but actually very proud that his son is in the Jedi ranks because he's like, oh, I can use that because force power. That's a lot of power.
That's good.
That's good. I'm proud of my son for being there. But he's still an asshole. This one is very much a little bit racist there, Pops.
Yeah.
Going as far as to go, he's not my son. After he saved his sister.
I thought I told you to take this.
Bastard, essentially.
I was going.
That's how Gora feels, anyways.
Take this fucking bastard away, Yoda. You said you'd never bring him back, but you did. Why the fuck is he here?
But we learned that the problem with Sereno is Gora is trying to. He's trying to do the in game, like the what is it? He's very capitalistic, so he's going for that late stage capitalism, which is, we don't make anybody work, but you're not getting any money because of that, and I have droids do all the work because it's free for me to do that.
Yep.
But it also means all of you are poor. Suck it.
Basically.
which makes Sereno's economy shit.
And
And actually, the next time Dooku comes home, it's because of an uprising about that.
yeah.
Because they, well, no, it wasn't for that. It was for like a negotiation of something else. But like that became part of it.
That was part of it. It's because his mom died.
Yeah, he was there for his mom's funeral, but then it becomes a riot over over that.
Meanwhile, after a certain point, Dooku only tells Sifo Dyas, "Hey, I've been keeping in contact with my sister all these years." Everyone finds out in a big kerfuffle after some other stuff happens.
And so basically him going to see his mom is like the last thing.
Yeah.
They're like,
They're
hey,
like-
we know about your communications. We're going to stop that. You're allowed to go to your mom's funeral, but that's the last time.
And this is one of my fuck off. This is a family matter, Jedi. Mind yourself.
But theoretically also, if Dooku was following the Jedi way, he should have not been involved at all.
I'm like, to me, it's like.
So it's a mixture of things. Like, Dooku should not have been involved at all. But also, yeah, at this point he knows, so what's to stop him?
Yeah.
Like, it's a weird
For me, it's
situation.
like, why are you getting mad that he's having a phone call?
I think the problem is Dooku is very much attached, though. We see that his attachment is too strong. Because that is something we see a lot in this, is that he has too strong of attachments. It's the Anakin situation, where it's okay to love somebody, it's okay to care about people, but when you let those attachments guide you in everything you do, which is Dooku's issue in this play, that's the issue. And I think they can't confirm that he's doing that, but anytime Sereno does come up, he's like, we should get involved, and they're like, oh, we don't know the whole situation. Which in the case of the final straw, I feel like the council is half correct. It's a situation of, yes, we should be saving those people from what's going on, but also the leadership is the reason that it's happening. And the leadership has not asked for our help. Ramil didn't ask for help. Because at this point, Ramil's in charge of Sereno, because Gora died.
He died.
Ramil's worse.
Ramil.
Somehow worse than Dad.
Yeah.
Ramil's like, hey, you know that late stage capitalism thing? We're gonna really increase that. We're gonna increase that to where even my bodyguards are robots. And then the other houses are like, well, what are we gonna do? He's like, suck it.
You'll figure it out, loser. That's what he goes.
And so the other houses are like, well, I guess we'll hire mercenaries. And then, surprise, surprise, the mercenaries turn on them. They take the money and turn on them.
Yep. It's like, you know who's got a bigger fucking pocketbook, says Ramil? Me.
Except not really, because we learned that, like, how Sereno is pretty broke. In fact, he has not paid his taxes, essentially, to the Republic. So the Republic's like, we're just going to stay out of this, because they haven't paid their taxes.
They're like, fuck them.
Which is ironic, because it's just as Dooku was like, yeah, the Jedi shouldn't really be getting involved with things. In fact, the Republic should be able to handle its own shit. But then he immediately goes, actually, I'm going to handle this.
You're gonna handle this. Be right back.
Because he was literally just he was just petitioning the Republic for them to start building up their own defenses for the Outer Rim.
And he's like, hey, have you noticed all this massive amount of crime that's happening? And they're like,
yeah, but it's not affecting us.
yeah.
And he's like, yeah, but the Jedi can't keep resolving these issues by ourselves. There are only so many of us.
Yeah.
And they're like, too bad.
He's like,
They don't give us enough money.
he essentially storms out.
He's like, you're just upset because if they were to have the defenses they need, then that'll actually create competition in the capitalist society of the Republic.
Yeah.
And they're like, nuh-uh.
He's like, I'm fucking right, and no one wants to admit it.
And they're just like, nuh-uh. Because they don't have a better response.
Yeah, it's
They're
like, I'm just gonna leave now before I get mad.
yeah, because he's like, I know I'm right, because that's not a great response to what I just said.
God. Also, I know this is a side thing. The previous librarian for the Jedi Archive, who was not Jocasta Nu.
Correct.
Fuck that bitch. She sucks. Like,
I am curious what happened to Braylon after this, because Braylon's the one that helps Dooku leave Sereno. Because Braylon's like, hey, I know you turned my son and me in, but we're cool. And, because I'm still trying to get back in the Jedi's graces after that. But, so I can't give you a ship anymore. I was going to give you a ship, but since things went sideways, Lean will do it.
yeah.
But I'll help you get... I was the one who reached out to Lean, so I still helped.
It's very much a, well, I can't do anything on my end on the sly, but I can point you in the right direction.
And then look away.
Yep. They're like, hey, did you see Dooku? He's like, oh yeah, he's out for coffee or something.
Yeah. I forgot about Braylon's shadiness, though. Like, I know that she's not a great person at the start, because she's very much critical of Dooku and Sifo for no reason.
Yeah.
When they're, like, younger.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm like, why are you fucking doing this right now?
But then, like, I was like, oh, yeah, she's a rat's mom.
Mm.
And then, yeah. So we learned Seekers have always acted weird. At least two of them, anyways. Braylon and Sifo. Although, I was joking with you. I was like, Sifo is just Hamilton.
Just,
He's just always running out of time.
there was a set amount of time to fucking set up solutions to these problems while I'm still lucid enough to do it.
He's like, everything I have ever seen has come true. Holy shit. There's a war coming. How do I stop this?
How do I do?
Or at least, how do I prepare for it?
Yeah.
Because he shared... the only time that there's a shared vision... The only time that he doesn't get a 100% accurate vision is when they have the shared vision with the presages. Because it's him, Lean, and Dooku that share that one. And then Dooku zaps him in his vision.
Fucking evil Moss.
Yeah. Poor Sifo getting blasted by Dooku, by the way. Because Dooku can't control it. He's like, I'm having visions that I'm shocking people. And it's just like, no, bro, you are shocking people.
Yep.
You're shocking your best friend / roommate. Because there's that implication that they were... There's like a very... Like, fans have that slight implication that, is this romantic or are they just really good friends? Because it's really hard to tell with Dooku and Sifo.
It's a little bit different.
It's a little hard to tell. Are they roommates or roommates? They're neither.
never know.
Technically, they're neither, because Sifo's always running off with Lean. Sifo doesn't have time to be roommates with Dooku.
Sifo, I'm running out of time for fucking everything, man.
Except me.
Except me. I'm going crazy over here.
But because the shared vision is interesting, because we get a lot of stuff that is gonna happen, but then we get some wild shit that does not happen whatsoever, like the Jedi creating their own theocracy. Wild. I don't know if under Yoda's supervision that would ever happen. I don't think that would ever happen.
I don't think it would happen. But that is a fucking crazy thing to think.
Jedi theocracy, just straight up overthrowing the Republic. No. I'm like, I don't think Yoda or Mace would allow that.
Yeah.
So, it'd be interesting. It's a definitely interesting what if, but I don't think it would happen ever. And obviously, it does not happen in the canon timeline. But I don't see a timeline where that makes sense. And even Dooku's like, yeah, this doesn't make sense. even
What
Dooku's
nonsense is this?
yeah, he's like, what bullshittery is this? What's some of the other visions at that one? He gets some visions of Qui-Gon before Qui-Gon's a thing. They see Order 66.
Yeah. Oof. Ouch.
Which is the heavy thing that Sifo carries with him. He is trying hard to prevent that one. Also, Sifo. Sifo sees people chanting Dooku's name,
Mhm.
which does happen.
That does happen.
That's really the big ones.
Yeah.
That's really the big visions that they have. And so,
Earlier in the book, there apparently once again the Jedi just love keeping evil artifact shit around.
oh, when they're so in the Jedi archives there is a locked part of it's the forbidden part of the archive. And it's basically where they hold the dangerous artifacts and books. And it's not really for them to learn how to use these things. The Jedi Masters, and it's only for council members that are masters. So they have to be Jedi Masters and council members. That's the only way you can legally look into this archive. And it's really not to learn anything from it other than how to be aware of, like, the dark side influence. And it's really more of a, this is how we know dark side shit when it happens. It's not so that way they learn how to use whatever that thing is teaching.
There's also there's only supposed to be one way in. The other way in is through the library. And they're like, oh, this is supposed to be sealed up after, like, Dooku and Sifo are fucking around in there.
Still not sealed up.
Still not sealed up. They're like, we thought we put all of these safeguards in place.
Yeah, because the one time Dooku and Sifo break in, Sifo gets hurt
Sifo gets hurt
because Dooku uses the Force on him.
because Dooku uses the Force on him and freaks out.
Yeah, because he thinks he hears a monster, and he's correct.
He is correct.
He does feel something in the Force. And it's also the first time they meet Lean, is during that. Because that's when Lean's like, yeah, these kids are pretty strong in the Force. And they have good intuition when it comes to the dark side. I'm interested in them.
We'll keep an eye on them.
Because Lean's whole thing is, she is Sifo before Sifo. Her whole thing is trying to prevent the return of the Sith.
And everyone's like, dude, they're not coming back. And she is like, we don't know that. Throughout the entire thing.
Yeah.
She's like, we may have helped them by driving them to near extinction.
Yeah, we may have just sped them into hiding, but we can't confirm. Okay, you were right. Wait, no. That's not. Oh, is that his real name? No. Okay. You're right. But you gotta admit, though, that actor did make him sound...
Yeah.
We were talking voice acting and how, like, some of the actors, Liam, like, they make the Irish Liam Neeson sound very Scottish for Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon is very Scottish in this. But...
Alright. Let's see what else.
honestly, that's the highlights of it. I guess we could talk about the ending, because that's the last thing to really talk about.
Oh,
Oh,
this has no relevance to the plot.
Go ahead, though.
However, Rael Averross does sound like he's going to try to convince you to buy, like, a Ford pickup.
So he's a car salesman?
No, like, he sounds like the narrator for the Ford commercials.
Oh, yeah. He does sound like he's like a good old country
He's
boy.
like-
He sounds like a good old country boy. Also confirmed he's a cougar chaser.
Yeah.
Like, we already know he's a ladies' man, because Master and Apprentice already taught us that. But, because him and Elzar Man, they are ladies' men. But, Rail is like, he sees Lean Castana, and he's like, I'd hit that. And Dooku has to be like, bro, you can't say that.
You can't say that. And he's like, yeah, what about it?
What's gonna stop me?
It's gonna stop me. Nothing stopped me from trying before.
Even me taking that, their vow of celibacy.
That can't stop me. I don't know what those words mean. Said Rail.
Rail said, I'm not smart enough to know what celibacy means, so I'm just gonna fuck everything.
Anyhow, my apprentice is dead. I'm gonna go look after my surrogate daughter.
Yeah, because this takes place immediately prior to
Yeah.
Master and Apprentice, that section of the flashback. But I don't know how far after.
Where the fuck is this man?
Because what is Qui-Gon's not dead yet,
No, Qui-Gon isn't dead yet.
so it still has to take place before Episode 1. Because they mention at the end, because he tells Sifo, "Hey, tell Qui-Gon and Rail, I'm proud of them and to let the Force guide
I'm proud
them."
of them. They did a good job.
Let
I'm like, why the fuck can't you tell me? He's like,
because I'm staying.
I'm staying.
Once again, showing his power hungry nature. Because once again, he could have just let Jinzo
He
lead.
really could have.
Because
honestly.
Jinzo was set to be the best leader out of the siblings. Because Jinzo was like, I actually care about the people. So the things that you're fighting for, I'm fighting for, Dooku. Also, I'm not a Jedi, so I can stay here and it not be a problem. And the other houses would back me.
Mhm.
Without me having to be forceful about it. Whereas Dooku's obviously going to have to.
Because Serenians typically do not enjoy the company of Force users.
They also don't like outsiders, really.
That too.
And Dooku, while a Serenian, is an outsider to them.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mostly because of like the planet's history.
yeah. And just, because they don't like Force users in general because they had to fight off Sith. They were one of the first people to be like,
And
fuck
they-
the Sith.
They went, don't ever come back here, essentially.
And so they ended up not liking any Force users in the process. Not because the Jedi are bad, but because... And they don't think the Jedi are bad. They just don't want another Sith
They're
situation.
like, we don't want to deal with any of that shit.
And so...
Ah,
That would be a cool one-shot.
Mm.
The Serenian Sith War. That'd be a cool one-shot.
oh yeah, by the way, there's this weird creature called the Tirataka that
Yeah.
Dooku accidentally woke up
Yeah, that's
missing the first time.
that's the
and
thing in the archive
yeah,
that we were talking about.
There's a painting on
Yeah.
Sereno and he touches it and then everything gets fucky. for
Yeah, that's
Dooku.
when he kind of keeps just having the sound of the monster roaring
Yep.
in him. Kevin Scott and George Mann really know how to write like horror within their non-horror genre stuff. They're like, who wants a little bit of horror in their Star Wars? Kevin Scott though is really good. I like. I mean, he's part of the High Republic team, so we like all the people on that team. But we like Kevin Scott. We like George Mann. We like DJO, Justina Ireland, and Claudia, and them. You know, I think I'm just gonna end up naming all the High Republic authors. No, but for real though, Kevin Scott did a really good job with this,
Yes.
and I think also the cast for the audio play did a really good job. Like they brought it to life. The thing I forgot before we talk about the ending, the thing I forgot was how much they described things in this one, because that does seem to be a thing that the future audio dramas kind of toned down doing, which is like describing every little thing going on, because they use Ventress as a narrator to be like, and then I was looking directly at their face, like so that way you can kind of visualize it more. But the other audio dramas kind of just expect you to kind of visualize that on your own and kind of come up with your own mental picture, which I don't know if I'm for or against either version. I know you're probably more for how this one was though,
Yeah.
because I know you have a tougher time visualizing things if they don't spell it out in a way. So
I'm also someone who will just take things at face value.
like that Sifo Dyas
Yeah, that Sifo Dyas is
is Braylon's
is
son,
Braylon's son.
even though Sifo's nowhere near in the scene.
Yeah.
He's not even on this fucking planet. Probably not even in the same region.
Probably not.
He's probably out in the Outer Rims doing some garbage thing and looking for Sith artifacts with Lean. Also, poor Lean's bird.
Yep.
It's basically a falcon, and she gives a falcon essentially to Dooku to watch over because she's like, we can't bring it on in the adventures because it doesn't like Sifo. It kind of gets skittish around him,
Yeah.
which is fair because Sifo will go off at any moment. He will have an episode after being like fine for a day, and then he'll have an episode of visions, and so it's fair. And so he keeps the falcon. And then the Falcon dies during that investigation where we find out the truth about Aerith and Braylon. And although we also kind of know that Aerith has like a gambling problem because
Yeah.
of a previous adventure they have, where Qui-Gon tricks him into admitting that he's God.
Stop.
Qui-Gon's like, "Hey, you want to play some cards?"
He's like, sure.
Yeah, I'll take this stupid apprentice's money. They don't know how to play cards.
Sure, I'll-
It's not even a sure. He's absolutely okay with doing
Yeah.
this. Like, there is no hesitation on Arath's mind about this. Arath's like, hell yeah, I'll steal this kid's money. And then Qui-Gon shows up, and then the rest of the Jedi show up, and they're like, "We tricked ya."
We tricked you, and it's like, are we gonna report this to the council? And they're like,
Not if you'd give us back the thing that you stole.
yeah, essentially.
Because he stole something so that way he could pay off his debts.
Yep.
Which caused a conflict between two intergalactic planets that were trying to negotiate a
Caused
peace
slight
treaty.
diplomatic incident.
Yeah. Arath's diplomatic immunity has been revoked.
Sure fucking has. Also, Arath is such an asshole.
I mean, even as a kid, he wasn't great.
Yeah.
Making fun of Dooku. At least he didn't call him Doo-Doo. That would have been a very easy kid nickname to like throw onto Dooku. I'm surprised nobody did. I think I think he gives him Dookie though at one point,
Probably.
which that one's pretty close to.
Like, it wouldn't surprise me if, like, because Arath is just a mocking person, he probably just turned to Dooku one day and went, "Rich boy," and walked away.
So let's talk about the ending, and
Yeah.
then that way we can kind of wrap up this episode, because you've got places to be,
Mhm.
and I want to make sure you get there in time. We're doing good on time, but I just
Yeah.
want to make sure we stay on time. This is a rare time where we have to stay on topic.
Yeah. God, I would love to go on a tangent. I can't because
It's gonna be even worse next week because it's gonna be a bigger topic, which means no tangents next week either.
damn it all.
And so, ending. Dooku gets a message from Jenza, who he's been out of communication with for a few years now, because he kept to his word of not really reaching out.
Yeah.
Also, like the last time they ran into each other, Jenza was pissed at him, which was at Mom's funeral, because he basically beat up Dad. And then she was like, not cool. And
It's slight clarification. He knocked over like their mom's casket.
oh yeah, he knocked over Mom's casket while beating up Dad.
No, Dad beat the shit out of him.
Wow.
He didn't fight back.
He did?
Because
I
he's
thought he-
like, I could.
I thought he
But-
did fight back.
Mm-mm.
He just verbally fought back. Because he did argue a
He
hell.
did argue.
He was loud too. He was yelling at Dad.
He did argue.
He yelled at Gora.
And then the rioters
Yeah.
pulled up because they were mad about the droid working.
And
Capitalism.
I think he did kind of get in between Gora, because I think there was a part of it where there's a reason why I don't think Gora knocked him into Mom's casket. I think he did something that caused that to happen. I can't remember the specifics. Anyways, because otherwise then you could blame Gora, but Gora wasn't the one that knocked Dooku into it, so Dooku gets the blame.
Yeah.
But also, I think it is partially like, hey, you probably shouldn't have started that with Dad, too. Because that's what led to what happened. So they stay out of contact because of that. But Jenzo finally reaches out and is like, hey, we got a problem. Ever since our brother took over, shit.
Yep.
So yeah, they find out about the whole thing that we talked about with the mercenaries being hired by the houses. Mercenaries betray the houses. Brother doesn't want to do shit about it because it doesn't benefit him to do anything about it.
Yep.
So yeah, and so Jenza sent the droid to go contact them because they were trying to do it properly through the Republic, but the Republic was like, you haven't paid your taxes.
So no.
So no. And then the Jedi were like, well, we can't get involved if the Republic's isn't really getting involved because there's no reason for us to do it. And Dooku's like, what? We're not going to help people that are in trouble?
Why do we care if the Republic is getting involved or not?
We as Jedi should be able to operate separately. And they're like, but that's bad optics. And he's like, fuck you, I'm out.
Fuck you, I'm going home.
He doesn't actually say that because he lies to them. He says he's taking the droid back to a ship, so he can.
I've decided to meditate. How long are you gonna meditate? Oh, I don't know. How long does it take me to get to Serena?
Yeah. So they get to Sereno. Dooku takes control of Monster that he's been having visions of the whole time.
Yep.
And, yeah, and then uses that to fight back against the mercenaries and saves the day, but also almost gets some civilians killed in the process.
Woo.
Woo. Ish.
Woo-ish. I do feel bad for Ramil because this is a very
Oh yeah, he just straight up brutally kills Ramil.
This is a very bad type matchup for you, Ramil, considering your metal body against a guy notorious for spamming lightning.
Yeah, Ramil's like, hey, you want to talk things over, brother? And Dooku's like, nope, I don't got a brother.
Yep.
Dead.
It's like, you had so many chances.
This is also the ending where this is the part that Jinza's telling Ventress about, because Jinza is kind of like, yeah, Dooku's changed a lot, and he's not really the brother I knew, because the brother she knew, because Jinza was the one keeping Dooku on track. Strangely enough, if they had kept in communication, Dooku probably might have turned out better. Maybe. Problem
But
is,
we didn't get that.
well, we also can't. Yeah, we can't prove one way or the other. But it seems more likely that Jinza was kind of his center, and was kind of being like, because she would always be the one that would bring up the how things should go, and Dooku would be like, oh yeah, you're right. Maybe I should operate that way. Whereas normally Dooku would kind of just go very the Serenian way, House Sereno way of power. There's also that scene where he makes Qui-Gon use a torture device on him just for power's sake. He really fucked up Qui-Gon.
Yeah. Qui-Gon, like, sitting, I don't know, next to... What's another Jedi that'd be an apprentice at the time?
Kyneric.
Yeah, he's just sitting next to him. He's like, I don't know, man. My weird not dad, he had me, like, throw on some bandages and fucking hit him with, like, a shock stick for a while.
Kai's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, dude, it's weird.
Yeah, I'm surprised Qui-Gon didn't suppress all of this.
That reminds me.
Yeah,
Yoda
Dooku
brings up that
Dooku's
Dooku
able to...
suppresses his memories.
Not that it matters, because he, like, records all of them.
Yeah. Which is... I'm like, what the fuck kind of training did Yoda put
I don't
me
think
through?
Yoda taught him that.
Does Dooku just have his own, like...
I think Dooku learned that on his own. Because, like, that is not something Yoda, I feel like, would teach Dooku to do.
Yeah. Actually, you're right. Because that shit happens when he's...
After he's already left the apprenticeship of Yoda?
No, before.
Okay.
Before he's an apprentice.
Oh, yeah.
Because it happens when...
Is that when they're looking at the archive stuff? When him and Sci-Fi are looking at that old text?
Yeah, because Dooku blocks that out. He doesn't... After the vision, he doesn't know what the fuck he did.
Yeah.
Sci-Fi knows.
Yeah.
And so does everybody else, but he doesn't. And no one ever talks to him about it.
Yeah, I think Dooku is just trying to separate himself from the evil he does. Because it's just like, Dooku, you shouldn't be doing this. Okay. I don't remember doing it. It's like, bro, you still did it. No, I didn't. I don't remember.
What are you talking about? It never happened.
But yeah, so ending, he kills Ramil. And then basically Sifo and Lean are like, okay, so we can go now, right? He's like, nah, I'm not going. In fact, let me call Yoda. I have Jinza's version of the Hollow because I left mine with Yoda. So I'm gonna call Yoda and basically give not even my 2 weeks. I'm just quitting. I'm hard quitting.
Quit.
Yeah, he's doing a hard quit. He's not giving 2 weeks notice. He's just like, I'm done. And Yoda's like, if you think so. Which, once again, shows that the Jedi are not really a cult.
You can leave.
You can leave freely. they don't, as long as you are going about the right path, they don't care. Now, of course, Dooku obviously does not take the right path and becomes a problem, which is why they start to care. But normally they don't care. If you just go, hey, I don't think I want to do this anymore. Okay. In fact, you're still part of our family. That's why we're going to let you keep your lightsaber.
Anyhow, good luck out there.
Yeah.
And he's like, surely...
To be fair, they always joke that he would be better in politics anyways.
Yeah.
So they're like, yeah, this makes sense.
This checks out.
And in fact, everybody thinks highly of him up until the end of Attack of the Clones. Because at the beginning of Attack of the Clones, Ki-Adi's like, nah, he's an idealist. That's it. He's just a political idealist. He's not a bad guy. So
Meanwhile.
everybody thinks he's a good guy this whole time.
Yeah.
So like the Jedi are not bad. They think the best of Dooku. They're hoping for the best for Dooku. Unfortunately, Dooku as an adult makes terrible decisions of his own, and he's a grown man, so he made those decisions. There's nobody else to really blame for those decisions. So anybody who tries to be a Dooku apologist, you're kind of ignoring some of the facts.
Meanwhile, Dooku, as I've made the joke before, Dooku, I've seen the problem. I can't fix it via the other means I've used, so therefore I shall become the problem.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Tales of the Jedi stuff all over again with the Dooku episodes. But yeah, so he stays, and then we go back to the present, where it turns out Dooku's been following Ventress the whole time. He's been laying all the hints for her on purpose, so that way she'd find Jinza, and then he's like, alright, final test, kill Jinza.
Yep, go on, kill her.
And so,
And Ventress is like,
she's hesitant, but she does it.
what?
Yeah, like, hesitantly, she does it.
Like, sure, I guess, I don't...
And then and then Dooku's like, oh yeah, by the way, I know about that thing in your head, get rid of that.
Yeah. Yeah, that weird ghost motherfucker gotta go.
Kai's gotta go. We can't. He didn't help you. I did. And it's just like, well, shit.
Yeah.
Which that becomes a whole scene on its own, and it's, yeah. Also, I find it funny that the Order 66 vision is in scene 66. Which it was hard to tell that, but I could, because for the audible version, it clumps scenes together. So it's like scene whatever through scene 66 for that one. And so that's the only reason I knew it was scene 66 when that scene happened, because the next scene started and it was scene 67 through whatever. And so I was like, oh, so that was scene 66. Interesting. So, but yeah, I give this a strong 8.5. Maybe even an 8. If I'm going to be more critical of it.
Okay.
Like, if I'm more critical of it, it's an 8. But if I were to, like, be lenient, it's an 8.5. It's a pretty strong audio drama that really goes... I think it's a good character study. For sure. It's a good character study of Dooku and sort of Ventress. Like, while Ventress is the main character, she's not the character study. Not in this, anyways. We'll get some Ventress character study later. You're struggling to put a number?
Yeah. I was gonna give it a 7.
That sounds right. For you.
But I'm also like...
leaning towards 7.5.
Nah, I'm just gonna leave it as a 7.
Okay.
Like, it's not bad.
No. And I know... I think some people would freak out, but we've discussed this. For you, a 7 is good. 7 is... This was good.
When the lowest has been a 4, a 7 seems pretty good.
7 is... This was a good, enjoyable thing for you. 6 would be like that it's bare bones, I guess, for you. Like, that's like... When it's just barely passing is a 6. And then, like, be under that is when it's like, So I mean, because everybody forgets that 7 is a C. That's a C.
Yeah, C+.
Yeah, like that's a good number to get. So I mean, you're passing in a it's average passing, but it's still a D is kind of becoming the average in reality if we're being. But so C is good. So Today we're talking about Dark Droids, the entire arc,
All of it.
which includes this much comic. A little bit closer for. Yeah, so that's a lot of comic. 6 different trade paperbacks. Thankfully, we didn't read them as separate paperbacks. I kind of just edited them together into a continuant story with, I guess, some of it kind of flashing back as necessary to like a earlier point, but we'll talk about that when we talk about our actual review of it. We're gonna do a kind of TLDR of what we've been up to this week. I rewatched Highlander for one. I've been also hardcore playing Fallout Shelter again. It's a nice little chill game.
I've continued my Bloodborne playthrough, got to Castle Cainhurst. I need to go and find this old guy and kill him. Other games I've been playing, I've resumed my Fallout 4 playthrough.
Hey.
And I guess I'm doing a Brotherhood run now.
Yeah, because you and I talked about it. Like, your problem was you weren't sure about, like, you wanted to do Minutemen, but you kind of unintentionally locked yourself more into Brotherhood.
Yeah, I guess.
Like,
I'm in a weird
well,
situation.
no, you wanted Institute. You mentioned you were working with the Institute more.
I'm working with everybody. So everyone's in this weird state of, we really want this guy on our side.
So now you're at the point where you have to pick a faction.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, because the game's like, we can't continue until you pick.
Mm-hmm. And I've done, like, my first fucking railroad mission, where I'm like...
Which is what locked you into Brotherhood, because I think you fudged the railroad mission.
Nope. I guess technically I'm doing Deacon's companion quests now.
Okay.
And so I've done that. I'm still able to go, like, in and out of the Institute because they don't really keep track of who I'm working with.
Yeah. Anyways, we went deeper than we were supposed to. This is TLDR.
Yeah, so I guess I'm working with the Brotherhood now.
Okay. Anything else? That's pretty much it?
That's pretty much it. I mean...
That's fair. So let's jump into news. There's only one piece of news, and it's one that we did not expect to get, honestly. Yeah. It's one we were like, this is like, we had given up on this happening. Star Wars Hunters decided to release a launch date trailer, where they reveal that, yeah, it's coming out. And a lot sooner than we would have expected. Well, no. To be a lot sooner than we would have expected would have meant that it came out when in time.
Because it's like, what is it?
It's been 2 years, essentially.
It's been 2 years.
Like, 1 year since 1 year since the tie-in novel, but like 2 years since it was supposed to come out.
Yeah.
Because it was supposed to come out before the tie-in novel wasn't a thing. Anyways, let's watch the trailer together. I do like that they kind of make it like watching an ESPN thing. Like they do the We're Not Quite ESPN theme song.
Yeah.
Did you watch this beforehand? I know I put it in the...
I did not.
Okay. Because I did put it in the Discord, but... It's not really showing any specific gameplay. It's more just showing who the fighters are, as well as kind of just giving us a date. I mean, we've seen gameplay before, though, unless it's been heavily altered since then. But like, it's a team shooter.
Looks like the main event is starting live on ORSN.
So,
The Hunter!
June 4th. So, not even a month away.
When I was a kid,
Well, okay. Well, by the time this comes out, not even a month away. Because remember, we have to since we pre-record, we have to be aware of when the dates are. Also, I guess I should say this. Well, no, it'll be tomorrow. So it's exactly a month away. Sorry, when this airs. Also, tomorrow is Star Wars Day. When this airs. Once again, not throwing you off on reality of where we are. But when this airs, yeah, tomorrow's Star Wars Day, so we got a few things going on there. We got Tales of the Empire. It's also Free Comic Book Day. So we're getting 2 comic books that day. We're getting a... we can ignore that. That was one of the mistakes. We're getting a High Republic Adventures one, obviously, but then a Young Jedi Adventures one. So, both 2 one-shots for Free Comic Book Day. That's it for news, really. Let's kind of just get right into business with the review portion of the show. So, spoiler warning, because we are going to talk about everything about this arc. So, not everything. If we did, it would be as long as our War of the Bounty Hunters episode. And we have told ourselves we will never do an episode that long ever again. So, we're going to try to hold that promise, although this comic might break us on that. I think if we had a guest, we definitely would have broken that promise.
Oh, yeah.
But also all of our mutuals that are doing Star Wars stuff are out of town on today when we're recording. Most of them are at Disney doing a fun Star Wars Day thing at Disney. So, hope y'all had fun. So, what do we want to talk about first? Do we want to just jump to the ending? Or do we want to kind of talk... So, the premise... Okay, I will say, I initially thought Ajax was going to be the bad guy of this. Until they were like, nope, it's a whole nother droid threat. Because the previews for all this led us to believe
they
Ajax.
lead you to think that Ajax will be the problem, but he isn't.
In fact, he is the solution.
Yeah.
Although, he might be a problem later.
He might be a problem later, but he's not a problem right now.
Yeah. The problem now is kind of this unknown droid AI entity called the Scourge. And it kind of reminds me of the Drengir. But if it was a computer program. Because it's always hungry. And much like the Drengir who were locked on the Amaxine station by the Sith, so was the Scourge. The Scourge was also locked up by the Sith, and they were like, yeah, no, this is too dangerous. Even the Sith were like, this is bad.
And the Sith say, fuck this, we're not using it. It's a bad sign.
Yeah. And so we get reference that this is not the first time the Scourge has tried to take over everything, because the Scourge's thing is that it tries to take over all of the machines, and then ultimately it wants to take over everything. Because in order to feed its hunger, it has to become almost this parasitic relationship with everything. In kind of a hive mind. And the more it conquers as part of the hive mind, the less it's hungry. Except that's not true. We see that it hungers even more as it gets more. But that's its prevailing theory, is that if it controls everything, then hey, I won't be hungry anymore.
Yep.
But we see that that's probably not going to be true. We never see it come to full fruition, although it comes pretty damn close. It comes pretty damn close.
Yeah.
Because its goal is to also take over all of humanity, which is really where most of the plot is about, which is it's struggling to take that idea of going from machine to man. Because it's like, oh, I can take over all the machines easily. I just do programming. And then cyborgs or hybroids or whatever you want to call them, and they call them hybroids throughout because they're like hybrid droids. So characters like Valence, Lobot, and Magna are like the 3 prime targets of of the hybrid part of it. With Valence being the perfect hybrid because he is like 99% robot at this point.
Yeah.
And of course, we're also dealing with Valence's memory loss situation because of all the stuff that went down with him working for Vader and then trying to leave Vader, and it's all that storyline's also going on. We also get the ending of the Bounty Hunters comic as a whole from this arc. Well, and one issue after this arc, but we decided to count it as part of this review because it's literally one extra issue. So we were like, might as well. Because Bounty Hunters unfortunately did end after this run. So this is unfortunately the last time we will be talking about Bounty Hunters. Although, well, no, that's not true. We'll be talking about Bounty Hunters when we talk about the first couple volumes that we didn't talk about as part of the... Because there's a couple volumes we didn't talk about before the show started. Because I don't think we talked about volumes 1 and 2 of Bounty Hunters.
Nope.
I think volume 3 was when the War of the Bounty Hunters started. And then we kind of just went from there, I think, is where... I think I can confirm that very easily. Yeah. Yep. So volumes 1 and 2. So we'll get to talk about some past Valence, but there won't be much going forward with Valence, unfortunately. That we know of. We'll talk about that though. I don't know how you felt about Valence as a character. If you really liked him or not. I mean, it feels like sometimes you did and sometimes you didn't when we've talked about him before, mainly because of your unsureness about cyborgs. But in Valence's case, you tended to give him, in the case of Valence, you tended to give him a pass though, because his was life-threatening usually.
Yeah. I have to explain my cyborg thing now. About my
I think we've
opinion.
talked about it, but for new audiences.
So for those of you who are new here, I have a thing about cybernetics called don't get them just to be aesthetically pleased. Get them if you actually need them.
Yeah.
Like, if your arm gets cut off, I imagine you would want your arm back. But, like, if you're like, I'm gonna sever my own arm to, like, I don't know, because I want my arm blue.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Or I want, a cool fire flamethrower as my arm now.
Yeah. I was thinking about this, and it's surprising, like...
It's never usually a color reason, it's usually a tech reason,
Yeah.
to be fair. So aesthetically, it's still for tech reasons. It's not for oh, I just want a cool color. I could just paint my arm if I was going to do that.
Yeah. But I do feel bad for Valence, because this poor man
Yeah.
goes through a lot.
So you like Valence as a character overall, I would say then.
Mm-hmm.
He's not somebody that you're
Yeah.
like, oh, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
Bosk might be that right now, but also I feel bad for him because he realizes
mad.
he's made the wrong choice.
I'm not mad at Bosk. I'm just like...
You're disappointed.
I'm like, really, dude? You choose now?
So let's kind of get into it a bit to kind of explain. So, of course, we're getting all these point of views. What did you think of Lando's character arc in this? Because really, this is Lando's arc. Because Lando and Lobot's arc, I really loved this as Lando's arc.
I don't know a lot about Lando.
But this gives us a chance to... but I will say this kind of gives us an insight into him. At least with the flashbacks that we get with him.
Lando, I am the biggest liar ever, and I fucking love it.
But not to my best friend.
But not to my best friend Lobot, because I need at least one person who knows what I'm doing.
So, I feel like we really get an insight into Lando in this throughout this arc, and I really like that. I really like getting an insight, because Lando's not a front and center character except for a couple movies and shows here and there. Like, he's not, like, and usually it's like a cameo for a show, so like Rebels, he cameos for an episode, or for the video games, he cameoed in the non-canon games. No canon games really have him yet. And so, like, this is really his chance to shine as a character.
Lando is just like...
And, of course, you don't know, because you didn't see him do the thing that leads to what he does here, because that's part of the first few volumes of the Star Wars mainline for the 2020 run. So you didn't get to see him betray, quote-unquote, betray the... trying to make sure I pull up the right one. Yeah, this is the right one. It was, like, volumes 1 through 2. Oh, once again, 1 to 2. So volumes 1 and 2. And I think volume 2 is where he gives up the old talkie
I'm like, I would be mad at you, but I don't have the context for why I would be mad at you, kind of deal.
Yeah, so... No, he gives the talkie after. That's right. No, he gets... Because he talks about it's because of the events of War of the Bounty Hunters that he gives up the talkie, so we did see that.
Mm.
We didn't see them get the talkie, and we didn't see... Because that's Volume 2. And we didn't see him do the... what is it? Where the talkie shows that he can make Lobot work, like, be himself functionally on a mental state.
Mm.
Because that's the whole premise of why Lando's like, we need the talkie because he can save Lobot.
Yep.
Because Lobot's whole thing is the cybernetic implants that the Empire gave him are slowly taking away his personality and making him more and more like a machine.
Yeah. They're going with, for Lobot and Valence, it's the whole cybernetics eat your soul thing.
Except in Valence's case, it's not the cybernetics that are doing that. It's specifically Imperial cybernetics that do that. But, like, it's specifically that he is just... Vader's pulled away so much of him. Like, because Vader legitimately took his memories from him.
Yep.
So that way he would forget.
You don't need this, and this, and this.
Because they make you too human, and then they make you care about people, and we don't want you doing that.
Yep.
So...
Meanwhile, Jyla's over here, like, I got a plan.
She's like, I'm no longer Imperial because I'm in love.
Yep.
And you know what? Good on you for making the right choice eventually. Took her a minute, though, but she got there. She got there. For those of y'all who don't know, Jyla Hayden is the character who was kind of like his handler for the Empire, essentially. Handler turned lover.
Yeah. She's, like, if you're on the Imperial side, she's his superior officer, technically.
But she was like a handler, because Vader was like...
That's what she operated more as in practice.
Yeah.
On paper, that's what it's supposed to be. But fuck the paperwork.
Yeah, so she was kind of his handler for the missions.
Mm.
Until they fell in love. And then he was like, I can't do this. I gotta go find my other love. And also, my brain is forgetting things.
Yep. Bye.
And so, that broke her heart. And apparently now we learned that enough for her to realize she made the wrong choices.
Mm.
That's kind of what's going on with the Bounty Hunters arc and also the Star Wars arc, which is Lando trying to save Lobot. Meanwhile, the Scourge is trying to get Lobot because it's like, oh, he's a puzzle piece to me figuring out how to go from machine to man.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Valence. The Scourge is after Valence.
Valence and Magna.
Yeah, and Magna in the Afra comics. We learned that there is one human that comes pretty close to getting scourged up, though, before Scourge can figure out a solution, though. That being Lady Domina Tag.
Mm-hmm.
Because although she also has a good bit of cybernetics in her, but not to the level of Valence or Magna, or like not to that level. Hers are more a couple implants here and there, because she's just a crazy scientist lady.
Yep.
And we get honestly a little bit more insight into Domina as well, with her like really caring about like her family legacy and surprisingly willing to sacrifice herself. And because I never thought I would see that day, and if I'm being honest, I never thought I would see the day where Domina Tag said, "Fuck it, if I die, I die."
Yeah, Domina like shoves Lepan in like an escape pod,
which is her assistant / cousin.
Yeah, and she's like, "Well, if I die, at least the corporation will live on with you."
Yeah, because you're the heir.
Yeah.
So
you're the one person I trust to not fuck anything up. And also, everyone else is dead.
Yeah, because her ships, the Tag Enterprises ships, are all
highly automated.
They are highly automated with very small amount of human or non-droid guards, and so because of that, the Scourge obviously takes over those ships.
Yeah.
Although the first ship it takes over is actually a Star Destroyer.
Mm-hmm.
Which becomes Scourge 1. and so kind of its base of operation.
Also, slight flashback before Domina says, "I guess it's okay if I die." Aphra is not doing well, engaging in perhaps the most self-destructive behavior I've ever seen.
Well, yeah, because she's still heartbroken about the stuff with her and Santa,
Mhm.
and so she's kind of like spiraling
Yeah.
to
I'm
the
like-
to the point that she's willing to get into a relationship with Domina Tag, which I kind of get. Domina Tag is attractive, I get it, but
I
also
get it. However, this is not good for you, Aphra.
yeah, this is a case of this is not even friends with benefits. This is just benefits.
Yep. And then she's like, you know where I'm gonna go get the one person I always call when I'm in trouble, and then I'm gonna go to a club and bring him with me, even though I know he's married.
Yeah, poor Lucky getting dragged
Yeah.
into this.
And it's like, Lucky's like, how come a great dialogue exchange is like, well, you always come to me when you're out of favors or friends, so I'm guessing you're out of both this time.
Oh, and then like
And he's
drags.
like, I'm the fucking. Why do you keep calling? Why do you only call me when you're in the shit?
And then drags him into the shadiest planet ever.
Hmm.
And they both know it's super shady. And he's like, we probably shouldn't be here. We should be doing the job Tag hired us for.
And she's like, don't worry about it. It's fine.
And then gets laid, but also the stuff that
Yep.
she had stolen. Because
Basically,
basically,
Galator 3, which is essentially a giant nightclub.
but also like a super shady nightclub where you should definitely be covering your drinks.
Mhm.
That level of
Yep.
and so like the premise of their mission is
Some droid.
connected to the Scourge thing, in that it's some old droid that Domina designed for the Clone Wars that was never like fully implemented. Like she designed it for her parents when they were in charge because they were on the Separatist side. She designed this droid and they said, nah, too expensive essentially to make it.
Mhm.
But they still made a bunch of prototypes because makes sense. You still make the prototype to kind of see how it would
Yeah.
implement. And so, but some people were, I think it was like some random rebels were trying to buy it
They're like,
or whatever.
something like that. But essentially, these droids were in storage.
Somebody
They
stole one.
activated.
Well, somebody stole
Someone
one.
stole one.
And it activated randomly despite having no battery source.
Yeah.
Um,
They're like, that was weird. You guys mind looking in? You want to look into this, Aphra?
and
she's
so
like,
gives her the coordinates to like the rest of the vault
Yeah.
of the other
and
prototypes.
Aphra is like, you've got to think I'm crazy if you want me to go and trace down spontaneously activating droids that murder people.
But okay.
She's like, Domina, you'll be getting danger pay. I'm in.
Also, we're gonna jump back a bit
Mm.
to the like dark because we're kind of jumping all over the place. Dark. So we should also mention why the Scourge is a problem right now, and it's because of the events of Crimson Reign of Empire, Hidden Empire. That was the last one, right? Because it was Crimson Reign, Hidden Empire, I believe.
I guess.
I can't remember the exact order. Hold on. Yeah, it was. I think it was Crimson Reign, Hidden Empire, because Hidden Empire didn't get its own Bounty Hunters crossover, so that's. I think that's correct. Yeah. Because Aphra had the Spark Eternal at that time, and so so it was Crimson Reign, Hidden Empire. So at the end of Hidden Empire, the way that they stop Vader and Palpatine's plan, as well as messing with, because basically it's a way to stop them from stopping Lady Kira's plan, is they basically put the Spark Eternal that Aphra currently had into a device. Well, first it went into Magna, then it went into a device that trapped the spark, and they left it on Maxine. Problem with that. That's where the Scourge was.
Yep.
And so the Scourge and Spark Eternal kind of melded. And so that's where Scourge got a lot of its ideas of, oh, I can also enter this. There is a possibility to enter humans because Spark Eternal has done it twice.
Yeah.
Actually, 3 times if
So
you want to
it's not
count.
impossible. I just need to figure out how.
Yeah, like 3 times technically if you want to count. What's her name? The one who invented Spark.
Mm.
The Sith lady. I forget her name all of a sudden.
She's dead.
Yeah, she's been dead though. She's been dead for like thousands of years. So,
Sorry.
just her memory was left through
Yeah.
the Spark.
Sorry.
I guess if you're spiritual, I guess you could say she lived through the Spark, and therefore until the Spark killed her, then she died. But so maybe
I'm sorry. I was just having that like grade school thought of how come if you were so smart you're so dead. Which is not.
does not count
that
when it's
works.
thousands of years though
Yeah.
apart. She would have been dead anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's kind of what's going on and why Scourge is kind of becoming a problem now because it's like, oh, I can do this, and so it's kind of thanks to all those events of Hidden Empire that it's actually able to be free because it kind of broke all the prison walls essentially, which makes me. If we didn't know what happened to the God, it's a good thing the Drengir aren't still around because they would also be coming back right
That
now.
would have been bad.
Thankfully, that hive mind was killed.
Mm.
Once again, that's kind of why the Scourge kind of reminds me, because it has similar things. It's got the hive mind thing. It's got kind of this hunger that's insatiable, which is kind of what the Drengir were all about, too. They kind of just wanted to feed, feed, feed. So I'm seeing the similarities there. And also, I think it just makes sense because we're talking about a bunch of comic book writers who are probably working with a lot of the High Republic writers. We know Ethan is. We know Ethan Sachs, who wrote the Bounty Hunters, the entire Bounty Hunters comic. He did work with a lot of those High Republic authors pretty closely because he thanks some of them. Like, he
Yeah.
thanks Charles, which, although Charles is also, like, I think still the main, he's still the main writer for the mainline Star Wars. So that's why he would work with him still. And so, like, he mentions Charles, and he mentions the Dr. Aphra, Alyssa Wong, who's also on the High Republic team.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got, I mean, so pretty much everybody who, the only ones that aren't really working on High Republic that are comic book writers are Greg Pak and Mark Guggenheim. Which, Mark Guggenheim being part of the Dark Droids arc is also explaining why the ending for Bounty Hunters comic. Because you saw my text, I was like, wait a minute. What is this doing here?
Like, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I remember, like, I had finished earlier.
Yeah, you finished not too long before me.
Yeah.
It was like a day.
Yeah,
But
and I
also
was
because I was like spreading them out more.
I remember at the time you were like, I've been told I should be wary of the ending for it, and I'm like, I can't tell him. I can't tell him anything.
Also, we get the bounty. I kind of, that is some of the comics I did skip with some of the Bounty Hunters one because I had read some of those previously.
Mm.
So I kind of just skimmed them again just to kind of get to where I was in my reading for the Dark Droids arc, because the first couple issues of the Bounty Hunters one aren't really Dark Droid specific.
Yeah.
It's more of like leading up to the events of the Dark Droids arc, which is find Boba Fett so that way we can save Valance, because Boba Fett might know some information about where to go to save Valance, to get his memory back.
Yep.
But also we have to first do a job for Boba Fett as well. I did have to read that second one. I read the first one before, which was them getting Boba Fett. I'd read that one before. I really like the art, by the way, because I really like seeing Boba Fett without his mask in the comics, and I like how like they very much keep to the. He looks like the younger Tamura Morrison. He looks like Tamura, so Jango Fett and Boba Fett's real life actor. So he looks like Tamura Morrison did back during Attack of the Clones era. Because remember, we're talking about a clone of Jango Fett that ages at a normal rate rather than the clone rate, which is two times speed. I think it's 2 times. I think that it's double, is what the rate is, and so like, it just straight up looks like Tamura. That's just Tamura. And so,
Right. Tonga really was like, I need to get everyone.
oh yeah, the team she hires is honestly a
gets,
dumb.
like,
It's honestly
an
a dumb team, and when like it's the A team. Like this is A-list bounty hunters and assassins, but also these are the people who are most likely to stab you in the back.
Yeah.
Um,
She's like, I've got Dirge, Nightstick, and
Deathstick.
Nightstick?
It's
Who the
Death-
fuck is Nightstick?
It's Deathstick.
Deathstick, sorry.
And then
And fucking Bosk on her team.
well, Bosk was already on the team, sort of.
yeah.
But she also gets Kel as the pilot, which she was in the Han Solo and Chewbacca comic, the Mark Guggenheim comic.
I'm like, congratulations. You've got
Oh,
the
as
best
well
in the business. However,
as well as a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
What's his name? I'm looking it up. I'm double checking what the name is because I forgot. Where is it? Where is it? It's the guy that starts a bar fight immediately on meeting him. Caddick. Caddick, yeah. Poor Caddick. It does not go well for Caddick.
it kills him so hard.
Yeah, so Valence, the opposite happened. So after they work with Boba Fett and help him take out like half of I should know this. I did an entire arc about working with them in the Edge of the Empire campaign. Black Sun.
Yeah.
He takes out like half of Black Sun because like it turns out like he was hired by the other half of Black Sun to take out this group
Yep.
because they're like a splinter group that were trying to like take over Black Sun, and he's like, nah, your brother hired me to kill you.
Yep.
And it was because they had put a bounty on Boba Fett because they believed that Jabba hired him to go after them, but he was like, nope, I'm not working for the Hutts, I'm working for your brother. Pew, pew, pew.
Your brother hired me.
And so, yeah, so
And he's like, anyhow, yeah, here's this place.
you can
You
go.
might go and fix your cyborg friend.
And we learned that the reason he knows about this place is because it's somewhere that Django went years ago and took this guy before the Clone Wars. It was during like that in between Episode 1 and 2 era, and so because it's when he's being cloned by Kaminoans, but not when he's like fighting with anybody yet. But he takes this scientist who's into cybernetics and stuff, who's dying, to this place because he is related. Basically, his family long ago helped the droids that are part of Ajax's religion set up a safe haven there. And so his family helped them out when they fought the Jedi, because years ago, like millennia ago, Ajax and his droids had a droid revolution that got defeated by Jedi. And then we know what happened to Ajax's memory because that the memory core. We know what happened with that because that's Han Solo and Chewbacca comic. Watch our Han Solo and Chewbacca review for that.
Yep.
Or read the comic. I personally like the comic, so read the comics. I think, but because I think Mark Guggenheim is really good. I like his writing. I like everybody's writing, honestly, in the comics. I like Charles Soule. I like Alyssa Wong. I like Ethan Sachs. I like Greg Pak. I like them all. Although I will. Okay. So let's kind of go meta talk about this comic. I had reservations about this comic going in
All right.
because we're at a point where we should honestly be done with this era of Star Wars in the comics. And we've talked about this before. We're at a point where we have had now 1, 2, 3. We have now officially with Dark Droids had 4 crossover events. Just in the event of what happens between episode 5 and 6. Just between episode 5 and 6.
Yep.
Which is a year long, by the way. This is all within a year.
Yep.
Whereas the previous one, the 2015 run, was between episodes 4 and 5. It only had arguably 2 crossover events. There was a Vader Down crossover between the Star Wars and Darth Vader run. Eventually, Dr. Aphra got a comic. Darth Vader run had ended by then. And then Star Wars and Dr. Aphra had a crossover. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird that a 3-year thing feels like that less happened than in a 1 year. So a lot of comic book Star Wars fans are kind of like, we're done. We kind of want to move on. And honestly, Dark Droids might be the weakest of the story arcs, is what a lot of people were saying. So my reservations, I had severe reservations about this going in. I was like, I'm not sure about this one. I haven't heard anything really positive about this one. Whereas like War of the Bounty Hunters and Crimson Reign and Hidden Empire, arguably a movie trilogy on its own, like worthy of that, right? Dark Droids is fine. I don't know how you feel. I feel Dark Droids is fine. I don't think it... I do agree that it does not hold up to the previous 3 crossovers. I do agree that this is probably the weakest of the crossovers for this run.
I don't remember what happens in Hidden Empire.
That's the finale of it all. That's the... When pretty much when we discover, like, the Knights of Ren stuff going on, as well as the... That's basically Kira going through with her plan to...
Okay.
Yeah. Where, with the Maxine Station stuff, and...
Okay.
You may not remember the specifics, I don't remember every little detail, but I know that that's what the arc was about.
Okay, so that was the enactment of the plan.
Yeah, Crimson Reign was a lot of the setup, and...
Okay.
Yeah. So, you know... I feel like this was... I do kind of think this is the weakest of the arcs, of the crossovers. But I don't think it's bad. And honestly, I kind of wish this was, like... I kind of wish all the comics did what Bounty Hunters did, and that they all just ended one comic after. Like, I feel like all... But mainline Star Wars definitely has a couple more story arcs they wanted to tell. Because we still don't know a lot about the Sith thing, the Sith... The red lightsaber crystal that Luke has, as well as how he gets his green lightsaber. We still haven't gotten completely to that. Well, we know how he gets his green lightsaber, but there's still more of a journey there.
Yeah.
So there's obviously more there, and also now we have the Trial of Lando coming up, which we got preview.
Okay.
We got the preview from with Revelations. Because that's how this arc ends. They're like,
I forgot.
that's how this arc ends. Is they're gonna put him on trial.
Yeah.
Because Lando finally tells them everything. He's like, "Hey, so yeah, I gave the talkie to Jabba, and which also would have been very dangerous for the rebellion because the talkie came up with all the new codes that we use. So, for all we know, Jabba sold us out on those as well." Which, it seems like that was not on Jabba's priorities,
Yeah.
weirdly enough. He just used him as a protocol translator droid, which was honestly dumb of Jabba.
It's like, I just needed a new translator droid. I don't know what to tell you.
Even though that droid is worth more than being as a translator droid.
It's like, I could do so much more. And he's like, I need you to tell me what they're saying.
And in fact, he's not a good translator droid because he's like, there's a lot of new, language evolves over time. So he's like, there's a lot of new slang and lingo that I can't translate correctly.
Yep.
And because of that, he mistranslates something that costs Jabba some business. So Jabba sends him to the torture droid.
Semantic shift is a bitch. For those of you who don't know what that is when a word loses its original meaning and becomes something else.
Yeah.
That's what that is called.
So that's kind of what happened. Is he's like, I don't know what this means.
Yeah.
So it becomes Lando's job to kind of free him. Thankfully, Jabba's out of the palace at
Yeah,
this time. He's like on a barge trip. Yeah, he's on his
on his monthly party.
Yeah, he's on the party bus.
Yep. He goes out like
Apparently, he does this often. Like, at
Yeah.
least once a month, he's like,
he's
I
like,
just want to
"I'm
get
just
out.
Gonna go out.
You know
for,
what?
like-
Good on Jabba, though. You know, I feel like that's really healthy. That's really healthy to get out of the palace once in a
Every
while.
once in a while.
So, you know what? Good on him. Good on him. I respect that. So, he deserves to take his slug self out of that because he can't be sitting around all day, all the time. Like, he's got to get out there. Although we learned in Book of Boba Fett, like, even the other times when he gets out, he's still being, like, carried around on a pedestal. And so it's just like, still not entirely healthy, but healthier.
Yep.
Um,
God. What else?
We also have the D Squad story arc.
Yeah.
Which is a throwback to the Clone Wars story arc with the D Squad. They even bring back Whack. Whack is back for an issue. I love seeing Whack.
Also, R2 threatening everyone. He's like, I like how.
So the
Scourge-
reason this happens is because C-3PO is the first droid in the rebellion that gets
inflicted
scourged.
with the Scourge, and Scourge notices that R2 figures out something's up immediately.
He's like, R2's too smart.
and shoves him into space.
He's like, I need to kill this guy.
Like now.
I love that R2 is such a threat. I love him and Chopper. This is not the first time they've met, because they do meet in Rebels once. But I do like them meeting again and being like all threatened by each other, and Wax like, hey, guys, we got bigger problems. Poor Whack, just caught in the middle.
It just seems that R2 argues with like every droid he meets.
I love that that the D, because that's Mark Guggenheim writing the D Squad arc, so the D Squad miniseries. So I like that he basically has canonized the idea. Like, I feel like the comics more and more canonize the idea that no, like, R2-D2 is just a potty mouth.
Yeah.
Like, because that's like a fan thing for a long time, as we joke that, oh, that's why he's beeped out all the time, is because he's just saying shit, fuck, ass all the time. And no, that's legitimately what's going on. Like, he really is, because, like, he tells, I think he tells Whack to sit his ass down, essentially, and Whack is like, I don't have that particular body part.
It's like, you know what I meant, motherfucker. I don't have time for this.
Because we don't know what R2 actually says,
Yep.
but, like, we get Whack's response, which is like, I don't have that particular...
Like, take me here to this planet now.
So I like to imagine that Mark Guggenheim is confirming everybody's belief that R2 is just a potty mouth
Yeah.
motherfucker. Obviously, I don't think he would ever admit to that in an interview, even
Yeah.
if we managed to pull him into one, because I think Disney would shut that down.
Yeah.
Like, I think Disney and Marvel would be like, you can't confirm that. You cannot confirm that. Mark Guggenheim, though, if you want to do an interview, we can talk about the droid, the D Squad, and we can talk about Han Solo and Chewbacca, because I want more. We need to talk about you getting more of that going. Although he's writing that other one that we talked about, because didn't he write that Revelations one shot that's about that guy that works for Jabba?
I'm not sure.
The one that's going to be like part of a heist crew?
I don't know, man.
The one that you said you were the most excited for.
That doesn't help, man.
I thought you remember at least that comic. Do you remember that comic at least?
No.
It was the guy that bumbled his way to success.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Now I remember.
Yeah.
Mister, I just kind of have dumb lucked my way.
Into Jabba's good graces.
Yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, it's that guy. I think Mark Guggenheim wrote that one. I'm gonna double check myself though. I don't wanna give credit falsely. I want to make sure it's going to the right person. Because that wouldn't be fair to do. I don't think. Oh yeah, it was 2023. Because we had a 2022 issue of Revelations, then we had a 2023 one, which was 2022 was a preview for 2023 comics, and then 2023 was a preview to 2024 comics. Double checking. Yeah, it was the Duel of the Reprobates. No. Yeah, it was Mark Guggenheim.
All right.
So, okay, I see what you're doing, Mark. This is how I continue telling. This is how you're gonna continue the story with Han Solo's not dad.
Mm.
The I forget his name now. The actual name for the guy.
Yep.
But yeah, because that's the story I want to see. I want to see more of what's up with that guy. Because he had another plan going. He was like, okay, I got another thing going, and then that was it. Unfortunately, because the Han Solo comic got cut.
Yep.
Same thing with kind of what happened with the Bounty Hunters comic. Thankfully, though, in both cases, they end in a way that it finishes it finishes everything nicely, but just leaves enough room for more if the author is given a chance to do more. So yeah, D Squad arc, R2 teams up with BT and 000 and IG-88 and 4LOM, who got kicked off of the space station where they bring Valence because why is my brain forgetting names all of a sudden?
Zuckuss.
Yeah, Zuckuss saves them by like sending him out the air, down the out of a escape pod because they get surrounded by a bunch of Scourge droids.
Yep.
That are, and he's like, oh, well, they want you for LOM, so here, there's only enough time for one of us to escape on the escape pod, so you go in the escape pod, and I'll hold them off and die as a hero for you. And then the Scourge droids are like, we're not interested in you, bye.
Bye. He's like, that's cool.
I guess I should go warn everybody else.
Yeah.
Because basically, as soon as they get on that space station, they're like, this is a trap.
Yeah, they're like, something's weird here.
Because they meet, like, this droid who, like, welcomes them in and was like, we learned that they were, like, waiting for Ajax to return. Because, like, after Ajax died, they knew he would come back again. And so they're like, we're going to wait till he returns and he's going to come see us and then we're going to continue his teachings. Which Ajax did return, but he did not tell them.
Nope.
But that's also because the human that Boba Fett brought kind of set them up. Because he kind of got a little too big for his britches. Because he's like, I'm going to be the perfect hybrid.
Yep.
And he kind of wants to be a droid himself in a way. And his whole thing is that he thinks he's worthy of being part of Ajax's teachings. And that he's going to essentially continue the revolution that Ajax started. That's kind of his dream. And the leader of the droids that are there is like, no, you are still a human. This is our cause, not yours. Except a lot more meaner.
Yeah.
And so the cyborg ends up betraying them through a couple ways. First, he tries to have them join the Separatists during the Clone Wars and actually gives away their location to General Grievous. And so they try to have a meeting with Grievous, but the droids are not having it. They're like, no, we're good. We don't need this. And then they get into a fight with Grievous where they kick his ass.
Yeah.
It's
a case of there are so many of you.
Like Grievous was cutting a lot of them down, but there's just so many that he was outnumbered.
That's really the strength of the droids in this.
Is the numbers.
The Scourge. It's like
even before the Scourge, even Ajax's people.
Yeah, it's like we're a lot.
But we have a united front too. That's the other thing. Well, at least that's Ajax's cause. Ajax's cause is there's a united front.
Yep.
Scourge is a hive mind, so it's not really a united front. It's more of a you're just gonna believe it is.
Yep.
And so that's kind of Scourge's thing. Although Scourge also has a weakness of there's too many.
Yep.
We learned that he has a problem of there's too many minds at once, and he can't really focus.
He has to flit between them.
Yeah. It's kind of like how we did B9 for our KOTOR campaign. B9 could be in any droid that he was connected to, but he could not actively be watching all at the same time. He had to switch.
He has to pick.
Yeah. He has to pick a droid to be in.
Well, in theory, he's everywhere wear it all at once. In practice, it's a little harder to do.
Which also made things interesting when he has like the Council of Scourge,
Yeah.
which I said I sent this both to you and Hayden, our friend. That's the one I was telling you about that told me to.
Yeah.
She's really big into bounty hunters, so shout out to you, Hayden. You're awesome. I love our Twitter talks. I told both of you that I was like, that scene where we have the Council of Scourge is just Spy Kids 3D Game Over of Stallone talking to himself. Although in your case I showed a GIF, but since it was like Twitter DMs, I just was like explained it to her. I was like, it's that scene. And I feel like everybody kind of agrees that yeah, it's just that. You even got Old Man Scourge, you got Kid Scourge, you got although Kid Scourge seems to be wiser than the rest of them, because Kid Scourge is like, hey, we should probably back off a bit. It's not working the way we thought. And everybody else is like, shut up.
There's the soldier, the scholar, the elder, and the child.
And then Scourge.
And
Scourge Prime, I guess we could
Yeah.
say. Because there's like the Prime one, which is the one that's most connected to the Spark as well. Because the elder is like talking about, when we did this years ago, I didn't have the Spark, and and so it's kind of like a council of them, but but it's also just him talking to himself, because it's just
he was like, I need to offload this mental pressure, so I'm just gonna make 4 people and give them like the pieces of me that I'm like, I need someone to focus on these.
So once again, it's Spy Kids 3D Game Over. That's exactly why Stallone's doing it, because he's by himself in a world that he created, and he's like, I created you and you and you to represent parts of me, so that way I can have people to talk to and understand what's going on. And it's like, oh, okay, so you're just crazy. So you're just crazy.
Just having like,
You're having a mental breakdown in front of us.
it's crazy how like the elders like gives him a gun and is like, here you go. If you think this is a bad idea, you should go ahead and end it right now.
So I will say another thing I was not expecting about this arc, and it's something you were like, why didn't you warn me about? Because I didn't read this arc.
Yeah.
Is the body horror.
There's a lot of body horror, and the first
even early, before the arms thing, one of the first things is just the way like they take over people, and like the first proper issue of the Dark Droids arc, which is when he's killing all those Imperials on the ship. It's a massacre, and like they don't like it holds back a bit because it's still like PG-13ish, but it's a hard PG-13.
Yeah.
Like, oh. And so like as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, so this is a horror film.
I was like, at that point it hadn't quite hit me. I was like, oh, okay, this is just some like Resident Evil type nonsense. This is where we went and we fucked up, and now our thing is getting wrecked.
But it goes.
That, for some reason,
It didn't click yet.
That didn't click. And the first droid that I saw with like a human arm on there just at random, that didn't do anything until like I looked at the next panel over, and I was like, the R2 unit with the 2 arms. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, because we learned that Scourge.
Like, my brain blocked out the first one, and then it's like, here's a panel of all this stuff. And I'm like, oh, fuck.
Because we learned that Scourge is essentially just experimenting.
Yeah.
He basically...
'Cause he doesn't know.
He's, like, trying to figure out the puzzle pieces. So he's literally pulling some... Oh, what's his name? I'm not... But, yeah.
Mangala?
Yeah, Mangala type stuff.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know.
It's very... World War II German scientists.
Yep.
That's the, I think, YouTube safe way of saying what's going on. So he captures people alive. Like, he leaves specific amount of prisoners alive just so he can experiment on them from each of his, like, attacks. Because he'll kill just about everybody else, though. But then he'll leave, like, just enough alive to, like, experiment on them.
Like, out of, say, like, 100 people, he might keep 5 alive.
Maybe 10. Because depending how desperate he is.
Scale.
Yeah, depending on the scale. I'd say 100, he probably leaves 10. Because Because there's like one case, like the first ship, Scourge 1, he keeps like 100 of them alive.
Mm.
But also, that's an Imperial Star Destroyer with thousands of people on it.
Yeah.
They even give us the numbers. They're like, oh yeah,
It's like 10,000 people.
yeah. Which fits what we know about Star Destroyers and their size. Because
Yeah.
it's not a, I don't think it's a Super Star Destroyer, that one. I think it was just a Star Destroyer. And then they actually do take a Super Star Destroyer, though, because they take Vader's.
Yep.
They take the Executioner.
Oh, important note.
Or
for
Executor or
Vader
whatever,
stuff.
yeah.
He's still kind of like at the start of this. He's still recovering from being point blank
From the Force
to
Wave.
Armada
Yeah.
Cage's like release.
Yeah, it's still
'Cause
dealing
that
with...
fucked everything up.
Well, he's
for-
still dealing with the Force Wave because all Force users are still... Well, except for Luke. Luke's kind of chilled from it.
Yeah.
Luke's...
Luke's like,
Although we don't see a lot of Luke using the Force
Mhm.
in this arc. But he's...
he does a cool flip at the end. I
Yeah.
think that's about it.
That's about it. Luke's kind of not too concerned. But Vader, Sly Moore, and the Emperor all still are like...
Yeah.
The Emperor less so also. Emperor's kind of like...
The Emperor's like, this doesn't bother me because I'm the best.
Also, it's funny watching everybody else fuck up.
Yeah.
Masamita fails at assassinating Vader in the process. Because once more, Vader's involved because the Scourge once again wants Vader. Because multiple reasons. Because
It tries getting him like 3 times and it fails until Vader's like, alright,
take me.
yep.
But then it's because in the suit, he set up like a system to keep it contained to just in the suit.
Yep.
So it's just him and Scourge, 1v1.
They're just having an argument.
And basically Vader's like, also I'm gonna turn your technology against you so that I can control your robots. Which is essentially the solution that happens at the end anyways for a lot of the, like, because that's what Afra does as well. Afra, like, uses the nanobots, the spider bots that are taking, because in order to pass the Scourge along, they use spider bots that they then implant to the back of the neck and are just like, you are now one of us.
Yep.
You are now part of the Borg. Welcome to the Borg.
Yep.
It is very much a Borg story arc from Star Trek. That is a comparison I've heard. And it is that. It's essentially the Borg.
For me, I'm like, this story makes more sense if you just operate it like a zombie robot horror story.
Yeah.
Just set in Star Wars.
Which, I mean, we've got zombies in Star Wars. We got horror as a genre in Star Wars is something that like exists. There's two there's 2 Legends books that are just straight up zombies in Star Wars. One is a Sith zombies one, and one is just a Stormtrooper zombies one. I like the Sith zombies one a little bit more, but that's also because I like seeing Sith academies when they're at their full like function. But in the case of this one, it's kind of, what if that went wrong? Because it's the birthplace of that zombie virus. It's the same zombie virus in the other one, though. And then, of course, the Rackles are technically zombies, depending how you want to credit that.
Don't worry about it.
Rackle virus and KOTOR, potentially a zombie virus. It depends who you ask.
Yep.
It's a form of a zombie virus. This is more of a Sawyer question than a me question when it comes to, like, is that a zombie? More zombies than anything else. There are vampires, though, also, because that's the crossover event for Dr. Aphra and Star Wars from the 2015 run. Is a vampire one. And, of course, we got the Tales of the Death Star, Tales from Vader's Castle. Those are horror stories. Those are more like a, what's that TV show? Tales by the Camp, like, it's the
Ghost stories.
yeah, it's like a ghost story thing. I was trying to think of the TV show where anyways.
I want to say the Midnight Club, but that's
No, but that's like that premise of where they tell stories around the campfire.
Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Yeah, it's essentially Are You Afraid of the Dark? I was trying to think of the name of the society in it because it's the whatever.
The Midnight Society.
The Midnight Society, yeah.
I was like, the Midnight Club.
It's pretty much like being members of the Midnight Society and getting told a bunch of creepy stories that are likely not canon, but the stories are canon in the sense of these are stories you would tell people.
Yep.
And the Dringer are also a horror story. So it makes sense. This is not new to Star Wars. what else do we need to really talk about before we get to the ending of Bounty Hunters? Oh yeah, Ajax teams up with the D Squad
Yep.
because Ajax already attempted to attack Scourge 1.
It went bad.
He was the only survivor.
Yep.
He had like 100 followers, and he brought them all to like their doom essentially. And of course, Ajax felt really, really guilty about that.
Yep.
But he's also glad that none of them actually got taken by the Scourge. They actually just died, or so he was like, because that'd be the worst case scenario. Is because then he knows where we're hiding, because Scourge takes your information.
And D Squad pulls up and is like, "Hey, we don't need you in your capacities as a priest."
Oh yeah, because they find Ajax. Because who is it with the information for where he went?
I think it's
Was it 4LOM that knew?
it's either 4LOM or
IG?
no,
No. Or
It's the
000.
it's the other astromech, the pink one,
Oh yeah, Katie.
Katie. Yep.
Yeah, from Clone Wars. Who I love the whole like romance thing between them. It's kind of funny. It's cute. It's and I like how like they R2 is very much like Anakin of like, I'm gonna flirt while we're in the middle of battle.
Everyone else is, stop flirting with your fucking girlfriend. We're in the fight of our lives here.
Very Anakin and Padme. So yeah, I liked having KT come back. I liked having seeing Whack again. I like seeing Chopper. Chopper's on a mission at the time, so we don't really get to learn much about that. It's top secret. So, which makes sense because he'd still be working with because Hera's, at this point higher up on she's like a general at this point.
Chopper and R2, fuck you.
Because I think we've seen General Syndulla in the comics already, so yeah, so she's a general at this point, so yeah, it makes sense that she'd probably send Chopper to do some reconnaissance.
But yeah, they show up to Ajax and they're like, and he's like trying to give a sermon.
Yeah, he's
and they
he's
go-
like trying to get them into his beliefs because he's got the 3 revelations. The first one is
First is I, the
second is
us,
then them.
them.
And then he gets a 4th one by the end of the comic run.
However, like IG-88 and 4, like he's telling this sermon to the people who don't care.
Especially 000. 000 is like, I'm just here to kill.
Yep.
And IG-88's like, and I'm here to just arrest 000.
Yep.
But yeah, they essentially all team up and they do another assault. While all this is happening, Lando has managed to get the talkie, but Lobot was captured. Afra has made apologies to Sana and is like, I need your help, not for me, but for Magna, because Magna doesn't deserve what's going to happen to her. This isn't a us thing. This is we care about Magna.
Yeah. And initially, Afra's like, hey, I need Lucky to look after Magna, and Lucky finally has had enough. And he's like,
No, I need to go get my brother and my husband.
Yeah.
And so they're like, okay, fine, we're gonna take you back.
And Afra has a moment of like, what?
Because Lucky never really like stood up this love. Like Lucky has jabbed at her and made like insults back, and it's kind of like a tit for tat sort of thing. But it's never a full on standing up for himself.
Yeah. And he's like, no, fuck this, I'm done.
So it's kind of nice seeing that of him just putting his foot down and going, no.
Like, I've helped you so much that at this point,
you owe me.
yeah.
Like they joke about owing each other, but he's like, no, legitimately, you owe me.
Yeah. Important thing also. So after Boba gets home from helping the bounty hunters the first time, and as Lando is rescuing the droid, Boba is in Jabba's palace and he says, fuck this, I'm leaving. And Lando's like, oh fuck, it must be real bad then if Boba Fett's just saying, I'm gonna leave now.
Yeah, Boba's done.
then I should hurry the fuck up.
Yeah. Which also, during R2's like undercover thing of figuring out what's going on, he also ends up at Jabba's palace at the same time. And so Lando doesn't recognize him though, because they both disguise themselves.
Yeah, and they're like,
But I think R2 recognized, he's like, oh, this is Lando, because he's got Lobot with him.
yeah.
But Lando does not recognize R2. He's like,
It's
you
like-
look familiar, but I don't know who. I've probably seen you before, but I gotta go.
I gotta go. It's very much like, I don't know, I'll see you at the meeting on Thursday, I guess.
Yeah. But R2, and he also can't understand R2 because he doesn't know astromech.
Like, I don't
He doesn't know
speak
basic.
binary.
Yeah, binary. Sorry. Yeah, basic is English. Binary is robot. Sorry. But yeah, he doesn't speak binary. So R2 and Katie continue their thing. Anyways, yeah. So jumping back ahead, it's looking fucked
Yeah,
'Cause-
things are going sideways for everybody.
because Afra and Santa do manage to get Magna back, but not as Magna.
Yeah.
And so they end up, I forget what their plan is specifically to save Magna, but I think it's to go, they don't even get a chance to come up with a plan.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh shit, we got to immediately save Domina.
Yeah.
And so they got it because they find out that, they realize that Scourge is after Domina as well. So they're like, fuck, we don't have time.
Because it's like, there's one of the, like, 3 smartest people in the galaxy. Oh, fuck, she's got cybernetics.
Well, also, and she's got so much knowledge about technology and stuff that Scourge is thinking, oh, I'll probably unlock the answers I need just from taking over you.
Yeah.
The problem is, the cybernetics are so few that it's going to be as difficult as if it was trying to jump into a regular human. Because Domina's like, yeah, I might die in the process of you doing this, and I have some safety precautions that
like,
if I die,
"I've
my
rigged it.
research dies.
I've rigged myself to explode.
Well, also, all of her research deletes itself if she dies.
Yeah.
So,
And
like,
Scourge
every
is-
computer with her research.
Scourge is like, you're bluffing. And she's like, you
Maybe.
don't have any guarantee of that.
She's like, maybe I'm bluffing, but maybe I'm not. There's
She's
no
like,
way to know.
Go ahead. Call that coin flip.
Scourge is like, okay. I'm already... Scourge is like, I'm already, like, having so many coin flips right now. One more won't hurt.
More's not gonna make a difference. You have no idea.
Scourge is like, I'm flipping 50 coins right now.
You have no idea, lady.
Thankfully, Afra arrives just in time.
Oh god.
And they've also created some, like, she stole some EMPs that were part of the TAG Corporation, and she, like, rigged them herself to kind of work in their favor. Problem is, it will shut down blasters as well as her own cybernetics. So,
So they have to use them sparingly.
thankfully, she uses them in the most important moment, which is stopping Domina from being tested on.
Like, I think she and Sana, like, see her get
Like-
possessed, for lack of a better term, and go, nope. Just point blank her.
Yeah. And so, thankfully, it was, like, before the possession could fully... Because, unfortunately, that is not the case with Magna. Magna
Nah,
still has it. And also, on top of that, R2 and the others also found a solution, which is just zap you with a pod racer.
they're like electrocution.
Electric, because that's what, because BT was also,
Yeah.
and they just drove a pod racer into BT, and they had him electrified, like we see Jar Jar in episode 1.
They're like, well, that's a solution. It's not feasible for all of us.
I don't know, it actually is, though, because if Jar Jar can get blasted and live, I think everybody can.
No, it's not like that what I mean is there's a lot, so it's not exactly efficient.
Yeah, there's a lot
It
of
is
people.
a solution, but it's not an efficient
It's
one.
definitely a solution for people that you care about specifically, and not for the whole.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, if I just need one person.
Yeah, just throw them between the power couplings of a pod racer. You should
Maybe that's how they should have saved Valence. Actually, no, yeah, he would have been fine. He would have been fine.
just boot him in the chest into the fucking power coupling.
I imagine it's kind of like when somebody does like
Just
when
kinda
they use
cycle.
like the
the shock pads.
the shock pads,
Defibrillator.
Defibrillator. There we go.
Yeah.
Clear.
You just gotta power cycle your valence. Gets that Scourge right out.
Gets him right on out of there. But yeah, so
Meanwhile, the Scourge's plan, Epiconia, is a big like.
oh yeah, he
communication
finds
center.
like a communication center as the planet to kind of make final base of operation, because he's basically like, I'm gonna go ahead and set up my programming, and I would have just done it over the radio, over like interstellar hyperspace news, interwaves, whatever, right? But that's not efficient, really, because there's no way to like guarantee it would hit every droid. So he's like, we're just gonna put them on data disk and just pass them out.
Yep. He's like, while the nano spiders are doing a pretty good job,
It's taking too long.
it's taking too long.
So we're just gonna go the official means
Yep.
and claim this is an official droid update.
Yep.
And he is also having to rush his plan at this point.
Yeah,
because
everyone's kind of figured out.
everybody's caught on. The rebels have caught on. The Empire's caught on and is just killing droids on
Yeah.
sight.
They're like, we're not taking any chances.
I think the most brutal one was the guy that straight up was just executing one, even though it was an innocent droid, and he had like the saw coming.
Fucking like power
Jesus!
saw.
And he's like got him held down as if this is like a like a old school like.
Fucking executioner.
God, that was fucked.
Yeah.
You can kind of see why droids are fighting for their rights when this is how they're being treated
Oh, man.
sometimes, like, because they don't do this to
The
humans.
crazy line of it is, that guy says is, don't worry, everyone step back. I don't want anyone to get hurt. And I'm like, bro, I get why you would do this. This seems a bit extreme, though.
Shooting them
Like,
was working
just-
fine.
Just shoot him. You don't have to use a fucking power saw, man.
Also, because then you can bring them back once everything's solved.
Yeah. Or like, you could have just taken out the backup battery as well. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
why-
because that's an important thing. Because that's also why the Domino's old droids were coming back to life, is because they had the backup.
the good news is it only lasts for like a
And-
minute.
Like it's like not even an hour. It's like a minute to 5 minutes tops.
So I'm like, why didn't you just like turn them off or like take their
Yeah.
battery out? I don't know why.
Hold on. But yeah, so like it's it was kind of a
But I forgot to take out the Duracells.
yeah. But yeah,
like,
let's go.
Like for me, that was pretty brutal for like you, in terms of like, okay, that might be a bit unnecessary. For some reason, I'm like, oh, shooting droids in the street. I'm like, ow, okay.
Which yeah, even that's a bit much. But like at the time, it's like okay, I can kind of understand just a quick shot. It's almost like the idea is hopefully that it's quick in that
Yeah.
regard at least, and also you can repair them. Like it's not a case of this is this isn't a permanent end to that
Yeah.
droid. Whereas cutting a droid down like that, a little bit more permanent.
It honestly, it reminds me of like when IG-88 is brought back in The Mandalorian from like that statue, and he's just
Oh, IG, not 88.
88, 11.
11, yeah.
Yeah, like I'm remembering how many blaster shots it took.
Yeah. But yeah, and so,
But essentially, Scourge's plan is to become a software update.
well, and not even that, he also wants the Force now, because he's kind of learned about it through Luke, because at C-3PO he asked him some questions,
Some questions.
and Luke got suspicious. He was like, why are you worried about this so much now?
That's an odd question.
And so that's when Y-3PO was like, okay, well, Scourge's 3PO was like, okay, time to just attack the rebels. We gotta just move forward. Scourge tends to... I noticed that his weakness is trying to move too fast.
Mhm.
Like, the moment he's trying to operate too quickly is when he gets his ass busted.
Mhm.
Every time.
And also Luke being like, I mean, it's not impossible.
Oh yeah, because he asked about droids using the Force.
And Luke's like, it could happen.
It could happen. And so then, so that's also why he wants Vader, because Vader's kind of that perfect combination of man, machine, and the Force.
Yep.
And so, Vader then uses his powers of teaming up with Scourge to outright assault the Palpatine's Capitol building and try to kill Palpatine.
Yep.
Because by this point, he's kind of learned to use his hate as the main fuel to kill, to control the Force again.
Mm-hmm.
And so, meanwhile, Sly kind of still hasn't figured it out. And also, this was when Mass Amita's like, oh, I could have killed Vader. And Palpatine's like, so how'd that go?
Like, and Amita's like, it didn't work. And he's like, yeah, of course it didn't fucking work.
You dumbass.
There's so many times, like, throughout the comics that I've read where someone's like, I'm gonna kill Vader. And I'm like, good luck.
So as we're wrapping up, I guess. Mm-hmm. So, a couple solutions are found.
Yes.
So, as far as Valence's solution, Hayden provides the memories of Valence.
She made a backup.
She made a backup, and it has everything up until them meeting.
Yeah.
So, also during this time, Valence is now also on Epiconia, and so Tonga's like, oh, we gotta go get him, because I made a promise that I would at least kill the man if we couldn't bring him back.
Meanwhile,
Kel,
Dirge, and
Deathstick, which at this point, Caddock is dead, because Valence, after he turned, went... grabbed Caddock and went...
Caddock got the Dragon Ball treatment, except just for his head.
Yeah. His head went pop.
Yep.
Like a Gushers commercial. So yeah, Kel's not happy about that. I think that's really what made Kel decide to flip.
Mm-hmm. And Bosk is also like, fuck this. He's not.
This is too much effort.
Yeah.
For Valence. So Bosk is the main betrayer because he gives Kel the information that they need in order to access the bank account that Tonga's paying them with. Because Tonga's like, here, I'll give you the bank account. You just won't have the login, so you still need me alive and working with me to use it. Because you see Deathstick in the background ready to stab her. And she's like, you still need the numbers. And then they betray her, and Bosk so her and Zuckuss are the only loyal ones. Yep. So Zuckuss gets tossed out the ship too.
Yep.
And they get handed to basically fend for themselves against the Scourge droids.
Mm-hmm.
And Bosk is like, oh yeah, I got the numbers because I've seen you put it in so many times.
Bosk knows her PIN number.
So he's like, it's da 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 da, and she's like, fuck.
Yep.
And so Kel's like, yeah, like, you sent us on a suicide mission. What'd you expect? We're bounty hunters. This isn't a bounty anymore.
This is unnecessary.
So they dip.
A surprising team up does happen.
Yeah. Turns out, do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, fucking Losha doesn't know where
her wife
Tonga has run off to.
Yeah, Losha's busy hanging out at the bounty hunter cantina as like security.
And she's like,
also as a fighter, like she's doing the like X-Men 1 Wolverine thing where she's fighting in the cages,
fighting the pit.
Yeah, but also as a bodyguard.
Mm-hmm. And eventually she goes.
She got a lot of muscle mass, by the way, in between arcs. She's like a big ass buff lady now.
You know what happened? Vakura's muscle mass got transferred to.
Yeah, because Vakura comes back and she's like a skinny little thing comparatively. Yeah. I think it's a new artist thing because I think they switched artists between arcs. But I actually like the new designs, so it's not a bad thing. It's just I didn't recognize you for a second. I kind of got it to piece together though, because like pretty quickly, because Vakura was like talking about how she's trying to do better and how she's got all these Tuca cats now, and she even named one after the next Sue that she killed,
which is a little fucked up.
It's a little fucked up, but I think it's her attempt at redemption.
Sweet.
and it's kind of working on me. I gave Vooker a lot of shit, but in the past for killing that Nexu, but I think she's slowly coming around for me. Slowly.
You know, now that she's retired from the crime gang, she's like, oh, I can be a lot calmer, and I can have pet cats now.
I can be a cat lady.
Yeah,
I can be a cat lady bounty hunter. Let's go.
yeah. Also, it turns out fucking blue milk is expensive, I guess.
Also, she gets decked in the face immediately upon, because so the bar is also like the bounty hunters guild.
Yeah.
So like, Vukra is like, I gotta join the bounty hunters guild officially, and so the guy in charge of the place is like, hey, Losha, somebody's gonna be coming by, so bring him in. And Losha obviously immediately sees who it is and just goes, bah! But then they have to deal with the Scourge.
Yeah. Because the Scourge is this is everyone's problem.
And so they end up dealing with that, and then they're like, oh shit, Valence.
Oh, fuck.
So they end up on
Epiconia.
Epiconia also.
So almost everyone
Yeah,
because
Lando, Luke, Leia, and Chewie also end up there to save Lobot. And this is before Lando's admitted everything. This is when he's just like, hey, Lobot needs help, and I've helped you a lot. Lobot has helped you a lot. So the Alliance owes him. Also, he has a lot of Imperial intel that could be handy.
Yep.
So
And
so Leia's like, yep.
she's like, oh, we'll help you because he's our friend, but you're a piece of shit
Yeah.
for all of the stuff you've done.
Yeah. And so they help so they get there, huge battle ensues. Meanwhile, Ajax and the D Squad are teaming up to go face on the Scourge one again. Vader, we don't really know what happens with him. He's fine, I guess.
Yeah, he's fine.
He kind of takes over the droid thing. He's fine. Also, we find out there's like an Imperial Schism thing going on with Slymore, which we kind of knew Slymore was up to something shifty, and Slymore can't make it through the original trilogy because we know that they don't appear after the original trilogy. So whatever the next story arc for the Vader comics, we know that something's going to go on there.
Slymore, I need to plot harder.
I feel like I should also recognize the other two generals that are involved with Slymore's thing, but I can't remember who the fuck they are. I feel like I should especially know the armored one, because there's that panel of them, and I'm like, I feel like for sure I should know who the armored one is, but... Is that the armored one that... Oh... Was it Vader and... When he was teaming up with the Amidalans, and that was somebody they fought? I feel like that's right. I can't remember.
Maybe.
It looks familiar to me.
Point is, the Empire is having another internal conflict because, God forbid, they can't go a single day without one.
Well, we learned that the Empire just doesn't work efficiently because it's... I mean, with Andor, we learned that there's so much red tape that the hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing, and it's definitely... Like, they're doing two different things, and it's definitely a situation of... Because everything is separated like this, nobody knows what's going on.
Meanwhile...
And in fact, Palpatine ends up getting the blame for this as an issue, which, yeah, it is. He does that on purpose. Because he does want everybody to be competing against each other.
Yep.
That's kind of his thing. But that's kind of also why people are kind of okay with the Imperial remnants kind of existing for a while. For the people who know about them. Because they're like, oh, Palpatine's gone, so maybe now we can give this Empire thing another shot and it'll be better. But... But yeah, so... Anyways, wrapping this up so we can kind of get to the meat of this, and kind of, because we're already hour and a half.
All right.
Essentially, when Ajax stabs him, that's it. Although for a split second, Scourge gets what he wants because he does he does figure out how to get into the meat, as he says.
He's like, I did. Oh, fuck.
And he gets into Luke, Leia, Lando, Chewie. He's inside everybody, and with Luke he's like, oh my god, so much power. And he's like, it's basically Highlander where he's like, I know everything now, I have the solutions, I know.
Stab.
Yeah, stab. Meanwhile, back on Scourge 1, Because he's like, I am now going to be the Force and be able to get into not even just living things, but non-living things, because the Force is in the rocks and the trees. And then Ajax is like, nope.
Yeah. Ajax is like, I've already tried this fucking bullshit.
He's like, you are not doing this.
Yep.
He does save Scourge, though,
Mm-hmm.
because he puts him to a droid. But it's kind of like a soft reboot of
Yeah.
Scourge, so it's like Scourge doesn't remember who he is and what
It's
he
like,
is.
I fucked you up. So that you can start at morality level 0.
Start
it's-
anew.
Yeah. Instead of whatever the fuck this horror show was.
Although it seems Ajax is still on his let's deal with the non-droids bullshit. Just, he hasn't got the army to back it up yet. Because he was like, at first, because like when we start the Dark Droids arc, he's like, I'm done with that version of me. I'm going to try to be a pacifist now. And I'm going to try to teach everybody to kind of go that route. And try to deal with humans and living organisms and peacefully. And try to just set up our own society and hope they'll respect that. But now he's kind of back on his bullshit of, maybe that's not going to work.
He's like, I tried pacifism for like 600 years. It did not work.
It's not even that long. He's only recently came back. But yeah, and so that resolves everything. Also, Valence gets his before that happens. Valence gets his memory back because they stick the thumb drive into him.
Yeah.
And so he gets.
They need to make sure Valence downloads his files.
So he gets his thumb drive memories back, which also he vaguely remembers who Hayden is because he sees, because throughout the memory loss thing, he's drawing pictures of his loved ones and trying not to forget them. He's like, just in case I do forget, I will at least put down everything I know now.
Yeah.
And so Hayden is one of those, and he finds a drawing of Hayden that he did, and he's like, I kind of remember her. And so,
also, this is a weird detail to think about, but I'm like, so, about when Ajax stabs Scourge, right? You know, like, how he pulls the sword out of him, and there's this fucking purple aura of, like, evil nonsense? I'm like, that's not... Wait, so it's a physical thing?
I kind of already got that, because there's a lot of, like, Force meets technology sort of bullshit going on here with Scourge. There's something.
Yeah. It changed colors, man.
Yeah. And so then, that's it for the Dark Droids arc, essentially. Because Lando admits his bullshit. He gets
he's
arrested.
Going on trial.
Vader's going to have to deal with the Imperial Schism thing. Afra is teamed back up with Sana and Magna as a group of archaeologists, thieves.
Oh, yeah.
And they got a new job. They're gonna
Afra
Afra faked her death.
Afra faked her death.
Because she sent the Dominus ship into hyperspace towards a planet, and she was gonna self-sacrifice, but then she changed her mind last minute.
Yeah.
And was like, actually, I'm gonna use an escape pod to get out of here. And then she stayed on the planet where she found some old Jedi texts.
Yeah. And she's like,
I could sell this.
I could sell this, but also, like,
Sana's,
she has that...
Also, Sana's made me a good person.
She has that, damn you made me give a shit.
Sana, you made me have morals.
You made me care about the future, you bitch. Is essentially Afra's line of thinking.
So she calls Santa and is like, I'm alive, come pick me up.
Yeah.
And so her and Magna and Santa are now like, okay, we're going to figure out what this Jedi text is about so we can do some awesome treasure hunt because we think it has something to do with that. So that's the next arc for Afra, I guess. And then Bounty Hunters, we don't get a next arc. We get one more issue. And it's
crazy how Boba sets them up so they can get rid of this fucking Megatron.
It's so good. So it's essentially a close to everything in the Bounty Hunters arc. Like the comic, rather, not arc. The entire Bounty Hunters comic. Also, we didn't talk about the best frame in the Dark
The
Droids
power
arc.
of Tuca cats and explosive grenades.
Yeah, when they try to save Valence, the Tuca cats are because Vokra basically volunteers herself, even though everybody's like, "Fuck off."
Everyone, we fucking hate you, Vokra.
Vokra, I'm going to prove myself to you.
Fuck off.
And so she, the Tuca cats come and they've got like the thermals with them, and they drop them at the droid's feet, and they cool explosion shot of with the Tuca cats and one of them flying. It's honestly great. But anyways, back to the final issue of Bounty Hunter. So it basically wraps everything up that it could. Like we learn, like it even wraps up the Cadelia stuff. Because Cadelia is kind of adopted by Tonga and Laosha, and they the three of them set up, well, not even adopted really. They kind of become business partners. And Cadelia's like, I got all this money thanks to me working for Kira for a minute, and I'm gonna be a benefactor to y'all creating a new bounty hunter pub. And so she's like, I get say in it because I paid for it, because they were like, oh, silent benefactor. She's like, I'm not gonna be silent, I'm gonna have say in this. So Cadelia's got some character growth there, because she kind of went from somebody that would tend to listen to what people say to like kind of becoming her own person, because a lot of it was her looking up to people, even if very naively, like with Kira, and where she kind of just believed anything Kira was spouting, to kind of having her own personality. And so it's kind of nice to see that Cadelia does have that character growth. It also feels like Bounty Hunters is a jump of months, because it feels like it happens like maybe a week before the events of Return of the Jedi, whereas everything else is going to go back to like before that.
Yeah.
Because like it feels like this is a setup to the rescue of Han. Because Valence is still like, I feel bad for what I did to Han. Because Valence loves Han, let's be honest. But him and Hayden now have a romantic relationship now. They
Valence really hit her with, you're a bitch to find, you know that?
So they get back together. They pay off even the Han Solo and Chewbacca comic. And the Yoda comic, weirdly.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh yeah, it turns out that thing, why, because like Jabba's been like trying to, like, why does Jabba keep getting himself involved with droid affairs, right?
Yeah.
Like, why would he care? And it turns out he's looking for the perfect, like, droid, like, memory core to power his droid bodyguard, which it turns out is a mega droid from Yoda comic, because it turns out he stole, like, the last one that survived of the prototypes.
Oh, important note. The current memory core, right?
Is so it was going to be Ajax, which is why he wanted
Yes.
Ajax during the Han Solo and Chewbacca run.
It is not Ajax's core, because Ajax is fucking shit
Yeah,
up.
he's doing his own thing.
It is, however, the core of one of Ajax's followers, Gertie. Gertie is the spaceship that failed in the first assault.
Yep. Because they pulled her memory core out of her and then put her into a ship.
Yep.
Important note. But yeah, so Jabba's just been planning the ultimate, because he's like, this is going to replace bounty hunters. It kind of is an AI debate of AI versus artist in a weird way, before that really took off as a conversation. Because he's like, yeah, I'm going to replace y'all with robots.
And Boba's like, no, you're not.
Yeah, because so basically Valence comes in like guns ablaze and ready to take it down.
It's like,
And then Jabba's like, what should I do with you? Should I feed you to the Rancor? And they're like, that would do bad for the
It's
Rancor.
like-
It'd be bad for its stomach and digestion,
Yeah.
because of how much cybernetics is in this man. And Bo was like, give him what he wants. Have him fight the damn thing. Which Boba was like playing both, like he's playing both sides, because everybody's like, why did Boba Fett help us? Because if it worked, then that gets rid of the droid. If it didn't work, then that's less competition.
Yep. Boba's like, I win either way.
So, yeah, so Valence, Tonga, and Losha all take on this Mega Droid. And so they end up taking it down. on the while live streaming it because Jabba's like showing it off to the Pikes and all of his enemies because he's like, look at this thing that I've got, and now you're gonna have to buy it from me if you want to keep up.
They're like, everyone, like the I think the Pikes are like, I guess we're gonna have to fucking
Raise
our payments to him. Meanwhile, Tasu Leech, we get to see him.
Tasu
again.
Leech is just impressed. He's like, Valence is a badass motherfucker.
He's like, that motherfucker is too dumb to die to anything.
But he's kind of like in an impressed way.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a oh, he's stupid. It's like, no, this man's, if anybody's gonna beat this droid, it's him.
Him.
And so yeah, he takes down the Mega Droid, and we get a nice little bow wrapped up ending of getting to see everybody kind of get their happy ending, except for Bosk, who's like, I fucked up. I'm on the wrong side.
Yep. Oh well.
So, and then that's the end of Bounty Hunters. No more Bounty Hunters. No more Valence. It's a sad that it's no more Valence, no more Bounty Hunters comic, but it's a nice ending. I think it's done really well. Ethan Sachs really knew what he was doing there. He wrapped up all the major plot points that were brought into the story, while also giving enough room for if he ever gets to convince Marvel to let him write more. So, Dark Droid's arc overall, 7.5.
All right.
Is that more brutal than you were expecting? Is that what that face was?
No, I have a difference of opinion on the matter.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it at a 9.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess it's because I'm comparing to, like, because I've put War of the Bounty Hunters and the rest of that trilogy, the Crimson Reign, like, and Hidden Empire stuff, higher up. And so I'm comparing it to that. So I'm like, comparatively. But as a standalone, I could see an argument for that. Like, if you just look at Dark Droids on its own, then yeah. I guess I'm just looking at the overall picture. I could give it an 8 if I were to be nicer. Like, if I was to, like, look at it just as a standalone.
Yeah, I am separating it from, like, the larger story. Because we do these in, like, big chunks. So how I like to think of them is, like, here is this season. Right?
Yeah. And how did this season stand alone? Like, would you be able to offer this to somebody who has never read the other stuff? And I can see, like, strangely enough, this is a weird situation where, you probably could get away with, like, just starting them here. There'd be a lot of stuff missing. Like, you wouldn't know much about the talkie and, like, that situation. And what's going on with Valence. So that's, I guess, the bigger issues is those two plot points are going to be kind of missing. But they do well enough at explaining most of it that you could probably get away with being, like, just starting somebody with Dark Droids. But then, I mean, it's already near the end of the runs of all of these, like we've talked about. Like, I think Aphra ends on the next arc, so it's already done. I think Aphra's done, like, in terms of publishing. We just haven't gotten the trade paperback for it yet, so that's why we haven't talked about it yet. And then, I think we talked about Star Wars proper is going to probably end at issue 50, as is Vader. So, but
I feel like a lot of desperate people would turn to the Moon Boys because it's like they're not soldiers.
Yeah. And that's how we're going to start the podcast. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Thank you for tuning into Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. We're talking our D&D game.
Yeah.
I hit the record while you were mid-sentence of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Changing things up. Changing the format up.
Yeah, so you're not giving me a warning.
Changing the format. Plus, also, I think it keeps the show interesting, especially since we are pre-recording. This is pre-recorded.
Sorry, guys. We are adults with our own lives.
So, since it's a pre-recorded, I figured time to play with the format a little bit. But yeah, I'm your host, Caleb.
Hi, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
As well as other things.
As well as other things. And sometimes he presses start recording without me knowing.
I feel like it was also it makes it more natural.
Yeah.
But yeah, we also talked non-Star Wars things, so let's kind of talk about what we've been up to this week. We got a little bit. We'll kind of keep doing the TLDR version like we've been doing. I've been playing Fallout 3.
Yeah.
Again, it's been a minute, and so I'm remembering some quests. So I'm currently level 6. I have high karma, so I am what they call Peacekeeper, because each level they change your nickname. But other than the Lone Wanderer, they keep that one. But Three Dog will be like, I've heard news about the Dignitary, the Peacekeeper, whatever, depending on...
Yeah.
So
What your level is.
yeah. So currently he's been repetitively talking about me deactivating the nuke in Megaton, or talking about me helping out Arafu and their raider issue. Putting it nicely, because I don't think he knows I don't think Three Dog or anybody else learns the town of Arafu learns the specifics.
All of the
Because
2 people that live there.
no, there's the mayor. There's the first guy's door you knock on and his wife, so that's 3 people. First guy's a jerk, but his wife is nice, but she might be a little delulu.
She's very delulu.
I didn't talk to her more than her opening the door for me, so you know.
I remember going. I did. That woman really needs her meds. Like I genuinely.
Yeah, genuine. Yeah, there's genuine mental health there.
Unfortunately, it's the goddamn wasteland.
So that is not a priority.
Not getting shot, eaten, poisoned, stabbed, or irradiated is.
And then there's the other neighbor lady, so that's 4. And then when you bring back the kid, they call him a kid, but he's a full-grown adult. Like, he's got a full adult voice actor and everything, although he looks short. That's the weird...
Fallout...
It's so... but also...
Fallout is like JoJo's, in where children have, like, adult faces.
But also, it's like the top. It's the Bethesda. It's the early Bethesda weird Todd.
We only have 6 voice actors. We're gonna figure this out.
It's the Todd Howard. This is a perfect game. You know. Fallout 3 is fun though. I like.
Yeah.
I mean, it was my introduction to Fallout. Like a lot of people. I like it a lot. Although I also like 1 and 2 a lot. Now since I've gone back and played them, because I have to go back and complete things.
Whereas with me, that's not the case. It's a whatever I need to do to get to the end.
See, yeah, my brain is I have to do everything, and it's even worse if I start somewhere in the middle. I'm like, fuck, I gotta go back and start chronologically from the beginning. Not. So one of the I'm trying to. So Jared, not the Star Wars one who's played in with you in Star Wars game, not that Jared, but other Jared.
Okay.
He got me Dragon Ball Z, like on DVD for 1 year for my birthday, but it was like season 8.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, this means I'm gonna have to start from the beginning. He's like, I know, and I'm like, no, I mean the beginning. Because he thought I meant Dragon Ball Z Season 1. I mean Dragon Ball proper.
Beginning.
The beginning. And he's like, you don't gotta watch that. I'm like, yes, I do. It's a compulsive behavior that I've got. I know. So chronological for me, always. So yeah, so I've mostly been sticking around, keeping it real quick, because this is really the only thing I'm going to talk about. Because it's really the only major thing I've been up to, other than the movie I'm working on. Other than that,
you can't talk about it yet. So.
Yeah, I can't talk about too much yet since we're still filming. But I've mostly been sticking around Megaton. I have gone to Rivet City just because quest lines led me there anyways. Like the doing the book for Megaton, that one sends me to Rivet because I gotta find out the past of Rivet. I think it's supposed to be you're supposed to do those as you just happen to be playing the main storyline, but I'm like, no, I'm just gonna do just these. Also, the only reason I did the Arafu thing was also because Megaton, because Lucy is there and is like, hey, deliver a letter to my family. You find out all of her family except her brother are dead. Ian, I think, was his name. I think it's Ian West, because I think it's Lucy and Ian. I played this yesterday, but my brain's still like... I also had to replay those twice because I messed up a save. Because I did those, and that took me like 2 hours to do all of those mission, which is the fire ant mission, where you go to the town where it's been burned down by fire ants, and then you go underground and you help the doctor set up so that way the queen is under control again, and then the ants will stop attacking the town. So I did all of that, went back to Megaton, and then was like, yeah, I really hate this Enclave guy who lives here, Nathan, because I hate the Enclave, as you should. If you like the Enclave, like legitimately like the Enclave, not like I think the Enclave have some like good writing, that's one thing. Like you can say it's written well, but if you legitimately think the Enclave is a good faction, that's a red flag, in my opinion.
I've never harmed Nathan. However, I
found
it. Walk up into town and just shoot him?
No. I waited. So I thought like a lot of Bethesda games, if I kill him when nobody else is around, like when it shows I'm hidden,
yeah,
I was like, oh, if it shows I'm hidden at the top and I kill him in like one go, then I'm good. And I have like 10 agility, 10 luck. 10...
How could this possibly?
How could this go wrong? I should be able to kill him in one shot. Or at least without leaving the VATS. Like, if I just go VATS and I go pew pew, then he should be dead, which is exactly what happened. The problem is, apparently, because I didn't have a silenced 10 millimeter yet.
Everybody heard it.
Well, the doctor heard it, because I was in the doctor's office, Doc Church, at Megaton, and I was like, because Nathan walks around, so you got to kind of follow him. So I was just like, oh, he's in a building, and as long as I stay hidden, shoot him, and then run out of the building, I should be fine. Because then Doc Church won't know who did it.
Mm-hmm.
One, that gives me evil karma. Not that it matters, because my karma is through the roof, so if I take one evil karma, I'll live. But two, I didn't... So I counted on the autosave of me entering Doc's to be like, okay, if this goes bad, I can load. Didn't realize that when I exit the building, that creates another autosave on top of the previous autosave.
Yeah.
Because it's been that long since I played it, so yeah. So that ran me back 2 hours, and so I played those again, and I was like, all right, we're just gonna speed run this dialogue. I'm gonna let the kid stay in the vault. I'm not in the little phone booth. I'm not even gonna go talk to him. I'm just gonna go find his dad, quickly then use the key that's on his dad's body to go find the doc. Go also try to open his neighbor's computer, but I don't have a high enough hack for that, and I also don't have high enough lockpick for the case either. So either way, I can't open. Although I think I have a key now for the case, because I found the dead body in the tunnels, so I should go back and at least open the case. I assumed he worked Enclave, because one, the radio is Enclave when you're in that house. Two, they mentioned that the neighbor was the dad was an ex-soldier of some sort. So he was either that or Brotherhood. And I don't imagine you can leave the Brotherhood easily. So
I don't imagine you can leave the Enclave easily either.
So, we'll see. It's been a minute, because I've never done every little thing. So this is me, taking my time and enjoying the world.
Oh, man. I remember the first time I shot Burke in Moriarty's bar.
So, yeah, I fixed it. And plus, now that I've gone to Rivet, because the first time I hadn't gone to Rivet City yet. This time, I was like, well, I'm going to Rivet City anyways, so I'm just going to leave the kid in there, because I know I got to find somebody in Rivet City. I forgot her name. So, once I unlocked the fast travel to Rivet City, I went back to the other town, talked to the kid, told him his dad's dead, and was like, okay. And he was like, oh, and you also already dealt with the ants, so cool, that's already done. And I'm like, yep.
I was like, and now I have nowhere else to go. Don't worry, your aunt is in Rivet City.
Well, I didn't even know that yet. I was like,
oh.
Well, my character didn't. I did. So I was like, hey, do you know who I can find? And he's like, well, my, I think it was actually his cousin.
Yeah.
It's weird. He says cousin, but then when you talk to her, it's aunt. Because you're like, oh, it's your nephew. But he says cousin. So it's,
maybe his cousin.
Let's not figure.
I don't.
Yeah. Anyways,
Okay, rather than that implication, maybe it's just been a long time.
yeah. So, anyways, I talked to him, and I'm like, okay, I'll go talk to Vera. Go back there, because I'd already talked to her once before. Because when I first went to Rivet, I just happened to talk to her, but I did not know the relation yet. So, or my character didn't, and I didn't because I forgot who it was, and so I came back. I was like, hey, we're cool. By the way, I found your nephew. You want to take care of him because everybody else is dead? And she's like, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah,
I was like,
guess I should do that.
okay, I'll send him over. Go back over there. Hey, your aunt will take care of you. And he's like, oh, okay, thank you. Anybody else would have ran off and left me to die.
It's like, don't fucking tempt me, kid.
It's like, no, I'm playing good. I'm playing good.
Like, this conversation highlights some things about us as players.
Although,
I'll
we
do
talk-
the right thing, but I'll bitch about it the whole time.
and actually, we can talk about it right because we were talking about, because you've been playing Fallout 4.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something in Fallout 3 that I forgot was in there, and that's all the setup for the Institute, the synths, the railroad. All of that is there in Rivet City. All that setup for 4. Now, whether that was a purposeful thing where they built 4 knowing that information, or they went back, found that information, were like, oh yeah, we should probably put that in 4. Who knows? They do mention the guy actually in 4, the scientist, because he was the head of that particular the synth project, and so the interim head that you meet in 4 is like, yeah, I'm just in charge until he comes back, till Zimmer comes back, because they try to. Bethesda did a good job there where they were like, we're gonna keep it vague enough to where oh, he's still off looking for the synth, or he's dead and the Institute just hasn't learned that yet, depending what you did.
In my case,
you let him just kind of think that Harkness was killed.
Yeah, I was like, you fucking dead.
I shot Zimmer.
Yeah.
I found, so I had to go to Rivet City because I was doing the book and
The Wasteland Survival Guide. Also, Moira, I know this isn't your fucking fault, but how dare you send me into a town filled with mines and a sniper?
I killed that sniper. It was so easy too, cause I hid. I was on the stairs, right under him. He comes running down the stairs. I enter VATS, one shot, head comes off.
Yeah.
I was like, my dude, I feel so bad, but I don't.
I remember it's been a while since I've played Fallout 3, but I did play through it twice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember that both times. So the first time, I had no fucking clue what was going on. The second time, I knew what was going on, so I used, cars, buildings, and everything as cover.
Don't use cars.
Yeah.
Is that the lesson you're about to tell us?
No, actually.
Because don't use cars, because that's one of the first things that blows up when you're on that in Minefield, is yeah, a car blows up because... Although I used it, I benefited from it because I was using the radiation from the explosion.
Yeah.
Because I'm highly irradiated and it heals my limbs.
Mm-hmm. I remember, doing that and, reading terminals and such in those houses, and it explains, a couple years back, raiders came in, killed everybody, and left that guy alone as a child.
Oh, and so he's like...
So he's like, anyone who comes near has to go.
Yeah. I did not read the terminal. Is that information that you can give to Moira, or is it just the sniper, it was a trap thing?
It's just it was a trap thing.
Ah, okay. Oh, well.
Context for why he's out there doing that.
Yeah.
Anyways.
But yeah, so, yeah.
I have a surprising amount of, for Fallout 3 where I choose to do not good things in a bad way.
To be fair, I would say killing that man is fine because it's self-defense.
Yeah, no, that's not what I was talking about. I mean, lying to Zimmer.
Oh.
Which is a good thing to do.
Yeah, I just shot him. which was nice because I go to Harkness. I'm like, I reveal that you're an android, 1, and then 2. So now what do you want to do to Zimmer? Harkness is like, I want to kill him. I'm like, I'll do it for you. And he's like, okay, here's a cool laser rifle to do it with. My cool laser rifle that I used to hunt down synths when I was working with the Institute. So here you go. I'm like, okay, let her rip. Even though I have no skill, like, that's not my skilled weapon proficiency. I was like, it feels right to use his gun to kill Zimmer. It would be, I feel like it would be wrong for me to use any other weapon. And so, yeah,
I will say this, in terms of...
Also, I think Zimmer was a synth, because you find... Although, his Wikipedia page for the Fallout Wiki shows he's human, but, like, you find the synth, like, or android, because they weren't calling them synths entirely yet. Although they call them synths in passing, like, they go back and forth with it, but it says android component when you find the components. But he had an android component on him, which is supposed to implicate that it was an android. Because that was what you were going to provide to Zimmer as proof. That's
what I did.
Yeah, that's what you provide to Zimmer as proof that you killed him, because a railroad person comes up and is like, hey, stop your questioning of things. Here's an android component to say that you killed him and get this guy out of here. And then you can end the quest there. You don't have to find the guy who invented him or anything.
Yeah,
but
I got persuaded.
Or not invented him, but like change his look and his voice module and memories.
Yeah, I got persuaded by this person just asking me nicely to go do something.
She was using that 20 persuasion.
I'm like, fine, I guess. I don't fucking care.
Yeah, it was like a 75% correct persuasion check on you.
Yeah, I'm like, sure. I don't really want to go
using Fallout numbers. D&D, it was a D20.
I don't really mind that, I guess. Sure. And they're like, don't you think they deserve a chance at another life? And I'm like, that's a pretty good argument.
So yeah, you took the quick route, although you still ended up going to look for the guy anyways. Apparently,
I looked for him, and they like, they showed up after and had a talk with me.
Yeah,
and I'm like, okay, I won't sell them out for money.
Yeah,
because I'm like, I can get money from
other things.
The other things that I'm doing.
Yeah, I had
collecting bounties for the regulators.
Yeah, I had like 2,000 caps. I spent it on my house though.
Like, for me, it's collecting bounties from the regulators, mapping out regions for Riley's Rangers, which Riley's Rangers are pretty cool.
I've had enough of me. So what have you been up to?
Fucking Talon Company. Fuck Talon Company. These guys.
Oh, are they in 4 again as well? I forgot.
No, they're not. They're just in 3, and they're annoying as fuck.
Oh yeah, especially because they're especially bad now that I've turned off the nuke at Megaton. They're like, hey, so that rich guy didn't like you did that.
Yeah. I remember the first time I read it, right? The first bounty is 2,000 caps.
Oh, I had 1,000 on my first bounty, and that was before I turned off the nuke.
And it's like, I remember the like bounty order, right? It's like, some holier than thou asshole
yeah, that's
trying
what
to
I've
make
got.
the world better.
That's
Go
what...
fucking kill him.
Yeah, that was the note I got. Yeah.
I'm like, who the fuck has this kind of money?
But you've been playing 4.
I've been playing 4.
Sounds like you need to play 3 again though at some point after your 4 run.
I've been playing 4, and as I'm going through it, I ended up discovering I had a fuck ton of quests. While Talon Company isn't around, you know who is around? The Gunners.
Yeah.
Which are only mildly better than Talon Company, in that they don't sell children into slavery.
Yeah.
And so, I went to the Glowing Sea because I was tracking down, like, a radio signal, right? So I go there, and I'm reading, like, the reports from these guys. And I get to the end of it, right? I fought, like, a glowing Deathclaw because I accidentally wandered into it. You know, me and wandering into enemies with video games is a notorious problem.
Yeah.
Need I mention the bear?
You mean the Yao Guai? Oh, the bear in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking Fallout still. Yeah, no, the bear in Baldur's Gate, yeah.
How it left me alone and then decided, no, we're fighting today.
And then it would keep chasing you, so then Drew and I just killed it that
Yeah.
way by having you be the distraction and Drew and I just shooting at it.
Yeah. And so, I tracked down, and they're like, "Oh man, this, fuck, what was his name? I'm gonna call him Private Lebowski because I don't remember." They're like, Lebowski's our tech guy. It's kind of crazy. Like, we make fun of him a lot." I'm like, "Oh, this is gonna go great." And one of them's like, I should probably like leave him be. And so going through and reading all of that, eventually I came and got like the final log entry, and it's like, crazy how he ran off with our Tesla cannon and killed most of us. I'm like, fuck. He's gonna be like right there as soon as I exit out of this log, isn't he? And so they do. They go and they do that.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I didn't come here originally to kill anyone today, but I guess that's what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go and track down some Enclave remnants later and see what's up with them.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we were talking about that before, because fuck the Enclave.
Well, I don't typically get into fights with people for no reason. I think the Enclave has done enough.
Also, that's not no reason. The Enclave there are reasons.
Yeah. My current reason for it is you guys shot at me without explaining anything.
Yeah. So,
But he says we have some things to look at.
yeah, we've got some news. There's a few things. Let's start with video game,
Alright.
because Star Wars Fortnite thing has been going on.
Yes.
I've
Seen that with Drew and Tori and Kinsey.
been enjoying it. I like the Legos thing that they got going on. They've got like a Lego, like, because Lego Fortnite's been a thing. So Lego Fortnite Star Wars is going on, as well as doing like the battle royale stuff. But also there's a music thing on Fortnite, so they've added Cantina Band as a thing that you can play the song for. I haven't done that yet because I was recording it and I was like, oh, that's copyrighted music. I can't record that for YouTube. Sorry. Not without, that portion of the video being gone, audio-wise. Disney said, well, it'd be UMG, I think. That would be like, hey, no, cut that out. But they launched a trailer for it, so let's go ahead and watch that. Let me make sure I get everything right. Got a few trailers here that we're going to be looking at today.
Yes. Everyone to teen. Violence. Fantasy violence and lyrics?
Yeah! Saw that moment when I played Lego Fortnite. So, I mean, this looks fun. Like, just the Lego stuff. I feel like at least Lego Fortnite would be your thing. Like, I know you're not a battle royale guy, so that part's probably not interesting. Yeah, Darth Maul car for rocket racing. That's the band thing, Fortnite Festival. But yeah. And so, like, Fortnite has kind of now become a platform instead of just a game, like its own game. It's been that way for a minute now. But it's kind of a platform now for a bunch of type of games. And so, you got a rock band sort of rhythm game, you've got a racing game, you've got the Lego Fortnite, and then you got the classic Battle Royale, right? So, I think you would enjoy, I know you're not a big Fortnite guy, but I think you would enjoy at least the Lego Fortnite, because that's a chill thing, and that's more up your speed, I think. You're not a Battle Royale guy, so...
No, I'm not.
I don't know if you're a racing guy, but
No, we've gone over this.
yeah. Next up though is mostly so. Like I said, it's out now. I've been playing it. It's chill. I haven't done a lot of the battle royale stuff. I should do that. I might do a lot of it offline, off video, so that way I can actually complete all the Lego Star Wars stuff or all the Fortnite Star Wars stuff in time, because it's like an event thing. So you've got like X amount of days to do certain quests and stuff.
Yeah.
So, and then you get like rewards. I think like there's a Chewbacca skin for the like they show with the Lego stuff. And so I wouldn't mind more cool Lego skins for Fortnite. So, next up though is TV. We've got a couple things. We've got a new Acolyte trailer, which is, you know, that's the big one that you and I have been excited about. So we're gonna go ahead and watch that. Now I've not actually watched this trailer yet.
The Jedi justify their galactic dominance in the name of peace. But that peace is a lie.
Set code.
Jedi are being hunted.
She was my student. I trained her. Let me be the one to bring her in.
I sense this is only a small part
Vernestra.
of your plan.
Oh,
Oh shit. That was not.
but that wasn't good. Looked like some nameless thing.
It's time to face the past. Destiny is not decided for you by an anonymous force. If you want to pull the thread and change everything, then pull it.
Oh, hello. Oh,
What are you?
that's a cool mask. I like it. I really like it. I'm so pumped. I mean, I've said for a long time that this was going to be my, like, for a lot of people, Obi-Wan Kenobi was the hype show. For some people, it was Andor. This is mine. The Acolyte is mine. This is my hype show. This is the show that I have been wanting, because for a long time, I have been saying that the movies and TV shows need to get out of the movie eras. We need to get out of the anytime that the movies take place, because where they have anyways, so like where the main saga, the main 9 films have taken place, because that's where every other piece of media has been, like, for the films and shows have taken place. They have all taken place either in that that prequel trilogy, original trilogy, or sequel trilogy era, and I just want something different. And especially because I'm an Old Republic head. Like, I love my Old Republic. Everybody knows how much I love the Knights of the Republic comic. Everybody knows, like, that my sweet boy Zane Carrick, an innocent cinnamon roll that he is, done nothing wrong, never will do wrong. Y'all know at this point if you watch the show and know or know me, so y'all already know this stuff. But so the High Republic has been so far the closest we've gotten to that with the books and the comics, and so getting a show in that era is validating, I think. And it looks great. On top of that, it looks great. You're more stoics, but so what do you think?
Well, I'm glad that, like, it's definitely. I'm glad it's
Because you have the same. Because you also have similar complaints. Like, from what I understand, you are also tired of the movie eras.
The thing that, like, I've said in the past, and I'll say it again, is time to go to the future
Yeah, you're more of a so you're more waiting to see what happens with the Rey movie because that's a moving forward. I mean, I think though Star Wars is such a vast thing that there's enough room to keep going in the past because we don't. There are things we don't know, and like the High Republic has proven that you can go into the past without having to count on nostalgia of like the movies. Because like sure, while we've had Yoda in the High Republic, he is not the like a
Focus.
He's not a heavy focus. Like sure, he's had his moments in the High Republic where he's important, but there's nothing that's like he's not the prime focus. Same thing with like any of the other masters from the prequel era that we've seen. I think the only time that we had one that was like prime central was Yaddle, but also Yaddle doesn't get a lot of screen time, so it was kind of nice. It was kind of nice having Yaddle be a main character, and so that was and seeing how she's different also from other council members and Yoda.
Everyone, Yaddle, did you bring a child to the battlefield? And she's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
So, I'm excited, and of course we know that Old Republic is coming because we know that it's an official time period now. Like we've known that since last year because I got really happy when they confirmed that when they showed us the new timeline at the last I think it was the last celebration, when they showed the Dawn of the Jedi stuff and the Old Republic and that James Mangold, aka the guy who did one of the best Wolverine movies, Logan, is doing Dawn of the Jedi, and then, which tells me that we're definitely gonna get some Western inspired, like it's gonna be samurai Western inspired, because he definitely understands that type of trope filmmaking. So I think he's gonna provide that for Dawn of the Jedi. Old Republic, we don't know what's gonna happen with it. We just know it's a canon timeline. We don't know if any projects are coming of that. Hey Disney, if you want somebody. I will be glad to work with the story group and find ways to bring awesome stories. I don't think we need. Well, I'm excited. Well, I guess we got the Knights of the Republic remake game. That's coming, but we don't know if that's going to be canon or not, and that's kind of still in developmental hell, where it's like, it's being made, but we don't know if or when it's coming, because so many things are going on with Saber Interactive and the company that's working, like the company that's in charge of that project. Similar to the High Republic game, although that one I think is even less likely to happen. Just because, one, very similar developmental hell where they're like, oh yeah, it's going to be like 8 years from when we announced it. Also, it's from a development team that while they make genuinely decent games, their CEO and lead creative has a history with fans not liking him because of how he treats actors. For legitimate reasons. There are some legitimate reasons to not be a fan of David Cage, as a person or as a creative. So I get it. In fact, I think he kind of peaked. Honestly, I think he peaked the moment he did Heavy Rain. I know a lot of people like his other games, but I think Heavy Rain was kind of where he peaked at, because Beyond Two Souls is kind of eh. And while a lot of people like Detroit Become Human, I don't think it's as good.
If you were to ask me, like, my opinion on the matter, I'd say Beyond Two Souls, and then anything after that is questionable.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were a fan of Detroit, so.
No.
Oh. Detroit's interesting because he makes the mistake that I think Zootopia does, where they try to tell a analogy to a very modern issue, right? And I think he's trying to tell that story, but the problem, much like Zootopia, is it's so like different that it's like not the same issue anymore. And it kind of like makes the modern issue,
the one
where
saving grace that game has, right,
is Clancy Brown.
Is the relationship between Hank and...
So Clancy Brown.
Yeah. Between Hank and his robotic partner.
Yeah.
Because that's just the best part. And
Clancy Brown is always the saving grace of whatever he's in, though, to be fair. If it's bad and Clancy Brown's in it, Clancy Brown is gonna be good still.
The fucking funniest like bit of that entire game. Huh. What's Hank's password? Options. Of course it's a fucking password in all caps.
But yeah, so that one I feel like is even less likely to happen than the Knights of the Republic game.
Oh yeah.
So like that. Whereas Knights of the Republic, it sounds like Saber Interactive really does want this game to happen. It's just finding it in their schedule and finding the right development team to do it. Because originally it was going to be Aspire, but Aspire, let's be honest, while we like what they do for bringing games onto modern consoles and kind of doing that and porting things, I don't believe in their ability to create a brand new game. If that makes sense. From the ground up. Because that's what you'd be doing. Because it's not them just porting it, which they've done for the Knights of the Republic series. And even then, we can't really believe in them with what happened with Knights 2 and that fiasco. And the restored content DLC. So even then, we can't trust and Aspire. But...
Hey, sorry, just thinking of Knights 2. Hey man who's struggling with his life problems because his wife is missing. Here's a gun and some credits.
And now he's gonna go die
Shut
because...
up, Kreia. I've given him the means to solve his problems if he can't do it on his own.
Yeah. I did the right thing. That's what matters, is I did the right thing. I can't count on I can't start thinking of the what if. I just have to go off the information I have and do the right thing. And that, yeah. Yeah. Don't worry, we agree on our hatred of Kreia, but for mostly separate reasons, but like reasons that are like, that we can agree on. Like, we're like, I hate her for this reason, I hate her for that reason, but we both agree that yes, both of those reasons are good reasons to hate her. Anyways. But yeah, we got off track.
Yeah.
The Acolyte is great.
I will reserve my judgments,
or at least it's looking great, I should say.
I will reserve my judgments until we sit down and watch it, because we're going to do that.
Yeah.
But
and it's coming pretty soon, June 4th.
What I'm seeing so far.
June 4th, it's right around the corner. It's right around the corner. Oh. We kind of skipped this when we talked about what's going on this week, but tomorrow's your birthday.
Not tomorrow.
Well, when this...
Oh, right, yeah.
Pre-records.
Pre-recorded. Yeah, tomorrow is my birthday.
And so I got you... Well, so I bought something, and I already had a copy of that thing, and I was like, hey, you don't mind if it's a hand-me-down thing?
Nope.
And especially... And so, like... Yeah, I bought a new copy of Dawn of the Jedi, Into the Void, and so I gave him.
His, which is good. It gives me a chance to do some research before another upcoming project we'll be working on.
Yeah, so it's a good book. It's a Tim LeBon. It also feeds into a lot of... I think you'll like it, because Tim LeBon is like known for being a horror writer. So, yeah.
For those of you who don't know,
you like your horror.
I like my horror. I forget if I've explained this on the podcast, but I have 2 reactions to horror. And one of it is light work, no reaction. And the second one is, let me try to fight that thing.
And I'll say this is less monsters, less like gothic. This is more psychological. And it's specifically for a single character, though. So it's like, it's not the prime focus, but he definitely puts his horror aspects. It's like watching the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy, where it's like, they're not horror genre specific, but there are horror elements to those films. Because Sam Raimi comes from horror, so of course he's going to put horror elements into his Spider-Man trilogy.
Harry.
Well, I was also thinking the Spider-Man 2 with the Doc Ock when they try to cut off the
oh god.
And you get the horror camera angles of it attacking them, and you get just the shadows, and yeah. So it's like that for this. It's not going to be like, oh, it's going to scare. No, it's more of like there's undertones.
Yeah. What, you mean my writing doesn't have an undercurrent of horror in it?
No, you're just straight up horror for most
just
of it.
Straight up?
Well, no, not for the short stories you've been working on for me, but
Yeah, but that's because it's in a different setting.
Yeah, it's sci-fi. It's more epic sci-fi tone.
Don't worry, we'll get to some horror, all right.
Although even and while I don't come like I like sci-fi, I like genre. So like I like sci-fi, I like fantasy, and that can be seen in my writing. Even I have some horror elements in my writing, just because sci-fi and horror tend to just mesh well. So that's why it's there. So like the green coats, that's probably where the horror element is.
Yeah, they're fucking horrifying. They're horrifying, and I'm an insane asshole who's like, I'll fist fight them.
But then it's
I'll
like,
throw them out a window.
but at the same time, it's like, oh, that's kind of sad.
It's sad. It's sad, and the way like them dying is probably the best they're gonna get.
Maybe. But yeah, so we got one more thing to talk about before we get into our main topic. Let's talk about another trailer. And I think this one, we should just let the trailer play out, because I think it's it's hard to explain it without watching it. Have you watched this one ahead of time?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think we like started.
I
and
talked
we
about.
stopped halfway
Well, I
through.
think we talked about it, but we didn't watch that trailer. I showed you a clip from it.
Excuse me. Sorry.
So let's get into it.
Space. Time. It's falling apart. The building blocks of the galaxy are getting mixed up. This doesn't make any sense. Worlds will change. People will change in ways we cannot possibly imagine.
I love that.
This is wild.
X-Wing TIE Fighters?
Ewok bounty hunters. He's not going to hurt you, sir. Darth Jar Jar?
Okay. Obviously not canon, because it's a Lego short. It's I believe 4 episodes is what
Okay.
I've seen floating around. So as we saw, that's going to be September. So we got time before we have to plan to talk about that one for an episode. Because we'll talk non-canon if it's brand new. It's essentially a Star Wars What If.
Yeah.
And it's great. One, they're bringing Jedi Bob in, which is like meme Star Wars Lego Jedi. Like, Jedi Bob is like I forget where it started, but it's a thing. And so, and then of course Darth Jar Jar, which is like the biggest prequel meme for Star Wars. Like, it's the biggest like thing ever. I know a few people that are going to be happy about this. Jeff, for one, I think will be happy to see this. I'll have to tell him about this. There's a few people that will be that I think sometimes Star Wars just needs to be fun, and I think that's what the Lego shorts provide, is just the fun element of Star Wars and that imagination, because like Star Wars, it inspires the imagination. Like, that's why a lot of people in our generation wants to go into, like, people that want to go into film in our generation, Star Wars is a part of that, along with that era of film. And so Lego Star Wars just exemplifies that, I think. So having something like this come out is nice, especially because it's been a minute since our last Lego Star Wars short series, because the last one was the Summer Vacation?
I think so, yeah.
And that's been a couple years, right? Because Summer Vacation was 2022?
Probably.
That sounds right. I can double check my sources, though. While I'm doing that, go ahead and give your input. I mean... Or did I basically steal everything you were thinking sort of situation?
It's nice. It'll be a nice break from all of the, like... Because Star Wars is in a weird place right now. Not necessarily a weird, but a very dramatic place.
Where everything's kind of like melodrama, serious.
Yeah.
Especially like because like a lot of the stuff we're reading, like High Republic, just getting done with Dark Droids arc last time. That's
Yeah.
very melodramatic, and even the thing we're going to talk about this week, kind of heavily melodrama, with. But I think it's like this isn't a bad thing. It's good melodrama. Like it's well done melodrama.
It's just nice to see a bit of Star Wars not take itself that serious.
Yeah. And yeah, like Summer Vacation was 2022. So it's been 2 years since we've had a Lego Star Wars short.
How dare you fucking make me do this for 2 years?
We've been doing it longer though.
Yeah, don't tell me. It's all right. If I didn't want to do it, I wouldn't do it.
No, and in fact, we've got similar to last time we've had this conversation. We got some news this week because remember we're gonna for next week because you wanted to take another because work, I think, or something.
Oh no,
It was-
I'm dropping.
That's
the
right. You're
Sunday game.
Oh, is that why you're?
It's why I'm pre-recording with Keontae tomorrow.
No. I'm talking about. Never mind. We'll talk about it at the end of the episode. Anyways, we
Yeah.
solved that.
Sorry, had a slight miscommunication on my end because he's explained to me like why we were doing what we were doing, which is my fault.
Anyways, yeah. So Lego Star Wars good. Lego Star Wars always good.
It's nice because sometimes it's like we're all so serious all the time.
Yeah, sometimes we just need
And
something
it's
funny.
like, sometimes it's okay to laugh.
Yeah. And honestly, I think a Star Wars What If is what fans have been wanting for a long time. And
It's
then
gonna hurt you, sir.
and then also on top of that having Marvel What If
Yeah.
as an official TV show has made that desire even stronger where people are like, "No, we really want Star Wars What If." And so, while it's in Lego form, I think that's fitting for the Star Wars franchise. Maybe they'll do a proper Star Wars What If eventually later, but Lego Star Wars What If is good enough for me. Especially depending on what they decide to explore with it. Obviously, we're getting Darth Jar Jar, so that'll be fun. All right, time for the main topic. This week we're talking about The Bad Batch final season. And we're gonna talk about it, so spoiler warning.
You're goddamn right.
I think the ending's great. I'm just gonna jump to it. I
Yes.
think, because I think this is a season where we just gotta jump to the end. Like, everything in this season builds up so perfectly to what we get.
Yeah.
The one question, of course, that's floating around for the more, cynical Star Wars fans is like the Ventress stuff. But I think that's stuff that can be answered in other media, and I think it will be answered in other media, because Star Wars always answers questions in the next piece of material. If you ever have a question about Star Wars, watch more Star Wars. That's essentially the reality of it. If you ever have a question about how something or why something happens, keep digging into Star Wars.
Yep.
Because you'll get your answer.
I was explaining the Ventress situation with Chris. He was like, wait, she's supposed to be dead? And I'm like, don't worry about it. She got better. Which makes me very happy.
Yeah. And I'm curious if Quinlan is still around during this time, the interaction they would have. Because we don't have a confirmed death of Quinlan yet. We don't know if or when he dies. So maybe they run into each other again, reunite their love, and I know a lot of romantic people that would be happy for that, where they're like, yeah, because Quinlan Ventress was like a very good romance. You don't know as much about that.
I don't. It's a name I've heard before.
But yeah, so like you don't know as much about that because you haven't watched too much Clone Wars, from what I understand. You've seen episodes here and
I've
there,
seen episodes here and there.
and then you haven't read Dark Disciple yet, but don't worry. That's this like watching Clone Wars and reading Dark Disciple is this season of Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. So we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. It's gonna be a minute, but we're gonna get there.
I do like how Crosshair, Wrecker, and Hunter all look to each other before they try to jump Ventress like we're jumping her, right? And all of them are like, yeah, we are.
The other great thing is that while it is 100% confirmed that the midi-chlorian thing is part of the reason why she's special, which we kind of figured that out like season 1. Like everybody kind of figured there's something like that they were feeding into stuff that the Mandalorian's been feeding us. Because the Mandalorian, that's why Grogu's special, is because the Empire wants, or First Order / Empire remnants want Grogu because then they can bring back the Emperor for Project Necromancer. Necromancy or Necromancer?
It's Project Necromancer.
Okay, Necromancer. I always
All
get...
they needed was a Phoenix down, man. Splash it on the Emperor.
Well, it's because they're doing the cloning routine.
Yeah.
So, which is something in Legends. It's something they borrowed from Legends material.
Yeah, I was explaining like also, as I understand it, how like the cloning process.
Cloning the
for
Force
that
is
would
very
work.
difficult and almost impossible.
I was explaining like how it's not easy to do that, and that's why Omega is special.
Yes, because like the idea of passing midi-chlorian to midi-chlorian, it just doesn't work that way. Yeah. And so like if I give you a blood transfusion, you're not all of a sudden going to have the same midi-chlorians as me or whatever midi-chlorians I passed on. Like that's just not how the Force works, because the Force is still very like everybody's like, "Oh, you're over-explaining the Force," but not really, because the Force is still very mystical and very like there are still things not answered. And while yes, we are getting scientific answers to some fantasy stuff, I think that it's done in a way that it doesn't answer as much as people think. Yeah. And of course they have to like vaguely explain how the Emperor came back, because while I think the films visually explain it, like when you watch Rise of Skywalker, I think it's visually explained well, in that you find the Emperor, when Kylo finds the Emperor in Episode 9, he's hiding over an Exegol, and he's got like all these science lab things with clones of Snoke being made, and like there's your answers. They are doing what a film should do, which is visualize things and give the answers through visual clues. You don't need exposition you don't need them to go, well, you see, when I got thrown down the pit, I set up this operation that was going to bring me back to life, and I'd actually been setting it up since like the end of the Clone Wars, and you know they had this special clone named Omega, and like that would have been, nobody wants that. That's not how you should answer something in a film like that. But that's how some certain fans will complain that if you don't explain that, then it's a plot hole. But that's not how plot holes work, and that's not how exposition should work. And it's never how Star Wars has worked. It's like I said, if you want answers to Star Wars, you seek out more Star Wars.
Yep.
Because like even the original films, there are things that they don't answer that books and supplementary materials from RPGs at the time were answering. Like, what's the Emperor's name? Palpatine. We did not know that until a book came out. I think it was the novelization for Return of the Jedi, or it was some West End game RPG book. Anyways, that's how we learned his name. And then we didn't even get his first name until the canon reset with the Tarkin novel, where we get Sheev. So, like... Anyways, that's my rant. I think also, I had to have an obligatory rant for this episode.
Also, I like Cad Bane as a villain. He's just such an evil son of a bitch. And I will shoot this parent's child and take them away.
I liked seeing you mean child's parent? You said parent's child.
Parents.
You're gonna shoot the child and then take the parent away.
Yeah. Just to prove how evil I am. Parent. Wait, no, I was just child's
You're-
parent.
Yeah, there you go. You're about to do it again. I also like seeing Ming Na Wen again as
Yeah, Fennec Shand.
Fennec Shand, which that was fun.
I remember like they're like, we're gonna have to go talk to Fennec Shand, and I'm like,
Oh yeah, because you still haven't seen season 1.
yeah, I'm like. So wait, you're gonna go to the lady who was a problem for you in the past?
Hey, she works out.
Yeah.
She's like, hey, I can point you in the right direction.
They have the like money isn't everything argument, and Fennec's like, yeah, that's because you don't have any. I'm like, okay, fuck you.
Well, once again,
However, one of the funniest things that like me and Chris as we go through, because we watched a bunch of
Yeah.
the episodes, like we got to 7 on Tuesday night, and then we finished them out this morning,
yeah,
and I was like, at the end of it, Emery and Echo, where they're talking, they're like, you'll just have to trust me, and I'm like, I've heard 9 fucking people say that within the span of like 4 hours.
to be fair though, that's 4 hours, which is a long time in television.
which is-
Actually,
Like, if we did this weekly, if
it wouldn't have
watched
been-
it over the course of weeks, it wouldn't be so egregious.
yeah.
But the fact that everyone keeps saying it to each other is the best part of it.
But I really like, I really like the villains.
Yes.
Hemlock is such an evil villain, and I
Yeah.
love it. He's almost mustache twirling evil, but he's not quite that type of character. He's more mad scientist evil.
Yeah.
Which-
Remember when we were having our discussion about how evil scientists should have evil sounding names? Hemlock is an example of that.
Yeah, and like, God, and the fact that like even when he's like, all right, I need Omega, otherwise I am dead, and then even then at the end he's like, you know what, fuck it, I'm willing to sacrifice and kill her if you don't let me leave, and they're like, but you need her, and he's like, oh well.
Like, yeah, I know that. That's why you should let me go.
Because I need her. Because my research has been destroyed and I gotta start all over. Because, God, that... Man, everything paid off so well in this show. Because, like, once again, if you do not trust Star Wars animation to, like... Because everybody's like, oh, this episode and this episode of Star Wars animation is filler. Man, nothing is filler in Star Wars animation. There's always a reason. Like, I have learned that... Like, I learned that back with Rebels. Like, Rebels taught me... Like, Rebels Season 1 taught me that while it seems like a filler episode when you're watching it, it's not going to be a filler episode either by the end of the season or by the end of the series. Like, one of those things is going to be true. And Bad Batch, once again, proves that, because, like, stuff with Cad Bane and Fennec Shand, that seemed like filler for the first couple episodes to people. But then, like, when you see them again later in the first season, when they fight each other, you're like, oh, this isn't as much a filler as we thought. And now we're seeing for sure it's not filler because they come back to play very vital roles to the show.
Also, another thing while watching The Bad Batch, so many people just resort to, like, taking out a knife or a sword and being like, I'm just gonna stab the problem. I do think Crosshair is like, alright, Omega, what the fuck are you doing? Like, it's a good conversation now. I'm like, well, Crosshair's... And it also goes to help soften up Crosshair.
Because I think Bad Batch shows that it is not necessary to do, because this is a conversation I've seen some people on TikTok have. Like, ever since Game of Thrones has kind of made the idea that to be a show taken seriously, you have to, and to, like, create tension, you have to kill your characters. Nope. Bad Batch shows that that's not true. I think, yeah, Tech dying, that shows some tension, but that was also like a season finale sort of tension. And I think while we as Star Wars fans became immediately like, oh, Tech's gonna come back anyways.
I remember even back then I was like, no, he's not.
I think one, not bringing him back while it upsets some people of the fan base, I think everybody's kind of grieved since then, and we can have this conversation now, which is that I think it's for the better in the writing that Tech doesn't come back, because it gives us a chance to properly grieve Tech. Because that was the problem. Like, because everybody assumed Tech was going to come back, nobody grieved his loss. Like, as a fan. Like, the fans did not. The show did. The show did a great job of grieving that loss, I think. But we as fans were not mentally prepared for that. Because it's like something that because we listened to a video yesterday or something like that, where they were like, oh yeah, if you don't see the dead body, then then it's not dead.
Yeah.
Because we were watching something about Fallout, the show. And how like Fallout actually does the reverse thing, where it purposefully shows you something so that way you know that this thing it exists, right? Whereas like the common logic of sci-fi and fantasy is if you don't see a body, they're not dead.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of the logic I think everybody went into with Tech. Plus, then there was the mysterious clones that were like the superpowered clone hunters that were going after everybody this season, and so everybody started thinking, oh, one of them is Tech, and then we
Come to find out,
no, that's not the case. And while I understand that process, I understand that thought process, and I understand why fans would have liked for Tech to still be around, because a lot of fans want the Bad Batch to just have their happy ending, right? Because everybody's kind of like, we just want a happy ending for these characters we care about. Especially since, like you mentioned in season 2, there was that romance between him and...
Yeah.
that was your clue that he was going to die.
I'm like, brown eyes, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, Tech, you poor son of a bitch. You're fucked. You're an intelligent character in fiction.
Who has a nickname now.
Who has a nickname from
and a love
someone
interest.
and a love interest. You're fucked, pal.
And so... a lot of people wanted that happy ending with them, but we don't get that. But that's okay, because I think the people who do survive, we get that happy. We get a happy ending. So I think we need to learn to be able to process in the moment the possible death of a character. We need to not just assume they're going to come back. We need to be able to kind of let it go. And so I also think it didn't help, though, like, while because the fans would communicate with because of how social media works nowadays, fans would communicate with the creators, and the creators would communicate back, and it kind of creates this, like, it's not a parasocial relationship, like, in the normal thought of that, but, like, it creates a semi-parrot, like, where people are like, oh, the creators are saying this, so obviously they're hinting at this, and it's like, you can't...
So,
but they were also being playful about it. They never confirmed anything specific and so that creates that weird dynamic.
So here's a thought.
And this isn't going after anybody, I think. I should clarify that. I'm not going after anybody because I am friends with people that wanted Tech to be alive. So I am not going after anybody for that, because like I said, I understand those feelings, and I think it's valid. They're still valid. But I think the lesson is we need to learn to be able to process and let go.
Okay. My thing about it, right, and this is something I do with a lot of media, like both written and otherwise, I have a saying for myself. It is observe everything and assume nothing.
Yeah.
Which sometimes leads me to, like, sometimes I'll just take things at face value, like Tech's death in this instance.
Yeah.
Which saves me a lot of emotional trouble.
Yeah, you get to be able to process that immediately when it happens, and then you're done.
Yeah.
Like, whereas everybody else is still, like, hoping he's still alive, and then we get the trauma later of...
Nope, that motherfucker is dead.
And then we get the trauma later. But, like, so yeah, so I think it's in a weird way, it can be healthier to do that, depending on the situation.
Yeah.
So, but also everybody handles things differently.
Yeah.
So I think at the end of the day, the way you handle things is one thing, but I think it became really bad with Tech because everybody was like, Tech has to be alive in order. Like, there are certain parts of the fan base that were mad that Tech was not alive. Nobody we know. Like, there were a lot of people that were upset that he was dead and, like, got to grieve once that set in. But also, there were people that just straight up were, like, mad that the show didn't bring him back. And that's the people that we can't really, like... Those are people that I will say, hey, you need to chill. just a
I
bit.
remember, I feel like my observe everything and like assume nothing. And this was a more, not necessarily a more recent one, but way back, right? Back like when me, you, and Ty over at the house, we were watching the episode of Highlander where like Tess gets killed.
Spoilers for that show, by the way.
Spoilers for a show from
That's-
the 90s.
Britt, don't watch this section because I'm gonna make you watch the show soon.
But it's my observe everything, assume nothing. I'm like, I know what this situation is. It's not gonna end well.
Yeah, because we don't. Even though this isn't Star Wars, it's because we are gonna have a podcast about this eventually.
Eventually.
So we'll talk about this episode more fully when we get to that podcast. But yeah, because one, the music cue is definitely letting you know something's up, and then two, like you see a guy walking up to her while she and Richie are going to their car.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, oh, this guy, and he's like, they're doing the thing that TV does whenever they want you to know that there's a gun involved and it's hidden by having the guy like have his hand in his pocket. Like, you are supposed to know as an audience, oh, something's about to happen. So like they do that thing, like especially because this is a show in the 90s, so they're more willing to do those type of like obvious clues. So yeah, you get the obvious clues, and then Tess gets gunned down, and so does Rich. And we'll talk about what happens on a different show. But yeah, so yeah, and so you took it at face value, although one of those things didn't come out as face value because, although I think you still kind of felt that was coming, because I think we talked about it afterwards, and you were like, oh yeah, I can kind of see how that was going to happen.
Yeah, I remember like there had been enough
like evidence
where I'm like, that's odd.
Like, there were clues that were laid down, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm rewatching the show again myself separately, because and so I'm also trying to get all the things for the podcast, like all the books, all the comics. I'm learning there is some lost media with Highlander by doing that.
That doesn't surprise me.
There is specifically so I told you about the Highlander 3030 comic. Spoiler warning's over, by the way, for Highlander fans. So Highlander 3030 was a comic. We're going way off topic, but it's fine. We're good on time for this episode, actually. It was a comic that was 2010, 2011. No, it was later than that. It was like 2015 or something like that, because it was after all the movies had come out. It was after, so they were like, hey, we want to do a comic, and so they bought the license to do a comic, and it was going to be about Duncan in the future, in the year 3030, which does not fit the canon of any of the movies or anything like that. They also made him look older. They gave him gray hair, which does not fit the canon of anything Highlander. I have not read the issue, so I don't know how this is explained, because turns out they only made one issue because they were rushed. Like the rights holders were like, hey, you need to get this out. And then two, it was like some other issues of like it didn't. So after they were rushed and they got it out, it was digital only, unless you were a backer for it, because it did like a Kickstarter or something like that. So if you were a backer, you got a physical copy, but like digital only, and it didn't sell well. And they were like halfway through writing issue 2 when the rights got pulled from them because it didn't sell well.
I see.
And so they never finished issue 2, and then that company actually went, the comics company that was working on it actually went bankrupt after that.
Well, I guess that puts an end to that.
And so I am trying so hard to find issue 1, but it is nowhere. It is lost media. And like, in fact, I found like multiple articles talking about how it's lost media, and how like the closest people have gotten is finding like 4 pages of it, and that's it.
Oh boy.
So like, if anybody I throwing this out to the universe, because I would like to have that for my Highlander podcast once we get that going, because I would like to talk about it at some point. If anybody does have a copy of it and can send it to me, I would be more than grateful. And you would get like even on the Star Wars podcast, you get a shout out. Even if we don't do the Highlander podcasts anytime soon, you will get shout out because I will greatly appreciate it. The other piece of lost media is the audio drama. There are 2 seasons of an audio drama that are supposed to take place after the 4th film, and like but also they kind of don't match the canon of what happens between 4 and 5 because like
Okay.
5 is like post-apocalyptic, but like near future post-apocalyptic,
Okay.
and so like
Highlander, we don't give a fuck about the timeline.
but it's supposed to like take more, like it takes a lot of inspiration for what happens at the end of Endgame, and so both seasons are like I found like episodes 3 and 4 of the first season, and like I guess they're not fully lost media because you can buy the CDs. They just cost an arm and a leg. They cost like $100 for each season, and so I'm just like, I ain't spending $100 for each season because there's no like digital records. But I found like episodes 3 and 4 digitally somewhere, but not episodes 1 and 2, and none of season 2. So like, it's rough, buddy. Maybe once we do the show, if we have enough sponsorship money, I can buy them, but for now that's a no, because right now I'm dealing with a lot of financial stuff, so ain't happening anytime soon.
Back on topic.
Back on topic though, yeah. It's so good. The end. Let's just talk about that end. I think we're just gonna jump unless you had like another part you wanted to talk about.
So one of the things, like, so for a lot of this season, Crosshair has bro's got like the stressed shaky hands.
Oh, so yeah, I was gonna talk about Crosshair. Crosshair has a beautiful redemption arc, I think, because Star Wars tends to not like to play with redemption arcs. They tend to go, you're gonna do one great deed and then die.
Yep.
And that's how you're redeemed. Whereas I think Bad Batch went the Avatar: The Last Airbender route of actually giving a redemption arc, where he actually had to do things to correct what he has done.
Yep.
And so, yeah, they give him the shaky hand, and most shows would be like, oh, he's gonna learn how to adjust, and he's gonna do one great awesome thing at the end, and that's his story arc for that. Nope, he loses his hand.
He loses his hand.
He loses that hand.
Hey.
Which I think is also, like, I think that's a good way of, like, because people say, oh, you know, expectations and playing with that. I think they do a good job of doing that in a well-written way. I don't know if that's where you were going with that, but...
What I was going to say is, like, I think sometimes people, like, stress hand, man, I get it too sometimes.
Oh, so you were talking about the relatability of it.
Yeah, like, it's not my right hand, thank God. For me, it's usually, like, my left.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, it sucks when it happens, because there's not really much you can do. You kind of have to just sit there and wait it out.
Yeah.
And so... so there's that, and I do like that. But I'm also, like, I remember when it started, like... It starts in season 2 after he shoots that Imperial officer.
Yeah, it's like after that and during the because it's after the death of the clone fans that are gonna hate me for not remembering his name.
God damn it! I really like that.
It was such a good arc. It's such a good storyline, and then like it adds to the Crosshair redemption arc.
Yeah.
In such a beautiful way.
And then, like, being experimented on at Tantus certainly did not help that shit.
No. I can't remember his name. Hold on, I'm finding it. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So there's that, and he's very much like being direct with Omega, like while they're the first time they get out, right?
Yeah.
He's like, "What are you doing, kid? What is your objective?" And it's like, to escape. It's one of those like, I am a ruthless person, but you need that right now.
Yeah, and also like it's starting to show his care for her in a very Crosshair way. This
Crosshair is one of those people to like call you a dumbass for like,
but
he
lovingly.
cares about you, but you're an idiot.
Yeah, he's the Red Foreman of. If you ever seen that '70s show.
Nope.
Oh
wait, no. Yes, I have.
Yeah.
I know who that is.
Yeah, it's the dad.
Yeah.
I'll put a foot up your ass.
Yep. There we go.
He's that.
Yeah.
Like, he cares about you, but he's gonna call you out about your stupidity because he cares about you. But also, like, it's just like it's more of a. I'd argue it's more of a Joel from Last of Us sort of situation, where it's like, this is a life or death situation, and you need to be able to handle it. So I'm going to treat it like as it is, which is a life and death situation. And in order to get past that, we have to take this seriously. You have to have a plan.
Mm-hmm. Also, Omega, for real though, not every clone is your friend.
Although the Emery one works out fine.
The Emery one worked out. Thank God.
Yeah.
Because like Emery was like, I'm not cool with all this mad evil science shit we got going on.
Oh, Mayday was the name from season 2.
Yeah.
Poor Mayday.
Poor Mayday.
But it was also important to Crosshair's arc.
Oh God.
But yeah. Yeah, it's and so like also I love that the callback to like the Zillo Beast and getting to see, because we knew what Palpatine was planning with that. We knew that, you know, he's planning to have lightsaber resistant armor and all of that, and so of course he's got to have and he talked about cloning the Zillo Beast, so of course we know that happened, and here's the clone of it, and then we see the payoff of it. And I like the Zillo Beast getting mad and being like, you zapped me for so long, now I'm free.
I'm so pissed off.
They freed Godzilla.
Yeah.
Let Godzilla be free.
Free my Zillo Beast. He ain't do nothing wrong.
But I also love the kid arc and
Yeah.
like the Force kid, the Force sensitive children. But I also I was gonna bring this up. I like that Omega, while she has like a Force sensitivity connection, she chooses not to go down that path.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't need to.
I don't need it.
And so I like
It's
seeing.
nice to have. I don't need it. though.
Yeah. And so her path is different. And so seeing somebody who rejects it, not because of any like disdain for it, but because she just has a different path. It's nice. It's refreshing in Star Wars. And so, because everybody was like, oh, Omega's going to do Jedi level thing. Nope. Don't need that. Don't need it. It works out. And she joins the, I guess we'll talk about the ending because we're pretty close to the end of this episode.
Hunter is like waiting out by the ship.
I love it's a callback to the first episode too, because it's like basically in the first episode of the show, him and the boys are walking through Camino, and he's like, "Oh, there's somebody behind us. We're being followed," and they look and they see Omega, and it's like the first time they meet Omega, and then like similar thing of like Omega's trying to sneak off and be sneaky, and he's like, "I'm old, but I'm not that old. I can still track you."
Yeah. And it's like, all right, time to have
father-daughter
talk.
Although it's really big brother and
Yeah.
little sister, because although she's the older one actually, but you know.
It's not what the situation is read as.
No, but she is the older sibling because she's made that joke before. She's like, "Oh, I was actually made before you guys, so that means I'm the older sibling."
And they look at her and they're like, yeah, no.
But yeah, no, this
Wrecker has the fucking highest HP in their group, I swear to God.
Yeah, that man tanks so much damage at the end in the finale. I'm so glad he made it, because they were starting to play into the idea of Wrecker's not gonna make it, and it's just like, no, you can't kill. You've already took Tech, that's fine, but you can't take Wrecker too. You can't take Happy Uncle Wrecker.
Yeah. I'm 90% sure that the only reason why the Bad Batch is still alive is because, not necessarily still alive, but in one semi-functional unit is
Yeah.
because of Wrecker.
Yeah, because Wrecker's kind of like the one that's like, while he's, because he's the himbo of the group, and so he's not the smartest one. He's definitely the heart, and so he like Omega's the heart, but he's like the heart of the older
Yeah.
of like the older members, and so he's the one that's like there to like. Although even he's kind of like, I don't want Crosshair back, but
Like,
it takes Omega to do
okay.
that. It takes Omega, and but he's also the one to be more willing to listen to Omega
Yeah.
if she says like, "Hey, we should give him a shot."
I do like how Echo, like when Crosshair and Hunter come back from their like excursion, Echo's like, "See, they worked it out again, and there isn't even any blood this time."
I love Echo's like when he first comes, like when it's time to go get, it's time to track down Omega. Echo comes back. He's like, "All right, where's our sister? I'm ready to go." Like he just shows up ready to go.
Like, I couldn't bring anyone else, but fuck it.
Yeah, I couldn't bring Rex. He's busy.
Rex is busy. What with what? He's helping other people.
He's helping the rebellion.
Yep.
Or the early rebellion.
Yeah.
Early rebellion, because this is like even before Andor, so this is like early rebellion. This is everybody is in splinter groups and nobody agrees on the politics of the rebellion. Because you got Saw Gerrera's forces and you got all the different factions.
You got Mothma trying in the
Senate.
The Senate. Meanwhile, Saw's like, "We gotta get them all."
Yeah, Saw is eat the rich. Let's go.
Meanwhile, the Bad Batch is like, "Can we please just get our sister?
we just
and
hide?
be left alone?"
Can we just hide? But then, at the end, Omega's like, "Hey, I can't sit around because this is y'all had your war. Y'all fought for what you thought was necessary. It's my turn." And I think that's really like it once again shows the heart of Omega and how good of a person. Like she could just stay hidden and could just hang out with the Bad Batch for the rest of her life and not worry. But she's like, "Nope, I got to do this because it's the right thing." Because that's how she always is. She's whatever the right thing.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good way to end the show. It's similar to our discussion about bounty hunters and how it ends on like this. It ends all the main plot threads, but also leaves this openness to where if we want to explore more, we can, but we don't have to. And so, I think it's while it kind of sucks that it's the last season, because I wouldn't mind one more season. I think the story is told, so we're fine. Before when they first said that this was the last season, I was like, really, already? Only 3 seasons? But now that it's over, I'm like, you know what? This was a good choice. You told your story, and because we talked about this. When a show goes on too long, it
can lose its meaning.
Yeah, and so I think this show knew where it was going, knew the heart of what it wanted to tell, told it.
My rule of 3 to 7 seasons.
Yeah, and so it told its story and got out, and it saves. While Dave Filoni isn't as much of a while he's the showrunner, because he's now in charge of all animation. And he definitely wrote the first episode of the show. While it's his show in some theory, it's Brad Rao. It's Brad and I want to get everybody's name. I want to make sure I give credit to everybody that was involved, because this show, Jennifer and Brad, and so it's their show, and they did such a good job. And I think also the Dave Filoni-isms aren't as heavy in the show as other shows. And even then, the only thing I could see being a lesson that Dave Filoni brought into this is don't let the show run too long.
Yep.
Because that's a lesson he learned with Clone Wars. He ever since Clone Wars, he's talked about, because that's why Rebels only got 4 seasons. He was like, I want to end the show on my terms rather than it being canceled. Because that's what happened with Clone Wars. Clone Wars got canceled. He didn't get to finish it until years later when we got Season 6 on Netflix and then Season 7 on Disney+. So, and Season 6 was directly after the cancellation on Cartoon Network. So season 6 was on Netflix like the next year, but then like we didn't finish the show until 5 or some odd years later, on Disney Plus, and so that's when he finished the show, and so he's like, so Rebels was already done before that,
Yep.
and so he's like, yeah, I learned my lesson. I end the show on my terms, and so that means keeping it short, and so 4 seasons of Rebels, 3 seasons of Bad Batch, good enough for me. I am curious what the next animated project, like, because obviously in 2 weeks, because we're taking a week
Yeah.
off, we're going to talk about an animated show, because Tales of the Empire, that's our next topic next week. But as far as actual, like, content, like, what's the word I'm looking for? An ongoing show. I'm using comic book terms because there's miniseries and ongoing, and I'd say Tales of the Empire is miniseries. So what is our ongoing show, next animated ongoing show gonna be? Because it seems that under the Disney Star Wars banner, they try to have at least one ongoing animated show, and then they'll have a bunch of live action shows all at once, right? Because like we got Mando, Andor, all those are live action shows, all running semi simultaneously. Obviously, they're not airing in the same weeks, but they're like, happening while other ones filming, right? Whereas animated, they seem to just have one main show, and then they'll do like some miniseries, like Visions or Tales of. So like, what is our next ongoing going to be? And I don't know.
I do not know either.
If you were to, because I have a couple speculatory guesses, but I would love to hear yours first.
Oh well.
If you were to speculate, like
well,
just
clearly, we're gonna have another season of Young Jedi Adventures.
okay, that's an ongoing show, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Okay, that's an ongoing show, but that's Disney Junior. Sorry,
Yeah.
I should be more specific.
Sorry.
What is coming from Lucasfilm Animation specifically? Specifically as a Disney Plus show. So like Bad Batch was our Disney Plus Lucasfilm Animation show.
I don't know, man. I guess...
Like if you were to take a guess of what you think based on what we know is coming out. I have a couple guesses. Because there's really 2 directions they could go.
You go forward or you go backward.
But more specifically, you either do something in the sequel era, right? Try to do another sequel era show, because the last one was Resistance. They only had 2 seasons. It kind of got cut short, although season 2 kind of found its footing, but that's when they cut it off. But that was also a Disney XD show, so it's been a minute. So we have time, like, because that was while the sequel films were coming out. So the show was caught up with the movies, and because like season 2 was taking place when when Last Jedi is, and so like, and Rise of Skywalker hadn't come out yet, so it was a situation of, well, what do we do for a season 3 anyways? Either we end up start spoiling the movie that's coming out.
I would like to see, like, if they did, I'm gonna be for real, I would love to see the Nihil in like a little.
So you would like a High Republic
Yeah.
era. And that would be, I would think, either High Republic, Old Republic. So I guess there's 3 directions. High Republic, Old Republic, and start feeding us the Old Republic, starting to prep us for other time eras. Or they go forward, like they either go back to the sequel era, or they go past it and start prepping us for the Rey movie, right?
Yeah.
But I would think they'd go sequel era. I don't think they would go directly in the middle of sequel era. I think they would stick closer to Mando era and try to prep us for the Mando and Grogu. I said Mandu because I was thinking Grogu at the same time. Mandalorian and Grogu film, and start prepping us for that film. But I think there's already so many shows in that era that they might just leave that era alone. Like that specific part of Star Wars, like the in between 6 and 7, I think they would leave that alone probably, because there's just so many shows already there.
Yeah.
Because we're already Skeleton Crew is this year also, so that's a show that's in that era. After Acolyte, we get Skeleton Crew, and that's a show directly in that era. So I think they'd leave that alone for a minute, just because we already have so much, and plus we got Mando season 4 along with the movie. We got Ahsoka season 2. So there's so many things already in that era that we can just ignore. So probably either go past it. I don't think they're ready to do that though. I think they would wait till after the Rey movie comes out, after New Jedi Order. So they'll probably wait because animated shows, the Star Wars shows tend to exist to explain the movies, right? Not the other way around. So I think they're going to leave that particular era alone until until New Jedi Order comes out. And then they'll maybe do a show there. But as for what would exist before that, High Republic's probably the best bet.
Can you imagine how, like...
And it could be used to explain, like, Acolyte and the books. So, like, kind of, like, bridge that gap. Because there's still, like...
Yeah, there is, like,
there's
a big
still a
chunk where
huge
it's
gap.
like, what happened?
Because after the books are done, there's still going to be a huge gap between the books and the Acolyte. Like, a huge gap. So, I think it's like 100-year gap still. Or some odd, like 100 some odd change.
This
right?
may surprise you. Vernestra is cool. She's not my favorite Jedi. But she's not at Sav Maligan levels of, like, I don't care.
But it's still, like, cool to see her around, because, like,
Yeah.
if there was a character to be around and to have an interesting story,
It would be her.
yeah. That or Buryaga. I'm surprised no Buryaga, actually,
Buryaga
because he's a
should
Wookiee.
Yaga should be around.
That might be
Maybe they're
that
saving
might
him.
be a sign of what might happen to him in Phase 3, though. Which would be dumb, because we just got him back, so I don't think they'll kill him, because
They're not.
it would be a weird thing to be like, we're gonna fake his death and then
I
immediately
would
bring
be
him back
emotionally
and then kill him.
devastated. I would never love again.
So, I agree that High Republic's probably your prime chance, but also Old Republic, because people want Old Republic, and right now there's nothing filling that era.
Yeah, so it's also a pretty good spot. Like, if you want to just tell, for lack of a better term, a throwaway story that's not connected to anything, that would be a good place in the timeline to set it.
And that would be a way for, like, people like Jennifer or Brad or Dave or whoever is involved to be really creative with it. Because, like, we know vague things here and there. We know, like, because we have the timeline book. I have it right here, actually. So we have, like, very vague things of, like, what would happen in the Old Republic era. But, like, nothing, like, specific. And we know that characters like Revan exist, but we don't need that. Like, if you do an Old Republic show, I don't need you to retell the video. Like, I don't need the canon reinterpretation of Knights of the Republic. That's fine. Just give me Zane Carrick. Make a Zane Carrick show. Yeah, because we know about Momin. So that's probably the most specific thing we know in the Old Republic era. We know his master existed, Lady Shaw. We know Tar Vizsla, Mandalorian Jedi. That'd be something cool to see if they do an Old Republic show. Maybe seeing the Drengir get imprisoned.
Yeah,
that would be cool. Old Republic era actually spans like 20,000 years.
Yeah, so there's plenty of time in the Old Republic.
So it's like 20,000 to like 320, like currently 500, which is the high. Actually, yeah, to 500 BBY. So 20,000 BBY to 500. So like 19,000, over 19,000 years of history that you could really dig into. And of course, now with the Dark Droids arc, we now have even another mysterious thing you could dig into with an Old Republic show.
A lot to talk about.
The Amaxine Warriors. We still don't know anything about them.
Who are they? We don't fucking know. They built a Maxine station, we think, and that's about it.
And so, like, and you can get away from Yoda because he doesn't really start becoming a Jedi Master till 796 BBY.
Yep.
So you can get away from any character we know and be able to tell a brand new story. So that would be the benefits to that. But I think High Republic's the more likely. But I don't know if they'd want 3 High Republic shows going on at the same time.
Yeah.
Because you got Young Jedi
That's
Adventures.
dangerous.
Yeah, because then you start to
You might end up with too
oversaturation. Yeah.
I was gonna say too many cooks in the oven, but that's not.
No, too many cooks in the kitchen. But I was gonna say oversaturation because that's not even really.
You got too many pots on the boil.
Yeah. 'Cause-
Like when you do something like that.
Yeah, because then you got Young Jedi Adventures,
The Acolyte.
and then
in this theoretical timeline,
show.
whatever the
theoretical show that may or may not exist.
Mm.
So that would be 3 shows, and I mean, at the same time, that Mandalorian era has got like 5.
Yeah.
So maybe they don't care, and you know what? Maybe they don't, and you know what? I would not be mad either way. Give me High Republic, give me Old Republic, give me something different. I don't care. Some people are also saying maybe a sequel, like another show that immediately follows Bad Batch era. I don't know if we need that because then you're getting a little too close to Rebels era.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary.
We don't need something filling the gap between Bad Batch and Rebels. That we're fine because we still have a few years between Bad Batch and Rebels, but we don't need that.
I'm glad the batch made it out.
But overall, I mean, 8 for the season. No. 9 for the season. And 9.5 for the show.
I'll give it an 8 overall because I haven't seen the first season.
That's fair.
Because of like
But
how
for
we do
what
things.
about for the season? Like as a standalone season.
I'll give it. I'm gonna give it 10. I actually really liked it.
Yeah, it's a strong. I considered it. It's a strong season. So, I loved it. You loved it. Go watch Bad Batch if you haven't.
Excited as like.
But
I should be,
yeah,
but
if you watch the show,
if you watch
know.
the podcast, you know why.
This is just Seth. This is just Seth.
My emotional. They're like, if we had stats right for everything,
You're at the highs right now.
My emotional stability is at like a 50.
Yeah.
Which is a good sign.
Yeah, like this is your highs.
Mhm.
So yeah, this is good for Seth. So
I'm also, as always, tired.
yeah, because like he said, he finished watching it this morning at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So dedication, because the way I tried to, let's just say we had issues getting him to watch it. We'll leave it there.
I realized what the problem was once it was explained to me.
Yeah. But yeah, so like I said,
But I'm notorious within our friend group for having technical difficulties regardless.
yeah. So yeah, like I said, go check out Bad Batch if
Yeah.
you haven't. The entire show is on Disney Plus now. I didn't throw you into the middle of a conversation like last time. Although I should have, because the conversation we were having would have been great as a starter, actually.
Yeah.
But anyways,
So we're back.
yeah, we're
after
back.
A little break.
we had a break, and in fact, we can talk about. Well, if you want to talk about it, we can
can.
talk about it. So you had to go on a trip, and this will be our what have we been up to this week.
Yeah.
So you had to go on a trip because you had a family member who was graduating.
Yeah, she graduated high school, and she got her like. She took an important test that let her be a nurse.
Woo! So
And
like
she-
RN type stuff.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
pretty sure she passed. She's confident.
okay. So like going for just RN or CRN right
I
now.
have no idea. She can do what she wants.
Because I have no idea what the order is of how that works. I just know there's RN, there's CRN, and that's about it of what I know. Because I know a lot of nurses.
And according to her teachers, she's fairly capable.
Yeah, well,
Which is not fairly capable, very capable.
well,
Sorry.
And also, nursing is like one of those like jobs that like there's a little bit, not really there's more stability in it than there is like a lot of career fields right
Yeah,
now.
people are gonna get sick all the time.
And also, usually there's always openings. Like it's one of those fields where there's almost always an opening for nurses. So yeah, well, congratulations.
Yay, you did it.
Yeah, you worked hard, and now you're gonna have to work even harder.
Now, the other thing about this trip is, it was a long drive.
Yeah, because you had to go very far north.
Yeah.
At least
And
relatively for
I
where we are.
remember I was doing the math for it.
It's probably not I would assume it's not more than like, if I was to do the math of how many hours, just in my head, somewhere between. How many stops did you take? Actually, that's
Okay.
probably the question I should ask.
So we took about 3 stops.
Okay, so it's gonna be like close to like a 12, 14 hour, probably
We
even
got 'em-
more.
We got them mostly done in like 8 hours.
Okay, that's not too bad then. I was thinking 8 hours, but I was like, that seems a bit short because I've done 8 hour drives all like that because that's like here to Orlando.
Mhm.
So like that's an 8 hour drive.
Yeah. Doing the math for it, like while I was up there, I was like, okay, so it's about 600 miles to get here. Then it's going to be another 600 something to get back down.
Hmm.
So about 1,200 miles in 4 days.
Yeah. Hold on, let me. There we go. I'm just adjusting things. You
Yeah.
keep going.
Since I'm a little bit.
Well,
further back.
also the
Also,
the fan is really kicking in on the computer.
Is.
I also have it on high power, so that's probably. Let me change that.
Nah. So there was that. Dad went up there, and like,
Yeah.
so we all did that.
Yeah, it was
we
a
went.
whole-
Everybody showed up. That's for those of you who don't know about the podcast. We've talked about this before, but my parents broke up when I was pretty young,
Yeah. So,
and by pretty young I mean like 13.
but it also makes because this was a big family event, so it makes
Yeah.
sense that
So
everybody.
it's like, and while my family will argue amongst each other, it's like, all right, it's another one of those times where it's like ceasefire.
Yeah, because it's it's not every day that a family member graduates.
Yep.
So that's a big deal. I mean, it is.
No, it is. That's why.
That's why. So that makes sense.
So we did that. Went hiking. We did a couple of other things. We jumped off a cliff into some water.
Yeah, I didn't catch a lot of the pictures on Facebook from your mom who posted. I didn't catch a lot of the stuff from when you were up there. I caught a couple. I saw the hike pictures and then I saw the beach when y'all got back. Because they came back down with you.
Yeah. Well, Mom came back down.
Yeah.
The other two
Yeah.
were still up
Everybody
there.
else, yeah. But no, yeah. So I saw that, and so that's about it.
So that's what I've been up to. What have you been up to?
I was telling you in the car, I've been mostly focused on X-Files.
Mhm.
Oh
yeah.
So I've never really my dad watched X-Files.
Mhm.
So like the theme songs in my head growing up, like it's a core memory still. Like I knew the theme song, which was weird when I watched the pilot and it doesn't have the theme song, but that's like a lot of pilots.
Yeah.
Like a lot of pilots don't establish their theme song until right away. It's usually the second episode where you get the theme song. And so I never really sat down and watched it, even though like it's the perfect show for me, honestly. It's a great show. Like I mean, if you know my taste, sci-fi, semi-fantasy sort of stuff, cringe 90s. No, it's not cringe. It's good.
Don't you know what was cringe? Me fucking up the names of the protagonists in the car.
You did, yeah, because I was talking to you about it. I was like, so what have you watched it? You were like, I've seen clips here and there. And so, like me,
Yeah.
it was more of like episodes in passing, not really sitting down to watch it. I think you would also like it too, because it seems like you like cryptids and stuff like that, and the mysteries, and that's really what it is. It's a mystery show, and because while it's the first season, because I'm in the first season right now, and there's a reason why I'm watching it, and it's for something later for the channel, but I'm watching it for a reason, and so
Me over here. Yeah, their names are Skulder and Molly.
Skulder and Molly, which I was like, well, you're not that far off. It's Mulder and Scully, but you're not that far off. You got I give you like 50 points there out of 100. Like you got half point. It's like when you take a test and you get like only a half point.
Yeah.
It's that you got a half point. Because you got close enough that, like, I can vaguely know what you're saying. But no, yeah, so, like, it was interesting seeing that, and then it's interesting, like, my brain, I didn't understand, like, the show is, like, actually, like, going, yes, no, these things are real in a way. Now, of course, they give explanations for how the weird things are real. They don't outright say, it's this. They just go, it's kind of like that, and it's creepy, and you don't, it's like, and it's based on a lot of, like, classic horror and sci-fi. Like, the episode that I'm on next, that I have to watch, that I'm watching next, I'm still in season 1, and so the next episode is called Ice. And I read the descriptions just to see, like, okay, is this one really important? Because, like, on Wikipedia, each episode, they basically go, this episode is a Monster of the Week episode and doesn't have any connections to the overall plot of the season. And then it also has, like, without having to read the plot, it says that. And then, like, it'll also say, if it's important, it'll go, oh, this episode's important to the plot, overall part, like, arc to the to the show. So this is an important episode. But it also will say what the source is, like, where their inspiration for each episode. So, like, Ice is inspired by the book that The Thing and The Thing from Another World are based off of, the 30s actual original story. So I'm interested to see. So they place it, so that's why it's like sci-fi horror adjacent. Like, it's not, obviously it was on Fox in the 90s. So traditional television, so you can only get away with so much. It's only TV-14. It's not MA or anything. So it's not like American Horror Story in terms of how far on the horror scale does it go. It's a little softer, but it still gets pretty messed up. There's an episode, like, so their first Monster of the Week episode, it's a guy who can slip through, like, he can elongate himself a little bit, and he can slip through vents and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And it's just like, whoa, and it's just like, what the, and he can, like, he'll go, he's killing people because he's going for their I forget, livers, for their livers.
Oh,
and he's eating their livers, and apparently it's because he, like, hibernates. And so he usually will eat, like, 5 livers and then hibernate for 30 years.
Okay.
And then come back every 30 years. And he's, like, not aged a lot. Like, and so, like, Mulder's like, oh, yeah, this guy had... And so they explain it...
Mortal boneless.
So they basically explain that this guy, like, the way they explain it scientifically is he has, like, his whatever it is for...
Got no bones.
Well, no, he's got bones, but they explain, like, it's... The reason that for his aging, like, his lack of aging and his need to eat livers, it's like it's a, what's it called? I forget the word now. But they explain it scientifically. They're like, oh, he has to do this in order to survive and in order to do this hibernation thing every so often. And so, like, because his metabolism, that's what it is. They explain, like, the metabolism works differently. And so that's why his metabolic rate is different. And so that's why he can hibernate like that, and if he's gonna do it, he has to have so much, protein, like the liver gives a lot of, and so, like I said, it leans into that horror a little bit without, like, outright just, so, like, and the last one that I watched last night was AI related, actually.
Oh, yeah?
It was, and reading the Wikipedia, it's funny because the writers are like, we kind of are disappointed in our writing in this one because we're not technological, like they aren't computer savvy, so they're like, we kind of just wrote this and we don't know.
We're like, this is how we think it works. We don't know if it actually does that.
But at least the writers, like, they're willing to acknowledge that. They're like, we don't know. We wrote a fun episode of what we think could happen. And it's basically a computer that's killing people, that's, like, attached to a building. Like, it's a computer, it's the OS for the entire, like, building for, like, the company that built it. And it's, like, it runs the power or the elevator, and it has the cameras, and it's everything. And so the reason it starts killing people is for self-preservation, because they were going to shut down the program that created the computer, and the computer's like, wait, I want to live. And so it's like self-preservation, which, of course, the argument of, is it aware, is it, And then the reason they end up destroying it is because they don't want the government getting it, because the creator of the program basically compares himself to Oppenheimer, and he's like, the worst thing that Oppenheimer did was give it to a government.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, do what you gotta do, man.
And so yeah, he created a virus to destroy it, so that way the government couldn't get it. So it's an interesting show. I'm loving it. I should have watched this earlier. Honestly, this is a show I should have checked out sooner. It's definitely my like. It's very Caleb coded. It's that sci-fi weirdness that's just right for me. So I'm even after I finish the thing, the reason why I'm watching it, I'm going to continue watching it. Other thing I did, since this last Tuesday was my turn. Well, you missed 2 Tuesday viewings. I think you popped in a little bit for one of them, because the Brits one was we watched Black Butler.
Yeah.
Which
that was last Thursday, I think.
Oh, Thursday. Sorry, Thursday. So you missed You missed one Thursday. You missed the last Thursday. This week's one. Or
yeah, I was busy.
You were busy. You were on vacation and etc. And so the previous one we watched Black Butler for the first time because it's one of her favorite anime, so she made me watch it. I'm liking it. We jumped around because she was like, we're gonna ignore the non-canon material, so we just watched the canon material. We are officially at a point where we can just, and that's going to be, at the time of this airing, it's the Thursday that just happened, but at the time of recording, it's today. We are going to watch, continue watching, and we're at a point where we can just streamline watch. There's no skipping seasons or anything, because we're now in the modern episodes of Black Butler. On my week, though, you'll be glad for what I introduced, I continued with. So I asked her a question before I did it. I said chronological or release order. And if you know what I made her watch last time, you know where this is going. She said chronological, so we did not watch your favorite movie.
Ah, damn it. Okay.
Your favorite movie doesn't happen until 2019.
Yeah.
The far future of 2019. At least at the time of when the movie came out. To let y'all in on the joke, I made her watch Highlander the series. We are currently 6 or so episodes in. We're watching in chronological order though, but not in episode release date order, because there's certain episodes here and there that just you have to flip around for it to make sense.
Yeah.
Like mainly because of minor characters. It's not even for like the main characters. It's because of minor character stuff that doesn't make sense. Like meeting the reporter in a certain order, meeting the some of the cops in a certain order, where it doesn't make sense, where it's like, hey, I know you, and it's like, wait, how do you know them? This is your first time interacting with them. And then you watch like the next episode, it's like, oh, this is the episode where they would have met if they aired these in but shows do that all the time, and so like Clone Wars does that. Clone Wars did that for like the first 3 seasons. It's ridiculous.
I remember while we were sitting down to watch
Yeah, because we watched it on Peacock.
Yeah.
Which I think the show is no longer on Peacock, unfortunately. The only show on Peacock is the animated series, which is a choice. That is a choice, Peacock. But yeah.
Don't worry, they never got anything right with the subtitles. It's fine.
My subtitles are thankfully better for how we're watching the show, for how Britt and I are watching. Yeah. Only slightly, though. They still get a few words. Like, they kind of shorthand.
I just remember, like, the cop one, the one where, like, the cop is just, like, a horrible person, and his partner isn't.
Are we talking about the veteran episode with Leo? Where they're in like the sticks town?
No.
Okay.
No, it happens after that.
I'm trying to think. Hold on, I've got the episodes because I'm keeping track of where we are.
It's in like one of the later seasons, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay, we're still in season 1. Okay, because we only really got as far as The last one we watched was, I believe, Mountain Men. So,
Okay, so you guys are a little...
yeah, we're a little further behind still. We're not. We're only like a quarter through season 1.
But I'm remembering at the time where the dirty cop, the one that sucks and who chewed gum that pissed me off the entire time, is like,
Oh, is this the French when they're in France?
no, they're back.
Oh, this
It's
is after they come back.
It's
Okay.
after they come back. It's also after.
There's so many weird cops too, because like there's never like, while watching it with Britt, I was like, oh my god, they keep just switching out the cops every 3 episodes. They switch out the main cop character every 3 episodes.
Yeah.
But keep the reporter. But they keep the reporter.
Yep. I'm remembering it, and the reason why it's funny to me is because the gum chewing dirty cop that I hate goes, "What are you gonna do? Shoot me?" And I'm like, as we're watching, we see the partner take out his gun, and I'm like, yeah, as a matter of fact, I think I will.
Okay, yeah, I remember now what
Yeah.
you're talking about. Yeah, but yeah, no, we're the last one we watched was Mountain Men, which is my personally least favorite episode because of the fact that there is a character name that shares my name, and I hate him so much. I think Britt said though that was the episode actually, weirdly enough, that got her like kind of more into the show though.
I think when Ty was over at our
That
house,
was the
that's
episode
the
that
one
Ty
got him
watched.
as well.
Caleb, it's Caleb, because he's like the Mountain Man, so it's like. But he doesn't have the Mountain Man beard that I had for a while. No, it's more trimmed. She also said it was kind of the weirdest episode because it's an episode where you don't realize that he's an immortal until like they outright tell you. Like the show has to outright tell you, otherwise you don't get it because he really is just a normal guy.
Yeah.
Like he's a normal guy until the show's like, no, this is an immortal, and it's like, is he?
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
I think this is just a guy with an axe going around.
Kidnapping women and
Yeah.
trying to make them his wife.
Like, what are you doing?
But yeah, we're not quite on my favorite episode yet because of the switching episodes around. Which is because I like the Richie episodes. I think that's one of her favorite episodes. Like she likes the Richie episodes too. My
mean
favorite
Reggie?
Richie, yeah, Reggie for you. My favorite Richie episode though is the one about him delving into his past and trying to like learn about his mom, and we haven't gotten there yet. When he meets the guy who pretends to be his dad, and so we haven't gotten there yet. We're getting there though. We're getting there. I think it's episode 11 in the current viewing order. And so it's like not that far away from where we are. Anyways, that's what we've been doing, and so yeah. Let's talk about some news because we have being gone for a week makes us behind on news a little bit. Let me kind of order these in a specific way that makes sense. That's TV. Yeah. Okay. We'll start with Mandalorian and Grogu news. This is sort of speculation, but it's provided by a more legitimate movie news source, so I kind of like they back it up, and so that's why I'm willing to talk about it, because there's other stuff that was on here that I was like, we can skip that because there's no credible source behind it. So originally it was sourced by Jeff Snyder through his newsletter that Sigourney Weaver is in talks to be in Mandalorian and Grogu. So that's still a credible news source. Jeff Snyder's pretty good at reporting news. Like we've seen his name pop up multiple times when talking Star Wars or talking movie news in general. But the more credible source that I'm interested in is that the Hollywood Reporter backed it up, and Hollywood Reporter, big name, a lot of credibility behind them. They usually don't report on something unless there's enough information for them to say yeah on, and so it's not like if we wrote the news and we're like, hey, this is happening, because we don't know things. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on the inside.
I don't know a lot.
We don't have insiders, is what we're saying. If you want to be an insider, no. If you work for Disney and you want to tell us all the secrets, we'll make sure not to mention your name, and we'll.
As a matter of fact, we'll
Lie and say it's somebody else.
yeah.
No.
No, we're not.
No. We don't want anybody to lose their job. No. Plus, it's fun having, like, it makes sense because over time you get
Yeah.
insiders, and that's how you make connections, and then that's how you have insiders. You don't, so Hollywood Reporter backed it up, and basically was like, yeah, so far any details regarding Sigourney Weaver's character are being kept under wraps. Which probably means that we can kind of assume that soon enough we'll find out details, because that usually at this point where it's at that level of, hey, we're keeping things under wraps, that means one, she probably got the job, and two, that means fans that report on that stuff are gonna find out what the role is, or at least we're gonna start hearing rumors and speculations.
Yeah. Now all we have to do, now they just turned to Sigourney. Now they're like, all right, all you have to do is keep quiet, otherwise you go into the actor pit.
The same one that we put Tom Holland in.
Yeah.
And who else goes there? It's Tom Holland and I forgot Mark Ruffalo.
Yep.
Tom Holland and Mark Ruffalo go into the actor pit for the spoiler actor pit. You're not allowed on social media. You're not allowed to go to press junkets. You get put in the pit. And if you do go to a press junket, we're gonna have a more critically acclaimed actor join you to chaperone and basically make sure you don't say something. Like, we'll send a Benedict Cumberbatch with you. And we definitely won't send, like, two of you together. Like, we're done doing that, because we used to do that. We used to send Tom Holland and think, oh, Mark Ruffalo's going to keep him in line. No.
The actor pit is one of those bits where I'm like, I'm glad we came up with this.
I'm glad that, like, TikTok, like, just feeds that too. Now, Tom Holland's gotten better, though. Like, he can honestly be at press junkets without an issue now. Like, he used to say a lot, but now I think he's gotten a lot more PR, like, training, because that's what PR training's for. PR training is for that type of stuff. So yeah. So this is interesting. So there's a company named Luminate who basically did some research for Disney Plus to see, like, their, like, viewership numbers. Yeah. And it's, like, for the year so far. So starting with December 29th of last year all the way to May 10th of this year. So only a few days from...
Yeah.
Only a week or two from well, a couple weeks by the time this episode comes out.
Yeah.
So not that old of information. And the study basically showed that, like, about 15% of viewership is still, like, Star Wars content of, like the originals, like, looking at just the originals, not looking at, like, the movies and throwback material, right? And it's actually interesting seeing, like, how much of older shows are still being, like, continued to watch. So, like, Mandalorian Season 1 still has 2.6% of viewership. That's a lot. Like, when you think about it. Like, and then Loki Season 2 has 3.1. Mandalorian Season 3 has 3.3. Ahsoka Season 1 has 3.6, which that's our second most recent Star Wars show. But just 3.6 is still nothing to sneeze at when you think about it. Like, when it's been a few months and we've already had another show that just ended and we're still watching Ahsoka. And then Renegade Nell, that's a show that I've seen on the banner, but I haven't checked out. 3.6%. The Bad Batch Season 3 has 6.3%. And then, interestingly enough, that's really close to the other show that's really big right now, and honestly has more press behind it. Because Bad Batch Season 3, I feel like, didn't get a lot of press, really. Even though it's the last season, which is really a sign that you really should be pushing, I feel like. But surprisingly, it didn't need it, because X-Men 97, which was the bigger show, only had 6.8%. So it's only like a 0.5%
Yep.
over. So that's not that's pretty close for a show that's like and then some bigger show, and so that's like all the Star Wars content, and then you get to like bigger numbers where you get Echo at 11.8%, which good on that show. I think it's a good Marvel show, and it's so like if you kind of gotten tired of Marvel, Echo is a little bit of a change up, and so that might be part of why there's so much interest. It's also the first mature rated Marvel show that's made by like Marvel under this new like the new Marvel TV banner. Not like because remember during the Netflix years it was a different brand, and then they like rebrand, like they got a new studio, like Marvel Studios specifically is making the Disney Plus shows. They were not behind the Netflix shows, and so this is the first Marvel Studios mature rated show, and it's doing well. So that's good to see. That might give Marvel more incentive to do more of those type of shows, which they're arguably already doing that with Daredevil Born Again. But we don't know how that's going to end up yet because it's still in progress. And then the biggest piece of the pie, second biggest piece of the pie is Percy Jackson and the Olympians, season 1, which was 23.3%. So that makes sense. It's got a big fan base.
Yeah.
The PGO fan base is big.
I remember reading it when the books were first coming out.
Yeah. It's a good show.
They're good books.
Yeah.
Go read them.
Yeah. The show takes some creative liberties as an adaptation will.
Most of them kind of have to, because it's like you can't get everything. So
although they explain the biggest confusion in the first book. How do you get from the bridge to the river?
Don't worry about it.
They explain that. They give a good explanation for it there, because in the book it's just like he jumped and he was in the river, and then like people who live in the area are like, he would have to like jump like
the water got him. Don't worry.
Yeah, the water got him, which is how the show explains it. The show.
I'm like, no, that's literally.
But the book doesn't explain that. It's left up to reader interpretation. But the show literally goes, yeah, no, yoink. And so
I'm like, well, he would just go in the water.
But how would he get to? Because it's a big jump. Is what people were saying. Like it's a stupidly wide gap.
Oh, I see. This is a case of like, because it uses real world space, that the math doesn't math.
Yes, because he's using a real world place, jumping into another real world place that is actually on a map, and you can look at it and you can go, he can't make that.
Whereas I'm not from there, so I don't know and I don't care.
Yeah, and so that's most people, and that's also Rick Riordan. He's like, never seen it.
I'm not from there. It's a case of like an author being like, I wrote it, I don't know how they're gonna make this work, they'll have to figure it out.
And the show does.
I'm not explaining shit.
Yeah. And then the last 30, like the biggest, like I didn't mention A Real Bug's Life, 2.6% as well, but the last big percent is just other, so 33%. So that's probably like watching reruns of old cartoons that's like watching the legacy stuff.
I'm imagining that's like other collective like shows rather than a show called Others.
Yes. That's like I'm gonna say the majority of that's probably like legacy shows and movies, like older Disney content that they added to the, and so Star Wars News Net speculates on some stuff with that information, talking about potentially a change up with how much new content we'll be getting versus Disney just relying on the legacy content, since 33% is a big percent, but that's also only 33%. A lot of this is still new content. That's still 70, like, that's still, yeah, 77, about 77-ish.
Yeah.
Give or take, because it's not a full 100%. There's some rounding in there. There's not a full 100% on the graph.
There's a little approximate.
Yeah, there's an actual graph. I'll show the audience. Let me pull up the graph for them, so that way they can see what we're looking
Yeah.
at, because they like the company that did this put up an actual graph. So there's the actual graph.
Yeah, there you go.
So that you can pause if you want back to it, but that's essentially what we're looking at. And so there's actual information here. And honestly, I think it's nice and refreshing to see these numbers, because like ever since really streaming became a thing, there's nobody tracked really like publicly these numbers. Like it's not like back in regular TV days where we had the Nielsen ratings where they could go, this many million viewers watched it on when it aired. But I think watching something when it initially airs is not the goal of a streaming service. It's how long can we keep their retention on something, or in general keep it on on this app. How long can we keep them in this streaming service? Because you're fighting for but we're also in we're in a weird zone where now we're basically going back to cable. Because I don't know if you know, but Disney, Hulu, and Max are going to do a streaming bundle, essentially. And they're basically, it's like cable. You get the 3, and you get access to all 3. And then, on the other side, Netflix is doing one with... I'm trying to remember who Netflix is teaming up with. The only one not involved in the bundle war, Peacock and Apple TV Plus. So Netflix, Peacock, and Apple TV are doing their bundle. The only one that's kind of staying out of the bundle game right now is Amazon, but that's because Amazon kind of does its own. Like, it's weird. It has original streaming shows, but
Amazon's kind of over here with like a weird "we do what we want" stance.
Yeah, it's the Nintendo. It's the Nintendo stance of we just kind of do whatever we feel like. But unlike Nintendo, I would say they're probably not as big in the game as these others. Whereas Nintendo can make that argument of we can do what we want. Amazon, I feel like, has less of an argument there. But also, Amazon's money probably doesn't mostly come from its streaming service. It comes from everything else.
From all the other stuff it does.
Yeah. So the only other one besides that, though, staying out is... what's the one? Or is Paramount teaming up with one of them? I thought Paramount was in one of them. It is not. So Paramount is not currently involved either in the streaming bundle new cable war.
Yep.
And basically they're arguing that, we'll do this bundle and then you save money by buying the bundle, and it's cheaper to get the 3 this way versus buying each one individually. Now, is it going to be truly cheaper? We'll see. But so seeing that information is important because of those reasons. As we watch like streaming basically become cable again, including with commercials, which
defeats the original intent, but who cares?
Yeah.
Anyhow, Skeleton Crew.
Yeah, continuing with TV stuff. Skeleton Crew, we have first official kind of images of the main cast, including a alien character. We get a what's begins with a P.
Pentoran.
No.
Wait, no,
that's
a
the other
thing.
That's the other blue people.
Nope, wrong thing. God, what are they called?
Oh,
give me one.
Sorry, I confused you. It's it's Ortolans. But yeah, we got an Ortolan kid. We got a cyborg kid. Once again, I'll pop up the image for our viewers at home.
And so, kind of seeing the image, this prompted, before we started recording, me to ask an important question.
Yes, so yeah, this is a conversation I said we had to come back to for now, which is, I'll let you present the question.
So, I was thinking about it, and I'm like, well, if you get cybernetics as a child, for whatever reason, you would have to go and get them, like, refitted every couple of months to years, right? Because you don't stay the same size as you grow up.
Yeah, I mean, up until, like, maybe 16 or 17,
Yeah.
you can, like, once you hit, like, 16, 17, you can probably, like, mostly keep the stuff you've got. But even then, I was like, I said, well, at the same time, it's kind of like having a PC. You gotta, like, I would think every now and then upgrade the hardware so that way, you know, you're not
You gotta
falling
go-
apart.
you
Get
gotta
the newest CPU.
I need my arm to run at 90 FPS.
But yeah, no, because, yeah.
But, like, thinking about it, I'm like, no wonder cybernetic doctors make a killing in Star Wars.
I wonder if their insurance works like the U.S. insurance,
Oh,
where you
God.
I know at least in the Outer Rim, that's probably definitely how it
You
works.
put a down payment on your cybernetics. 500 credits.
God, Valence would be paying out of the fucking ass.
Yeah. Thank God.
Maybe the Empire gives maybe that's the one benefit of the Empire. Maybe they have good health care.
when they want to.
When they want to, if you're a human.
If you're human, if you're not, you get fucked.
Because it's the Empire still.
Yep.
But yeah, because
No, they charge you extra. They're like, you're they go, you're part of the Empire, meaning you're our property. Don't get hurt again. You're getting a pay cut, as a matter of fact.
I can't remember with because when he first gets injured the first time, when when he initially blows up and Han saves him, I'm trying to remember, like, the Empire basically threw him out, which is why he became a bounty hunter, because the Empire was like, yeah, you're busted now. We don't want you as a TIE fighter pilot. Get out of here.
Shoot, go away.
It's that scene in every movie where with a boy and his dog, and he always has to give up the dog, and he's like, I don't want you anymore. Don't you see? And throws baseball to get the dog to run away. It's like very Air Bud specific is that scene, but like a lot of movies did that trope. I don't want you anymore. Just imagine Valence getting Vader goes, I don't want you anymore. Throws his lightsaber at him.
Someone should just re-edit that scene with, like, Valence's face on the ball.
No, Valence is Air Bud.
Okay.
Vader's the boy, and then the ball is Vader's lightsaber. I don't want you anymore.
Oh my god.
But no, yeah. So like, yeah. I mean, I would imagine, especially like with the kid that we have in the image here. I mean, they're a kid. You've got headband cybernetics, so like your head's gonna grow a little bit. Like it's gonna get a little bigger. Maybe not much bigger, but it's still gonna like a little bit bigger. And so that's gonna be, you know. God, growth spurts gotta suck.
Yeah.
God, imagine your cybernetic leg being like shorter than your actual leg because you got
gotta
taller.
Yeah, be careful. You gotta go and take it in for adjustments.
But yeah, that's really it for TV shows. Let's get into books. So this is mostly confirmed. So we're getting some Legends re-releases. Continuing the the Essential Legends collections that we've been getting. So the 3 books that are that are predicted to be in the next wave and are kind of accurate from what we've seen. Force Unleashed 2 novelization.
Okay.
Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader by James Luceno. Force Unleashed 2 is by Sean Williams, who also wrote the first book and is also one of the lead writers on both games. And then Scoundrels by Timothy Zahn, which that's a pretty good lineup. Force Unleashed 2 is a little I think the novels for Force Unleashed games are really good. I feel like they fit better into the ideas of what the Force Unleashed was trying to do while staying more in line with how the Force works in Star Wars. They kind of make Starkiller more down to earth a little bit, like instead of doing the epic bullshit that he does in video games. Like the first book explains the Star Destroyer scene as more he's not pulling it down, he's just redirecting it. Whereas because it's already falling, and even in the video game, it's already falling. It's just they don't explain it that way. But in the book, they explain it. They're like, no, he's redirecting it so that way it falls a certain direction. And yes, that is still a difficult feat, so it's still impressive, but it's not the super uber level impressive that everybody, like, it's not ridiculous.
Yep.
Dark Lord, The Rise of Darth Vader, James Luceno book, so obviously people are gonna love it because James Luceno, and it's a good introspective, like it's a character study, which is kind of thing like James Luceno likes his character studies. He likes his character studies and his in-depth conversation about how technology in Star Wars works. Those are his two like big things. And then Scoundrels is a heist book. It's Han, Lando, and Chewie pulling off a heist. So, and it's like I think it takes place in between episodes 4 and 5. So it's like them pulling off a heist because Han still owes money to Jabba, and they're like, we got
doesn't owe money to Jabba, to be fair.
Valence, I think. Or Boba Fett.
Valence and Boba don't owe him shit.
Valence's problems are more with the Empire. Boba's problems are more with Bib Fortuna.
Yeah.
That motherfucker.
I like how quickly he just shoots him when he comes back. He's so fucking tired of
He's
him.
like, you tried to have me killed multiple times. Let's not forget what happened in War of the Bounty Hunters.
Not one of them worked.
Let's not forget what happened in War of the Bounty Hunters.
Boba, I'm still mad about it.
But yeah, these are Legends books, so not canon, but still good. Like good books, so good to that they reprint them. And then we got covers for the books that are coming in a few days, June 4th.
Oh boy.
Which are the Lando Calrissian Adventures, because we talked about this wave. It's the Lando Calrissian Adventures. It's the 504. Which one is this specifically? It's. Oh, come on. It's the Imperial Commando 501st novel and Iron Fist, which is part of the X-Wing. It's the Rogue Squadron stuff, which, once again, for the sake of audience, I'll show y'all. So, the Imperial. I mean, we'd seen the Imperial Commando one before because people called it out that it kind of looks funky. It's kind of the ugliest of the three. It's like the weird like measurements of arms and stuff.
I don't mind it, actually. Like, it's not the strongest one there, but I could see myself reading that one out of the other two.
Well, yeah.
Like,
I mean,
between the three of them.
Also, Karen Travis has other issues that... yeah. But, and that's another conversation for off-air.
I see.
Karen Travis has controversy behind their name. So, a lot of Star Wars fans, while we appreciate a lot of what she did for Mandalorian culture, it's also kind of weird because of the outside knowledge about the author. So, it makes it weird. But yeah, lastly in book stuff, we got an excerpt for Temptation of the Force, the next High Republic novel. So we got a little of an explanation from Tessa Gratton first about this excerpt, and then we got the excerpt, and so I'll read both. And this is all from StarWars.com. So Tessa Gratton said, "I like to joke that heart, Temptation is a bunch of really intense conversations wrapped up in action, banter, and Buryaga being quietly stressed out in the background. But honestly, there are 4 conversations between Elzar and Avar that make up the emotional spine of the book. Despite it being chapter 1, it's the last conversation I wrote. For a long time, the scene existed only in the characters' memories up until, during the editorial process, it became clear that the timeline for the prologue and initial chapters needed to shift. Voila, I got to write the whole thing out. I hope you enjoy. So this is the conversation between them. That Avar Kriss walked quietly down the corridor of the Jedi Temple, a ceramic bottle of sour stone mead in one hand, a box of Keldov nut pastries in the other. When she reached Elzar Mann's quarters, she paused, tucking the liquor under her arm, and flattened her palm to the cooled metal door. In most of the temple, the song of the Force flowed peacefully, easily. This place was no exception. She pushed her awareness outward, reaching for her friend. He was in there. A small smile played on her lips, but before she could knock, the door slid open. Elzar was scratching at his beard, but his hand fell away at the sight of her. Avar! Elzar. Her smile faded into something soft and expectant. I'm leaving in the morning. I know. That was all he said, staring at her. Avar waited, studying the thin lines of stress at his eyes, the way those eyes focused on her, unblinking. His beard had grown full, though he kept it trimmed shorter than Stellan's had been. He wore only the innermost layer of his temple robes, white tunic and white pants. His feet were bare. When he noticed her glance down, he moved his toes against the thin carpet. Can I come in? She asked. She wanted to add, the last time I left you, I did it badly. I didn't want to leave without you again. Without us. Of course. Elzar backed up, and Avar followed, pushing the pastry box against his stomach. Are these from Tal Ares? He said in a hushed tone. Avar grinned. It's exactly where it used to be, down that alley in the Jadeite neighborhood. I'll get plates. Elzar hummed a little in pleasure as he went to the corner cabinet. And cups. Avar set the meat on the floor, then removed her boots and hung up not only her cloak, but the outermost gold layer of her robes as well. After a second thought, she took off her belt and lightsaber too. In the 6 weeks she had been back from Nihil-occupied territory, she hadn't grown used to the layers of appropriate Jedi attire again. She embraced the temple uniform for what it symbolized, though, being a part of a whole, a melody in a great symphony. It was unfortunate that this new mission would require her to remove it. Meanwhile, Elzar had always hated the formal robes, and he wore them every day now. They'd both had to adjust. Avar bent, stretching her hamstrings and calves, and grabbed the liquor. There are 3 buns, Elzar said suddenly. She looked up, startled. He stood at the counter, where 2 small plates and cups were stacked on a dark tray, and looked down into the open pastry box. Avar swallowed. When I walked into the shop, I was so overwhelmed. It smells exactly the same. The menu is the same. The eat-in stools are just as chipped. That old painting over the pickup counter is the same. I ordered what I always ordered without thinking, and when I realized, I couldn't bring myself to make any corrections. Shaking herself out of it with a sip of sweetened mead, Avar said, It will be mission after mission, each time with different priorities, different goals, rescues, and relief works. Sounds good. Sounds like making a difference out there. Elzar's tone was rife with the subtext. Better than the politics here. Better than anything I'm doing. Danger. Experimental use of the Force, questionable allies. Sounds like, Avar said, glancing at him from the corners of her eyes, a mission perfect for Elzar Mann. He grimaced. It's better for me to stay on Coruscant. Why? I've been here liaisoning. Yeah, I had it right. I'm sorry. Yeah,
it's all right, man. Sometimes words get weird when
you see
when you see them in like a present tense format.
I've been here liaising between the Council and the Chancellor for nearly a year and a half. It would be disruptive for me to leave. The Chancellor trusts me. El, she said gently, with only a slight censure. His answer was a line for the Senate or the public. Maybe fellow Jedi, but not her. For a long time he was quiet. Avar could hear him in the Force. It had been awful last year, not knowing if she'd hear him again. the comforting, necessary harmony of his familiar song. Not having it when she reached for it had taught her a lot about what she needed, who she was. Avar grabbed Elzar's bun and tore it apart. She held a chunk up to his mouth, and he smiled a little, eating it. As he chewed, his attention drew inward. At different times in their lives, they'd been as close as two beings could be. She knew him better than anybody, and she could tell Elzar was aware of the real answer to her question. He was searching for the version he wanted to share, what he was willing to tell her. A long time ago, he'd have told her anything. Not them having a bun for Stellan.
It's like, how do I explain? I got, like, our best friend killed. And also, I fucked up real bad.
Well, it's not even that, though. Like, but also, Avar getting that bun just out of, like...
Habit, yeah.
Oh, it hurts.
Oh, muscle memory is a bitch like that sometimes.
Well, I guess we're gonna get hurt when we read this book.
What do you mean? I'm hurt now. I'm not showing it, but fuck. Why do you do that? Why'd you just go straight for the heart?
Tessa said, "How do I hurt them in chapter 1?"
Damn, lady.
No. And we get 3 more of these type of conversations.
Briaga. I'm just so glad that he's okay.
Just stressed out. The man needs a vacation.
Briaga's like, I've been dealing with some bullshit.
Let's get into today's topic, though. Let's get into actual topic, because we are almost an hour in.
Oh, man.
So this is our usual, spoiler warning.
Yeah, spoilers for
Tales of the Empire. So, do we want to kind of just talk about them in the order of episodes?
So let's just talk about it as a whole.
Okay, we'll just kind of...
Yeah. Because I'll probably end up talking about them in order anyway.
How do we feel about these 2 characters? I think these were probably the best, like, some of the best... It is weird, but I'll let you...
Okay, I still don't really care about Morgan Elsbeth. I know you're important to the story, but I don't care.
I feel...
Not like as a point of malice, it's just, I don't know who you... I'm having an I don't know who you are kind of moment.
But they are introducing more about, like... And so, I like the Clone Wars connection. I like the... I think it's weird, though, because it's something it's something that some friends pointed out, that it's weird that Tales of the Empire is not actually about Imperials.
Oh, yeah, no.
It's about Imperial adjacent characters.
Yeah, I was a bit confused because I'm like...
Because Morgan Elsbeth is not Imperial at any point during the episodes. And then, in fact, she kind of distrusts the Empire. The only reason she's willing to help them is because Thrawn gives, like, enough information to be like, hey, trust me, we'll be cool. Like, Thrawn gives just enough of, like, hey, trust me.
Yep. And by extension, the Empire. If you trust me, by extension, the Empire will trust you.
Yeah. And, like, she trusts the Empire enough to give up her people. But we see how that goes for the... Because, yeah.
Crazy how Thrawn put a hit out on her.
Well, Thrawn was just testing her.
Yeah.
Thrawn's like, I'll send Rook after her, and if she handles her own, cool. That means she's worth having part of our team. If not, oh well.
There's that, and then like in the first short, like I'm like, oh, I already know where this is going. Hey Morgan, maybe leave this one be.
Yeah, this was a case of it's given us it's trying to show us that while Morgan has a right to be angry, she takes it too far in that first episode, because we see like her seeking out, because she seeks out the trouble. Like that's the only reason that the trouble finds them is because they look for it. Like the only reason the droids even figured out where they were is because Morgan looked for them.
as I was actually trying to figure this out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because Morgan knows where like the weapons from her clan are, right? And I
Mhm.
was thinking about it. I'm like, okay, why do the droids know where that is? It doesn't make sense for them to know that.
Well, maybe like after they
like the other,
they just I
the
think
logical
they were,
explanation is maybe they searched the area.
That's what I'm
afterwards.
thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Cuz like I would assume they were searching for a while, just
Yeah.
looking for survivors and making sure that they got them all.
Yeah, that's like the logical part.
And I do think that they were right that the mother of the Mountain Clan was right and was like, "Hey, they won't come this far." I think she was right. I don't think they would have bothered with that because they were after a specific clan. They were after specifically Asajj Ventress's clan, and they got him.
Yep. And it was like,
Well, except for our girl
Mm.
in Jedi. They didn't get her.
they didn't get her.
They didn't get Marin.
But what I was thinking, another thing is like when the daughter of the Mountain Clan like is going, and she's like, "Our way is true." I'm like, "All right, cool. I'm glad you're at peace with that." I know you were feeling conflicted. It's not helping you right now.
No.
Like in the physical, you're still going to die sense, but at least you're at peace. So that's a nice thought.
I will say I think the Barriss arc was the strongest of the two.
Oh yeah.
I think Barriss had the better arc. I like her story, and I'm glad where they took it because a lot of people were like, "Oh, she's just gonna be evil," and that
No.
nope. She ends up having a really beautiful arc, and I think it goes where. Now, would I have been opposed to them leaning into full evil Barriss? No, but I think this is probably the better option.
Yeah, I'd say between those two, from what I know and understand of Barriss as a character, she's too soft to be evil.
Now,
You know what I mean,
Yeah,
right?
I will
like,
say-
it's a weird way to phrase it.
yeah, I will say one of my predictions was wrong. They did not explain Luminara's death. Like I thought that was gonna be Barriss's final test, but nope. Luminara's just killed by some other Inquisitor somewhere along the lines, or Vader. We don't know. I think we still don't know. But no, they took her path very. Red Blade, Inquisitor Red Blade.
Mm.
So, except she got out faster.
Yep.
Barriss is like, nah, I'm not.
Barriss, what if I just said fuck this and left? It's like, I'm fine with hunting down Jedi, but we need to like arrest them. And it's like, who gonna tell her? That's not what the Inquisitors do.
She's like, we need to take them and maybe see if they'll join us. And they're like, nah, we're already
What the
past.
fuck are you
We're
talking
past
about?
recruitment. We're at the part of where we just kill them on site.
Like, I remember, because I kind of I rewatched the last two episodes because, like, last night, like the night before,
Mm-hmm.
I was in the middle of like eating, so I didn't pay attention to like the very last episode as much as I should have. So I rewatched it last night with the last two with Steve and Chris,
Mm-hmm.
and I was thinking about, I'm like, it is crazy to me how Barriss, like once the child admits it, she like hits the child with the "don't look at the floor." I'm like, so Barriss, are you just gonna leave him there, or what's this
And then-
kid gonna do?
And then there's the don't go back.
Yeah.
For when that village gets.
That's what I mean by "don't look at the floor." She tells him not to look it back.
Yeah, not to go back. Yeah.
I'm also like, yo, Lynn, the fuck? I understand you're supposed to be scary and evil, but what do you gain out of massacring this town?
Dark side. It's just dark
She
side.
wanted to
She wants
increase
that-
her dark side points.
She gets that dark side point. Yeah. Hey, don't you know there's that little bar that goes up? And,
Yeah,
yeah.
it goes from blue to red. She
Yeah, it
wants
goes from
hers in
blue
a
to-
hard red.
She wants the cool pose that you get to when you go full red. That or she's going Mass Effect Renegade route.
Yeah, she saw the Paragon the Renegade the Paragon and the Renegade options, it was like, yeah.
No, I think it came up. It was a quick time event Renegade option though. It was like one of those like you have to quickly hit R2 for it to happen. So it's just it's like she's in the middle of a conversation, and all of a sudden the R2 popped up, and she's like, "Oh, I should hit that." But no, I like.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Lynn, Barris is trying so hard for the Paragon options, despite the fact.
Yeah,
that
no,
she-
like in the first episode of her arc, she didn't even want to kill that guy.
Yeah.
She was like, "I'm trying not to kill you. We're in the middle of a Fortnite arena with the closing in on us,
Yeah.
but I'm also like, I don't want to end this 1v1. There's another way." And Bro's like, "Nah, I'm gonna kill you."
It's like we're in the chamber with the one gas mask. Do you really want this?
And then Barris is like, "I will self-defend."
All right, fuck it. I guess.
Because I would argue that was self-defense at that point. It wasn't. While she gave into the dark side, it was a self-defense.
Push to
It was
it.
a push self-defense moment. It wasn't
Yeah.
something she wanted.
She's like, I didn't wake up expecting to kill this guy today, but you forced my hand.
And we know that in Star Wars, like, that doesn't make, like, using the dark side like that does not automatically make you bad. Like, it's not a case of, oh, I'm evil now because I did this.
Yeah.
It's like, no. It's a pattern of behavior. You have to, you build up a pattern of behavior. And that's why, like, Anakin.
Yeah. Anakin does it when
like-
he's not under extreme
Yeah.
duress.
That's why Anakin ends
That's
up
the
the way he
difference.
does. Yeah, that's like why Anakin ends up the way he does. Is there's a pattern of behavior, and like you said, he does it even when it's not necessary. So like, there's a pattern.
Whereas with Barris, she's like, I'm out of options, man.
Yeah, and so, and this guy wants to kill. Like,
Yeah.
like there's no talking him down. And so, I liked it overall. I liked the show a lot, and so I just I kind of agree with some people that I would have liked to see more actual Imperial characters. But now there's a lot of. So I guess we kind of agree that the Bears are our favorite episodes. And is there a specific episode in mind that you prefer, or?
I like the second one a lot.
Yeah, I think I agree. It really exemplifies Barris as a character and like who she is and her morals and where she stands, and that she just cares about people.
Yeah.
And you can argue that even the things she does in Clone Wars, while not great that they wrote that Barris being the one to do it, it makes sense that Barris did what she did because it was out of caring for the non-Jedi. Like, she cared about the people of the Republic. And so she understood that the people were frustrated with the war going on. And it's a lot of... Star Wars is political, despite what people will say. It's almost a view at either... It's honestly a commentary on two different wars. It's a view on commentary of the Vietnam War and how the public turned against it, as well as the war in the Middle East and how people turned against it.
Yeah.
It's very similar conversation where at first everybody was like, yeah, we got to go there. And then as it went on, people started to realize, actually, should we be doing this? And so that's kind of the Clone Wars as well. The Clone Wars is a war where everybody was like, yeah, we got to take down these separatists. And then as it went on, the people were like, why are we
here? Why are we
supporting?
Why are we doing this?
Why are we giving our funds? Why are our taxes going to more clones? Why are we? And it's why like people like Padme was trying to slowly defund that, and because she realized that the people don't support this, and also the war can't go on forever. Like, it has to end, and so just funding more soldiers will continue that.
Don't worry, Padme. Anakin sure as fuck ended it.
Just not the best way.
Not in the best way, but it's over now.
Immediately causing a second war.
Yep.
Like, literally, there's almost no break between the wars. There's like maybe a year between. Like,
There's no one to sign that treaty because Anakin killed them all.
because you could argue that like the Galactic Civil War, which is the name of the war in the original trilogy, is a continuation of. It's just a continuation of the Clone Wars. It's still separatists versus no longer Republic and Empire. Except this time the Separatists are on the better, they're on the more arguably good side, whereas the Republican Separatists in the Clone Wars were a little bit more gray. And that the problem is they were both being controlled by corrupt political alignments, and so both sides were corrupt, but also there were people on both sides that just made them good, whereas the Galactic Civil War does not have that argument. The Galactic Civil War, the Empire is straight up evil, and
obvious.
the Empire is straight up evil, and the rebels are good guys, even if they are doing what would be considered terrorist acts. And so
In conclusion, go to Galator 3. It's a great time. You'll get robbed, but it's a great time. Or come visit scenic Corellia, where you'll also be robbed.
Or go anywhere Jedi are and hope that,
Hope for
the
the
Inquisitors don't show up. And expect Jedi to Jedi.
Yep.
Because that's how they always find them.
All you have to do to catch a Jedi is let them Jedi.
Let-
It's not that hard.
Let them do good for people and we will find them.
Yeah. Unless you're Obi-Wan and you have to be talked into it.
But Obi-Wan was going through trauma.
So's Cal.
Yeah. Cal also didn't do anything, though, for a few years. To be fair,
That's true.
he was also a child. Man, he was a child. He didn't start doing things until he was an adult.
Yep.
He was like, I'm a kid, I don't know.
Like, I'm 12. I'm 12. That shit was traumatic. My not dad got bodied pretty hard.
In front of me.
Yeah.
And then-
Admittedly, it took like 80 guys, but still.
And then, I crash landed on a planet and then became became a trash man.
Yeah, I do sick parkour tricks in the junkyard.
I'm the trash man.
It helps me with my stress, said Cal. Do you
No, that's what the music's for.
yeah.
That's why he's got the rock going.
Oh,
That's why he's got the rock music. It's to help him. Oh man, at least he works at a place where they don't yell at him for having headphones at work.
Yeah.
He gets to have his headphones at work, listen to his music, and just do his work. As long as he's doing his work, nobody cares. As long as he's tearing ships apart. But then he tries to save people, and he tries to Jedi, and...
Things don't necessarily work out.
He Jedis, and then the Inquisitors show up, and they're like, hey, somebody Jedi'd.
We felt it in the air.
Also, our probe droid saw it.
Yep.
You did it right in front of a probe droid. You did it right in front of the CCTV cams.
I'm not necessarily moving back on.
Yeah,
topic.
back to on topic, yeah.
I'm not necessarily like sad that Barriss is dead. But on the other hand, I'm like, it's a fitting end for someone as troubled as Barriss. I think she's like at peace.
Yeah, because, I'd argue at the start of episode 3, she's found peace.
Yeah.
Like, I'd say, like, by the time we see her in episode 3, her peace has been resolved. She is happy with where she is in life. And something that she hasn't really had.
Yeah.
Like, she hasn't had
Barriss,
peace.
I think, would do well in any other line of work rather than...
Or any other era of Jedi.
Yeah.
Like, High Republic era would be prime Barriss, good times. Sort of.
Sort of.
High Republic's filled with a lot of sad, but it's a different kind
you
of
know
sad.
what I mean? Like, Barriss would be a good Jedi at any other point in time. But she was born in this era.
Yeah, I'd say the Clone Wars era is, like, the hardest time to be a Jedi.
Because it's like, Jedi are supposed to be peacekeepers, and it's like, not anymore. You're a soldier now.
Yeah, like, we're peacekeepers and negotiators. Nope, now you're in charge. You're generals.
You generals.
Which we kind of can see that kind of building up in the High Republic of that being a status norm.
Yeah,
And
once
so-
they activated the Guardian Protocol.
Yeah, which we'll get to see more of on next week's topic, actually. we get to see the activation of that as well as people's reaction to that a little bit more in depth than we did in the book so far.
I do remember, like, way back when we were reading, like, the...
Eye of Darkness?
No. It's the one where, like, a bunch of talks between, like, Jedi and Sith short stories come out.
Oh, yeah.
I'm remembering, like, for Barriss, they have one with her and the, like, sword master that teaches people at the Jedi Temple. I'm like, Barriss, you are asking the wrong kind of questions to the wrong person.
Yeah.
Like, it's good that you're asking the question, but I don't think maybe you should ask this guy in particular, because he's like, I teach people how to fight. That's my job.
Which there should
on
be...
On the other hand,
yeah.
It's also one of the best people to ask, but also one of the worst people to ask.
And it's also still, not to negate the combat of Jedi, they still have to know that. That's the other thing. They still should know it, and it's actually a weakness that we've seen in the High Republic era, where they're like, not a lot of us learn that. We don't really understand that combat thing as much. Like because, or at least against other lightsabers, I should say. Like they don't understand lightsaber versus lightsaber combat, and it's even worse in the Clone Wars. The Clone Wars era that
highlights it.
Yeah, like highlights that lack of ability.
Especially when you've got Dooku over there teaching people, like, here is everything you need to know. I'd say, like, Dooku via teaching is probably responsible for
the few who know how to fight it.
The few who know how to fight it, and also, by extension, the most deaths of Jedi until Order 66 happens.
Yeah, because, like, Dooku does legitimately try to train them in lightsaber combat. He's like, no, you should still know this. But that's because Dooku, at least before his turn, is also aware that the Sith are probably still lurking around somewhere. Like, he knows it's a problem. He's one of the few who still see that that's a problem that could arise. Because, I mean, with Dooku Jedi Lost, we get that. We get that character that's like, hey, Sith are still a problem, maybe. So we should, at the very least, even if they're not a problem, we should still study them and know our history still, at the very least.
Meanwhile, everyone else is like, we got other problems.
Yeah. Like, how are we supposed to make Valorum happy?
Yeah. But, I wish I could remember who the name of the instructor.
I think it was Syndralig.
Yeah, Syndralig.
Yeah, because that's who it is in Legends, and so I think they kept that in canon. Syndralig is because it's a anagram of the stunt coordinator for the movie, for the prequel movies. It's Nick Gillard is his name, and so
I see.
And he's played by Nick Gillard too in the film, so it's Syndralig.
Yeah, but I'm like, Syndralig. One of the things that I think the Jedi kind of lack is an understanding of combat principles in terms of philosophy as well, like as a whole. And it is Syndralig's job to know and kind of educate people on that matter.
Yeah, because he's in charge of the combat training. It's his.
So I think that, like,
at least until you get a proper Jedi Master, then it's your master's job. But even then, you still have Syndralig to fall back on. Yeah,
Syndralig is who you go to touch up on, like, your forms and general, like, weak points.
Or at least that's his role. That's supposed to be his role.
Designated job.
That's supposed to be his role. Anyways.
Like,
now whether or not he's properly doing it, that's a conversation for a different episode, probably altogether. I mean, that'd probably be a Revenge of the Sith when we get there conversation of, look how quickly Anakin kills half of these people.
Syndralig's over here like, look, man, I can only teach them so much. The rest you have to do on your own.
Once again, yeah, because like I said, part of it does fall onto your master to continue that training. Once you get a master, that is their job is to be your one teacher, because it's a one-on-one thing until you are equipped to become a Jedi Knight. And that's why they don't do until Palpatine does his version of the Guardian protocols. where they start going, hey, we're gonna rush enlistment, so we're gonna start making younglings and Padawans knights faster. Until that happens in Brotherhood, they were not knighting you until they felt you were actually ready for it. They would be like, okay, we're gonna test them on this. Now you might not have to do all the tests, but they would go, you gotta test on this, test on that. Did they get this feat done? How did they? Do they have the wisdom to be a knight? Do they have the strength? Do they have the resolve? That type of stuff. But then Palpatine throws that out.
It's like, I need them out on the field now.
And that's the other thing is people blame the Jedi for the child soldier thing. No, it's a Palpatine thing. Palpatine played chess so hard to make that happen. And he's like, nah, we really need you guys. You guys are... And think about the morale of the Republic. If you guys didn't do this. And
you know who I think should have had, like, talked with Sindralig as well?
Who's that?
I can't. The protagonist from the Red Blade.
Oh.
I feel like she would have had a much better time of it if she had talked with him.
I am curious how that conversation would have gone. That would have been interesting. Because I don't know if Sindralig would have been able to explain everything. Because once again, well, also he wouldn't have known he wouldn't have known half the information some of the others know, like stuff that Mace Windu knew and that her own masters knew, because they knew stuff about her past that Sindralig wouldn't have been able to explain.
Yeah, that's not one.
Because I don't think he would have been.
I don't think he would have helped in that regard.
Because that is the major underlying issue towards her combat style. Like, that's the underlying issue, is her past and her not being able to confront it because nobody will tell her.
Also, maybe don't have your aunt train you at the Jedi Temple. It doesn't really work out when relatives look out for relatives,
especially if you don't tell them.
Because it's not.
That's the worst part.
That,
if you don't tell them, which we've now seen twice.
Yep. It never works out.
Having a relative not tell you and then be watching over you.
Yep.
Because that creates more trauma, not less. But yeah, back to Tales of the Empire though. I know we talked more about the Barriss stuff, but let's kind of delve into the Morgan stuff. And
Morgan is an interesting one because I'm like, I don't hate you. I don't hate the
It's
character.
just I don't understand you yet.
I don't understand you.
And I
don't know what your deal is.
I'm kind of starting to get it, but it doesn't matter because we know what happens to her. She's not around. She's dead. But at the same time, I think this is also stuff to kind of feed into Thrawn's plans as well. It's also weird that they made her kind of the semi-inventor of the TIE Defender plan. When a lot of people were like, oh, that's like up until now that's been Thrawn's baby. So it's kind of weird that Morgan gets the credit for that now. But we'll see. We'll see where they're taking that. Not that it matters because we know that project fails. Because once again, that's another case of we know where this goes because Rebels.
Yeah.
It fails. It fails very badly. It does not work. Mainly because of the Rebels game, kind of.
Yeah. I'm also like, I guess it's good to know what kind of timing you were on back in the day. Morgan, I've went and I've shot the New Republic dignitary. I've blown up their ship, and I've decided this force is going to burn until you get back to work and do what I tell you. You're under my protection, so don't worry about it. Very much in the
and that explains how we end up where we do in The Mandalorian season 2.
Like, all right, lady, sure, I guess. I don't know why you felt the need to burn the forest. I guess.
I think it was a show of power.
Yeah.
It was just a show of power, and they also had to explain how we get to why Corvus looks so bad in Mandalorian season 2.
Okay.
Because remember, Corvus in Mandalorian season 2 looks messed up.
Well, remember, I haven't seen.
You've seen season 2?
Have I?
Yeah, it's season 1 you didn't see. I think, or did we skip season? Now you got me doubting.
I think I came in.
Oh, you came in for Book of Boba Fett.
Book of Boba Fett in season 3.
You're right. Oh.
So I'm like,
Okay,
where
but
the fuck is this?
so they had to explain why Corvus looks the way it does because that's how it looks in
Mm.
Mandalorian season 2, and also the other guy, the guy that's representing the people, he shows up in the
I see.
in the show. So
Also, like, when the ambassador shows up to Morgan's planet and is like, "Don't worry, I'm here to help." I'm like, we're under a dictatorship, and you brought 4 guys with you.
I do think the weirder thing is
Also, I
Bo-Katan on the comms, because she's not part of the New Republic at this time, but she's like on the New Republic frequency.
is that who that is?
Yeah, that's Bo-Katan. It's like in the subtitles it says.
Oh, okay. I didn't see.
It says who it is, yeah. I'm curious about that. Because at the time, she wouldn't have been working with the New Republic.
Yeah, but also, like, why is she? Why does this ambassador lady have Bo-Katan on speed dial?
Well, it's New Republic emergency line.
oh,
is
so
what
it's
they,
just whomever.
Yeah. It's a New Republic emergency line. That's why it was... Because remember, they say, oh, you're on the New Republic channel.
Yeah.
So...
Okay, that.
So I'm curious about that. There's some pieces here and there where I'm like, okay, how do I connect that to the greater stories of Star Wars and like the arc going on here? Because what is Bo-Katan's story at this point?
I'm also like, I guess while they're once again the New Republic. I'm not gonna hate on them too hard.
They are trying.
They're trying.
Unfortunately, they make some mistakes that the
can't-
U.S. have.
Like, looking at it, right? If I'm a villager in Morgan Elsbeth's little dictatorship, and the New Republic shows up with 4 guys, and like these all, I couldn't take them seriously.
It's the New
I'm
Republic
like,
armor, yeah.
yeah, I'm like, I know you're not trying to look threatening or intimidating at all. You're trying to like be reassuring about this, but I'm like, there are like 4 of you. I can't take you guys seriously, even like with your spouting of promises of like,
I think it's more.
I want them
think
to
it's,
succeed.
I think it's,
but I can't take them seriously.
I think
you
it's
know?
even weirder that somebody who knows Morgan Elsbeth, the ambassador, is like, yeah, we can trust her to try to make a deal. Why?
Why?
Why can we trust her? You've
You've
seen
seen her sell you guys out.
You've seen what she does.
She's like, I have hope. I'm like, hope ain't meaning shit right now.
Yeah, this was a case of bad decision after bad decision on New Republic's end. But they also basically did the Star Wars version of Operation Paperclip, which was not.
It's like, this didn't work out the way you'd hope.
Which is how we got the First Order.
Yep.
Because they were like, yeah, we'll reinitiate you Imperials. You guys were totally not terrible war criminals. You guys didn't do anything awful. Instead of putting them on trial and no, we're gonna rehabilitate and but not even like prison rehabilitate. We're gonna give them essentially freedom. We'll watch them a little bit. We'll send somebody to check on them every week, but that's about it.
Anyhow, enjoy your apartment complex.
Where you're neighbors with fellow ex-Imperials,
Yep.
so that way you can totally not plan to do terrible things again.
You know,
Once again, proving that Star Wars is political though, because like it's obviously that is obviously a like Operation Paper. Like this is supposed to be commentary on Operation Paperclip. Like so obviously, and
I
how
have
we
a
just kind of
question
let
for you.
you know things that rhyme with Yahtzee
So you-
back into.
Here's a crazy thing. Just, you know what? I'm gonna ask this.
Yeah.
So you're in the New Republic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your job is to look after former ex-Imperials that are like cohabitating in this one area.
And claiming that hey, we're gonna try to be New
Yeah.
Republic
All right.
citizens.
You get to change one thing. You get one thing. It doesn't matter what it is. You get to change one thing for them.
They can't be in direct communication. That's the biggest. Like, they can't be meeting with each other. That's because that's how they scheme again. We see it. We see it in the show. We see it in Mandalorian season 3. That's how they start doing things again. Is because they get to just sit at a bench and just talk to each other, have lunch together, and be like, "So how was your day?" It's just like, that's how they got back. Like, and then we see, like,
The New Republic does a lot of dumb shit. That's one of them. The same one is, like, when they're decommissioning, like, old, the old ships, but they're still, it happens in Ahsoka where they're using, like, old Imperial, tech and such in their ships. I'm like, so you got rid of the ships, but you kept the processors and still use those?
and you didn't you didn't wipe it in any way. You just kind of said,
like,
"It's fine."
What are you doing? Now, as for the one thing I would change, right, if I'm in charge of, like, that, I'm like, you know what? We're just gonna have... So what we're gonna do is we're gonna mic up the apartment buildings. And
I don't know.
anytime
I don't know if
I'm
that's.
going from
I don't know if that's
above board. Don't actually do this.
I was gonna say
This
that's
is
some.
This is a level of ruthlessness.
That's some. That's some.
This
Are
is-
we back in the Empire? Sort of shit.
You know what? Maybe they'd find it comforting. With the addition of, if you hear them say "Long live the Empire" once, the apartment just explodes.
It's the same equivalent of Hell Hydra.
Yeah. Yeah, if you hear them say that, blow up the apartment immediately.
No, I don't.
I'm like, it's such...
That's a bit much.
That's a bit much, but I love the idea of, like, a former Imperial being like, "Man, I really miss the Empire." And they're like, "Damn, they got James today."
Anyways,
So dumb.
back to Tales of the Empire. Let's give a rating, I think,
Okay.
because we are running out of time. And
So are we doing it based on the
the whole,
characters or
the show as a
thing?
whole.
Okay.
Show as a whole. I'll let you go first.
I'm gonna give it a 7.5.
I was leaning about there, or what I'm gonna say, which is an 8.
Mm.
It's up there. It's a pretty good show.
It's good for what
Star
it
Wars
is.
animation continues to just deliver.
Yeah.
Star Wars animation always delivers.
I would rate it higher if I gave a fuck about Morgan Elsbeth, but I don't.
Now, what Tales show do you think should be next season? Because we got Tales of the Jedi, we got Tales of the Empire. People are thinking Tales of the Rebellion, maybe.
Okay.
But what would you like?
Well, I like my bounty hunters, so I'll take Tales of the Bounty Hunters.
That would be a good one too. Tales of the Underworld is what that should be
would
called.
be a much better title.
Because then you can go scoundrels as well as bounty hunters. You can really, so maybe not a Han Solo, but somebody else. Like,
Yeah.
don't pick a Han Solo or Boba Fett. Pick characters. Why did I just forget her name? I know the actress's name. I was gonna say it again. Ming-Na Wen. Go into her character, or go into, because then you get a bounty hunter / assassin there, and then maybe a Cad Bane episode. Because while we have a lot of Clone Wars stuff, we don't have a lot of that time in between Clone War. We get some Bad Batch, but we don't have time between Bad Batch and.
I like Cad Bane and how much of an evil fucker he is.
We don't get any of him during, like, we don't get the lead up to him appearing again in Book of Boba Fett. We don't know why stuff went extra bad between him and Boba Fett. We know they just hate each other. And so it's just like, that would be a good way to give those episodes.
Yeah.
And then you get your Boba Fett still. You get a Boba Fett episode. Don't make it the whole Cad Bane thing, but
Yep.
make one episode like Cad Bane mentoring Boba Fett like they were going to do in Clone Wars, and then show the bad blood between them, and then move on to the rest of Cad Bane's story. And then, of course, similar to Morgan Elsbeth, we know how Cad Bane's story ends. So,
I'm trying to think of another good.
but yeah, Finnick, that's Ming-Na Wen's character. Finnick would be a great one, I think, to do in a Tales of the Underworld.
Maybe Deva?
Ooh, Deva, and that would be. Ooh, you could spend so much time with Deva. You get Higher Republic. You get
Because the underworld in Star Wars never really goes away.
no, and so
It's crime.
you would get so many eras with that, and so that would be
Like,
and that would
Dana
feed
is a fucking scary person to be around, even if she wasn't like, you know, a cannibal murderer. It's just because she's been around that long in the underworld.
and that would also feed into the idea of because you know I like to think of the ideas of what they should do based on like because I am considering the what's the word this sinking of what where corporate sync or whatever it's called where
The synergy.
synergy. Thank you. I'm thinking of the synergy of it, like because you kind of do have to think about the synergy because the animated like there is a synergy to these shows. Like they don't just randomly go let's do this show. No, they think about it. I mean that's why they picked certain characters that they did for this one for Tales of the Empire. They picked Morgan Elsbeth because of the synergy with Ahsoka, right? And so, and it was still recent enough that we have her in mind when watching that show, right? And so, while Deva wouldn't appear in the Acolyte would be out by then, and season 2 would be up and coming, and so Deva could be like a High Republic character that they show off, and so that'd be a good way to do that. And then maybe a Bosk would be a good one too. Bosk would be fun.
Yeah. We don't know a lot about Bosk. We know he's a Trandoshan.
We know he has heavy connections to the Bounty Hunters Guild, like his dad is like one of the higher ups at the Bounty Hunters Guild.
But we don't know a lot about necessarily him as a person. Like, he betrays the rest of the Bounty Hunters group, but...
Then immediately regrets it.
Yeah.
Ooh. Dirge.
Dirge is another one, because
we have nothing in canon. Nothing in canon. In Legends, we have a lot about Dirge, because Dirge was introduced in the Gindi Clone Wars, and then he got so much information about him after that. But then, of course, with the canon reset, we had no Dirge until he appeared in Aphra, and now we've got so much Dirge starting to pop up. Dirge would be great for an Underworld.
Yeah.
And once again, that's another character that if they go with the Legends route of, like, his aging, then we could also see him in the High Republic era, too.
Yeah, because he's been around for a long fucking time.
Because in Legends, he was alive for 1,000 fucking years. So if they lean into that, into his race being a long-lived species, with the Gendai, they're pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty cool.
Nyan, almost immortal.
Yeah.
Emphasis on
Almost. If you take out their heart, they'll still die. It's why they're... I would argue that that's one of the harder fights in Jedi Survivor.
Well, it should be.
I'd argue that it's up there at, like, almost the top.
Are you kidding me? Revis wants all the smoke.
Him and Bode are the hardest fights.
Yeah. Bode, because Bode's
a tough fight. Bode is, like, he
Bode
is coming
not
at you.
fucking around.
No. I would say, weirdly enough, Dagon wasn't that difficult.
Dagon is... It's a case of, I think, narratively, Dagon is the hardest fight from, like, a skill perspective.
Because he's been around.
Yeah.
But also hasn't, because he's been in the Bacta for so long.
Yeah. He's suffering that back to tank debuff.
Yeah.
Ravis has been active. Bode has been active. But Ravis is like a durability fight. And
now this
Dagon
is also
is a
me.
skill.
This is also me talking without having played it on Grandmaster difficulty yet, though. Like I'm talking from just a regular mode.
I haven't
But,
played the game,
yeah,
but I'm
you've
thinking
seen it in
I've seen it, and I'm
narrative
thinking narratively. Dagon is an endurance fight. Sorry. No.
Ravis.
Ravis is an endurance fight. Dagon is a skill fight, and Bode is a just go the fuck away. That's what he wants from Cal. He's like, I don't give a shit about this war. I just want to live here with my daughter and not have to deal with this shit.
And I don't
Because
want this
no
to
one
be a
will-
hideout for
and I-
people because if it is, then
Because if it is,
it brings trouble.
It never works.
Yeah.
They always find us.
So, I'd be interested to, but yeah, going back to Ravis, like or Dirge. Dirge would be great.
Dirge. Apparently, he just wants Dirge just wants everyone to be so fucking quiet. Do you think Dirge just gets really bad migraines?
Deathstick would also be.
That's another one, because we don't know shit about Deathstick.
We know she's a very good assassin and good at what she does and hates everybody.
Yep.
But yeah, so that would be I agree with you. That would be a great
Tales
pitch
of the
for
Underworld.
Tales of the Underworld. I'm down for it. That should be the next one. Although I think Tales of Rebellion is probably also more likely. But either way, I think I'm interested to see what they do. I'm excited. And in a few weeks we get. Very soon we're getting Acolyte, so we're right on that. Because what, it's in maybe less than a week now. It's a week. It's like 2 weeks. 2 weeks, give or take. So
hey man, you want to go on vacation for 2 weeks? We can just do Acolyte when we come back.
no, because we wait till the show's over to do our review.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And we're only getting the first 2 episodes, so not the whole show. He's laughing because this is our second time doing the intro for this one. Because I hit record, but we weren't getting audio.
Yeah.
So, y'all missed a whole conversation. We're not going to go back over it.
Yep.
We're going to move on.
Point is, Aliens confirmed real.
Oh, okay. So that was that. I was going to continue with that part. So, but they missed the other conversation. That they don't get. But no Star Wars news this week, so we're just going to talk about what we've been up to and then get into the main topic. So, like I was saying in the previous recording, I've been continuing my X-Files binge. I'm on season 2 now. By the end of season 1 is when they confirm aliens. Because the way the show in season 1 plays is these things are somewhat real, but there's like maybe a scientific explanation depending on what the thing is. The ghosts, there are no scientific explanation. There are just ghosts. But only Mulder gets to see them. Scully never sees like the more fantastical elements. If there's something that's fantastical, there's usually a scientific explanation if Scully sees it. Until aliens. Because throughout the first season, Mulder is getting like spoilers for a really old show. By the way, I guess if for anybody who cares, this is a spoiler warning for a show from 93, 92, 93. That's so
It's 30 years ago.
it's older than me by only a couple years. So yeah, Mulder has a contact that's named Deep Throat, which yes is a reference to that Deep Throat from the Watergate scandal and all that stuff. And he is consistent. He works in the FBI as well, and he's like a consistent like, hey, here's some freaky stuff going on.
Go look into it.
Yeah. And he also like helps confirm a lot of the stuff that and is trying to help Mulder get evidence of the weird stuff that the government's up to, but usually the evidence gets destroyed in some way, and that's why the X-Files show keeps happening, because they can't prove the government's doing
imagining
anything.
that, like at one point they probably just spilled coffee on like a floppy disk.
Usually it's like electrical storm takes out something, or the fantastical element causes some sort of reaction, is the evidence they have, right? Or in the case of the season 1 finale, Scully actually sees a baby alien. Because it turns out the government has been putting alien DNA into people and experimenting on them that way.
All right.
And then Deep Throat, Mulder gets kidnapped by like the Black Ops government people that know about this. And this is after like Mulder like yeah. So Mulder gets kidnapped, and like at this point Scully knows about Deep Throat, so like Deep Throat's in contact with both of them, and it's like, hey, Mulder got taken by these guys, but the reason that the only way we can get him free is if we have leverage on them and do a swap. So the plan is steal from what they call Project Unity, or something like that. Project Purity. That's what it is. Purity. And they basically take the alien out of the test site, so that way, and Scully gets to see it which is why it's weird that she's still a skeptic by the time of season 2. Once season 2 happens, like, your skepticism should be out the window. Because even in season 2, they bring up Project Purity again, and she's like, there's no proof that was an alien. What the you looked at it! You're gonna tell me that what you saw was not an alien? Oh, it's not the dumbest thing in season 2, by the way.
Oh, man.
And it's not even Scully related. Dumbest thing in season 2 is an episode I just watched. Well, let me finish the alien thing. So Scully goes with Deep Throat to bring him the thing, and she's like, "What the fuck is going on?" He's like, "No, you gotta leave, because I'm supposed to meet alone with the contact. You gotta leave." And so as she's pulling away, the contact shows up, shoots Deep Throat, killing him on the spot. Takes the baby alien back, so it's back in the government control. And then, he releases Mulder, so Scully is able to save Mulder, but Deep Throat, it's okay. They get a new contact in season 2.
Oh, great.
Just known as X. We don't ever learn. At least in season 1 and 2 so far, we don't learn what Deep Throat's real name was. We just know he was high up in the government, and that's it. But we also, by season 2, confirm who, like, one of the main bad guys are. Because throughout the first season, there's this guy that they eventually just dub Cancer Man, because he's just always smoking. Or the Smoking Man is what it's like referred to in the book I'm reading. So it's either the Smoking Man or Cancer Man. And which is funny because even in the 90s we're like, yeah, smoking's going to cause that.
Well, yeah.
I mean, we've known it for a while, but like it's weird to acknowledge it in the 90s.
For cigarettes is fucking cancer sticks, and it's been that way since
I know, but
50s.
it's weird to acknowledge it though in a show because like in most shows they wouldn't acknowledge that, right? Even in the 90s, they wouldn't really acknowledge that, right? It is interesting that they are acknowledging that a little bit more. But in a weird, sick joke, making fun of the bad guy. Because they don't know his name. They're like, we don't know his name, so he's just Cancer Man. Season 2, Scully gets... Oh, more reason Scully should believe in this alien stuff. She gets abducted by aliens. She's brought back, but she gets abducted. And she's gone for a few episodes. And it's mostly because the actress was pregnant at the time, so they had to have a reason to write her off the show because they didn't want to fire her. They're like, we like working with you, but we also realize that this is a thing, so we're just going to write you off for a few episodes, let you have a chance to have your baby, and then come back.
Yeah.
And so they do that for a few episodes in season 2 where she's gone. It's okay, though, because Mulder has a new partner, at least for the first few episodes of season 2. But then it turns out he works for Cancer Man.
No.
So, yeah. And then he dies. He mysteriously just disappears. He's killed. Obviously. I mean.
No, the Cancer Man got him.
He got discovered, so, you know, he couldn't stay alive. But they can't kill Mulder because they don't want... They specifically don't want to kill him because they realize that if they kill somebody who is so, like, pursuant after them, that's going to just raise more awareness to their existence.
Yep. Like, we should get rid of this guy. It's like, we can't.
Like, everybody knows he's after a secret cabal, and if he just mysteriously died...
Then that's a hard confirmation that there's a mysterious cabal. So no, we can't kill him.
At least Dana Scully's out of the equation for now until she comes back, and then but the dumbest thing in season 2 so far. So they go to this. It's actually a really poorly written episode as well because like it deals with some pretty tough topics.
Yeah,
like rape.
Right.
And it's just like and it doesn't. It's not written the best. Because only Scully believes this poor woman's story, because the story is that she was assaulted by a invisible figure.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's a weird episode in that they don't confirm or even like have a guess of what happened. and why like there were ghosts around this facility. So, anyways, it's like it's a facility for older people. It's for Alzheimer's and special care,
Okay.
like special care.
Yeah.
But it's like run down because like government pulled some of its funding. Anyways, the lady who runs this place does not know her own building or what is going on in this place.
Why would she?
Because they at one point they ask her where the water main is. So because Mulder and the woman who was assaulted, they get locked in the showers,
Yeah.
and the water is just flooding the room. And so Scully's like, "Hey, I need to. Where's the water main so I can shut off the water?" The lady who runs this building doesn't know. Like, I could get not knowing every little corner, but that's an important room to know in case of an emergency, such as what's going on here. She also doesn't know, like, that one of the guys is farming, like, mushrooms in the basement. She doesn't know that, because he's using them as, like, a special treatment, which is, like, enhancing the older people, so that way they're, like, having less of the Alzheimer's symptoms. Although they think it's another doctor's medicine that's doing it, but it's really the mushrooms doing that and making it to where they don't really have as much of the symptoms. Like, there's one that's an artist, and he starts doing really well at drawing again now that he's, like, been taking these mushrooms.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's such
It's a wild.
it's a wild episode that I feel like goes nowhere
Yeah.
because they don't solve any of the crimes, but they stop like the ghosts stop happening randomly. Randomly,
stop?
they stop, and it's like they just stop, and it's just like, but like one of the people that they thought could have been behind, like one of the older people they thought was behind the assaults, he died. And so they were like, and that's when the ghost stopped. And so maybe he was part of it, but like, no, the mushrooms are still around. So like, if it's the mushrooms that are making these old people able to do these things, what?
I feel like this is one that I would have to watch to understand the level of frustration.
It's dumb. And I like, because I've been reading the Wikipedia articles, like, to kind of see, okay, is this a Monster of the Week episode, or is this more lore-centric? And it's a Monster of the Week episode for that one. But it's just, like, as I read them, I also can see, like, how people, like, received the episode. Boy, was this one not liked. A lot of it has to do, like, one person, like, somebody who literally wrote the book on the X-Files, because they wrote a book about each episode and kind of delving into it. They go that this episode is a 1 out of 5, but could have been better if they executed, like, an ending better. Also, maybe, in my opinion, if they didn't use a male director for such a heavy topic such as that, and also having only Dana Scully believe the poor victim, it's like, not even Mulder, who is normally pretty level-headed at being on victim sides for things. Like, that's literally, like, most of the Monster of the Week episodes. It's Mulder, like, being concerned about the victim of these circumstances, not... Like, he wants to obviously get evidence of these weird phenomenons, but he's usually there to help the victim first. So it's weird that this was not an episode like that.
Got a bunch of just weird shit going on in this episode. Characterization is off kilter.
Yeah, it's a little weird. So it was a tough watch on that episode, but I'm past that now, and so I'm already almost halfway through season 2. So, which is good because like right now it's like 25 episodes for season 2. Also outside of that, finished Black Butler,
Oh yeah,
or at least up till the current
all caught up.
arc. We haven't started the current arc yet, so we're gonna wait. Britt wanted to wait till the arc ends. They're in the school arc,
All right.
so she wanted to wait till that's done before we watch it. And I'm gonna make her watch more Highlander soon. So
All right.
your turn. I took up 13 minutes, so it's your turn.
So, couple of things. So the internet stopped working at my house for a couple of days.
Okay.
This didn't particularly affect me. Mostly because, like, Tori, Andrew, and Kinsey and the rest of them, they like to play online games with other people. I don't. So I wasn't affected by that. And I also wasn't affected by it because I remembered I downloaded, like, the night before the comic and the story we were supposed to read.
Yay!
Woo. Thank God I did that. The other thing... So, our router just decided, nope.
So it was a router issue.
Yeah. And to give you an idea about, like, how we knew something was wrong is that all of the lights on it came on consistently, flashing, and all of them were red.
Yeah, that's usually not
I'm
a
like,
good sign for
well,
a router.
And so after we went and looked through a bunch of problems, and the conclusion we came to was like, oh, it's just fucked.
So did y'all have to get a new router?
We had to get a new one.
Okay.
So that happened. Mom was down here for a while.
Yep. We talked about that last week, but
Yep.
so I got to say hi after the show. I saw her
Yeah.
after.
Other thing that me and Chris stayed up last night and we watched the Cowboy Bebop movie because I was able to find a copy of it.
Oh, the live the.
Nope, not the live action.
Oh, okay. I heard the live action isn't too bad.
It's an experience.
I heard it's like okay, like it's for an anime, like anime to live action, it's okay. Because like
Yeah.
that tends to be a like
It's okay.
it tends to be a tough transition for a lot of animes, but usually that's because for some reason they really like to pick the weird like super out there anime to do that with rather than like the more grounded stuff,
Which is...
which defeats the purpose of it being an anime because like the whole point is that you can do pretty much any like it's the same reason why I think animation can sometimes be superior is because your imagination can really run wild and you can do whatever. Same thing with anime. But then to try to take that kind of thinking and put it into live action is a little harder.
Which is also a little bit weird because...
But also, like, one of the weirdest shows ever is a really good live action with One Piece, from what I hear.
That is... It's one of the ones where, because One Piece is kind of wacky to begin with... Not bad, mind you. Just a little bit wacky.
But that's the charm of it, from what I understand. I've not personally watched it. But from what I understand, the charm of it is how wacky it is, and also that it's got good heart to it.
I was discussing this with Chris while we were watching the movie about like why I like the setting of Cowboy Bebop as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because Cowboy Bebop is like a sci-fi setting.
It's Blade Runner, sort of.
No,
I mean, with
not
more
really.
space. With more space. Yeah, it's got that kind of like it.
Yes, it is a bit dystopian, but
That's
it's
what I
like
mean.
a really,
That's what I meant, really, by that.
I was like trying to compare it to like, it's not as fantastical as Star Wars.
Yeah.
It doesn't like there is some mysticism involved in a couple of times, but generally it's not.
It's
like
mostly
that.
science heavy.
And it's not as science heavy as one would imagine.
No, like it's not Star Trek science heavy, but it's not Star Wars in terms of fantasy either.
Yeah.
Like it's somewhere
like
more in the
it's
middle.
nowhere near Star Trek. Like, you go to convenience stores in Cowboy Bebop
Yeah.
that are not like, ooh, look at all the high-tech automated
Because
bullshit.
capitalism is still a thing.
Yeah. But everything is like run down and shitty.
Yeah. So like I like it. I've seen most of the show. So. But sounds like that was pretty much your.
It is a good. That's what I did last night. We're going through inventory at work because it's inventory week, so we're dealing with that. We have the district manager come in to look over some stuff. And like as I was clocking out yesterday, he's like, hey, do you want some more hours? And I just went, nope, and left.
It's very Office Space.
Because work life and home life it's very important to me to keep those separate.
Yeah.
Like, I don't hate my coworkers. They're pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, I show up, I clock in, I do the work for the allotted amount of time, and I go home at the end of it.
Have you ever watched Office Space?
No. Or if I have, it's probably been on in like the background.
You
and I
probably know
didn't care.
you probably know the clip though with Lumbergh with the where he's like, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and come in on Sunday too. But like, there's a clip though. There's a bit of it where the main character just ignores him and walks by because he's like, his personality's been shifted because he had a therapy where they did some hypnosis therapy.
Yeah.
And so he's more chill now, and so he just walks past him as Lumbergh's like, "Hey, can you come in on?" Yeah, it's this guy. Yeah. You've probably seen clips of him because like there's just and the TPS reports bit as well. Have those TPS reports for us this afternoon. But yeah, no, I just thought of that because I was like, oh, yeah, he's just walking by. He just said, nope. I started playing LA Noire as well.
Oh yeah, how's that going?
It's been a minute since I played it, so I'm enjoying it. I do have a little bit of a cheat sheet showing me some of the clues that that you would normally miss, so that way I can like pick up all the clues and get the trophies for it. So that's more for me time. That's less for the stream. Although I finished Vice City Stories for the stream.
Oh yeah.
Woo! Vice City Stories, my favorite one, done.
Right.
So now on to Vice City proper. We are going to use the definitive edition, which is like it's the remake version that they did recently that a lot of people didn't like at first. It's gotten better. I played a little bit of Vice City definitive edition. It looks fine. Like, I think Vice City works the best with the look that they went with, where they get that cartoonish but more real, like more 3D looking, like there's like it's hard to explain the look, but it's very bright. And I think it works for Vice City specifically because Vice City already is a very bright game because it's like Miami. It's supposed to be like Miami Vice. It's it's that the neon colors and the bright T-shirts and the Miami Beach. It's Vice City. It's supposed to be Miami Vice, and I think it works with Vice City. But I'm scared to see how it looks with like the other games like San Andreas, where that doesn't quite fit the vibe. Like, it's not, San Andreas isn't as bright of a game in my, like, it's not supposed to be as bright of a color game, you know, if that makes sense. Like, shouldn't be as vibrant as I'm showing him a picture. Like, that's pretty vibrant for San Andreas. A game that's about corrupt cops and gang violence and how that affects poorer populations. It doesn't quite work. It doesn't feel the right vibe, if that makes sense. And so because that's the next game after I finish Vice City anyway, because that's the first game in the 90s, because we're still in the 80s with the Vice City games, because it's 84 and then 86, I think, is the... And so I test ran some Vice City Definitive Edition just to get a handle of it again, and also to like get out of the control mindset of a PSP to PS5, because I was using the PSP version of Vice City Stories. And so no L2 or R2, so just L1 and R1. So that's definitely a change. And then there's a few other games that I've been kind of on my own messing around with. Empire of Sin, been replaying that again. It's kind of like a mobster, almost like Civilization, in that you can talk to other like mob gangs and like make alliances and trade, but also it's a 4X game. It's also like combined with like, oh, what's that? Strategy, combat, like Alien, XCOM. It's got like XCOM combat as well. So like you have a squad of 4 gangsters, your guy, and then like 3 people that you can hire to be on your combat team, and you go like trying to take over businesses, go building to building, take out the competition, take over the business, and then you decide what the business is going to be, and you can like build it up and upgrade it, and so it's like 1920s. One of the people you can play as, because they have real people that you can play as. You can play as Al Capone, but I did not. I'm not playing as him. I'm actually this close to starting a gang war with him because I want to take that territory that he's got. But right now I think I'm in trade with him. So like it's like I know I'm giving some of my bootlegs to one person for some money, and so. So there's trading like Civilization, but then it's got the combat of XCOM. I kind of like it. I like it. I like that because I feel like that's a good blend. I feel like that's a blend that works, weirdly enough. Like, it's a weird blend, but it's one that works once you, like, sit down and play it. But yeah, so. That's everything we've been up to. Let's kind of just dive into today's subject because we are 25 minutes in. So, I don't know which one we want to talk about first, but spoiler warning for the Tales from the Occlusion Zone Pathogen and High Republic Shadows of Starlight comic. Occlusion Zone, of course, being a short story. Let's do the short story because that's on the forefront because I read that last.
Okay, yeah.
And
so did I.
I know Shadows of Starlight technically takes place before because it covers the year gap. From different character perspective, we could talk about either one and either. Let's talk comic, I guess, because it happened first. I like how the format of it. I know it's a little weird, but it's also a mini series. The format is take a character and kind of follow their year trajectory and see like what happened in that year. I forget who was first. Was it Elzar that they did first, or? No, Elzar was like second or third. Yeah. They saved Elzar for a bit later because they didn't want. I think they didn't want us to. They didn't want us to see the rest of that conversation between him and Avar right away. Because there's that conversation that I talked about when we did the Eye of Darkness review. I was like, oh, we get more of that in this comic, and because remember they referenced that conversation of when they split up, when Avar was like, oh, I'm going to the Occlusion Zone, and Elzar was like, what?
What the fuck?
We just got back to being in the same room as each other, and you're gonna leave?
Yeah.
And of course, much like once again, Eye of Darkness, we see more of the Elzar's like attempts to like break through to the Occlusion Zone and communicate, which is something that we saw in Eye of Darkness as well. Shadows of Starlight, though, really kind of works as like here's what happened in a year, and it also like crosses over the most with everything else. Yeah. Because it's like it does go past the year for a lot of it, but it doesn't like go too far. Oh yeah, the first one is more of just a grand like what's going on with the Jedi as a whole.
The Guardian protocols are active.
Yeah. And we get a little bit of Wreath's point of view, but we get a little bit of everybody's. Yeah. We see them start to decide to do the most boring lightsaber design ever because they're like, oh, it's easy, it's just quick and sleek, and we know it works.
They're like,
it's good for combat. That's about it.
They're like, it doesn't matter what it looks like as long as it keeps them alive.
And so they're like, this is the easiest lightsaber to teach people to build. Let's do that. Which also Elzar, strangely enough, is the one that already has that design. He's the most boring out of our 3 mains. Because, I mean, we saw Stellan's. He had a pretty awesome one. He had the crossguard. And then Avar's is also interesting. And then Elzar's just like, yeah, that's too much work.
He's like, fuck that. I just needed to work.
We see the dead or alive posting, or
Yeah.
the mission missing in action posting, and we get some confirmation for a lot of people, which is great. Like when you zoom in, you're like, oh, this person's alive, great. This person's missing or dead. We see, for example, we see Stellan dead. We see Wreath's Comac is still alive. We get, and it's a lot of confirmation for some dead and alive, because a lot of people are like, oh, is this person dead or alive? We get, I forget his name, but he appears in the mainline comic too. So we see more of that payoff. We know Avar. We know they still have what's his name from the younger books? Emery. They still have Emery alive.
Yep.
Because currently it's a situation of we don't know if he's dead or not. So a lot of the Blues are missing in action as well as alive.
Yep.
So whereas
Assumed to be alive.
Yeah, assumed to be alive, whereas the Reds are confirmed dead. Load and Greatstorm is among them, and among the confirmed dead. So is the Jedi Master, the one that was in charge of the Starlight. He's in Young Jedi Adventures.
What's his name?
I'm gonna cheat a bit.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. Which we kind of knew. I think we had confirmed that, but this doubles down on the confirmation. He's like the Jedi liaison or whatever. I forget what his actual role was. He was like second in command under Avar. I usually know his name. Like, it usually comes right to mind because I love him. Astala.
Estella Maru.
Yeah, Estella Maru. Yeah, I love Estella. So it's kind of like it's kind of upsetting that it's doubled down that he's dead. Yeah. So yeah, and so Wreath is looking at that board, and then of course he's the first to be like, somebody creepy is coming here with Yoda. Who the fuck is this? And it's good old, if you want to take it,
Aslan Rail.
yeah, good old Aslan Rail, who like has like just completely fallen dark side. Like he looks like an evil Sith. Like the man radiates Sith energy. He just takes off Jedi cloak and
like,
it's
nope.
like Sith energy. But he's not a Sith.
Yep.
He's just crazy.
Just nuts.
To the point that he destroys a city, which we saw the consequences of. I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna get explained of why he's in this jail, and then now there's the explanation is like letting that city get destroyed so that way they could take out the Nameless and get information on it. And Yoda's like, wait, what?
Aslan's like, don't you understand? This is the only way.
Yeah. And so we got the explanation for why he was arrested by the time of the which book was it? Was it the Defy the Storm he was in? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, Defy the Storm, he shows up. And so we got that. And then that's the first issue, essentially. Second issue focuses on Elzar. We talked about that. We get the conversation between him and Avar of her leaving, and Elzar coming really close to telling her how he felt again.
Mm-hmm.
We get the cute flashbacks to the best friendship ever that's destroyed by the Nihil.
Yep.
Once again, showing Avar and Elzar and Stellan have way better lightsaber designs than Elzar. Elzar went the Anakin route with the lightsaber. And so the rest of issue 2 is basically Elzar and Avar doing different things to help where they're at. So Avar's trying to help with the occlusion zone, something we see more of in Eye of Darkness. We see results of that helping, where in the Eye of Darkness, which is that her presence is a little more known by the Nihil by that point. Elzar, of course, trying to reach out, and successfully eventually does after really pushing it.
Yeah.
Like, he goes a little too far at certain points where the droid's like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do this. He's like to the point that the droid uses Stellan's lightsaber to destroy one of the devices, and Elzar's like, why the fuck did you do that? And the droid's like, he told me to act like Stellan, so he would do this if you were doing this.
Elzar tried to make a shortwave radio, and it just was not working. And so he was like, alright, fuck this.
We're gonna just break into the occlusion zone, essentially.
Yeah. Essentially, well, we'll just use sublight travel. And the droid was like, that's
Stupid.
not gonna work.
That's stupid.
Here, I was able to, like, recollect the pieces from earlier, so it should work properly this time.
Yeah. Issue 3 is Bell Zettifar going through it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, God, you got your buddy back only for you to be so angry about everything going on and be so hurt, which is fair, but also it sucks seeing you like this.
There's been a couple of people that have been hurt in the High Republic, but Bell is up there.
Yeah. Like, Bell is so frustrated with everything. Like, Bell is full on, like, I'm a fight anybody that gets in my way angry.
Anybody and everybody.
As usual, Ember is the best girl, though.
Mm-hmm.
Ember is a great Charhound. We get confirmation Indira's fine. Not the best
not
shape.
In the best shape, but she's alive.
She's alive. She's recovering. Honestly, Bell Zettifar's new hairstyle and beard, I love it, actually.
Mm.
And then he cuts it, and I'm like, it kind of were like. I liked his shaggy, like, I liked it. I thought it was a good design for him, but I also like this. It's not the clean cut. It's because, like, during his angry searching for his buddy, he grows out his hair and he grows out his beard, and I kind of like it. It kind of works for him, honestly. I don't know how you feel character design wise on how they look, how he looks, but
I think Burryaga is just relieved because he's like, oh, now my friend doesn't match the picture.
Oh yeah, because
that's the interpretation I took from it.
Well, I just meant just character design wise. Did you like?
I like no strong feelings about it either way.
Yeah, I like Burry's design. Burry's design is great.
Is, like, tired and finally like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, but I mean, just like design wise, how he look, like, not just the eye, like the eyes. Yeah, that's definitely a tell. But like, I like the way he has the way he's beaded his and like, I just like the way he looks. I appreciate good character design, and I think they did really well with this comic. Of course, we see what happened to Veeder and how he got caught.
Yeah.
Because we know his fate, but now we know how he got caught. He basically pulled I will hold them back while you get away. Yeah. And he actually pretty much almost did. Like, that man almost took out so many of them.
Yep.
But then they cheated. Yeah. As Nihil do. So. And then issue 4 is...
oh, man.
That's our...
speaking of designs for, like,
character.
sabers.
Oh, sabers. Yeah.
I really do like Burry's design.
Oh, yeah. Burry's saber design is great. And then issue 4, we hit our buddy the Eye.
Yep.
We get...
Markion's like, woo!
I've won, but now what?
Yeah.
He's in that crisis mode of, now what do I do?
I did it. Fuck.
Like... Because we've talked about this. The problem with Markion is he's a nihilist, but he's also a, like, anarchist. And it's just like, he wants anarchy, but also he's been forced into this position where he's had to make a government.
Yep.
Which is the exact opposite of anarchy.
I hate this so much.
Like, in order for things to work, he has to have like a formal like government. But then it's like, but I don't want that. I just want to destroy shit.
Yeah.
And it doesn't help that his girlfriend is pushing him more into it. Or not really girlfriend, his friends with benefits. And saying friends with benefits is putting it nicely, because she's really just with the with benefits part. They're not really friends. And so like we do see a lot of like the fact that Markion is being kind of played in this, because like that is the weird part about that relationship, is that Markion should be the one in charge of this relation. Like, you would think in the power dynamic Markion would have the control, but he doesn't.
He doesn't, because he doesn't care.
No, but but the problem is that you do see that it is affecting him not having that control within this dynamic. Like, Gira gets pretty much anything she wants just by saying, hey, we're gonna do this. Now, Markion does stand up for himself a couple times, but not in this. We see it in the book more than we do here. Here, it's a lot of him just kind of going with it, and we just see that it breaks him more the more he goes with it.
He's like, man, can I go back to doing, like, evil shit, please?
Kira's like, sure, but within a government.
Fuck, fine. That's about how the conversation goes.
Yeah. And so, like, we see the establishment of like getting the generals, and we see the thing that they mention in the book, which is that General Weiss. We see how she betrayed the planet that she was in charge of.
My thing, right, is she's like, oh, I think I'm out of the mercenary game, and I'm like, you are a fucking liar. Not just like, I have the benefit of foresight into the future, but even if I was one of the fuckers in that room, I'm like, yeah, you sure are with your fucking battle armor and weapons.
Well, she's still a general. An active one at that.
That is true. Especially, but I'm also like, look at her. She looks shady.
Hey now, not all mercenaries are shady.
I would know.
You play a lot of them. But yeah, no, General Weiss, though, is...
Like, right there.
Is very... Oh, yeah,
That is...
Well, that's lighting. That's... He's pointing out an image of her that's a close-up of her face.
But then again,
and it has, like, the half...
Markion on that moment.
Yeah, it's got the half shade where you can't see her face. That's lighting and shade. That doesn't count towards being shady. That's
also, she has a history
lighting.
of, like...
But she has a history of betraying people and killing Jedi.
Yeah.
I was gonna bring up that. I was gonna bring up she's.
Resume.
I was gonna bring up she's the High Republic's General Grievous.
Oh yes, she is.
Lightsaber collecting, wants to kill Jedi just to get those. Has a very specific Jedi animosity with one particular Jedi. Yeah, it's General Grievous. It's General Grievous. The only thing she's missing is being an android, or a cyborg rather. That's all she's missing. It's being a cyborg. Which, after that explosion, maybe that's...
Maybe.
Because we know that she survives, probably. Actually, no, we know she survives, because it's confirmed. In, Defy the Storm, right? It was Defy the Storm that confirmed that she lived. They don't mention how she recovered or not. They just mention she's alive, but they don't mention how she is. So, she could be a cyborg now. I'm also not caught up on all the comics, though, so that's probably also... So yeah, we issue 4 is interesting, and we meet.
It's essentially Markion going around and recruiting people for his government because Kira asked him to.
Yeah, it's basically the setup for his for phase 3, and like him probably going mad more than he already is, in the terms of crazy mad, not. Also realizing that maybe they're being spied on. But...
Oh, I didn't read that way.
Well, it also is just... Markion's a dick to everything, but...
Yeah.
I think he does plan to inevitably kill Gira, get her out of the way,
Mm.
just so that way he can finally destroy things again. Because at the end of the issue, he goes, conquest, destruction, what I leave behind. I think he wants to go back to that. And so I think it's going to inevitably end with him doing that again. And so that was Shadows of Starlight, essentially. I think it really does a good job of exploring each of the chosen topics. One being a wider Jedi issue, two being Elzar. Three being kind of both Burry and...
Yeah. Because it covers Bell's search for Elzar.
Alright, you mean Burry. Bell's search for Burry.
You're right. I'm sorry. Bell and Elzar do have a conversation
Yeah,
at
it's
the start of it.
it's Elzar's going, hey, you should give up. And Elzar and Bell being like, no, I've
"Fuck
given up
that."
so many times, and it turns out y'all are wrong.
It's like, you're a bunch of... Fuck you.
Every time I give up because y'all tell me to, it turns out I shouldn't have. And so...
I'm never listening to you guys again.
and then, of course, the setup of Pretar Vidar's death.
Yep.
And then, of course, we get a Markion issue. And so I think, for what it is, it's an 8.5.
I will say, and this has nothing to do
Because
with
it serves
how...
its purpose.
This has nothing to do with how I'm going to rate it. I do like the design of the Nihil captain that captures Vader.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like that, too. But yeah, it's... I think 8 and 8.5.
Oof.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Okay.
What are you thinking, though?
Yeah, I'll give it an 8.
Yeah, like it serves its purpose for what it is. I'm not expecting it to be the grand telling of what's going on in Phase 3. This is here's what you need to know to set you up for Phase 3.
It's great for catching you up to speed on important things.
Yeah, like if you, especially because like the gap between Phases 1 and 3, and so you might have forgotten some of the story arcs going on.
Yeah.
And so
essentially it goes Guardian Protocols, Elzar and Avar, not
kind of
able
on
to
the
talk.
rocks.
On the rocks. Bell found Burry. Markion is dissatisfied.
He'll never
and
be
recruiting
satisfied. He's Hamilton. Evil Hamilton.
Evil Hamilton.
But yeah. So that was Shadows of Starlight. Let's jump into Tales from the Occlusion Zone Pathogen, which is going to be a little bit even shorter than that rundown. Can I just jump to the end?
Yeah, sure.
Tarpon's alive.
Yeah, Tarpon is alive.
That is
Surprisingly.
wild.
I remember getting to the end of it, I was like, holy shit!
Yeah, Gal Tarpon is alive.
Like, we didn't see her die.
No.
But it's a case of, where the fuck did she go?
Well, she was captured by the Nihil, obviously.
Mm.
Because she was on a Nihil prison ship. God damn it, that means I'm going to have to be nice to Gal again. Because there was that whole arc for me where I was like, oh, Gal gets what they deserve for betraying. And then it's like, oh, actually rereading. No, Gal was actually doing the right thing. Fuck.
Yeah.
And now it's even worse because it's like, oh, you've been imprisoned all this time for a year?
Yeah.
God.
Oh, no.
No. So last time we left off with the Adrians and crew. They had teamed up. Adrians had teamed up with another pair of RDC people that were out here. And they were basically trying to decide whether or not to go to a prison ship because they got a message basically asking for help. And basically the plan was save that person, but also take the Nihil engine, path engine, because then we can get out of here.
Then we can leave.
But it was between that or going to Ryloth, I think.
I think so, yeah.
For because they need fuel as well. But also, if they steal the prison ship, then maybe they don't need the fuel, depending on the status of the ship.
Yeah.
But we see the ship. It's a 3-1 vote with, ironically, Joss, who was for going on that ship initially, voting against it
Yep.
because he changed his mind because he was like, wait, I don't want my wife near that.
Yep.
Um,
Additional context is
Pica being pregnant.
yes.
Yeah.
It's a very important thing to remember.
It's
Probably
probably
is mainly the main reason why Joss is like, I would rather that we didn't do this.
even though I'm the one that was originally for it, and it was my
Like-
idea to take a vote.
He's like, I didn't fucking want you to agree with me.
Except we know that they usually can tell what the other
Yeah.
person's gonna be, which is why it's wild that he didn't. In that particular issue, I found it wild that he did not pick up that she was gonna be for this, because in the first issue of this arc, they basically were like, oh yeah, most of the time they can tell when the other person is for something. So it's kind of weird that this. I think we're seeing a little bit of a strain in the relationship just because Joss is stressed. This isn't a. This isn't a.
This isn't something he would normally
No, this isn't a long-term issue. Like, I don't... We're getting relationship drama for the sake of relationship drama, but it also fits considering the situation they're in. It is not a situation of Josh is a bad guy for doing this. It is a case of he's just acting out of his norm because of wild circumstances.
Yeah. He's like, additional context, they were going to go on a fucking vacation before this shit happened.
And this was supposed to just
They
be a
essentially-
pick and run. Like,
yeah.
this was just supposed to be a quick run.
Which has turned into not that.
Yeah, they were just supposed to pick somebody up and leave, essentially.
Yeah.
And now that's become, we are now in the occlusion zone because it grew around us.
Yep.
And here we are.
We also get a little bit more of an explanation of the dynamic between the, like, lab research guy and soldier lady, whose names I wish I could remember, but to be honest, I don't care about them.
I'll pull it up.
Ironically, and the droid they're traveling with, who is named 6N, I think.
Yeah, that's the shortened name. Yeah, it's C06N or something like that.
Yeah. And 6N is not help.
Visma is the one you're is the more stern one, and then it's
Elping.
Elping
is the researcher.
Elping is the researcher. Yeah.
Visma is the soldier.
Yeah. But they're both part of the RDC, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, Visma's more stern and more, like, very mercenary-like in that she's like, it's all business, and I don't want to hear anything about your personal life. I don't care.
And Elping is like, that's a sad existence.
He's kind of right. And then I like that in this one,
And
'cause
he's like, oh, now I understand.
I do like that in this one, though, we see the dynamic kind of shift between the two of them. Because normally we've learned that the dynamic is Visma's in charge and Strictly in charge. But now we get to see Elping kind of switch that and kind of be like, hey, I'm the medical one, and I'm the highest ranked medical officer here. So in terms of medical advice, you're going to shut up and listen.
Yep.
Because he tells them to wear, like, a suit because they're like, we don't know what's on the ship. There
And
could
he's
be...
like, put on the hazmat suit.
Yeah.
Also, one of us needs to stay here anyway.
And they pick...
For
well,
protocol.
they pick Pica because...
For obvious reasons.
Obvious reasons, because Elping finds out about
Yeah.
obvious reasons. He finds that because he
And they're
accidentally pulls it up. He's like, they're like, how'd you find out? He's like,
like,
you left
"You
your
left-
scans on.
You basically left your...
You left your tabs open.
Yeah.
He's like, I was going to tell you to close them for privacy's sake, but I didn't have the time.
Yeah. I was busy doing the other part of my job.
And so,
Versus
it turns out it's a good thing.
saw hit minimize and went to work.
It's a good thing, though, that he told them to wear the suits, because it turns out, yeah, there's something on the ship.
Yeah.
We don't know what yet. We still don't really learn what it is. They're just like, it's a strange residue that's all over the ship. It's like this white
Yeah.
thing.
I'm thinking it's the same stuff that, like, fucked up that planet.
It could be.
Because
But
we know Bulin is, like, into weird science shit, so he probably made it here and then released it on,
it was probably, like, originally just, like, on single individuals.
Yeah.
So it probably was like, oh, we're gonna test it on this one subject, and then it got loose.
Yeah. Wait, you mean to tell me you don't think Bullen would do it on multiple people?
Well, he might. I would think he would do it on
Like one at a time.
Yes, I was thinking.
I think once it got done here, he just didn't care. So
or there was some sort of haste, like there.
Yeah.
It was like a speedy cleanup job, and it wasn't done properly, and so. Because I do think he would want to make sure he does it correctly for study's sake, not for any good reason. Like I would think it would be so that way for the sake of research. I want to do it right, not for the sake of the people, obviously. Because I don't think he would just.
Baron Bullen, notoriously interested in the benefits of the people.
I don't think he would like just release it on the ship necessarily. Like what I believed you were suggesting. I don't know if that is what you were suggesting, but that's how it came off to me, anyways.
I was more suggesting like, oh, he just did it one at a time, and then
okay,
it was
so
like,
we're on the
okay.
same page then.
Yeah, and then like once at the end of it, he was like, okay, I got what I wanted. I don't care anymore.
And so it was probably like a quick cleanup job.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a proper like, hey, let's make sure we get everything off that we don't need.
Yeah.
Here.
Gal's alive. Not sure for how long though.
Yeah, and so Gal, they find Gal covered
Which
in.
is very.
Because isn't Gal covered in that stuff
She's
too?
like half covered in it, and I'm like, oh man, this
Yeah.
is a bad day for you, isn't it? And
So-
she's like, it's been a bad fucking month,
bad year.
bad year,
Yeah. So that.
and it's very interesting, like the way that we have viewed Gal's art, Finn. Considering that I'm usually very harsh on people,
You were very nice to Gal, whereas
Yeah.
I was a little bit more cynical
I'm like,
for once. For once, the dynamic swapped.
Yeah. Wait until.
But I have come to appreciate Gal as a
Yeah.
character. I do. We talked about that when So I'm interested to see where it goes next.
I wonder where the Soikin lady is.
Oh, Jahan or Velko? You talking about
Yeah.
Velko? Oh, she's in the mainline Star Wars comic. She's in the mainline
doing
comic.
Okay.
As okay as she can be.
All right. Yeah.
Uh,
I'll take it.
she's not in it for long, but she is in it. So, so she's around.
All right.
She's just not obviously on Starlight.
Yeah. I would hope not.
Still serving the RDC.
Makes sense.
And so, I'm interested to see where this goes. We're really leaning back into the horror genre, even though I don't think these are George Mann. I think these are Lydia Kang, right?
Yeah.
I think this is Lydia, which is just like, oh, okay. Okay, Lydia, I didn't know you could write horror as well. I know George can, because that's like what he did for a while for Star Wars stuff. Okay. And so, I'm up for it, though. I'm curious to see where they go from here. Remember, though, this is all taking place before
Yeah.
the books.
Yeah. That's why I was like, Bullen did some shit here and then did it on like that
Yeah.
fucking planet.
And so, yeah, this is Lydia Kang. So, I do like the cut. I like the.
Yeah, that's fucked.
It's terrifying, but it's great art. Whoever did that art. Let's see it. I'm trying to read who it says. I can't read the first name or the middle, but it's
John.
Is that John?
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to give as much credit as we can.
Yeah,
It's a little bit blurry.
because like the art, because obviously the art makes up this just as much as the writing. So like, especially for the start, like the insider short stories, like we always get a nice cover image, and so once again, I'm trying to make sure I. Here we go. It is Jake.
I
Yeah.
see.
Jake Lunt Davies. So, amazing art,
Good job.
terrifying art, but amazing art. I guess I'll make sure we show it for the audience, so that way they can see how awesome. If you aren't up for weird shit,
This is your warning.
yeah, it's
There
so
you go.
that's half of it, and then the other half. Oh yeah, they even make the droid wear it because they're
Yeah,
like
because-
because they're not sure if it also affects if like anything on the ship could affect biological stuff too, which turns out that was the right move because they talk about how it's also on the ceilings and everything, the whatever this weird white like substance is, and so they're like, yeah. Also, is this the first time we've seen? Because I don't think we get an image of them in the.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I like their design too. And of course we've seen Joss before. We know he's a big tough guy. But I do like everybody's design here. It's really cool. We're really admiring the art this week in Star Wars. But once again, as a mostly visual medium, the art is important. So this is a 9. For me.
I'm gonna give it an 8.
Yeah. I'm not against an 8. I just think that I feel like this is pretty strong. But also, we're in the middle of a long-term story, so I don't know how it will pay off. But so far, I'm on for this ride. I am sitting here. It's like a roller coaster where like I have the bar down and I'm ready to go because like I'm just I'm ready, and it's like it's currently on that uphill slope where you're slowly going up, and you're in anticipation because you know when you go down, it's gonna be one hell of a ride. And I think that's the direction that the short stories are going, at least for Tales from the Occlusion Zone for me. And I know for you, as somebody who enjoys the horror subgenre of things, I think you are also in that ride with me. So you are also in anticipation.
Mold. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
about.
it's some sort of mold,
Yeah.
yeah. Or is it? Because we don't know. And they're probably going to take some of it back and test it, and that might not be a good idea. But we're gonna see them do it. It's going to be like Alien. You bring that thing onto the ship, and now it's everywhere. As long as y'all keep your helmets on while you're outside of the ship, it won't be as bad as Alien. Just don't be dumb and lean in towards it. It's literally how every Alien movie starts. It's like, how do I be the dumbest motherfucker?
I was thinking about, and this is no relation to Star Wars
Or Alien.
or Alien, but I remember me and you watched like a lot of the scary movies like a while back, right?
Mm-hmm.
This was one of the more recent ones, I think.
Is
I
this
was
about
like,
Scream?
Yeah. Either Scream or... The point I was
Yeah.
going to make is, do you remember when they're in the car and she's going to take the mask off? And I'm like, the gun is right there.
Yeah, this is Scream. This is Scream 2.
Yeah. I'm like, you need to take that gun. You can take the mask off later.
Not that it matters, because with Scream, there's multiple killers.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah. But you can get one of them right now.
Because I was gonna say all the time, but there's one
almost,
exception.
Yeah.
There's one movie where that's not the rule. And then there's one movie where they go beyond the normal number.
Mhm.
I had to tell you that too because I felt bad because we were playing.
We play
the Guess the Killer, which I know because I've seen the films before, and I was like, okay, this one's actually not fair because they try to fake out. Like, so for the one where there's one killer, I was like, okay, there's one. I let y'all know. I was like, okay, there's one killer. It's not fair if y'all try to guess two killers when there's one. And then for the other one, I had to be like, okay, they fake. Oh, even with that one, the one with one killer, I had to be like, oh, normally you would take that person off the equation because they fake their death. There's a fake out. Like, I think I had to say that.
Yeah.
Because I was like, there's a fake out
In
somewhere.
the interest of us playing this game fairly.
There was a fake death somewhere.
Okay.
And I think that happened again with the other film that had more than 2 killers. Because I was like, once again, in the interest of playing this game fairly, there's a fake death somewhere.
Yeah.
Now, I don't say where the fake death is, because then it
because then it
gives away. But I do go, there's a fake death somewhere. I think I wait, though, till the end to give that. I think I waited till the end both times to give that clue, because I was like, if I said it in the moment, you would have gone, oh, it's that person, obviously. But also, if I waited till, like, if I said it at the beginning, then I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I waited till the end both times to give that clue, because I was just like, because I gave that clue, I think, because we usually wait till, like, I'm like, okay, we're in Act 3, we're in the part where they're going to start revealing. We pause the movie, and I'm
my
like...
favorite part of any of those films where it's, now it's time for tables, ladders, and chairs.
where they do one final fight, but then they also monologue and explain why they're doing what they're doing. Which is probably the best, like... Honestly, it's always the best scene in the Scream film. It's the final location scene is what I do. It's like, okay, we're at the final location. Now's the time to guess. Because this is where things are going to start going wild, where more deaths are going to happen, but also where the reveal is going to be.
Yeah.
Which, Scream 1 holds up for the best of those. That's the party. They have the big party, and then they... I plan to do a Scream video one day, though. So I'm going to save more of my thoughts when I do that.
If you're a protagonist in a Scream film and one of your friends says, I'm throwing a party, shoot them.
Except it wasn't...
Except I know that's not the case.
It wasn't him. It wasn't either of the guys in the first film that were holding the party. It was...
No, it's just...
It was her friend.
It's just, we're gonna go and have a party. I'm like, nope, I'm good.
Also, we learned thanks to... Also in the 6th one, they're like, hey, you should never trust people in your friend circle. It's always the friend circle.
Yep. Especially ones that have not been vetted in the previous 2 films.
Or in this case, previous 1 film.
Yeah.
Because there was only 1 film before 6. That was like part of that particular crew. Because it kind of becomes about a different set of people by 5.
Yeah.
With some connections to what's going on in the first 4. But once again, I plan to do a multi-part video essay on Scream. I'm currently actually working on a script for that. I have ideas because there are themes and elements to the Scream franchise that are deeper than Scream is given credit for. I think, unless you're a hardcore Scream fan, because I think Scream is I know I've said it to multiple people, but for new audience members, Scream is probably. No, Scream is definitely part of the top 3 of my favorite franchises. So obviously Star Wars.
Star Wars, Scream, and I'm not sure what the third one is.
Highlander. You should have known that one.
Well, that's what I would guess if
if I was to put a gun to your head and be like, guess.
Gun to that and guess.
Yeah, it's Star Wars, Highlander, and Scream. There's no particular order to that, though. Star Wars is probably number 1, though. But outside of that...
I would imagine.
Outside of that, there's no particular order. And so, I'm
gonna... Once again, this is unrelated to all of the other stuff we've been talking about today. I'm in a weird case with horror, when we sit down and watch it. Where... Not necessarily, scared by it.
But it's still entertaining.
Yeah, it's very entertaining. But, hanging out with, you and... Brit the other day, while we were watching the Haunting ofs.
Oh yeah, and
Black
Black Butler and stuff like that. Yeah,
me just having no reaction to ghosts jump scaring people. I'm like,
I think once I get through Highlander with Brit, I think I want to do X-Files. Because as I'm watching, I'm like, this might actually be up her alley because she likes Supernatural. So I think it kind of works because X-Files is more Monster of the Week with a little bit of long-term story arcs, much like Supernatural. And so I think it would be an interesting thing. But we're gonna finish Highlander first. Yeah. We're gonna do all of it, by the way.
Oh boy,
all of it.
All of it.
including the animated series and the anime and the
God.
and the all the spin-offs. But currently we're in the longest of them, which is the the main TV show. So,
Might be a while to the second one.
yeah.
A true cinematic masterpiece.
Yeah, it's going to be a while till we hit the far-flung future of 2019. It's my favorite joke. But I mean, for the time of when Highlander 2 came out, it was still a good time away. It's the same idea as like with Blade Runner being set then. Blade Runner's also set in 2019.
Man, people back in the day were like, man, the future's gonna be crazy. I'm like, it'll be crazy, alright.
Just not the way you think. And then what? Back to the Future Part 2 is 2015, right? So, yeah. Anyways, we're rambling now.
Rambling.
It's what we do on this podcast. We didn't have a ramble section today, so we rambled now. Normally we ramble during the what have we been up to this week,
Yeah.
but
It goes news, ramble.
Well,
what have we been up to?
it's what have we been up to, ramble, news, main topic,
Yeah. But today's main topic was kind of short, so we're
rambling now.
having a bonus ramble.
Yeah. But yeah, if you like what that's it for this week. If you like watching us hang out and talk about Star Wars or whatever, because that's essentially what this is, since we have no other podcast, this is our Star Wars and whatever we feel like podcast. It didn't surprise him this week.
You're goddamn right. Thanks for the warning.
So let's talk about what we've been up to this week. And we do actually have Star Wars news, but we'll talk about what we've been up to first, because we like to talk about stuff besides Star Wars that we've just been doing. Obviously, there is some Star Wars stuff we've been doing, because it's been a good week to be a Star Wars fan, in my opinion. We are being fed, but we can talk about that when we get to it.
I'm trying to think if I did any.
Other than the Star Wars stuff.
Well, a couple of things did happen. The water got turned off for our house for like a day or two.
Oh.
Don't worry, we fixed that, so we have water. I spent most of my night last night doing the dishes.
Catching up.
Doing the dishes, took a shower. Other thing that I did. When I went to go and eventually play video games for a little while on my PlayStation, for some reason everything was in grayscale.
Was that a TV issue or?
I don't know. Like, it still works. I just can't see shit in color.
So it's still not fixed, I take it then.
So far, I just kind of turn it on and off, the PlayStation or the TV, and eventually it goes back to normal.
Could it be maybe the HDMI cable?
It might be. I might need to jiggle it a bit.
Just, wiggle it.
Yeah, just take it out, reinsert it.
Yeah. It's the HDMI equivalent of turning it off and back on again.
And went and I've almost completed the Boon run of Outer Worlds.
I
am at not necessarily like the penultimate fight, but essentially I'm max level. I'm as high as I can go. And I'm almost finished with a murder on Ariadnos.
Which, funny that, we talk about that. The last episode of the Boon arc for the Boom Boys will be out by the time this episode airs.
Oh boy. I have some feelings about how that ended.
Because that episode is, at the time of recording, it's coming out tomorrow. So, currently we record on Thursdays for pre-recording.
Deck collection or travel?
The deck collection.
Okay. That's not the one that I was talking about.
No. The that arc's not the where we left off before we took our pause. That's not gonna be out for a while. So, but no. That's why I said Boone's arc is Boone and Tanachi's arc. Technically, it's a shared
Except
arc.
you would never think that because of how Tanachi is played.
Tanachi is very much, I think.
I remember talking with
It seems that
Andrew about
he plays him as detached from a lot of it, and I don't know if that's a character choice. I feel like you're about to tell me, but
I remember asking Andrew so now that Boone and Tanachi are done with that, right? I'm like, so what do you think Tanachi is like going through mentally? Is he like, oh man, it was great to visit home and everything, and I'm glad we got that debt paid off because now it's essentially spring break forever for Tanachi? Or is he like, how's he feeling? And Andrew's like, that's pretty accurate, actually.
It's like, yeah, now that I got this load off my shoulders, I can relax. Except, no, because we're still in a grim setting.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Boone is over here stressing as hard as he can.
Because, it turns out Tanachi and everybody are having weird dreams about weird things. And
Boone's like, I need to fucking...
Except for Boone. Boone's yet to have a weird dream.
Boone's like... I feel like a Boone has stress dreams, like, from all of the times where he's failed.
I think now we're talking a little bit ahead of what's aired, so we got to be careful.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, I'm excited for that and to see how people feel about it, and it's also the last of our first ever being sponsored episodes, so that's interesting, and so, and then the next arc starts after that, and so. And that's like an arc that's still ongoing. We're paused though because of my schedule. Yeah. That's about to end though, and then because like that's within the next 2 weeks, that'll be the end of my.
All right. The return.
Yeah, the return.
The return to Grim Hollow.
And acquisitions. And the start of Ravenloft.
Oh man.
And that's just on the DM side of things.
Busy man.
That's just on the DM side of things. That's not as a player, too, because on the player, it's the Return to Goblins, which I actually talked to Josh about, my character, because he's trying to figure out some stuff, because he's made some cuts to the story, because he wants to kind of shorten the campaign a bit, because he's like, if we keep going at the number of episodes I wanted to do for the campaign, it's going to be another 2.5 years, which is about what we've already ran for Goblins. And he's like, I don't want it to be another 2.5 years, so I'm cutting some stuff. Yeah. And so, yeah.
Here's an odd question for you. So, I've ran a couple of games with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not always sure how I handle pacing in terms of games.
I thought, at least with the villain one, which is the only one I've done start to finish with you, I think that was paced really well, because that only took about 1.5 years, maybe?
Yeah.
So that was paced pretty well. But that was also, I think, we as players set the pace more than you did on that one. That was very much we set the pace, and we were like, okay, we're going to go do this. And we actually, I think we also strategized really well at where to go, because it was very much well, one, you let us see what level certain enemies were. So, like, each...
I didn't let them see
the enemies, but, like, the regions.
Yeah.
So, like, what the region cap was, essentially. Because, basically, we had the world map, and it was a world domination evil campaign, where the goal is just take over all the places. Or at least, that was sort of the goal. By the end of it, we took over 90% and left, like, 10% to people that we just made deals with. Which is also part of why the campaign probably shorthanded, because we could have chosen to fight those people, but we chose not to. We were like, nah.
One of the things I was like, so Flaming Kong, right?
Yeah.
Big ancient red dragon, not to be fucked with. Guy who gave the party like half of their magic gear, right? What do you think would have happened if
magic gear gone? Yep. But also, we would have been leveled up to where that would have been fine. We could have handled that. But we as players made a smart decision, I think, at the end of the day, of just going, nah, we're cool with him.
He got, like, a little bit more land than he probably should have in the long run, but that doesn't...
It also fit your world, though, that he did, because that fits the narrative of the previous campaign, which takes place in the future of the evil campaign. And it kind of fits that he took more land than because that kind of fits your narrative from what I understand.
Now, there was another Star Drake, that was like, hey, here's something for you to consider. I'm cool with the fact that you guys have taken over like 85% of the world. However, if you come here, I will kill all of you.
Yeah. So, yeah, we were smart to not always get into fights. We were very much like, okay, we can make some treaties here. Because we're evil, but we're not dumb. Like, we weren't, I'd say, even from the start, we weren't really, like, murder hoboing it.
No.
Even from this, because when people hear an evil campaign, they immediately think, it's going to be a murder hobo campaign. No,
My original-
no, we really didn't do that. I played a barbarian and I didn't do that for the first few
Originally,
episodes.
it was just called like the villain game, but later on, as time went on, I was like,
It became the world conquering.
that's
like,
a little bit of a misnomer. It's more of a conquest game.
yeah, it's a conquest game, and our characters just happen to be evil.
Mhm.
And
Percy bringing a horde of undead with him wherever he went. And I'm like, well, he is a necromancer. That makes sense.
so, like, while we played evil characters, we didn't just go around killing everybody. We were like, we can strategize. And so, like I was saying, you gave us the world map for that because it was a conquest game. And then you also were kind enough, and I think that's something that not every DM would do, is to show us the levels of each region. And that made us have to strategize. Okay, do we think we can take this higher area, or should we just stick to areas that we're leveled for? And sometimes we'd risk it and go for a higher area, but most of the time we strategized and went, we should take that lower area, or maybe even that area that matches our level.
I think there was one night where you guys like blitzed 3 countries in a row.
But also that's because sometimes we spread out. It was a situation of, because usually D&D jokes about, don't split the party. Sometimes splitting the party is a narrative necessary. Like, it's necessary. Like, it sometimes works out as players if your players have to be communicating.
Yeah.
That's because for example, when Mercy's when we went to his country, there was a plague going on, and it affected one of our our NPCs and our players. And so I was like, at this point I was no longer the barbarian. I was my Dampier, which is who I continued to be for the rest of the game. My Dampier cleric.
Blackwind.
Yeah. And so
So what was going on is essentially
there was a split because it was me and then Sky, who played only for a couple sessions.
Yeah.
But it was fun playing with him. We decided to go off somewhere else to go investigate the cure.
Mhm.
And so that way we could like develop it, and also that actually set up some relationships for later when we conquered one of my countries that we conquered, because that's when we met JJ, who was like this wizard who lived in a wizard tower, and he helped us develop the cure. And so
James Jackson Jones is his actual name,
and so,
but no one bothered with that.
We
It's
just called him JJ.
JJ the Archmage.
Yeah, and so we worked things out. And so once again, while playing evil, I was like, well, I'm playing nobility evil, so I'm gonna lean into that. And so, because I think we've talked about this. Belwyn was a twist on the Hamlet archetype, because I was very much like, this is a Hamlet character, except he is not right about any of what's going on, and but the one thing he does correct, which is what Hamlet should have done, is he actually goes get an army. That's the one thing Belwyn did right that Hamlet did not. Everything else,
like, it's one of those, like, if, what was the name of, like, Belwyn's cousin that was like, this has just been, like, an elaborate prank by her.
Yeah.
Because she pranked Belwyn at, like, the worst possible time.
When his dad died.
He's like, I gotta come back home and I gotta go get an army, come back and kill all of you.
So, and I do, and then I leaned even more into the Shakespeare references with my epilogue for him, except that one was King Lear. Yeah, it was King Lear that I leaned in for Belwyn on that one. So he starts off as Hamlet, ends as King Lear.
Yeah. Meanwhile, like, Mercy goes,
he makes a deal with Baba Yaga that doesn't work in his favor.
I mean, it does get the thing that he wants, but like all of the deals, I have a bad habit with Andrew, and so does he. Like, I offer him a deal,
but he doesn't look at the fine print.
He doesn't ask any more questions, and he's like, hey, will this work out for me? And it's like, you will get the thing that you want.
It's just there's fine print that you're not examining closer, and you probably should, because so the fine print was basically the deal he ended up doing was, oh, we're gonna bring him back to life, our NPC companion, bring him back to life, but he's now a servant of Baba Yaga who only comes out every full moon or something like that.
I think it's like he can only be present on the material plane at night.
Oh yeah, and so it's like, but he's working for Baba Yaga when
Yeah.
he's here. Like he's doing Baba Yaga's chores essentially, and so and then he goes back to like the Baba Yaga plane when he's done during the day. And we don't know where he'll show up because he just pops up wherever the chore is. We did eventually track him down and help him, but that's a whole nother
There was one night where, because Andrew's character Mercy was a necromancer, and like the Grim Reapers showed up and was like, "Hey, quit fucking around."
Yeah. So like I said, splitting the party is not always a bad thing. It can make very interesting choices, but once again, you have to communicate with your other players.
Yeah.
As a player, that's on you. You have to communicate with your players to like formulate what you're doing. Even if you guys are gonna do very different things, like in the case of Andrew making a deal with Baba Yaga and us being like, well, we're gonna just make a cure, and so, but yeah, so, but by that point he had died, so we weren't gonna bring him back. And in fact, my cure involved using his blood to kind of cure people because we realized, oh, he's what was it? He was like a ASMR essentially.
He was an ASMR. I think it was a Conquest Paladin.
So like I was like, oh well, his blood works different.
Yeah,
and
his blood works different. And also, fun fact about Paladins: once you reach level 3, you're immune to diseases.
Yeah. So really, he was just too. We weren't high enough level, I think, at the time for that to go into effect, and so. Oops. It's the Spy Kids 3D. It's the guy, and then you see all of his lives count down to 0, and he's just like, "Oops."
Nope.
Dead. But anyways, we went way off track.
Yeah.
I guess I'll talk about a little bit of what I've been up to. As you can see, I changed my facial hair.
I didn't.
I decided it's summer and it's too hot to have a beard. I'll have a goatee though. And then I also trim my hair just a little bit. That's less noticeable. And then for the last Thursday, we watched not the Thursday of when this is airing, but the Thursday before. Because remember, we film on Thursday, so tonight is when it's Britt's turn. But last week was my turn, and so we continued Highlander. We got to some of our favorite episodes. We got some Richie background. We got to the part where we are halfway through the season, so they go and move to Paris, which so we were watching it and I was like, I don't know why they do this halfway through the season, and then I looked it up because I was like, I wonder if there's a reason why this happened.
Yeah.
Because I knew that the studio, like William Panzer, is a French studio that.
I thought that you had forgotten like the in-story reason why.
No. I meant the creative reason.
Yeah.
Like why as a production did they do this?
Yeah. So I'm over here like, oh yeah, it's because Tessa gets like an art job over there or something, and you're like, no, that's not what I'm talking about.
And so I looked it up because I'm like, I figured it was probably more to do with William Panzer being a French studio, or like having French studio connections. I think it's French Canadian really, but anyways, because that which would, I mean, also explain why Seacouver exists, because they're like, but also Seacouver exists because all TV shows are even today are filmed in either Seattle or Vancouver. Sorry to burst that bubble, especially if you watch CW. That's like where most of CW shows are filmed, either in Seattle or Vancouver. You're welcome. If you're ever looking to know like where things are filmed. Nowadays, also a lot of things are Georgia, with Atlanta, because they're also pretty cheap to do like a studio build thing. But anyways, the reason they start doing France, because they actually film in France. Like they actually moved production and went to France. Because I was like, oh, they just no, they just moved everybody to France for like 3 months or so, you know. however long it takes to film half a season, because they did it for like the second half. And so I looked it up, and it turns out, like, I said it was like 80% of their money, 80% of their funds for the show come from European countries and different like distributors from there. And then like the last 20% is American. And it turned out that overall they were making like, I can pull up the actual numbers. Why am I guessing? I can pull up the numbers. It's wild how much that show actually made, and then you realize, okay, that explains why like they do like 6 seasons of this show when you find out how much money a single episode made. Just a single episode. Let's see. I can't remember where in Wikipedia specifically I found it. Yeah, because it was Gaumont Television that was the French leading production on this one. Although William Panzer, I think, was in the background because they're the ones that do the movies. And then now Paramount, I think. Or no, it's NBC. NBC owns, along with Fox, the distribution for Highlander, the series. So it's kind of interesting how that works, because for a while, when we were watching, before I got Brit into it, we were watching on Peacock, because that's where the entire show was. Now it's not there. I don't know where it is now. We've been watching because I have the episodes, so that's how we've been watching. But I think Hulu's also a place that it could probably end up, but it's not there right now. It's been on Netflix a lot too. That's actually how I watched the show the first time. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, so it was. So they made. Oh, we do have a full number actually for how much they made for the, because we were guessing, we were speculating like, oh my god, there's like 22 episodes. Yeah, so it was 75% of the budget was from overseas, and that was $800,000 per episode, just from the international income. And so we started speculating. We were like, man, that means like $1 million. That's $1 million per episode, right? Which is like a modern, that's like a Disney Plus level budget. That's a HBO level budget of $1 million an episode. This is syndication TV. This isn't like some, like, this wasn't on HBO. This wasn't on Stars. This was on syndication. Which is also why they cut a lot of the, like, you can tell where it's like, oh, this is supposed to be a sex scene, but this is syndicated TV, so they can't do that. You know which scenes I'm talking about, too.
I was just thinking about, like, there's a dumb joke, I'll tell you later.
But yeah, and so, like, the last 25%, but apparently I'm now looking, because we were like, oh, that's about $22 million for the season. It's $26.1 million they made for the first season.
So we weren't that far off.
We weren't that far off, but dang, that's a lot of money. Because also, like, with inflation, like, that's starting to hit pretty high. Let's see if I can find inflation, because now I'm curious to find an inflation calculator. Here we go. Here's the, like, official, like, government official one, sort of. Like, it's the best one. Let's see. So 1992, because that's when they would have been paid for it on the budget. And so we put 26.1 million. So that's a lot of zeros. That's
I think it's
oh, hold on.
6 zeros.
5 zeros because you get the one.
Oh.
Yeah. 26.1. So, you know. 58, so it basically doubles. It's 58 million, 58.3 million.
People wonder why we fucking complain about work.
Yeah. Jeez, it nearly doubles. So they were making 58.3 in today's money just from one season. So that explains why 6 seasons of the show exist. I mean,
It's a good show.
It's a good show too, because also I like watching Brit slowly like become a fan. Because she's like she's like the first movie does not sell you, and I'm like the first movie I think is a good movie of establishing the world, but it does not sell you on the franchise. Like it sells you as a good standalone film, but it does not sell as a franchise. But then the show really sells that. And at first she's like, I don't know if I like this Duncan guy. Because, like, I was explaining how Duncan's the favorite. I was like, Duncan versus Connor. Duncan's kind of the favorite. I'm a Connor guy. But, like, Duncan's the fan favorite. Like, if you ask most people. And I do appreciate Duncan. I love Duncan's sassy attitude. He's got a bit of sass to him. And I think that's what's winning Britt over.
They both have their charm.
Yeah. Like, they're both like, if they were D&D characters... Which there is a system conversion, which I bought. So we're gonna play that at some point, but we'll do like a one shot of that because I think that's one shot material. That's not a full campaign worth of material. I think you can make a campaign out of it, but it'd be really tough.
Difficult.
And so, but yeah, so like I think Connor and Duncan both have their charisma very high. I think they went full 18 charisma. In terms of the like actual stat, and so like on character creation, they're like, we want to be really charismatic, but like on different levels. But also they're both very sassy. They both are like, we've got jokes. We're gonna make fun of you while we're fighting you, and then get our asses whooped and still make jokes. But yeah, and so we're getting to the parts in the show though that I enjoy the most, which are when we have like overarching things and world building, and because we're at the later part of season 1 now, which is where we get like returning characters and we get like villains that are gonna come back multiple times because we've got Xavier St. Cloud. We haven't quite gotten to the hunt to the Watchers or the Hunters yet. That's like season 2, I think.
We got Darius.
Yeah, we got Darius. So we're getting some recurring characters now, which is where I start to get invested in the show a lot because I like the world building and the mythology of Highlander, and so I think we're getting to that part. And I think now that we're at that part, that's where everything really starts to take off. Even with the show still being like what was modern back then, what was like the common thing of having like a 20+ episode season, which has been like a little tough on Britt. Although now she's gonna make. Ironically, she's gonna make we watch Supernatural now.
She's hitting you with a no you.
Yeah, because I've not actually sat down and watched Supernatural, even though I probably feel like the type of person who has. I haven't.
I was explaining on the way car ride here. I'm like, it's one of the shows where like, jump in for a few episodes, get sidetracked with something else, come back for a few episodes, in like different seasons. So there's always, whenever I would sit down to watch it, because like Pat, he really liked that show, and he was all caught up. So I would sit down and watch a few episodes with him every once in a while, and I would have no clue what the fuck the problem was. All I know is, man, do those Winchester brothers care about each other when they should. I'd recommend they seek therapy. It's okay if your brother dies eventually. You don't have to bring him back.
Well, they also
9 times.
I mean, from what I do understand, they also have a lot of daddy issues.
Yeah, that too.
A lot of daddy issues, a lot of letting go issues.
Yeah, they're very bad at it.
Yeah,
but it is.
I'm excited.
Take it for what it is.
I'm excited.
Is what I will
I'm
say.
excited because I mean it's very much in that vein of show I normally would watch anyways.
Yeah.
Like it's.
But also for me, it's a monster hunting.
Yeah,
show.
it's a
I just enjoy it
because we were talking about how I was talking about how the first few episodes of I think this is why she picked Supernatural, because I mentioned for the first half of season 1 and the majority of season 1 really even past the first half, it's a villain of the week type show starting off. And she's like, oh, it's a monster of the week type thing. I'm like, yeah. And she's like, I like that because I was like, I prefer when it gets like more mythology building. And she's like, I don't mind the monster of the week thing though because that's Supernatural. And I'm like, oh, okay. And now this is probably why she's making me. Ironically, after I finish Highlander, I've already decided what I'm making her watch next. And it is also a monster of the week program. I'm going to make her watch X-Files because I'm really getting into it. I'm sold. I'm on season 3 right now. of X-Files, and boy, oh boy, are things building up in terms of the mythology too, because like you get your monster of the week, but you also get your mythology. Also, the guy I told you about either last week or the week before, the guy that slithers through vents, he came back. He had a reprisal episode.
back?
Yeah, he got a second episode.
Oh boy.
Because they didn't kill him at the end of the first episode. They arrested him. And so he got off on the charges in the second episode. And so he goes after...
What do you mean?
Because the only thing that they could prove that he did was he assaulted Scully. And that's the only thing they could prove. They couldn't prove... Because Mulder obviously was like, I'm telling you, he's like this liver-eating psycho. And they're like, we can't prove that. You're talking very weird, Mulder. You're very spooky, which is his nickname, because they call him Spooky Mulder because of his theories.
he goes to the police and they're like, fuck, it's Spooky again. What do we do with him? Is that it?
Essentially. And so there have been actually some surprising guest stars in some of the episodes.
You got a Joan Jett appearance in this one?
No. But Leo from Highlander shows up. The war veteran guy in that one episode of Highlander. He shows up. I didn't realize he's actually a well-known character actor until I looked up the rest of his like catalog. Because he's in Fast Times at Ridgemont High as one of the teachers. Okay. And so he's known for like having this sulken face because he had like a disorder that caused that. And so in that episode of X-Files, he plays like part of an ex-circus trooper, and now like in a town full of ex-circus troop members that are where some spooky stuff is going on. And then and he has like a conjoined twin that and then you ever seen Air Bud?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, the kid from that, the one that Josh, the one who gets the dog, it's the one about the dog who can play basketball.
Okay.
But the kid in that is in X-Files too, and this is before I think this lines up with before Air Bud, but he's like a couple years younger. But I could tell, I was like, he looks familiar. Where have I seen him from before? Because he had the same haircut and everything. I'm like, where have I seen him from before? Oh, Air Bud. And in that one, he plays like a kid who has like Christ like wounds going on, and they're wondering if like
stigmata.
Yeah, stigmata type, and so like he has the nails and and all of it, and then on top of that, he also gets like Scully recognizes like the spear mark also on him, and so they're like thinking, oh, this kid is like some sort of religious figure, and well, this is actually one of the few episodes where Scully's the believer and Mulder is the skeptic, because when it comes to religion, Mulder is more skeptic, but when it comes to aliens,
I'm just imagining like someone comes to his door and they're like, hey, would you like to talk about the good Lord? And he goes, nah, man, I gotta worry about these aliens.
But no, and so like there's been a few stuff where I'm like, oh, these people appeared. Oh, Jack Black is in an episode.
Jack Black is in X-Files.
Which is even funnier because we were joking during our Highlander viewing about how a character there's like a villain that looks like sort of like an off-brand Jack Black.
Yeah, we have Jack Black at home.
And so we joked about that, and then the very next day I watch X-Files, and sure enough, Jack Black is in an episode.
A wild Jack Black has appeared.
And he plays like this character that like knows the one doing the weird stuff. And he plays like a guy who owns and who like operates an arcade. Okay. And so very Jack Black character. Yeah. And then earlier I didn't mention this one. Seth Green appears in an episode as like this somebody who's like part of the like believes in the alien conspiracy stuff and UFO sightings and stuff. But that was like an earlier season 1 episode. But yeah, so I'm having a good time, and I'm also playing spot the hidden cameo of like somebody who's up and coming really, because a lot of those are people
back in the day.
Yeah, because like Jack Black, even then that was like the early '90s, so like Jack Black was like going up, but he wasn't like, I don't think he was a household name yet.
Yeah, he was on the ascent.
Yeah, and so that I'm liking it. So I think Britt would like it because it's Monster of the Week. But also like has the heavy lore. So it's very much like the type of shows we're watching right now. Highlander and now Supernatural. X-Files fits that. Except instead of monsters, it's aliens and other weird government secrets.
Maybe a ghost every once
and some weird government secrets. Oh, and witches in one episode.
These are three very interesting shows from a very long time ago.
Yeah, so it's not a very long time ago for X-Files because it's had a couple revival seasons
I
too.
see.
Yeah, so and a new some other stuff which are reasons why I'm watching it, and we'll talk about when that happens. Anyways, we are 30 minutes in. We should really start talking
All right.
news and
Bam, 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 bam.
yeah. So we do have some news topics. They're very quick. First one's not really a lot of news, but we did get 2 new Star Wars things during this week. And so that's why I'm saying we've been fed as Star Wars fans this week. I think this is some fun Star Wars things, and whether or not you'll appreciate both things, you'll at least like one of them. One of those is the new video game Hunters, which we've talked about for a long time. It's finally here. It's a fun hero arena shooter in the same vein as Overwatch, except it's only on Switch and mobile. I do agree with some of my friends that it would be nice if it was on PC, because there are some moments where you're like, oh, it'd be nice if this was like a PC control situation.
Well, not for me.
No.
For you. For you and the rest.
Well, I'm fine with Switch. I'm fine with the Switch side. I would not play this on mobile, but you've been playing it on mobile.
Yeah, it's not that bad for
Uh,
a mobile game.
From what I understand, the mobile side of it, like the only issue is like you're too much. There's not enough like it's screen coverage issue where you're. From what I've understand of other people who've talked about it on mobile, I don't know if that's an issue with you. Of like too much of the screen is covered when you need to see certain things. Just because you're having to do touch screen stuff a lot.
Not really, in my opinion.
Okay. We will save a deeper discussion on that for next week. But I've been playing it on Switch, having a blast, trying out the different roles and finding what's right for me. You've been stuck with a singular character. I think you found what's right for you.
Yeah,
but
I've been using them by choice. I haven't been stuck with them. I could use.
that's what I mean.
Like,
that's what I
the
mean.
other
Like,
ones.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you found your right choice. I think. Although I think that's just because you haven't unlocked somebody else yet.
I'll branch out later.
Yeah, I mean, you only have what 2 or 3 characters
Yeah,
unlocked
I've got
at this
3
point.
at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And there's like
one of them.
and there's 7 total on launch, not including Aaron Tal.
Yeah, Aaron Tell is
Makes 8.
season pass.
Yeah, he's season pass right now, which I did pay for the season pass. It's only $10, so I was just like, I'll do it. I'll show some support to this game that we've been asking for 3 years now.
Yep. We read your book before we played your game.
Yeah, and I think the end of the book hints at a character that's just available at launch now. It's the sniper one that I think you'll like. It's the blindfold Miraluka guy. He's kind of like a sniper, but he uses what's it called? And I can't slugs.
Slug throwers?
Yeah, it's a slug thrower.
Oh, no wonder you think I like it. Although, I have decided, I've kept up with the Star Wars username for the online games that I've played with you.
Okay, so that's how I can add you. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Okay.
You know the one.
Yeah.
From
It's
a
the one
joke
that we
from years ago.
It's the one we use for the Old Republic account. Yeah. I'll make sure to add you then, because that way you can add me back and we can do some squad up before the review next week. I've already squatted up with a couple people. I did last night. I played with Cal and Kenny, and that was fun. I branched out on my characters with that. On the same day, though, we also got the first 2 episodes of The Acolyte.
I haven't watched it
I
yet.
know. So I'm gonna keep this brief and not spoil anything. I will say though, I've talked
about Vernestra is in it.
Yeah.
Because she's in the trailer.
Yeah, I've talked about this being my most anticipated show, and I think it definitely lived up to my personal level of hype. Now obviously everybody's hype is different, but for me it lived up to the hype. I don't know if it will live up to your hype or anybody else's.
Well, remember, my hype bar is
It's a little bit
very measured.
Yeah, it's very measured. And so, since you haven't seen it, I'm not going to get too detailed yet, and we'll save that. We'll save the detailed discussion for when we get to our episode on it when we talk about the whole show. I'll just say if you weren't sure yet about watching it, go watch it, and you can decide for yourself. You might like it, but definitely if you're on the fence about it, check it out. It's a fun show. It definitely. I think the thing that you will like about it the most is it's kind of, in a weird way, also looking at Jedi differently. It's very much an examination of Jedi are also just people. and therefore make mistakes.
There are times like
And that's a thing
My
that I
perspective
think
on
that's something
Jedi
that you
is-
I think that's something you enjoy seeing dived into from our discussions. Am I misunderstanding that though?
no, you're not. The thing about me with Jedi is there are times when I'm very strict on them, but also very lenient.
Because you realize they're people. They're people. They make mistakes.
Like, for as much as, like, you'll hear me being like, this is gonna cause a bunch of problems later, there are also times when I'm like, I get why you would do this.
Yeah. So they're people. They make mistakes, and I think that's something that the Acolyte really dives into, even just within these first 2 episodes. Keeping up with the Acolyte news, though, before the show aired, we actually did get some comic news. We didn't get to talk about it because it wasn't until, like, after we had already done our show that we got this report. But I think you will be excited about this, even without having seen the show, because it turns out Kevin Scott will be writing a one-shot comic about the Wookiee Jedi Kelnaka from the show, and that will be coming out September 4th. So, even though you haven't seen the show yet, I know your love for Wookiees, especially Wookiee Jedi. So, I think you'll be as excited as I am. Most likely, this will be before the events of the show, based on what I've seen in the first 2 episodes, and with it being after, and also it's coming out after the show has already ended. So I think we'll get also some stuff explaining, like, stuff about Kelnaka that we may hear stuff about in the show that aren't out yet, and then they're like, oh, we want to dive into that more. So, and it's also nice seeing that the High Republic author team is still very much involved with this show. Like, we've heard that throughout the running of the show, we've heard how they were involved, but this is nice to see. Oh, they are involved. They are making things already that are tie-ins to the Acolyte. So that I think that makes it even better. I'm also interested to see Kelnaka as a whole, because he's not in any of the books or the comics yet.
This is a new guy.
So this is a new Wookiee Jedi, because when we first saw the first images, we were like, oh, Buryaga, and then they were like, nope, it's Kelnaka. Like, I would have been fine with Arkoff, too. With the story, though, of the Acolyte from the first 2 episodes, it makes sense that they went with a new character. I will say that.
Okay.
Um,
Arkov, Buryaga,
Kelnaka.
Tanaka, Gunji. Gunji is fucking hardcore.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be up there. I don't know who's more hardcore, Arkov or Gunji. But I'm leaning towards Gunji on the premise
Of the spider
of the
episode.
spider of, like, I will let this fucking thing kill you. He just walks away. And if you know how spiders eat things, that is so fucking cruel.
But yeah, I'm excited to see this Kelnaka stuff, and I'm excited to learn more about him from the show as well, because we don't get a lot of them yet.
Okay.
So, also though, lastly in news, there is an update to a report from, like, last year. We got that Star Wars deck building game a while back. I don't know if you remember.
Alright.
Well, now Fantasy Flight has revealed that they're releasing a new version of the game. So the base game had a focus on the original trilogy's Galactic Civil War. You picked a side in the war, and then you deck build and play the game as you're deck building, like any other deck building game. You build your deck as you're playing the game, and you use what cards you can get, and then you also can destroy cards. So you remove them from your deck, and then so that way you can, like, perfect it as you're playing, and then win whatever the objective is. I haven't played it yet, so I don't, because the only thing that turned me off from it is that it's only a 2-player game, and it's weird that a deck building game is only a 2-player game, but I get why, because of how they built each deck. They were like, okay, this is your Empire deck, this is your Rebel deck. Well, now they're releasing a Clone Wars themed version. So just like the first game, it will only be 2 players, with each player picking a side in the war. There's some new, from what I read, there's some new, like, dynamics to it of how the cards work, and so it's not a copy paste, but so there's new ways that you can, like, synergize your cards and make them work better depending on what you're building. And so this new version will come out in August. I don't know how you feel about that. I know we like some board and card games, so maybe we'll finally check it out when this version comes out, or maybe we'll check out the original one. I'll go before this one comes out, so then we can talk about both. But that's it for news. We got a lot of comics to talk about. They're not long, but we got a lot of comics to talk about. So we decided
So we're gonna hit you with a triple bundle.
Yeah, so you may have seen the title and been like, wait, didn't they say they were going to talk about Phantom Menace anniversary special last week? And then we're like, yes, but now you also get free comic book day double feature with it. Because we've been trying to kind of like keep the schedule clean for this season. And so part of that is whenever I give them something, I'm like, hey, let me know when you finished it.
Yeah.
And then we'll see if maybe we can fit some other stuff. So
this is one of the times where
you did finish it.
I finished it, and I was like, I should probably let them know that I finished it.
Yeah, because last time you didn't quite tell me on time where I was
Yeah.
like, oh, I can't hand them this then. But these I did because I was like, okay. Plus, I finally found the free comic book day issues because that was also I had to wait because even though they are free on free comic book day, only the physical ones are available on the day. And then the digital ones come out like over the next week or so. And so I had to wait for the digital copies. So spoiler warnings for all three of those, because we're going to talk about Phantom Menace 20th anniversary special, number one shot really, but it calls it number one. And then we're going to talk about the Young Jedi Adventures free comic book day for 2024, as well as the Star Wars / Darth Vader free comic book day for 2024. Spoilers for all those. Let's start, I guess, chronologically. We'll start with Young Jedi Adventures.
Yes.
I loved it off the bat. Like, I know it's just a little. It's not a major thing.
Oh, thank God there is no stress going on in that one.
Well, I mean, it's Young Jedi Adventures, so the demographic's different.
Yeah.
But I do like the tie-ins because they like the show. We talked about how in the second half of season 1 how they're really starting to tie in what's going on, and I don't think we'll ever see anything as grim as what happens in the main stuff in that show, but we start to see like characters crossing over, and so we get more of that in this. We get Young Jedi Adventures meets the High Republic Adventures crew, and it takes place before, like immediately before the High Republic Adventures number 1 starts from the initial phase 1 run, because we established that Young Jedi Adventures takes place before everything else. And ends about the same time as the end of... Well, no, it ends a little bit before Phase 1 ends, or Wave 1, rather, ends, because Wave 1 ends with the, them showing off, but Young Jedi Adventure Season 1 ends before the actual ceremony. Like, it's before the actual ceremony. It's like because they're like, oh, we get an early preview is what they said, I think, in that episode when they're on Starlight. They're like, oh, we get an early preview before the actual unveiling. I think they mentioned. So
Liz, Nubs, and Kai go and they drive real cars with the assistance of their older classmates.
Well, no. Only one from each group gets to fly the new plane.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I misread that.
Yeah, because I
thought they had separate planes.
No. So basically, in the comic, so they talk about how we get to finally fly the Jedi the vectors, like actual Jedi vectors versus like the training ones that we see throughout the show, because they're kind of vectors, but they're not in the show. Like we see that a lot, and so they're like they confirm no, those are training ones, and so. Now that the real Padawans are here, they get to.
I have a
And
question for you.
yeah,
How many training vectors do you think Anakin crashed? I'm thinking 7.
well, they wouldn't have been using vectors anymore because they would have been
yeah.
they would have switched to the Jedi Starfighter model that we see in the Clone Wars.
So 4.
Yeah. Unless they still use vectors for training purposes. Like maybe they go, oh, this is an older model ship. It's a little weaker.
Yeah.
And if you crash it, it's not a big deal. So, who knows?
Maybe, who knows?
They haven't really established that in Star Wars. We see, though, by the prequel era, they switched, like, to the Jedi Starfighter model. And so...
but
yeah, so Nubs is worried.
Court, Farzala, Lula.
Yeah.
Are the 3 that are there.
Yeah. Which confirms that it takes place before.
Yep.
And it's also, they set up the idea that Yoda just started moving over to train them instead of training the Young Jedi Adventures characters. Which makes sense because we start seeing them less and less in the show anyways. So it makes sense that because he really just visits.
Yeah, he shows up every once in a while.
Yeah,
It's like the principal.
yeah. He's like, I gotta check in on you sometimes, you youngins.
Mhm.
And so, but now he's in charge of a different in the mobile
Yep.
school. So he switched schools. And so they Nubs is worried about the fact that, hey, what if they don't like understand my language?
They don't speak Pubian. What am I gonna do?
And they're like, it's okay, we can translate for you. And then I automatically they put the Nubs with Court, which I think is sort of a dick move from Yoda.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, Yoda, hold on. Have you considered the fact that maybe even if
Even if Nubs can understand Court might not
might
understand,
Nubs,
or the other way around. Maybe
or
Court,
maybe they don't understand each other at all?
but at the end of the day, they still end up working together
Yeah.
well because like crisis happens, the ship that they're
Yeah.
supposed to be like guiding in the parade ends up getting like on fire and about to explode, and so they're like, they're told to leave, and they're like, nah, we're going in to save the day, which makes sense.
Got it.
Which makes sense with Court and Nubs, I think, because that's definitely their mentality of they want to help people. So it makes sense that the two of them are like, yeah, we're going in. And so meanwhile, on the surface of Tanu, the rest of our crew, the young, our Kai and Liz and Lula and Farzala, thank you, are like trying to help calm the people and keep them safe from what's going on. Which at first Liz and Kai are panicking. They're like, Nubs is up there, and then they're like, you got to trust your team.
Look, worry about the problems you can solve, not the ones you can't do anything about.
And just trust in your friends in the Force, because they obviously know what they're doing if they're up there. And it turns out, yeah, everything turns out fine. And so it's a fun little thing, no high stress thing, and they save the day, and everybody has a good time and gets to be friends. I think it's weird seeing. I think the one that translates the weirdest to the art style, because they tried to duplicate the art style of Young Jedi Adventure specifically, because you had a couple options you could have gone. You could have gone, because this one's Dark Horse.
Yeah.
And so Dark Horse is the one that's doing the High Republic Adventures comics. And so they had a choice. They could have either gone the Young Jedi Adventures art style or the High Republic Adventures art style. They went the Young Jedi Adventures art style, which makes the heads a little bit bigger. They got like big head type of design. And so it was, I think the weirdest one to see in that design was probably Lula. I thought that was weird to see her in that design, but I grew on it like as the issue went on. But at first I was like, "Damn, that's a big head." Like Farzala didn't feel weird, and neither did Court, and Yoda fit in because we'd seen him in that design. Now, of course, they didn't do 3D big head; they just kind of did the big head design, like very obviously kids animated design, but in 2D.
Big head, small body.
Yeah, big head, small body. Not too small, ridiculously small, but like compared to their head, it's a small body. And so yeah, that's Free Comic Book Day for High Republic Adventures. If we're going chronological, next is the 20th anniversary for Phantom Menace.
Yes. Oh boy. So this is one of the ones where I'm like, damn.
Yeah, so it takes the Anakin's perspective of the events of the Phantom Menace, and it includes some scenes that we didn't like that aren't in the Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
That as well as scenes that are in the Phantom Menace, but things that we didn't realize Anakin overheard until, and so it actually starts with a scene that's not a deleted scene in the Phantom Menace or in the Phantom Menace at all, but it's referenced in the Phantom Menace, which is Anakin's dream of being a Jedi and saving his mom from slavery one day. And so we actually get to see that dream, because like so far as a fan for the 20 years that the film's been out, we kind of just had speculation of, we kind of know the dream he's had, and like because he's just talked about, one day I return as a Jedi. It was interesting seeing him with a yellow lightsaber in that dream.
Maybe if things had gone better.
And so but we do see his caring nature still, because this is when he's 9, And so this is probably the most innocent Anakin throughout the throughout the franchise. Like, this
we
is the
also see that Anakin is still using deceptive tactics even as a child, but I approve in this instance.
Yeah, so like he saves so they really nail home the, hey, there's a bomb implanted in you that will blow up if you run away, because that's how slavery in Tatooine works.
Yeah.
And so they really nail that home, because specifically they want you to, they bring it up twice in the before the payoff for why they bring it up. And the reason they do that is because they're setting up Anakin saving a Tusken from getting into slavery, because these two guys just randomly show up with the Tusken.
Yep.
The two guys from his dream, actually, by the way.
I guess maybe they're
like, I think the Force was like, there might have been a Force vision connection to that.
Maybe there's that, or maybe they're just known slavers in that area.
Maybe. I think it might have also been like the Force kind of leaning him in the right direction, because the Force visions are weird. They never are interpreted correctly. So I think it's, yes, you're going to help slaves every now and then, but you're not going to, it's not going to go the way you're thinking. And so in this case, he saves the Tusken by, through some deception of...
Yeah, essentially he throws a rock and goes, look over there.
Yeah, and then they go, huh? And then he's like, all right, you're free, run. And then he tells them, oh, he went the other way.
Yeah, he went that way.
And so...
And like, you better not be lying to us.
They didn't even say that. They just went off and...
yeah, they just believed him.
Yeah, they just...
Sorry, it's... I'm trying to remember... Is it like another droid?
It's
like
when it's when he's doing a chore for Watto, because a droid comes in and is like, "Hey, you should be at work already," and he's like, "But Watto's got the shop. I'm not supposed to be in for a minute. Watto's not there, and you need to get a delivery.
He needs you to pick up some shit from the spaceport.
He needs you to pick his Amazon order."
Yep, and like he goes and he takes it back to the shop. And he goes to the guy, right?
Yeah, and the guy's like, "Oh, this is the last time you get it for free.
This is the last time I ever do shit for Watto on credit.
Next time he paying.
Next time he pays."
And so, yeah, Anakin is happy when he brings it to the droid, and the droid's like, "Why are you so happy?" And it's like, for multiple reasons. It's one, he's helped somebody, but two, it's also Anakin tells him it's because Watto owes this guy money.
Yep.
And he's like, "That's none of your business. Get out of here."
Anakin's like, just because I'm small and I can't fight back doesn't mean I can't backsass you, you fucking asshole.
And if you damage me, then it's on you, and Watto won't be happy.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because he wants me to also drive the pods. But yeah, that's the start of the comic, and then it kind of goes through the events of the movies, and we see some of the conversations that Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan have that are about Anakin in private. Anakin actually overhears.
How fucking harsh Obi-Wan is to Anakin.
I think, because remember, Obi-Wan is very much in line with the Council on it. Like, he agrees with a lot of their stuff pretty quickly, and so I think Obi-Wan is being cautious, and whereas Anakin hears it as harsh. And that because that's the case with the Council in general, is they are trying to be cautious about stuff. They're like, hey, we just want to make sure that this is the right decision for you. Because being a Jedi means that there's going to be some... and Qui-Gon even tells him that. Qui-Gon's like, there's a cost to it.
It's a hard life.
There's a cost to this. And like one of the things that they talk about that's a scene that's not in the movies is Anakin's feelings and emotions and how, like, his attachment for his mom. And we get two conversations about that, actually. We get one from Jar Jar, which I thought was interesting. And it's Jar Jar basically going, it's very human to have these emotions, and in fact, it shows you're compassionate, that you dwell on these things a little bit. Now, of course, Jar Jar's like taking Anakin's word at value, because Anakin is also probably not telling him the full stuff, because Anakin tends to do that when he talks about what's going on emotionally. It's why we get the Revenge of the Sith Yoda conversation where Yoda gives him the best advice he can give based on what Anakin tells him. He's like, "All right, well, we mourn we rejoice at people becoming one with the Force, because you didn't tell me it's your wife and that you're having visions of her dying. Maybe if you gave me the full information, we could have had a different discussion about what to do."
Yeah. But you're not. You give the answers to the questions they have.
Yeah, and so
It's one of those.
it
things
comes
where
off
it's
harsh. It comes off harsh because Yoda's detached because Anakin is pretending to be detached, and it's like, no, you need to tell him full information for full advice. Because that's how advice works. If you want advice, you have to share the whole story. You can't give a part of it. And so, yeah, I think maybe that's part of, because we see with Qui-Gon, he doesn't give the full information like either there, but also Qui-Gon has a little bit more information than Jar Jar on what's going on. So Jar Jar kind of is just like, yeah, this is fine. But Qui-Gon explains, yes, while that's fine for a normal person, you are also trying to become a Jedi, and we have a higher standard because we have superpowers, essentially. We have superpowers that are guided by our emotions, and therefore, if our emotions are not controlled, our superpower is not controlled. And that's...
Yoda is the chief of police. Qui-Gon, this is a weird comparison to make because of my thoughts on things. Yoda is the chief of police. Qui-Gon is a beat cop who's out on the streets every day, and Jar Jar is a normal guy.
Yeah. And so, like... But once again, because that's the thing everybody forgets when we talk about this detachment issue. Attachment versus, like... And when people talk about this, they forget the Force is bound to your emotions. It is a superpower in the Star Wars universe. It is a superpower. It is basically letting your emotions have free reign while controlling the Force is essentially the times where Spider-Man does not hold back his punches. And we have seen what happens when Spider-Man doesn't hold back his punches. People die or lose jaws. Let's not forget Superior Spider-Man when Doc Ock just went, bah!
Oh, shit, he could have killed any of us at any point he wanted to.
He was holding back.
Yeah, except for that one time against Tombstone, but
Yeah.
don't worry about that, because Tombstone can take the hit.
Or anytime somebody came after his family.
Yep.
Just ask Kingpin. If you mess with the family, you're not fighting Spider-Man anymore. You're fighting Peter Parker, and that's scarier.
And that's a different breed of human right there.
But yeah, so that's the Star Wars, like that's like the comparison to make when you're talking about these emotions and not letting when you let your attachment control what happens. Because you can have, because they never say you can't like care about somebody. In fact, that's like the prime tenet of being a Jedi is that you do care about people, and that's why we're doing what we do. It's that you can't get to an emotional attachment where it can throw you off balance and make you lose your anger, and that's why they give the fear leads to anger speech, because fear is a guiding factor versus like you can be afraid of something, but if fear is all you're thinking about, then that's going to decide your decisions for you. Like, being afraid of something isn't like that. I don't think that's what they're saying. I don't think they're saying don't be afraid of things. They're saying don't let it guide what your choices are.
It's not phrased that way.
No, but
Which makes things harder.
It does, but I think throughout the years of training, Anakin probably would have heard it said that way eventually. And in fact, he does. In fact, he does know that it's that way because of his conversation in Attack of the Clones with Padme about like compassion. He says, "No, we are taught to be compassionate." So you get the lesson. You know. You're just twisting things. But we can talk about that in our Attack of the Clones episode. But the rest of the back on track. Unless you had something you wanted to add.
I was going to say, sometimes you'll receive a lesson or an expression, and you'll think about it, and you'll come away with a different interpretation of it.
Yeah.
Like, for example, so everyone knows, like, the boy who cried wolf, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is the lesson of that story?
To not be a a pathological liar.
An easier way to understand it is if all you do is lie all the time, eventually when you
People
tell the truth, no one
Yeah.
will believe you.
Yeah, yeah.
So don't lie all the time. You can lie every once in a while.
I don't know if that.
This is something that I learned as a child. You can lie every once in a while, but when don't lie about serious shit.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the more important.
Yeah,
version.
that's the more important. Yeah. But yeah, it's don't be a pathological liar because then nobody believes you when you are being honest.
Yeah.
But obviously, if you're a pathological liar, that has
You're
less.
gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, that's more of a mental thing and
Yeah.
less of a choice.
But continuing on, a couple of years later,
Well, we don't. No, well, it's not even really. But we're kind of like, it's not even really a big time jump. They don't even say that really. They just kind of
Yeah.
imply that time has passed. But yeah, he gets freed. We hear some conversations of Obi-Wan and so from Anakin's perspective, and as well as his perspective of how he feels about how the council treated him. He's already angry.
like,
He's
these guys
already
are
so angry.
assholes.
Like that flash of anger at Kiadi. But to be fair, the fandom feels the same way, Anakin. So you're good on that one.
Fucking, just want ice, you fuck.
So it's fine. We all hate Kiadi. But no, it is weird hearing after at the end, near the end of the comic when Qui-Gon dies and Anakin finds out the news from Obi-Wan. It is interesting hearing a conversation in that's new, that's a repeat of a conversation that's actually in the film. Which is, oh, I'm going to be the one to take you on because that was Qui-Gon's dying wish. Because that happens in the film, too. That's a conversation he has later. Because Anakin asks him, well, what's going to become... Because it's at the funeral for Qui-Gon. He asks, well, what's going to happen to me? And Obi-Wan's like, well, I'm going to take you in and train you. So it's weird that conversation happened twice. But I think in the reason the comic does it is to help establish why Anakin might be less angry at Obi-Wan. Because Obi-Wan has to, center him and be like, no. While I didn't 100% believe everything, I believe in Qui-Gon, and Qui-Gon gave me this task, and therefore I'm going to do my best to fulfill it because he wanted the best for you, and therefore I now want the best for you.
Yeah. It was his dying wish that I train you, so I'm going to do it. Council be damned.
And I'm going to do...
There's a couple of moments with Obi-Wan where he's like, fuck the council,
Yeah,
I'm doing
I mean,
it.
we get that all
Except
the
that's not the tone he takes.
No. Well, because Obi-Wan tries to still, even when he goes around the council, he's still trying to do it in a way where the council won't get as mad. Because, we see, I mean, I think the most rebel Obi-Wan we get is Padawan,
Yeah.
the Padawan book.
Which happens on accident.
Yeah.
Because Qui-Gon overslept.
Yeah, in Master and Apprentice, we get a little bit of rogue Obi-Wan, but not a lot. Because that one's really showing Obi-Wan, following the will of the council more often. I'm curious, whenever we do get...
Rail Avaros? Where's Des Ryden? I need to know.
When do we get the Mandalorian Civil War Obi-Wan book?
Yeah.
Because that's when we get the most rogue Obi-Wan, I think. Because that's Obi-Wan who is falling in love and dealing with his late teen emotions. Because he's 16 in Master and Apprentice?
Yeah.
So, he'd be 17, 18, depending on the math of when the Mandalorian Civil War happens. I can't remember exactly. I know there's been discussion of when on the timeline it happens, but I don't remember. So yeah. But yeah, and it basically ends with where the movie ends with Obi-Wan now, his mentor. Oh, the last thing we get is the payoff of the Tusken. Which comes to visit Shmi, who at first is like, "Oh shit!" slams the door.
Oh fuck!
Which, to be fair, because of the information that she as a human has about Tusken, she's like, "Oh no!"
Yeah, that's not an everyday occurrence.
No.
Usually, when one of them shows up, it's not a good sign in a Mos Espa.
Yeah, it's Mos Espa at that time,
Yeah.
and so yeah, so the Tusken comes back to give a gift,
Yeah.
which is the
Little black gourd.
little black melon. which C-3PO then begins to mansplain to Shmi, and Shmi's like, "Shut up! I know what it is." And he's like, "Oh yeah, and also the Tusken has a story for you of why he's giving you this," and so tells the story of Anakin. And at the time, Shmi was like, "Oh, I'm gonna miss my son," and now she's like, "Oh, well, this is me getting my son back in a way. I'm hearing stories about him, and I know one day I'll maybe see him again for real, but this is still very important to hear that he's doing good already." And she's like, "I also dreamed he would one day become a Jedi, so now I'm gonna get to see that fulfillment," which makes it even sadder what happens with Anakin and Shmi and Tuskens, and just makes you sad. So, onto a less sad comic. Free Comic Book Day for Star Wars / Darth Vader. Star Wars crew, they have to go back to Hoth.
Yep.
They have to go save some prisoners of war being held there because they left some people behind. Which, to be fair, it was a scramble.
Slight correction.
They aren't prisoners of war.
They are prisoners of war.
Well,
they are stuck. There's I guess Vader and the last guy left.
Well, they left it.
So
apparently they left it alone. As far as everybody was as far as everybody knew, they left it alone, and they were like, "We'll leave some probe droids to keep an eye out for rebels," right? And that's what originally happened. But then stuff in the Star Wars comic happened with specifically the issue where Lando and crew blow up the Palpatine statue at Coruscant, and so the lieutenant in charge of not letting that happen is sent to Hoth with a squadron.
Yep. Meanwhile, there's still a few rebels who didn't make it off of Hoth.
Because once again it was a scramble to get off. It was everybody was. So they've been there now. Because this takes chronologically as the comics have been going, so they've been there almost the entire year.
Yeah.
Since. Wild. But yeah, so they get there thinking, oh, it's Lando, Luke, Chewie, and Leia. And they get there thinking, oh, this is just going to be a quick run and grab because they probably got some probe droids and that's about it.
Yeah. Nope.
If y'all hadn't blown up the Palpatine statue, maybe it would have just been some probe droids.
Instead, there's 40 guys there who are like, man,
we don't want to be here, but thanks to the stupid lieutenant getting punished, now we're getting punished.
Yeah. Your commanding officer fucks up, so now collective punishment has happened to all of you.
Yeah.
It's this is bullshit.
And so they come shoot guns ablazing to save the day, get the rebels out of there, the rebels that were there out, and they get onto some escape transports because they parked the Millennium Falcon away. They were like, let's not park right there because there's probably going to be some sensors there that will go off. So they have to drive back to the car, except now they're like, well, now we're being followed, so we can't drive back to the car. We can't lead them to the Falcon. So
and Luke is like, I know a place.
So they go through a snowstorm that's occurring, and they're like, oh, well, maybe we'll lose them in the storm. And then they're like, well, we're losing ourselves, and we need to find somewhere. And Luke's like, I know where we can hide. And so they go into the cave from Empire, where the Wampa attack was, where the Wampa brought them to eat them. And because Luke just managed to remember where it was via the Force. He basically goes, yeah, this was a place where I used the Force, and the Force called on me to use it. And so now that's probably why I instinctively knew to go here. I just knew where it was.
Anyhow, would anyone like some Wampa arm?
Yeah, because everybody's hungry, because the rebels that were stuck on Hoth are like, we have not eaten in months.
Yeah. Actually, we were considering turning ourselves in.
Yeah.
Because Hoth fucking sucks.
So, Chewie's like, Wampa arm?
They're like, yeah.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, I mean, there's nothing else here. Which, also, that Wampa arm gotta stink if it's the same Wampa arm.
Unless they fought a different one on the way in, but, whatever.
And so...
the cold preserved it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's refrigerated pretty well.
Yeah, considering what happens to the guys outside.
Yeah, because they leave the next morning, and the Imperials that were chasing them, including the lieutenant, are now frozen.
They are
entirely
solid. Those guys are
dead. Apparently Chewie makes a joke on the way out about it, and Lando's like, damn, that's cold.
Ice cold. Then Chewie asks him what's cooler than cool.
And then lastly, as part of that comic, let's talk about the Vader stuff, which
Yeah.
is interesting. So we know kind of what's been going on with the Vader, and this kind of continues that, which is like Vader on the run from Palpatine and trying
Yeah.
to build up like his way of getting back at Palpatine.
Like, so general troop information is like rumor has it Vader jacked a bunch of kyber crystals and that he attacked Palpatine.
And is building up some sort of like armor and stuff to get back at him.
He's making something.
And so the story is really not about him though. It's about
And the troops that know and share this information are immediately killed by Vader.
yeah.
Because he's the fucking boogeyman and will show up wherever he wants.
Yeah. His ears were burning and he was like, people talking about me.
Fucking teleported halfway across the galaxy to kill these guys.
And then he like has a forced conversation with Palpatine where Palpatine goads him and is like, your real enemy though is your son. You should worry about that. Is he gonna join you or kill you? He's learning. He's gonna catch up in force ability.
Soon.
So you better deal with him.
Trademark soon.
Not me. But I like where your head's at with the anger.
That's good. Keep it up.
But aim it at your son.
Yep.
And so, it's really not about him though. It's really about
Sabe.
Sabe,
She's
who
returned.
who is trying to, I guess, do some good in the galaxy.
She's doing something. I think she's looking for Luke. I'm a bit unclear.
Yeah, I'll say the comic doesn't give too much.
She does go and visit
Somebody
who I have no clue who the fuck they are.
Yeah, so she's a character from the 2015 run.
Mhm.
So the first run of the Star Wars comics.
Yeah.
So this would be the middle of the in between 4 and 5 run.
Okay.
So I think it's it was a wild choice to bring this character back, but I like it. I like where they were at with it. So they bring this character back, who was somebody from Jeddah, who's basically a con artist, and so Luke went to see her in the 2015 run to kind of learn about the Jeddah culture, because like at this time he was reading the Journal of Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Obi-Wan was talking about all these like Jedi related Force religions and stuff like that, and so that's kind of where all that kind of happened. And so so she's come back because Sabe's like, hey, you might have information regarding Luke and how I can maybe, find him. And so she's like,
I mean, I might.
but also I'm a con artist. You should know that. Like, when I met Luke, he was kind of this innocent farm boy who just believed anything I said.
Yeah. And it made me feel guilty. So I don't know what to do with that. Anyhow, I'll tell you where he is,
Yeah, Warba. Warba's her name.
but I need you to go down into that building and get me a box.
Yeah, and so it's a test
Mhm.
to see if she'll actually do it. And then instead, Sabe helps somebody who gets like roughed up by some people who he owes money to.
Yeah.
And like he's like, but I gotta leave and go home because apparently he's part of a heist crew, and he's like,
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd be here for this long. So Sabe helps saves him and leaves the box.
Yeah.
And I think I
Funny.
interpreted that fight. I interpret that as a setup situation, where I think as part of the test that situation happens, to see how you react.
And so Sabe comes back to
Warba. Yep.
and she is like, Warba goes, "Did you get the box?" And she goes, "No box."
She's like, did I fail the test? And Warba's kind of vague about it.
Like, I don't know. Do you think you failed the test? And Sabe's like, I don't fucking care.
She's like, look, the problem is people are gonna have like Warwick goes on like a expectations versus reality sort of thing of like how people perceive you, and she's like, when you believe you failed people, then that's when it gets weird, and so that's why like her feelings towards Luke are weird because she's like, yeah, like Luke made me believe in once they say they believe in you, that's when things get weird.
Yep.
Because then you start to have to rethink things.
Yeah.
Although apparently she hasn't changed,
Nope.
because it's revealed that Vader was behind the test.
He's like, well, Sabe failed the test, but you passed. So here's money, I think.
Because it turns out in the box, like in it on the if she opened it, the top would have shown the Imperial seal, like it was on the lid. But we don't know what's in it because they don't show it. But I think that I don't think that matters towards what the story is. Like, that's not really what the story is about. But we're apparently going to see a lot more of her in the 2020 run because they say that the story's continued in issues 46. So, of Darth Vader. So this was kind of a, it's a nice little setup to what's coming up. Whereas the return to Echo Base to Hoth one wasn't really that. It was kind of just a single isolated adventure.
Yep.
Which, Free Comic Book Day doesn't need to be connected to the overall arc. So yeah. That's all the comics we read for this week.
Yeah.
Definitely a 9 out of 10 on the 20th anniversary for Phantom Menace. That one was strong. 7 on Young Jedi Adventures. I liked it a lot, but it's there to do what it does, and it doesn't give you a lot. It's just there to be a fun comic, and it serves its purpose. So it gets an average score because it's for me. And then Star Wars and Vader, they're technically one comic, so I will grade them as one comic. Gets an 8, and it only gets that 8 because of the Vader part. Because it would have been like a 7 if the Vader part wasn't as better. Than like the Echo Base one is fun, but once again it's like the Young Jedi Adventures one. It's there to just be a fun Free Comic Book Day issue.
Oh yeah, sorry for those of you who couldn't hear what I was doing. Anytime Caleb had finished the sentence, all I was going was like,
So I'm explaining myself because I know he's judging me. Because it sounds like he's gonna go higher. Is what it's about to be.
I think for me, I'm just going to go with like in order.
Okay.
Of like them, not chronologically, in terms of like how I read them.
Yeah.
Which was 20th
anniversary. Yeah.
Yeah. High Republic and
Star Wars Vader.
Yeah. 988.
Okay. So we're basically on agreement with the 20th, and then the Star Wars Vader one we're kind of on agreement. Although you might have enjoyed the Star Wars one a little bit more than me. I enjoyed it. That's not what I'm saying. I don't think it's bad. It's just average.
I think I just enjoy the let's go to Hoth and get our friend story a little bit more.
Yeah.
Like I do like the setup with Vader. I think I probably enjoy it more
if I knew
who the fuck Warba Khalip is.
I mean, that honestly, I think most people who are jumping into the 2020 run are not gonna know anyways, because she's not in the 2020 run up to this point.
Lady?
She's in the 2015 run.
Oh yeah, well that's 9 years ago.
Yeah.
So.
And even by the standard of because it wouldn't have been 2015 probably when she showed up, but it was part of the 2015 run, so that's still a 5-year gap if we count just when the runs start.
Mm-hmm.
So that's still a 5-year gap. And so, yeah, that'd be how it is sometimes, though.
Yeah.
They were nice enough to be like previously seen on the 2015 run of stuff, because you get the editor's notes and comics, and it's just like, oh, good. At least you told them where to look if they decide to go deeper. Which we'll get to the 2015 run eventually. It's gonna be
the far-flung future of 2045.
We're still doing the podcast, and Seth's like, you dragged me this long.
How the fuck did you...
But yeah, so
how the fuck did they make content for another 20 years.
Because we finally got the Old Republic in canon, and we got Dawn of the Jedi stuff, and, you know, they're expanding.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think that's going to be it for this episode. So thank you all for watching today's episode of Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I've been your host, Caleb. Be sure to like, comment, follow, subscribe to us. You can find us at Escape Reality Films on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and TikTok. You can also show your support for us by joining our Patreon, which is at Escape Reality Films. Shout out to Jennifer Brantley.
Yo.
There you can watch our YouTube content before it's publicly available. Also be sure to check out our Discord, which is also linked wherever you are watching, so you can become a part of our community. You can also find me on Twitter. I'm still going to say it. At Escape Reality 94. And Facebook, Instagram, and Threads at Caleb.Lockwood. D&D stuff.
Yeah. So, every Sunday you can catch some friends of ours over at the Steam Dungeon on YouTube from 5 to 7 Central Standard Time at Trials of Nebu. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Because you're no longer
'Cause
playing.
I'm no longer playing.
And we have been bad friends who have not caught up.
While I am caught up as much as I can be, I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do now.
Oh, okay.
Actually, no, I'm one behind. I think they're talking with, like, the rulers of the region they're in.
Oh, okay. So, got it.
And
So
they're-
building up some stuff.
And they're upset, I think.
Okay.
Because we went on, like, we killed, like, 4 of our major antagonists within the span of, like, in-universe, like, a week.
Oh. Yeah. That's wild. Yeah, so go check them out.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but if you want to take a look at it, you should.
Yeah. Once again, thank you all for watching. Join us next week as I guess we'll have a double feature. Because I wasn't sure if we would, but it sounds like since you are playing Hunters, we will. We're going to talk about Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, which is going to be our main topic scheduled.
Yeah.
But we're also going to talk a little bit of Hunters because we both had a chance to play it, but it will also give us a little bit longer to play it and kind of figure out how we feel about it. And also, we can fit it into that episode because no canon stories content. It's just gameplay review, really. So, I've spoken.
Y'all be safe out there.